Pain, 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 pain. Chen Qing looked down at the knife tip sticking out of his chest, and at the familiar and ferocious faces in front of him, not understanding, not believing. These were the neighbors and friends he was determined to protect. How could they point the knife at him? Why? Chen Qing staggered and slowly sat down against the wall. Why? Chen Kun sneered. You hid a room full of food and you said you would distribute it uniformly, but most of it went into your mouth. He was wearing Chen Qing's paper armor, holding Chen Qing's paper knife. In the end of the world with 100 ghosts, this was Chen Qing's greatest reliance. How did it appear on him? It was Chen Shi. She pestered Chen Qing to bed tonight and took off the paper armor that Chen Qing had never taken off. Chen Shi. Chen Qing turned his head with difficulty and saw her in the crowd. Meeting Chen Qing's gaze, she was a little flustered, but still said stubbornly, I told you a long time ago, give the paper armor to my brother. I only have this one brother. Why are you forcing me? As she spoke, she began to cry. I begged you so many times to give us more food, but you always said there was none. It's you. You pushed me to this point. Don't talk nonsense to him. Search it out. Let's share it together. Familiar faces rushed into the room one by one, scrambling for food. No, no here either. There are only 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a bag of potatoes left. Fuck, where did you hide it? Chen, where'd you hide the things? Chen Qing smiled. Food? I ate it a long time ago. If it weren't for my strict distribution, how could I have survived until today? Tell me quickly, or we will fry your brother alive. Liu Yanhong grabbed a little fat man's hair and threatened ferociously. This is Chen Man, Chen Qing's only relative. Chen Qing, does it hurt? Chen Man looked at the knife in Chen Qing's chest, expressionlessly. The fat boy who was born with one soul missing never cried or laughed. Put him over here, I'll tell you. Liu Yanhong was overjoyed and put the fat boy over. Chen Qing hugged him gently. He whispered, Xiaoman, they won't let you go. Don't blame your brother. As he said that, he pressed him on the tip of the knife sticking out of his chest. Chen Man looked down at the tip of the knife that was inserted into his heart and just hugged Chen Qing tightly. Child. A blind man stumbled in with a crying voice. After bumping into Chen Qing several times, he finally found Chen Qing's position, a hand of hot blood. Fuck you! The blind man cried heartbreakingly. Do you still have a conscience? Most of the people in other communities died. Only our community has not had a single person die. You still treat him like this. Get out! Someone kicked the blind man away. The blind man stumbled and cried loudly, mixed with the terrifying ghost howls outside. Chen Qing's strength was fading fast. He used his last strength to look at the faces one by one. Remember each face carefully. The figure of his good brother Monkey was not among them, but his knife was held by Yue Yangfeng, so he must have been killed. All the things are in. Chen Qing spoke incoherently. Chen Kun hurriedly approached, but heard Chen Qing sneer in his ear. You are still so stupid. Chen Kun was stunned. Chen Qing's voice was a little louder. Those things can still last for a month. Don't waste them. After saying that, there was no movement at all. Chen Kun was stunned. What does it mean? What can last for a month? But a scarred face next to him immediately shouted, Where are those things? I heard it too. It can still last for a month. Now you can live. Chen Kun finally understood. In the end times, Chen Qing had sentenced him to death. He had a hideous face and punched Chen Qing in the face. Chen Qing seemed to be unconscious. At the last moment, he watched Chen Man's body burning with blood. Become a fierce ghost. Please let me become a fierce ghost. Xiaoman, I'm sorry. Chen Qing, what did you say? The 6-year-old fat boy was beside the bed, handing over a cup of hot water and a pill with an expressionless face. Chen Qing had a fever. He stared blankly at everything familiar and asked, What day is it today? I don't know. Bring your phone over here. Chen Man brought the worn-out phone over and looked at the time on it. July 16, 2055. 29 days before the blood moon. Reborn? After a long pause, Chen Qing gritted his teeth and said, Okay. God has eyes. There is still 1 month before the blood moon comes. If I can't grasp this month, I have lived in the end of the world for so long in vain. There have been 2 ghost tides. The first one, 30 years ago, broke out in the south, and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. At the same time, the era of human ghost control began. In comparison, the north is more stable. There are ghosts and there are ghost tides, but the impact is not great. Of course, there are many sporadic ghosts. From time to time, there are rumors that a family in the east of the city hanged themselves, and the boss of the sugar factory died miserably. But this calm will soon be broken, because the second ghost tide is about to come. It is a disaster of the same level as the ghost tide in the south 30 years ago. On the night of August 15th, the blood moon descends, and the end of the world of hundreds of ghosts begins. At least half of the people will die in the first night alone. And this blood moon, accompanied by the night, will last for half a month. Then there will be a day that lasts for half a month, over and over again. The most terrifying thing is that after each blood moon, the ghost tide is twice as strong as the previous one. If there were no awakened ancient objects, mankind would have perished long ago. The so-called ancient objects are cultural relics and antiques. The blood moon descends, the blood moon ghost energy revives, and most of the ancient objects are awakened. A square hole coin from the previous dynasty, a master chair, a family tree, all are possible. Some people have summed up the rules. Generally speaking, it seems that the older the object, the stronger it is, especially the old objects that have been worshipped by many people. Chen Qing's goal was the 7 Treasures Demon Suppression Tower and the Zhong Ghost Suppression Map. The former had the strongest attack in Ximing City, and the tower could suppress and control 12 ghosts. The top Ghost Control Master could only control 5 ghosts. The latter had the strongest defense in Ximing City. The Wu family, which owned this map, was known as the Indestructible Family, and it also used it to recruit many people to work for it. As long as these 2 items were in hand, he would have the capital to run rampant in the end of the world of 100 ghosts. He wrote down the famous ancient objects in his memory and tried to recall where they were now. The 7 Treasures Demon Suppression Tower was in the Ghostless Tower of the Ghostless Temple. This was something that almost everyone knew. The Zhong Ghost Suppression Map should still be in the Wu family. In the Ghost Tide, the Zhong statue that could be seen in half of the city left an indelible impression on the entire Ximing City. Chen Qing wanted to set off now, but he was so drowsy that he could hardly sit up. "Don't move," Chen Man said expressionlessly. "Take medicine first." Chen Qing looked at the little fat man who was born without a soul, and his eyes were a little sore. He could even feel Chen Man's hot blood on his chest. "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you in my last life." "It's okay," Chen Man said, expressionlessly, put away the water cup, and went to do his homework. Chen Man didn't understand why Chen Qing apologized, but he knew he should say it's okay. Chen Qing looked at his back for a long time, and then regained his mind. He wanted both super antiques. In addition, he had to stock up on enough supplies. If you haven't experienced the end of the world, you won't understand the satisfaction of a mouthful of food sliding down your mouth when you are extremely hungry. It's just that I'm short of money now. Where can I get the money? The first thought was to sell the house. No matter when, most of the people in the Tang dynasty have their assets in the house. But how can I maximize the money? After thinking about it, I immediately got the answer: loan sharking. Just get a few more property certificates and apply for a few more loan sharking. Xiaoman, go and copy down the phone number of the loan sharks in the corridor for me. Forget it. Come on, take a photo with your phone. This is an old 6-story residential area. On the walls of such residential areas, you can find almost all the contact information that can be punished. Yellow doo-doo? That's the lightest. Chenman will be back soon. Chen Qing opened the photo album, but before he could look at it, a strange voice suddenly rang out. "Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced." A ghost 1/2 meter tall, skinny and short, ragged all over, carrying a huge bag with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared in the house. The huge bag was filled with gold ingots. Given the density of gold, the weight of this bag must be in tons. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. The ghost was still jumping, and with the sound of clang, 2 gold ingots fell out of the huge pocket. Gold is not replaced. Gold is not replaced. The ghost was still jumping, and suddenly jumped onto the dining table, jumped onto a whole roast duck, and suddenly disappeared. It was like jumping into a roast duck. Chen Qing stared at the roast duck with his eyes wide open. The roast duck turned into a golden duck. "Chen Qing, the duck cannot be eaten," Chen Man said calmly, knocking on the golden duck expressionlessly. But Chen Qing was stunned. "This is Jin Buhuan. Evil ghost level. Wandering souls, evil ghosts, evil spirits. Evil ghost is a noun, a level above wandering souls. Not that Jin Buhuan is evil." Chen Qing's mind was floating, and he was a little shocked. Ghosts can be divided into good and evil, and Jin Buhuan is the most mysterious good ghost. According to legend, before death, if one feels that he has not repaid a great favor, if this obsession is too heavy, he will become a wandering soul-level debt ghost. It is also called a repaying favor ghost. Jin Buhuan is the promotion of a debt ghost. He will appear around people who have done him a favor and turn random objects around him into gold, just like the golden duck in front of him. But who would owe me a great favor? If it was in the previous life, it would be easy to understand. Chen Qing asked himself that he had saved half of the people in the community. But in this life, I am just an ordinary high school student. If it is the return of the kindness in the previous life in this life, this concept is a bit scary, which means that Jin Buhuan can travel through time and space. He propped himself up and weighed it. It was at least 40 to 50 kilograms. Chen Qing opened his mouth wide immediately. Does that mean it can be sold for about 10 million? The biggest highlight of this book is the record of 100 ghosts. This book has designed a full 100 kinds of ghosts with guaranteed quality and quantity, and there are nearly 700 kinds of advanced forms, which is absolutely enough. I will come back to update this paragraph after writing 200 chapters. Sorry, I broke my promise. There are more than 100 kinds. The advanced forms plus branches have exceeded 1,000 kinds. Mysterious ones include Jin Buhuan, White Bone Bodhisattva, Earthly Branches Soldiers, Bloody Plum Blossoms, etc. High-intensity ones include Ashura, Rakshasa, Martial Champion, Emperor, etc. And weird ones include Painted Skin, Da Hong Pao, Fat Baby, Coroner, Flower Waist Bride, Undertaker, and Ever Bright Lamp. Each of these 100 ghosts has its own evolutionary route. For example, the most common drowned ghost can be upgraded to a water monkey or a kappa. There are more to come, but I won't spoil it for now. For example, the wronged ghost can be upgraded to an insomniac or a red robe. There are more to come, but I won't spoil it for now. To upgrade a ghost, you need a spiritual guide. A spiritual guide can be something. For example, a white bone spirit needs a dragon bone to upgrade to a dragon bone skeleton. Of course, can also be upgraded to a Buddha bone skeleton. a divine skeleton, and so on. A spiritual guide can also be a certain condition. A drowned ghost can be upgraded to a water monkey after drowning 9 people. An embroidered girl can be upgraded to a flower-waisted bride after wearing a wedding dress made of human skin. Let's guess what the spiritual guide of a lustful ghost is. Combat. It does not follow the routine of higher level than you, so stronger than you. There is a strong restraint between different ghosts. For example, a child ghost is extremely weird, but if it is found, it will break if anyone touches it. For example, a long burning lamp can easily massacre a city, but it is also easy to kill if you see through the rules. Finally, there are countless Chinese myths and legends, ghosts and monsters, and they are inexhaustible. All the ghosts and monsters in this book are from China. There will never be foreign ghosts such as vampires and Shuden Doji. Dear guest, if this is what you want to see, please feel free to add a bookshelf. Fireworks, thank you. In the Blood Moon, there are countless strange ghosts and monsters. For example, painted skin. For example, coroner. For example, butcher. Legend has it that there are 100 kinds of ghosts, but in fact, humans have seen less than 30% of them. Jin Buhuan is the mysterious existence in this strange legend. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. But this roast duck was originally used to celebrate Chen Qing's coming-of-age ceremony, 18 yuan, but I didn't expect it to appreciate 500,000 times in a blink of an eye. He was in a hurry, but he had a fever, so he could only wait until tomorrow. The next day, Chen Qing's health improved, so he put the golden duck in his mountaineering bag and went out. The largest gold shop in the city is called Baifu Jewelry. I want to sell 10 gold bars. The lady at the counter was stunned. Such big customers are not common. She looked at Chen Qing. He was young and his clothes would not cost more than 50 yuan. Naturally, she didn't believe it. Of course, in the service industry, he would not be stupid enough to show his face. Chen Qing was invited to the VIP room. After taking out the golden duck with great effort, the lobby manager was stunned. This? The first reaction was that it was fake. The second reaction? It was also fake. Golden duck? Or roast duck? It was too realistic. Every protrusion on the duck skin was clearly visible. Even the half-plucked duck wings and the hair roots that were not plucked cleanly were lifelike. My family used to run a chain of roast duck restaurants, and this is the treasure of the store. After hearing what Chen Qing said, the lobby manager believed it a little bit. He asked someone to bring a spectrometer. Everyone has been dealing with gold all their lives, but this is the first time they have seen a golden duck, and it is so big. So those who have nothing to do squeezed into the VIP room to see the novelty, and even several counter girls took turns to come and see. A handheld spectrometer was used, and it was AU100. This proves that the gold content is at least 9.99. It is outrageous. Sir, if you want to sell this, you need to cut it open. Cut it. Several security guards asked for half-man-high hydraulic shears. They have forgotten how long it has been since they last used this treasure. After cutting off a piece of duck wings with great effort, they took it to the more accurate desktop spectrometer to check. It is still AU100. This means that the purity is at least 99999. It is outrageous. The density was measured again, 1932 GC3, as standard as a textbook. Then it was melted into gold liquid with a flamethrower, and it was still the most standard gold. It's a bit unbelievable. What the hell? Outrageous, fucking outrageous, outrageous. Such a big, golden duck is enough to equal the total amount of gold shop recycling in half a year. Soon, a higher-level gold shop leader also came. For the sake of caution, the golden duck was cut into more than 20 pieces. They only then discovered that the ribs of the golden duck were carved vividly in the invisible places on the inside. Is it necessary? Is this a show of skill by a great craftsman? The leader of the gold shop has been accompanying Chen Qing and speaking politely. Finally, the golden duck was verified. A total of 201,593 grams. According to today's recycling price of 440, a total of 9.5452 yuan, 9.3 million. The leader of the gold shop smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. Recycling is naturally to buy low and sell high. This duck must make at least 1 million. If the labor cost is added, it will be even more. 9 million will be put on the card, and the rest will be paid in cash. No problem. Soon, 9 million was deposited into the account, and the cash was placed in an exquisite wooden box and brought to Chen Qing. Chen Qing returned home, tore off the golden silk lining of the wooden box, and wrapped it outside. He also put some ropes and hammers inside. They might be used when climbing the ghostless tower. Chen Man kept watching. Chen Qing, are you going to sell the house? Chen Qing was slightly startled. Did he let Chen Man take pictures of the loan sharks, which made him guess? Didn't you say that you can't sell this house, no matter how poor you are? Chen Man said this with a blank expression. Do you believe me? Chen Qing squatted down. Believe. Chen Man nodded, then shook his head. But if the house is sold, Chen Shan and Chen Quan won't be able to find us when they come back. Chen Shan is the father. Chen Quan is the eldest brother. The two disappeared mysteriously, but in the previous life before the blood moon, Chen Quan had come back and left behind the paper armor and paper knife that Chen Qing and Chen Man relied on to survive the third blood moon. But Chen Qing and Chen Man were not at home that day, so they could not meet. Don't worry, they will call. Chen Qing comforted him a few words and did not cook, but ordered a takeout. After instructing Chen Man to close the door and go to bed, he came to the Wugi Temple in the afterglow of the sunset. Wugi Temple. It is not large in scale, but it has a long history. there is a simple pavilion at the door, which reads 15 yuan for adults, 10 yuan for children, and free for children under 110 centimeters. Ordinary attractions are closed at this point, but Wugi Temple is special, and there are still a few incense sticks at this time. Chen Qing bought a ticket, came to the temple, and went directly to the abbot. When he found him, he was wearing reading glasses and watching short videos. "Donor, what are you doing?" "I'm here to fulfill a vow," Chen Qing said devoutly, pointing to the box wrapped in yellow brocade beside him. "There was a time when my grandfather was about to go bankrupt, and then he came to this temple, too. Is it called the ghost-suppressing pagoda?" "The ghostless pagoda." "Oh, yes, he went to the ghostless pagoda to worship, and later his business was very successful, and he died of old age. So, today I came to the ghostless pagoda to fulfill my vow." Chen Qing was talking nonsense. "My family hasn't been doing well recently, so while fulfilling my vow, I also want to spend a night here to wash away the bad luck on my body." "Donor," the abbot said in embarrassment, "the ghostless pagoda has been in disrepair for a long time and has been locked for a long time." Chen Qing pushed 2 thick envelopes over. "Master, please give me a favor, although these things are vulgar, but as a Buddhist, please repair the temple door or something." The abbot's eyes lit up. "It has been a few years since I met such a kind-hearted donor." He was full of smiles at the moment. "Such filial piety, we must naturally satisfy it." "Hui, forget it, benefactor, I will take you there." After saying that, he naturally put away the 2 envelopes and took Chen Qing to the back of the temple. The front of the temple was well developed, but the back half was still very primitive. The whole road was full of deep weeds. The abbot turned on the rear light of his mobile phone. Finally, Chen Qing saw the ghostless tower. The 7th floor was indeed in disrepair, and almost every floor was covered with spiderwebs. After a long rustling, the door was finally unlocked. A musty smell and dust immediately hit us. There was also a clanging sound, which might have scared the mice. "Donor, this place has indeed not been taken care of for a long time." The abbot was a little embarrassed. Chen Qing shook his head. "It's okay." He didn't complain and knelt down on the dusty cushion. He was as pious as he could be. The abbot put his hands together and slowly left. "Abbot, please lock the door." The abbot was slightly stunned and locked the door as he was told. Chen Qing was afraid that they would be worried, and if they came to take a look in the middle of the night, it would be the end of them. Looking at the environment, it was full of musty smell, dust everywhere, and ghosts looked hideous, and mice flashed by from time to time. After being in the ghost tide, this place can't be called scary. The ghostless temple became quiet around 9 o'clock in the evening. At 12 o'clock there was no more sound. Chen Qing, who had been sitting sore all over, stretched his body and slowly stood up. Half of Ximing City knew that the Qibao Town motor came from the ghostless temple on the 7th floor. Chen Qing lightened his footsteps, turned on the flashlight, and went up step by step. Squeak, squeak. The floor was very unstable, and there was a sound with every step. He slowly came to the 2nd floor. There was a sculpture inside, a ghost nailed to the ground, howling hideously. There was also a sculpture on the 3rd floor, a ghost tied tightly with a rope. There were sculptures on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Then Chen Qing frowned. The stairs to the 7th floor were broken. Chen Qing prepared a rope, but no supporting objects such as grappling hooks. He gently lifted half of the loose brick at the window, tied it to the end of the rope, and gently threw it up to the entrance of the corridor. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Dust waterfalls suddenly formed in the cracks of the entire floor, falling down. With a pull, the brick was dragged down smoothly. Chen Qing took the fallen brick and frowned. This temple is not big, nor is it small. The noise will probably not reach the front temple. But what if? Thinking of this, he wrapped a thick rope around the brick and threw it up again. Bang! Another muffled sound. Chen Qing grabbed the rope and shook it around, hoping to hang it on something. But it failed again. Then the 3rd time, the 4th time, about 20 times. Finally, when Chen Qing swung again, the soft rope instantly straightened, hanging on something. Chen Qing was overjoyed. He pulled it a few times to try, and it was hanging very steadily. He immediately stepped on the rope to make a loop, and put it on his foot, holding it with his feet and climbing to the 7th floor. When the flashlight was shown over, Chen Qing was shocked. One end of the rope was being held by a green-faced and fanged ghost, and it was blinking at him. Chen Qing was horrified. He almost fell down, rolled to the side, and picked up the hammer at his waist. But that ghost was just a ghost sculpture. The rope just happened to hang in its hand. Looking at the sculpture, he was still frightened. Having experienced the ghost tide, he didn't think it was just his imagination. He tried to hit it with a heavy hammer. Dong, a dull sound. It didn't look like a stone statue, but like hard leather, or dried meat. He felt a little scared, but no matter whether it was true or not, there was no possibility of retreating. Even if there was a ghost in the tower, he would go down with his head held high. There were many ghost statues on the 7th floor, but they were suppressed by a tower, and they all looked like they had rotten stomachs and intestines. House guarding talismans and copper gourds are usually placed on the beams. The space on the 7th floor is not high. Except for the middle, Chen Qing can touch it by standing on tiptoe. But I touched the 1st beam, but nothing. The 2nd beam, nothing. The 3rd beam, soon, Chen Qing was covered in dust, but he didn't touch anything. How could it be? Chen Qing was a little absent-minded and touched all 8 beams again. Still nothing. Then, he searched every wall and every inch of the ground carefully, but still nothing. Could it be that the owner of the tower was playing a joke? Chen Qing gritted his teeth secretly. Suddenly, he looked at the sculpture on the 7th floor, a tower, suppressing a group of ghosts, and the ghosts were crushed to the point of having their stomachs broken and their intestines spilled. In this sculpture, Chen Qing would never allow himself to return empty-handed, even if he had to tear the entire 7th floor apart. Crush it! He would find it. If there was nothing on the 7th floor, then there would be the 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor. He brought a hammer with him, and without hesitation, he smashed it heavily from the top of the tower in the sculpture. Crack! The broken stones flew everywhere, sparks flew everywhere. Chen Qing's heart sank. This was carved from a whole big stone. The tower couldn't be in it. If it was a clay sculpture, it might be hidden inside. But how could it be a whole big stone? But at this moment, Chen Qing seemed to be crazy, smashing it non-stop. There were crackling sounds everywhere. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp metal sound. Chen Qing, who was already a little dazed, was slightly stunned, and looked over again. In the middle of the stone sculpture, the spire of a small tower was revealed. Found it! Chen Qing was overjoyed. A quarter of an hour later, the whole body of the small tower had emerged. Chen Qing grabbed the tower body and pulled it hard, and his hands suddenly loosened. Bang! Chen Qing sat down on the ground holding the demon suppression tower. At the same time, a burst of cold air suddenly burst out from the hollow where the demon suppression tower was. Hiss hiss! Whoosh! Wow! A burst of whispers passed by. It seemed that someone was blowing wind in Chen Qing's ear. These ghostly auras were filled with ghosts, most of which were somewhat illusory and unclear. But one of the ghosts was particularly solid, knocking on the bamboo tube and passing through the wall. Every knock was like knocking in the depths of Chen Qing's soul. Chen Qing's hair stood on end, and he clenched the demon-suppressing tower to protect his chest. All evils retreat! All evils retreat! All evils retreat! All evils retreat! Thank you, young husband, for saving me. A sweet voice circled around Chen Qing. This was an ancient woman holding a flower umbrella. Her face was a little illusory and unclear, but Chen Qing's intuition told her that she was a first-class beauty. A female ghost holding an umbrella? Chen Qing's heart was pounding, but there seemed to be no such person in his memory. After a while, the movement disappeared, and it became quiet. It was just that some ghosts on the 7th floor of the ghostless tower seemed to have no time to go out at this moment, and they were confused and dazed. These are the lowest-level, F-level, wandering souls, also called the newborn stage. Basically, they will break into pieces if touched, and they are almost harmless to people. Of course, Chen Qing would not take the initiative to provoke them, and immediately retreated. After reaching the 1st floor in one breath, Chen Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A small iron tower, about the size of a mineral water bottle, with excellent workmanship, and small window panes clearly visible. This is the Ghost Suppression Tower, Qibao Ghost Suppression Tower, one of the 2 super ancient relics in Ximing City. With this thing, Chen Man and him are basically safe. Just looking at the footprints all over the tower, Chen Qing frowned. Soon the sky was slightly bright. A little monk ran to the abbot's bedroom. Master, there was a noise in the ghostless pagoda last night. Noise? The abbot frowned. He naturally knew that it was because there was someone inside. He said casually, "Oh, there is a donor who is devoted to Buddhism. He asked to stay inside for one night." "Oh?" The little monk was about to leave but turned back and said, "But the noise I heard came from the 4th or 5th floor." "Oh?" The abbot could not sit still. Without even putting on his cassock, he took the key and the little monk and hurried to the ghostless pagoda. He quickly opened the door, and thick dust rushed in his face. It was like smoke. The whole pagoda was full of dust, choking the abbot and making him cough several times. "Donor! Donor!" After shouting several times, Chen Qing's voice came from upstairs. "Here I come." The next moment, Chen Qing, who was covered in dust and whose original appearance could no longer be seen, appeared on the 1st floor. "You, donor, what are you doing?" The abbot was stunned. "Oh, I saw the dust was so thick, so I just cleaned it up, huh?" Chen Qing blew the dust off his body and said, "Master, do you have a basin? Many statues are covered with dust, so I need to clean them up." "Oh, right, I accidentally stepped on a hole and I don't know how to compensate for it." Chen Qing's footprints were everywhere in the tower, and he couldn't hide them. He simply pretended to clean it up and hid all the traces of his going to the top of the tower. "No, no, no, no." The abbot was deeply moved, but he still waved his hands. "Donor, safety is important. Safety is important. This tower has been unattended for too long, so don't go there again." He added, "Just have Buddha in your heart. Don't be bound by appearances." Chen Qing tried to say a few more words, but they were all rejected by the abbot. After a while, the young monk came out and said, "Master, this donor has already swept to the 4th floor." The abbot said ashamedly, "Ah, we chant here every day, but we are not as good as you, a secular person." "No, no. Donor, please move to the temple to eat." Very polite, but there is also a layer of meaning. "Please stop it! Stop it!" Chen Qing turned around and took out the urn, and the young monk immediately locked the door. There was an extra lock. Holding the urn containing the demon-suppressing pagoda, Chen Qing was satisfied. Today's temples are more or less commercial, but the eating is still very strict. Steamed buns, porridge, and stir-fried vegetables. No meat. While eating, Chen Qing thought of something and asked, "Master, do you have the Vajra subduing demons here? Maybe I don't remember it correctly, but it's about these words. Does the donor need it? My grandfather once said that this skill can strengthen the body, especially for people who believe in Buddhism. It is better to practice this skill." "Yes, yes." Chen Qing quickly pushed a thick envelope over. Master, please give it to me. Considering that I swept the 4-story pagoda, I am really devoted to Buddhism. The abbot ate a steamed bun with green vegetables and finally nodded. Chen Qing was even more delighted. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. This body training skill is a first-class skill. Physical practitioners have many advantages in the blood moon, and the biggest advantage is that the blood is thick and can burn ghosts. The fist of a physical practitioner is like a red-hot iron to ghosts. Among several famous physical training skills, Chen Qing only knew this one. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect the source to be here. Chen Man's technique has a chance. In his last life, Chen Man burst into dazzling blood light at the last moment. That was the natural qi and blood realm. After the two finished eating, they came to a study. The tall shelves were full of books. Most of them were modern products, and a few of the older ones might be 40 or 50 years old. The abbot took out one of the books, Vajra Subduing Demon Technique, and handed it to Chen Qing. Chen Qing was speechless. Printed material. There was even a price of 228 yuan on the back. Is it appropriate for you to sell it to me for 50,000? Chen Qing smiled and shook his head, and did not take it, but just said, I have this one at home. The abbot was a little embarrassed and said, the original one was already very damaged, I'm afraid. Chen Qing stuffed another envelope in. Master, even if it was the original one, I'm afraid the market price would be less than 5,000, but my grandfather is devoted to Buddhism. Please give me a favor. Now that you know it, there is no reason to let it go. Anyway, money will soon become a pile of waste paper. It's okay even if you take out all the 1 million yuan on your body. The abbot smiled and came to a safe with 2 envelopes. There's actually a safe. Chen Qing turned around tactfully. With a click, the abbot handed a very damaged ancient book to Chen Qing. On it was written the traditional Chinese characters of King Kong Fu Mo Gong. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Although it looked like it would break if it was turned over, after the blood moon, I'm afraid that even bullets wouldn't be able to penetrate it, was filled with joy. With 200,000, he got the Ghost Suppression Tower and unexpectedly got the King Kong Fu Mo Gong. The abbot was naturally happy too. It's been a long time since I've met such a generous donor. The second goal was the Zhong Ghost Catching Map. Unlike the Ghost Suppression Tower, the Wu family knew how precious the Ghost Suppression Map was. These days, there are ghosts wandering around outside the city all the time. Even if you don't see anything strange now, hanging such an old painting at home always makes you feel at ease. So Chen Qing is not sure how much this thing will cost. 100,000? 1 million? Or more? When he returned home, Chen Man had already gone to school. Chen Qing suddenly had an idea and searched for borrow money in the app market. It really exists. Loan on Palm. At the same time, there is a huge row of similar loan platforms below. The money is coming. Chen Qing was overjoyed and clicked to download one by one. In a moment, the entire 5 pages of the mobile phone became loan software. Clicking on the first one, you can only borrow 3,000. Chen Qing was immediately disappointed. Looking around in the software, he found an asset verification. After taking a photo of the property certificate and completing various information, he returned to the homepage and the limit had risen to 120,000. Comfortable. A bunch of instructions, all of which he agreed to. What are the details of not using it to buy a house or not using it to speculate in stocks? All of which he agreed to. Then, he opened his mouth and closed his eyes to verify the living person and the person himself. Finally, all 120,000 yuan was credited to his account. Chen Shan left this house almost exclusively to Chen Qing and Chen Man. He and Chen Man always wanted to split $1 into 2, but now when they saw the huge number on the account, they didn't feel anything. This pile of stuff will eventually become waste. He sighed and clicked on the second software. After some operation, he borrowed 50,000 yuan this time. Then, the next one, the next one, the next one. He stayed up all night and was supposed to have a good sleep, but he didn't expect to be busy until noon. At this time, his account had a full 1.8 million yuan more, and the total amount reached 10.8 million yuan. Should be enough? The biggest part, of course, was the Zhong Ghost Suppression Map. The price of this thing could not be determined at all. It depended on how much the owner valued it. It could be 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, or even tens of millions. Chen Qing had to be fully prepared. In addition, Chen Qing was going to renovate his house. The 2 super antiques were to prevent ghosts, and there had to be some to prevent people. Before the ghost tide, the construction of a safe house in the end of the world was an extremely niche concept. But now it has become a business that is not much different from real estate. Most of them are strengthened for ghosts, such as silver runes all over the house, such as the whole house is made of mahogany, such as the wall interlayer has black dog blood, glutinous rice, etc. In addition, food and clothing are also a big expense. It is not at all reassuring if you don't buy thousands of tons of it. The ghost tower has the function of storage, but it has not awakened yet. It is just an ordinary artifact with a little background. It has to wait until the blood moon to awaken, and you can't buy anything after the blood moon. Dead loop. Chen Qing thought about it and remembered that there was an ancient tomb outside the city, which later became a major source of ghost tide. Borrowing some ghost energy from it should be able to activate the demon tower. Chen Qing, I'm back. Chen Qing's house is on the 6th floor, and the only one who can call me back on the 1st floor is Chen Man. I'm hungry. As soon as Chen Man entered the house, he saw that Chen Qing didn't cook and didn't say much. I went to the kitchen, stepped on a small chair, rinsed and washed, and cooked the rice in the rice cooker. Then I went to the old table, opened the book, and did my homework. Of course, as expected, the first question was answered. Chen Qing, I don't know the first one. The second question was the same. Chen Qing, I don't know the second one. Chen Qing, I don't know the third one. Chen Qing was used to it and taught patiently. Chen Man was very sensible but also very stupid. The next day, Chen Qing bought himself a new mobile phone, a new outfit, and cleaned up at the barber shop. Looking at himself in the mirror, with a slick back hair, a suit, and a briefcase, he successfully aged 5 or 6 years. Finally, I arrived at the door of the Wu family. Villa. Not top-notch, but almost. Knock on the door. A young man came out and looked at Chen Qing in confusion. Who are you? My name is Li Qing. I came here to discuss a business entrusted by a foreign friend. As he said that, Chen Qing handed over a bag of juicy fruits. This circle is not big or small, but it is too easy to be exposed as a local. Ah? Trading? The young man was a little confused, but he still welcomed Chen Qing in. Soon, a middle-aged man came down from the second floor, and Chen Qing immediately stood up. My name is Wu Xiaomin, hello. The two sat down. Excuse me, it's because a foreign friend has taken a fancy to your Zhong ghost-suppressing painting, Chen Qing said with a smile. The foreign friend really likes it, and asked me to ask you if you can give it up. Foreigner? Wu Xiaomin frowned, but shook his head. This painting is inherited from my ancestors, and I won't sell it. He refused without asking the price, which made it difficult, yet fully understand. Family is also a wealthy family in Ximing City, and they definitely don't lack this little money. Chen Qing tried hard to find the words. But this foreign friend really likes the Tang dynasty culture, especially Zhong and the ghost culture it represents, which is his favorite. He should know something about you. He said that he respects you and your family's glorious history in the past, and is willing to exchange everything he can for it. Wu Xiaomin smiled. Maybe everyone has something they are proud of, and what Wu Xiaomin is proud of is the glory of his ancestors. I really want to meet this foreign friend. I wonder if you can introduce him to me? Wu Xiaomin said with a smile. Maybe it's impossible in a short time. Chen Qing shook his head and brought the topic back to the picture. Uncle, I believe that with the glory of your family, there must be more than one good treasure passed down from your ancestors. This foreign friend really likes it to the core. Please give it up. Wu Xiaomin peeled the orange brought by Chen Qing, stuffed 2 slices in it, and said nothing. It's time to bid. Chen Qing thought to himself. This picture must be won, even if it means clearing out the bank account. Will he give me the 1 million? A middle-aged woman's voice came over. Yes, yes, of course yes. Chen Qing was delighted. He looked up and saw a plump middle-aged woman. This is my wife, Wu Xiaomin said. Hello, Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing bowed slightly and said, I'll make a call. As he said that, he came to the yard and dialed his brother Chen Quan's number. Of course, it was no longer in service. After pretending to ask for instructions and report for a long time, he came back and smiled. The gentleman said that this price is acceptable. He also said that Mr. Wu is very welcome to visit. Wu Xiaomin and Mrs. Wu were both stunned. Because the picture is not very old, according to the market price, it may be less than 10. Mrs. Wu suddenly stood up and said, Oh no, not 1 million. 200, no 3, 5 million, 5 million. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows at Chen Qing. Young man, you are the intermediary. The transaction price is high, and your commission is also high. If it is convenient for you, tell me more. If 5 million is done, I will give you a big red envelope. I cut my own price? Chen Qing was speechless and shook his head. Mrs. Wu, based on my understanding of that gentleman, I am afraid that this price is unlikely. It is estimated that it can be a little more, but limited. It's okay, just say it. For the part exceeding 1 million, I will give you a 20% commission. Chen Qing agreed, but in fact he was already overjoyed. Just more than 1 million can be won? It's a free pick, pretending to make another call. This time it took a long time. Finally came back and said, This gentleman offered 1.6 million. Wu Xiaomin frowned. He didn't actually plan to sell. The ghost tide has limited impact on the north, but people pray to gods and Buddhas in peacetime. In this world full of ghosts, it would be a lot more reassuring to have such an old Zhong painting hanging in the house. Mrs. Wu seemed to see what he was thinking, and nudged him with her elbow. We still have a lot of old things at home. This money is just enough to buy Xiaomin a better house. Wu Xiaomin finally nodded. Mrs. Wu looked at Chen Qing and said happily, How do I transfer the money? Draft a contract and I can transfer the money now. At that moment, Mrs. Wu and Chen Qing chatted and laughed as they drafted the contract. Soon, Chen Qing transferred 1.6 million from his account to Mrs. Wu's account. Mrs. Wu happily took out a painting. Another envelope was pushed over. Chen Qing had just given away 200,000 in this way yesterday, so it was natural to see that the thickness was at most 50,000 or 60,000. It was far less than the 200,000 promised by Mrs. Wu, which was 120,000. This, Chen Qing's face was a little ugly. He was pretending. When being bargained, you have to act extremely painful so that the payer will feel that he has benefited. Oh, young man, that's enough. Don't be greedy. Mrs. Wu patted Chen Qing's knees. You earn 50,000 in 1 hour, which is good enough, and the foreigner will definitely pay you a commission. Yeah. Chen Qing breathed out through his nose. He unfolded the picture. The ugly Zhong caught 2 little ghosts, and there was a pile of little ghost corpses under his feet. It was vivid. No need to check the authenticity. This is it. The fierce appearance that half of the city could see, Chen Qing remembered it clearly. Zhong Kui's picture. Got it. After leaving the Wu family, Chen Qing was so happy that he almost jumped up. Mrs. Wu, what a great assist. It was obvious that Wu Xiaoman didn't want to sell it, and if he said the price, it would probably be much higher, and it would be difficult to bargain. Mrs. Wu's attempt to take advantage of the situation ended up giving herself a huge bargain. When she happily returned to the community, she saw a bunch of children circling around Chen Man. Wild child, someone is born but no one loves him. Wild child, picking up steamed buns from the garbage dump. I don't pick up steamed buns. Chen Man must have been punched a few times. His nose was bleeding. I only pick up bottles and exchange them for money to buy steamed buns to eat. The other children all laughed. The oldest child was about 10 years old, named Huang Can, a neighbor's child. He grabbed Chen Man's cheek and twisted it hard a few. See, this little rubbish. He won't hide when you hit him, and he won't talk back when you scold him. He's a natural punching bag. Ha! Chen Qing gritted his teeth, rushed to him in a few steps, grabbed Huang Can's hand and chuckled. It hurts. It hurts. Huang Can's face changed, and tears immediately welled up. Chen Qing, are you crazy? You hit a child. A woman rushed out of the store next door and pushed Chen Qing hard. Chen Qing's body shook, but he didn't let go. He looked at the woman coldly. Lu Yanhong, the owner of a snack bar in Jiangpan community. She was one of the people who killed him. When he beat my brother, you didn't care in the store. Now you say he is a child? Let go. I'll tear you apart. Lu Yanhong screamed. Her dry, ridged nails pinched the back of Chen Qing's hand tightly, tearing a cut. Blood flowed all over his hand, but Chen Qing still didn't let go. His hand's strength was even stronger. Huang Can cried. Lu Yanhong was even more anxious. Let go. I'll tear you apart, believe it or not. At this time, she suddenly let go of Chen Qing's hand and stabbed her 10 fingers into Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing dodged to the side and avoided her claws. Let go of her hand and smiled. Very good. She turned around and left with Chen Man. Chen Man dragged a big bag, which was filled with empty bottles. Chen Qing squatted down and touched his head, feeling distressed. Xiao Man, you don't have to pick up bottles anymore. But the money left by Chen Shan is almost gone. Yeah, but I've earned a lot of money. Chen Qing opened the envelope given by Mrs. Wu, which was full of big red banknotes. Look, is it a lot? Chen Man leaned over and took a serious look, shaking his head. I can't count so many. Anyway, you don't have to pick up bottles, do you understand? Chen Man still had a blank expression and was still serious. Okay. The two were lonely and spent every penny while trying to earn every penny with their limited methods. As long as it can be exchanged for a steamed bun, as long as it can be exchanged for an eraser, it is worth picking up. Decent? Only children who are held in the palm of their hands have the confidence to make noise. The two of them have always been sensible. No matter who hits you in the future, tell me, understand? I know. Go home first. Oh. Chen Man went back. Chen Qing walked to the trash can, where 3 homeless children were rummaging through things. The ghost tide in the north was very light, but many people still died, and many homeless children who lived like rats were born. The 3 children were all covered in dirt and smelled bad, and looked at Chen Qing vigilantly. Chen Qing took out a big red banknote and gave it to a homeless child, pointing to Lu Yanhong's store. Go to that snack bar and make trouble. The homeless child was overjoyed. Chen Qing took out 2 big red banknotes and handed them to the other 2 children, pointing to Huang Can, who was acting. Go beat him up. This is yours. The 3 were overjoyed. One of them grabbed a brick and cautiously came to the door of Yanhong's snack shop. The oil pan was bubbling and the occasional oil splashed painfully. The homeless child smashed the brick into the pan, turned around and ran. Bang! Puff! The boiling oil splashed. Lu Yanhong, who was frying potatoes, screamed miserably. Ah! Ah! She was shaking with pain. A bunch of words with parents and genitals gushed out of her mouth, and she ran out screaming. How could a middle-aged woman with half of her body greasy catch up with a slippery street child like a mouse? Huang Can didn't know what happened. He looked at his mother, who was screaming and running towards the street, a little confused. Bang! A heavy slap made him stunned. Huang Can staggered and saw a street child who was about the same age as him and covered in dirt. You. Huang Can covered his face and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He has always been afraid of these plague-like children. Bang! Another slap. At the same time, another street child punched him in the face. You are Huang Can. Eyes were full of stars and blood gushed out. He waved his hands dizzily to push the 2 away, but was tripped by something and fell to the ground. The 2 street children suddenly rode on him and beat him up. Huang Can held his head and cried. The 2 homeless children saw many adults looking at them, so they pinched his face and pulled it hard. Then they took advantage of the gap between his hands and punched him in the mouth several times, and then ran away like crazy. Huang Can's nose and mouth were covered with blood, and he cried loudly. Ah! Ah! Comfortable. Chen Qing looked at all this indifferently. Compared with his own and Xiao Man's lives, this is nothing? There is no interest. I have to protect this group of people and cut them up bit by bit in the ghost tide. Thinking of this, Chen Qing turned into the bank and took out the envelope. Deposit money. Deposit the money, 10.75 million. The lady at the counter asked Chen Qing to wait a moment, and then chased him out. Hello, sir? She handed over a card very solemnly. "Sir, your deposit amount has reached the bank's silver card standard." There were a lot of benefits, including gas discounts, half-price movie tickets, free car washes, free designated barber shops, etc. Chen Qing was speechless. Logically speaking, shouldn't these benefits be given to those poor people who deposit 1,000 yuan? I already have a silver card. Why do I need this? Why are all the good things given to the rich? I know. He took the silver card and was about to leave when the lady at the counter stopped him again. This time, she was selling insurance and funds, saying that the guaranteed return was 8, and it might be 12. Not to mention 12, she would not even consider 1,200. Chen Qing was getting impatient, and the lady at the counter noticed it. She mechanically flipped open a booklet and said, "There is also the construction of a safe house." At this point, she didn't want to introduce it anymore. She put away the booklet and smiled politely. "Sorry to bother you for so long." "What did you say? Safe house?" Chen Qing was interested. "The bank also has this business?" The lady at the counter was delighted and made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, please go to the VIP room upstairs." The two walked to the second floor. There were 3 tall and beautiful girls doing business in the lobby on the first floor. One of them had the most outstanding figure and appearance, and she looked at Chen Qing's back with surprise. If Chen Qing saw her, he would definitely recognize that this was the #1 on the must-kill list. Chen Qi. Chen Qi thought of something and came to the place where Chen Qing had just deposited the money. She picked up the empty envelope and took a look. There were 4 small golden characters, Ximing Securities, on the back. Her eyes shrank instantly. She always wanted to be with a rich man, so she naturally knew that places like securities were divided into different levels. Ximing Securities' ordinary envelopes were in red. Silver characters represented total assets of 5 million. Gold characters represented 50 million. Chen Qing was so rich! She didn't know that the envelope came from the Wu family, and Chen Qing didn't even know where Ximing Securities was. Gold characters. Fu Yuewei, who was next to Chen Qi, looked at the second floor. "Am I seeing things?" The one just now seemed to be Chen Qing. Chen Qi smiled and smiled sweetly. He emphasized, "Not only have they chased me, they are still chasing me now." Safe houses were a niche topic before the ghost tide. Most of those who care about safe houses are crazy about apocalyptic novels, brainwashed by cults, and extremely cherish their lives. After the outbreak of the ghost tide, the crime rate soared, and safe houses are no longer a false proposition. From small alloy doors and apocalyptic material reserves to large customized houses. At the beginning of the ghost tide, safe houses became popular, and the prices were also hyped up to sky-high prices. When the ghost tide broke out in the south decades ago, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Even the north, which had no ghost tide, also set off a safe house craze. In recent years, people have found that the ghost tide is not that scary, especially in the north. Although there are sporadic ghosts, the probability of encountering them is too small. In addition, new safe house companies open every day, so the price has dropped again. The manager who received Chen Qing was called Manager Jin. Dongfang Bupo Safe House Company, they focus on preventing ghosts. There are several layers of black dog blood, sticky rice, black donkey hooves, etc. in a whole wall, and there are runes blessed by the master. 300 guards. Their family focuses on preventing people. The whole house is made of aluminum alloy, titanium, alloy, chrome molybdenum steel, tungsten steel, etc., with HRC hardness ranging from 35 to 70. There are supporting facilities such as cameras, generators, diesel storage, weapons and firearms, and medicine houses. In any troubled times, weapons will grow wildly like seedlings after a long drought. In this world today, firearms are semi-legal, and special bullets have a killing effect on ordinary ghosts. Chen Qing asked everything very clearly. With the Zhong map, the most terrifying thing for him is actually human beings. So any anti-ghost things can be used, but the alloy walls, firearms, etc. for preventing people must be arranged. In addition, things like pepper spray, electric batons, electric grids, etc., the more the better. The hardness of tungsten steel is as high as HRC 70, but 65 chromium molybdenum steel is more recommended. Do you need to call the people from the 300 Guards Company to talk? Chen Qing nodded. Soon the people from the 300 Guards Company arrived. This is much more professional than Manager Jin. "Hello, Mr. Chen. My last name is Yang. This is my business card. Have you ever considered a small farm, Mr. Chen? If your room is big enough, you can also build a small farm. This is a 3-dimensional farm map. Using the crops we recommend, each square meter can produce about 3 kilograms of vegetables per week. Potatoes are recommended as the staple food, such as Qingshu 9E. The temperature and humidity are well controlled, and the output can reach 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer in the soil is specially configured by us. Combined with biological fertilizer, that is, human feces, it can generally be circulated about 300 times. Even with high-intensity planting, 50 years is possible. There is also a water collection room. You only need to reserve a hole, extend the water collection pole, and open it. You can collect about 1 liter of water every day. If it rains or is cloudy, it will be even more. The medical room will be equipped with common medicines, so minor illnesses are no problem. It is also equipped with a decentralized needle infusion set, which is a foolproof style. You can give yourself an infusion with just a stick. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. can basically cure all ailments. There is also an entertainment room with 200 T of novels and comics, about 900 billion words of novels. about 100,000 5 million words of online novels, and 60,000 animations including almost all types of hot-blooded fighting, romantic, pornographic, etc. The total size of the game is 19B, with about 5,000 large games and about 200,000 microgames. The chips, graphics cards, memory, etc. used in the game console are all very mature models, and the performance is also strong enough. Generally speaking, there is no problem using them for more than 10 years, and we have prepared spare parts. The video storage space is about 31B. If 1080 is used, it can store about 6 million hours of video. It includes movies, TV series, variety shows, etc., which can be allocated according to your preferences. There is also a gym, which is equipped with silicone dolls, and the key parts can be replaced. After several years of development, the safe house is now very complete, with everything from eating, drinking, and having fun. What Chen Qing thought of and didn't think of, others already have extremely professional plans. The biggest problem now is that the house is not big enough. There is no room for so many facilities. Moving, high-rise buildings are ruled out first. There are too many flying ghosts, 6-story residential areas. It seems that there is not much room for choice. Zhongpan community is close to the water. Except for drowned ghosts, ghosts are generally afraid of water, which is very good. The community is facing the street on all 4 sides, like a wall, and my house is in the middle, which is also very good. The area is several hundred square meters, and it must be able to get sunlight. How much does a house that meets these conditions cost? Either a villa or a manor. A 3-story villa in the villa area in the west of the city is generally around 7 million. The usable area is about 300 square meters, with a garden of about 70 square meters. It's totally affordable. Chen Qing was very tempted. How much does it cost to build a safe house in a villa? It may be a bit expensive. 300 square meters is not small. In addition, the family farm on the first floor must be fully protected. The price is about 46 million. Because the villa needs to be fully customized, the construction period is about 3 months. Chen Qing was speechless. Finally understood why it is said that villas are easy to buy but difficult to decorate. The most important thing is that 3 months is enough to die several times. I did some simple calculations in my mind. Given the size of the villa, it would not be cheap no matter what I did. A family farm is a must. I usually don't even bother to look at cabbage and tomatoes, but in the end times I would go crazy if I just craved a bite of vegetables. Don't worry, audience. There are 3 considerations for building it on the roof. First, there is no money and can't afford a bigger one. And even if you can afford it, you can't afford to renovate it. Second, there is no time and it can't be wasted. Third, a family farm is needed. This thing takes up a lot of space and needs to see the sun. I don't like spoilers, but because many readers say this is a poisonous point, I will reveal a little bit. There will be a super awesome safe house in the later stage. My house is on the top floor, and these things are expanded to the roof. Can I bear it? Mr. Chen, you don't know that the design strength of buildings in the Tang dynasty will exceed the mandatory standard by at least 30, generally 40 to 60. The materials used in our old community are more solid, so there is no problem with bearing weight, and we will reinforce the structure during construction. There is no problem. Chen Qing was delighted and said, "What if the first floor is blown up?" Manager Yang was startled and said, "Explosives are strictly controlled and ordinary people can't get them. If he can get explosives for this person, it doesn't matter whether the safe house is on the first floor or the 6th floor. Because when the equivalent is high enough, even if the safe house can withstand it, the people inside can still be killed through the safe house. Then we should choose the 6th floor. At least we can grow vegetables on the roof." But, after hesitating for a long time, Manager Yang expressed his concerns. The top floor is a very good choice, but it is an illegal building. Although the management is very loose, now, if someone reports it, it will be ordered to be demolished if it is discovered. It's okay. If someone really reports it, with the efficiency of the Tang dynasty government, several departments will pass the buck to each other, and the blood moon will come. But Manager Yang thought of another layer. This young man obviously has a government background. He can handle many joints. Thinking of this, he naturally paid more attention to Chen Qing. The next step is to discuss the price. Chen Qing invited Manager Yang of the safe house and Manager Jin of the bank to his home. Manager Yang was very open and even marked the market price of chrome molybdenum steel, and then quickly estimated the price based on the drawings. The price was very fair. According to what the other party said, they only made about 5. However, after all the preparations were made, Chen Qing was a little overwhelmed. A medical room must be prepared. What about medicine? It also costs money. Cold medicine and painkillers should be prepared in sufficient quantities. Glucose, anti-inflammatory, antibiotics, painkillers, and the like should also be prepared in sufficient quantities. Some more unpopular drugs after a calculation, 850,000. The entertainment room is even more expensive. Skipping TV, the storage space in B sounds very exciting, but it is composed of NAS, and the price per B is close to 100,000. Add all kinds of game equipment and spare parts, and the cost of the entertainment room is as high as 1.3 million. For food, I simply don't go to the supermarket myself and directly order 125 cubic meters of various canned food here. There are so many things that they can only be placed on the roof. In addition to diesel engines, the power generation equipment also has solar panels covering the entire building. wind power generators, and hand-cranked generators, each of which is equipped with spare parts. There is also a family super farm, which is nothing more than soil, but it is sold by kilograms. Adding left and right, the price has increased to 14 million. It's too much. Manager Jin smiled at the right time and said, Mr. Chen, I wonder how you want to pay. How much do you choose for the down payment? Down payment? Yes. How could I forget this? His eyes lit up, and he asked, what is the minimum down payment? Usually it's 40, but since you're a silver card user, it can be 20. Great. Chen Qing was overjoyed. To him, this was equivalent to an 80% discount sale, a real clearance sale with tears in his eyes. Now it's completely enough. He also bought some guns and ammunition. It only cost about 3 million. The three of them were very happy. Chen Qing bought a safe house at a bargain price, Manager Yang negotiated a 14 million business, and Manager Jin secured a loan of tens of millions. If the family hadn't prepared, it would be worth a toast. Chen Qing thought for a while and asked, Manager Yang, you are, if we use the standard of it's good to be alive, what is the most cost-effective one? In the end times, every bite of food is a priceless treasure. Food is the hard currency in the end times. As long as there is food, you can buy everything you can think of. Chen Man and I must have delicacies from land and sea, but the food used as a bargaining chip has to be edible. Manager Yang smiled and gave Chen Qing an answer that was unexpected. Pig feed. Huh? Chen Qing was slightly stunned. Pig feed is generally made from the oil residue of soybeans, peanuts, sesame seeds, and corn in oil factories. That is the residue after oil is squeezed. High in carbohydrates, high in protein, low in fat, and pure natural. Vitamins are specially formulated for you. To be honest, let alone the end of the world, even now, you are healthier than most people. 6. Chen Qing thought about this problem. He thought of buying raw materials such as wheat and corn directly, and then see if he could process them. Unexpectedly, his train of thought changed, and he suddenly understood. How much is pig feed generally sold? If the quantity is small, it's usually about 2 yuan per caddy. If the quantity is large, it's probably more than 1 yuan per caddy. Okay, that's it. After making sure that nothing was missing, the two parties finalized the contract. Chen Qing was very strict about the completion date, within 20 days. This is because an additional floor was built on the roof. Otherwise, the modular custom-made house could be assembled in 2 or 3 days. He took Chen Man to live in the hotel, in the presidential suite that cost 4,999 per day. It's really nice to have money. This suite is at least more than 200 square meters, and all the furniture exudes a sense of luxury. What Chen Qing liked most was a large safe. After locking the Zhong painting in the safe, Chen Man said, Chen Qing, this is bigger than our house. There is also a children's room inside, which is full of toys, but Chen Man is not interested in toys. He just found an animal documentary and watched it with relish. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Qing now has to activate the Demon Suppression Tower. He needs to store a large amount of food. The Demon Suppression Tower has a storage function, but it has not experienced ghost energy and has not awakened. Now it is just an antique with a bit of age. When the blood moon comes, it will be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing knows that there is an ancient tomb in the east of the city. It is very interesting. It is said that it may be a princess's tomb. After the blood moon, it has become a major source of ghost tides. There should also be enough ghost energy to activate the Demon Suppression Tower, right? Just thinking about it, Chen Man finished washing up and moved to sleep next to Chen Qing. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night. The next day, Chen Qing received a call early in the morning. It was the class teacher, Liu Shi, nicknamed Shi Zhilang. Not Chen Qing. How long will you catch a cold? Chen Qing then remembered that he had asked for leave a few days ago and had not been to class for almost a week. The infection is a bit severe this time. Hurry up! The talent test will be here tomorrow. If you pass the test, there will be many people who will rush to pay for your university tuition. Got it. Thank you, Brother Shi. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing remembered that tomorrow is July 24th, and the Ghost Control team will test talents on this day. But in the last life, Chen Qing did not go for some reason. After the blood moon came, Chen Qing fought for his life to survive and joined the reserve of the Ghost Control Army. Only then did he know that he had the talent to control ghosts. But it was too late at that time. Talent must be tested. Only if the talent is qualified can you join the Ghost Control Team, the Ghost Extermination Team, or the University. Only then can you learn the Black Prison Ghost Contracting Technique. The Black Prison Ghost Contracting Technique is related to whether you can control the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower has 12 positions that can suppress 12 ghosts. Once the tower is full of 12 ghosts, a Ghost King will be summoned. More than half of Ximing City was killed or injured in the first blood moon, but in fact the high-end combat power was not greatly damaged. Although it is the end of the world for ordinary people, overall, the order has not collapsed. In the second blood moon, the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower ran away, and the city of Ximing really fell with the help of internal and external forces. Chen Qing survived the third blood moon, but seeing the scale of the third one, everyone was already in despair. If anyone could survive, it would probably be the Wu family who owned the Zhong map. His mind was floating. Chen Qing rang the service bell. After all, it was the presidential suite. Soon, 2 waiters pushed the dining cart and brought breakfast in a grand manner. They laid out one by one, fried ham, fried eggs, fried bacon, braised pork, fried dough sticks, Bread, sandwiches, porridge, soy milk, orange juice, plus a few side dishes, a total of 15 kinds. It's really great to have money. After quickly finishing breakfast, Chen Qing said, "Xiaoman, don't run around today. If you want something, just press this service bell and someone will bring it to you. Today is Saturday, and there are no classes in school." Chen Man nodded and spread out his homework. "Chen Qing, who can you ask if you don't understand the questions? Press this service bell too. The brothers and sisters will explain it to you just now. I have to make a cameo appearance in a tomb robbery today. Just when I was thinking about where to buy a shovel, I saw a face that was engraved in my bones in the lobby. Chen Qi. What fucking bad luck." Chen Qing had something important to do now, so he didn't bother to pay attention to her and went straight out of the hall. Chen Qi saw Chen Qing in the bank yesterday, and she tried every possible way to track him, and finally found this place. She did have some tricks, and she actually found Chen Qing's room number. Presidential suite. Now, Chen Qing's identity was finally confirmed. A rich second generation who didn't show off his wealth, a gold letter user of Ximing Securities. He was building a safe house worth at least 10 million. He could afford to live in a presidential suite. She secretly hated herself for not having vision before, and actually kept Chen Qing as a spare tire. But she had plenty of tricks to deal with men, so she waited here today with the purpose of pretending to meet by chance. When Chen Qing got close, she would pretend to sprain her ankle and fall into his arms, and then he would let me go up and sit. What's next? It's too fast to hit the home run today, which would make him look down on me. Let's give him some sweetness first, and the home run will be slow, second base, or third base. But she never expected that Chen Qing would just leave. Left directly? Didn't he see me? I have always been absolutely confident in my appearance and figure. This is tantamount to a heavy blow. Chen Qing, who was about to go to the hardware store to buy tools, saw a camping store and turned in with an idea. Military camouflage styles accounted for most of the items inside. Hiking boots, hiking bags, windproof lamps, thermal blankets, etc. Chen Qing's goal was clear, an ordnance shovel. Take an ordnance shovel. The owner immediately came up happily and pointed to the ordnance shovel hanging on the rope net on the wall. This is made of tungsten steel. It can be used as a hoe to dig, as a shovel, as a mountain axe, and it can be used for chopping and cutting. After cleaning, it can also be used as a small pot. By the way, there are needles and thread, matches and compasses in the handle. Give me the most expensive one. The most expensive one was priced at $3,499, and there was no bargaining. Swipe the card. The owner was stunned and knew that a big customer had come. He immediately started to sell. "Handsome guy, mobile phone? Do you need a mobile phone?" Chen Qing was about to shake his head but paused. A very thick mobile phone. The shop owner was also a talented person. Without saying a word, he smashed the phone hard on the ground. Duang, when he picked it up again, there was nothing wrong with it. 4 protections: dustproof, shockproof, waterproof, and dropproof. It can last for a week of normal use and a month in power-saving mode. There is also a distress module and satellite calls. This thing is a perfect match for the end of the world. Chen Qing nodded immediately. "Give me 4, and you can deliver 3 to the presidential suite of the Aria Hotel later. By the way, bring 2 more military shovels." The shop owner was overjoyed and started to sell other things. One of them Chen Qing really needed. A very compact flashlight which included a compass, a knife, a windproof lighter, etc. With an idea in his mind, he asked again, "Is there anyone who can deal with ghosts?" "Yes." "This spray can make ghosts appear. This peach wood knife is made of old peach wood and soaked in black dog blood for 100 days. This radio wave can emit a frequency that ghosts are very uncomfortable with. With one in hand, ghosts will not invade." Is there such a thing? Is it fake? Even after staying in the ghost tide for 3 months, Chen Qing has never heard of such a thing. And as long as you add a wire, it can be turned into a radio station. Buy it! Just like that, nearly 300,000 things were found in this store. Anyway, there are still 7.75 million, so you can make whatever you want. The owner was so happy that he could jump up. He directly upgraded Chen Qing to a lifetime Supreme member. Maybe he didn't expect that the #1 brother on the list was so fierce, and the highest level diamond card could not bring out his temperament. So after rummaging for a long time, he found a diamond card numbered 8 at 88, which at least highlighted Chen Qing's difference. It was originally going to be delivered to the hotel, but he was too lazy to move it home later, and said, "My house is still under renovation. After 20 days, you can deliver it to this store." The owner was overjoyed and agreed again and again. Carrying an ordnance shovel, Chen Qing entered the subway. Ximing City has only 1 subway line. It was crowded, and Chen Qing was busy transferring the data from his old phone to his new phone. "Humph." A girl stamped her feet in front of him, not knowing whether she was acting coquettishly or angry, but Chen Qing didn't care. But this girl was angry. "No, didn't you want to lick the soles of your shoes before? Why don't you pay attention to someone now that they are in front of you?" She is naturally Chen Qi. She is not a person who gives up easily, especially after she determined that Chen Qing is a super blue chip stock. "Chen Qing, I'm sure of it. Even Jesus can't stop him," I said. Chen Qing didn't look up and concentrated on moving the data. "The next stop is here." Chen Qing still didn't look up. Anyway, he was the terminal. Suddenly, Chen Qi snatched the phone and ran out of the subway in a few steps. Chen Qing was about to chase, but the figure was just in time, and the subway door just closed, separating the two on both sides. Chen Qing put her feet together, leaned slightly, put one hand behind her back, and shook the phone with the other hand, smiling like a flower. She chuckled and said, "Tomorrow I will return your phone to you if you are still here." Several boys in the subway exclaimed, "Wow, this face and figure are too attractive. Who can resist it?" They looked at Chen Qing in surprise with great envy. More questions are, what kind of person can get the favor of such a girl? Chen Qing sneered. He called the police directly. "At Changhu Station, a thief stole my new phone. Worth? A satellite phone of 14,999 yuan. Yes, just contact this number." After that, Chen Qing stopped caring. Acting like a spoiled child? Haha, maybe he was too stupid in his previous life, so he fell in love with this kind of stuff. Now go and act cute to the police. Everyone in the subway was confused. No? This is no longer something a straight man can describe. This is simply a transformer. This beautiful woman is obviously interested in you? What's the matter with calling the police? Datong's surveillance is world famous. Soon, the police locked the suspect. The crime was clear. While the police found Chen Qing, who was waiting for the bus. She was confused. "Please come with us." "Uncle Police, did you find the wrong person?" "No, you robbed someone's mobile phone. The surveillance can see it clearly. Isn't this the one in your hand?" "This." Chen Qing was speechless, very speechless. This, he, is he sick? His mind was in a mess. How dare he? How dare he? He actually did this. The scene she just saw was not a whim. This was the best scenario she had rehearsed many times in her mind. Acts of girlishness, acts of vitality. She didn't believe that she couldn't take down Chen Qing. Even if Chen Qing was angry, wouldn't it be just a matter of acting coquettishly? Grabbing his arm, pretending to rub it on his chest accidentally. If one didn't work, two would do. Among the countless subsequent developments, she didn't expect this scene. "Let's go." Chen Qing was really confused. The police grabbed her arm. She suddenly broke free from the police's hand. Her eyes were a little red. We were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend. No, he is my boyfriend. Don't believe it? I still have his phone number. We chat too. Please come with us. The police didn't get used to her. There were too many routines like this when cleaning up nightclubs. Some grabbed her hands and touched her 2 points, and some stripped naked and said, "As long as you let me go, I can do anything." What's this level? Numb. If you really want to explain, wait until you get to the police station to explain. Chen Qing was really panicked and was put on the police car, tears in her eyes. Wronged. Really wronged. As soon as she arrived at the police station, she found Chen Qing's phone and called him. She wanted to ask, "What's going on? Is it that serious? It's just turned off. He is really my boyfriend. We were just joking," she cried while taking the statement. "Let's not talk about whether he is your boyfriend or not. Even if it is true, it is a crime." Another policeman glanced at her. "This phone is 15,000. Robbery. More than 3 years. Less than 10 years. Buzz." Chen Qing froze. 3 years? Tears welled up in her eyes. Her hands were also shaking slightly. On the other side, Chen Qing had already arrived in the east of the city. The yin energy was very heavy. It was like wearing only a thin coat in the early morning of autumn, and like suddenly pulling back the quilt in winter. Having experienced the ghost tide, he knew clearly that even in the daytime, it was still possible to encounter ghosts. But the probability was very small. At the beginning of the blood moon ghost tide, the big shots in the city planned a counterattack, and this princess's tomb was among them, so Chen Qing knew the route very well. Nowadays, most people have moved into the city, but there are still many villages and people outside the city. There is no way I can't afford to buy a house in the city. I can't sleep on the street, right? After walking for half an hour, Chen Qing came to an abandoned village. Not far from the village, there is a mound with a huge dead locust tree on it. Under this mound is the princess's tomb. Please, just borrow a little ghost energy." Chen Qing said in his heart, folded the military shovel into a hoe shape, and started digging. The top layer of loose soil is easy to dig, but the deeper you go, the tighter the soil becomes. Every time you shovel down, there is a clang, like knocking on a stone. The tombs of big figures are relatively deep, and Chen Qing has prepared to work for several days in a row. This work soon came to noon. After another shovel, his hands suddenly loosened. "Did you dig a hole?" Quickly clearing the soil layer, Chen Qing found a hole that was diagonally downward and could accommodate one person. A chill spread out of the hole, and goosebumps all over his body stood up collectively. This is ghost energy. A thief's hole. This tomb has obviously been visited by a master. If it were a serious tomb robber, he would have cried by now. But Chen Qing was full of surprises. The workload that was originally at least 3 or 4 days was completed in an instant. The awakening of the ancient artifacts occurred during the blood moon ghost tide. The ghost tide that broke out in the south cannot awaken the ancient artifacts. Before the blood moon approached, the ghost energy at the major ghost tide points could actually awaken the ancient artifacts. These were confirmed by people later. Looking at the ghost energy of this ancient tomb, it should be enough to awaken the demon suppression tower. At that moment, he placed the demon suppression tower at the entrance of the robbery hole and ate compressed biscuits leisurely. Go down? He didn't dare. Now he is just an ordinary person inside and out. Looking at this ghostly aura, there must be a lot of wandering souls, and there may even be evil ghosts. Wandering souls, evil ghosts, evil spirits. Wandering souls, especially F-level, can be regarded as newborns of ghosts. They are chaotic and ignorant, act on instinct, and rarely hurt people. Compared with wandering souls, evil ghosts have greatly improved their strength and have stronger wisdom. They begin to hunt humans purposefully, because this is their way to improve. For example, after a baby dies, it will become a wandering soul-level child ghost. If the conditions are met, it will evolve into an evil ghost-level night crier. It likes to eat children the most. There must be a lot of wandering souls in this tomb, and the owner of the tomb is likely to be an evil ghost. Thinking of this, Chen Qing suddenly saw a middle-aged woman not far away who was looking at him steadily. She was carrying a backpack and holding a hoe. She should have just come back from digging wild vegetables. She looked at Chen Qing for a long time, but still left. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. There was no signal on the phone. I was bored waiting, so I took a nap and dazedly heard someone making noise. Chen Qing looked over and saw the middle-aged woman leading a group of people, walking towards here aggressively. Yes, it's here. I can see it clearly. Is this the tomb robber? You dare to steal our things? You must be tired of living. More than a dozen people, most of them holding hoes, were aggressive. Chen Qing thought it was not good, but he stood up calmly, not panicking at all. After experiencing the end of the world, he especially understood a truth. If you are 1 point weaker, the other party will be 10 times stronger. He silently covered the demon suppression tower and looked at them expressionlessly. What's the matter? The man in the lead had a face full of flesh and shouted angrily, "Dare to come to our village to rob tombs? Are you tired of living? Don't talk nonsense with him. Beat him to death." Fuck, beat him to death. The crowd was indignant. More people have been looking at the tomb behind Chen Qing. Their eyes are fiery. Now Chen Qing is just an ordinary person, and he is afraid that he can't beat this kind of strong man. Thinking quickly, he made way generously, revealing the entrance of the cave. The ghostly aura spread, and even in the middle of the day I got goosebumps. I'm from the city's ghost control army. We found a lot of evil ghosts here. If you want to live, leave quickly. Oh. Fear flashed across the faces of several people. Ghost? In the past, this thing was just a trick for children, but now it really exists. Who are you trying to scare in the middle of the day? And you're fighting against ghosts? What the hell? One of them sneered. I was outside the city when the ghost tide started. I've lived for decades and have seen a lot of ghosts, but I've never seen them touch a hair of mine. Yes, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're pretending to be fighting against ghosts here. It's broad daylight. Even if there are ghosts, what waves can they cause? You're just a tomb robber. Get out of the way. The things inside belong to our village. Chen Qing frowned. Think it over. If you go in, you'll die. Come on. A girl who looked like a middle school student had been taking pictures of Chen Qing with her mobile phone. Now she just sneered. You were pretending to be fighting against ghosts just now, and now you're pretending to be kind? How funny. Why are you guarding here? Are you guarding the door for ghosts? The aunt who was digging wild vegetables before said angrily, Young man, we're giving you face by not beating you. Get out of the way. We assume that your tomb robbery has never happened. If you don't let go, believe it or not, we will tie you up and go to the police station. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost. Chen Qing shook his head. He picked up the demon-suppressing tower, armed shovel, biscuits, mineral water, etc. without hesitation, and stood aside. The demon-suppressing tower shouldn't have awakened yet, and he can't leave. What are you still standing here? What's wrong? Still thinking about what's inside? I dug all morning and was tired, so I took a break and left. Brother New, I think this kid is not honest and may not want to go as he wants to go. Look at him. Don't worry, he can go with something today. My surname is his. The strong black man walked directly to Chen Qing and deliberately squeezed him twice, sneering. It's so interesting. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know there would be treasures under our feet. The other person also said, I have been digging for us for so long. Why don't you give you a few dozen yuan of hard work? At this time, a bolder person had turned on the rear light of his phone and got in first. Chen Qing thought to himself, this bunch of birdmen will wake up the things inside in advance. The girl who had been filming the video immediately pointed her camera at him. What do you want to do? Be honest. Article 328, paragraph 1, the crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and ancient tombs refers to the act of excavating ancient cultural sites and ancient tombs with historical, artistic, and scientific value. Depending on the severity of the circumstances, the sentence ranges from less than 3 years to more than 10 years to life imprisonment. I'm going to take the lawyer exam. Chen Qing wanted to say, aren't you convicting you for what you are doing now? But he just kept silent. He secretly prayed that the demon suppression tower would wake up quickly. Fuck! So many things. The first person to enter suddenly cheered. The sound echoed between the tomb and the robbery hole, buzzing and rumbling, and it seemed extremely weird. All the villagers were overjoyed, cheered, collectively. Several people scrambled to squeeze into the narrow robbery hole. It's rich. There is hope for my father to move into the city. Soon the second person who entered also heard an excited voice. Gold! Jade! Wow! So much gold! We're rich! We're rich! Quick, get the sacks! We're rich! We're rich! The girl filming sneered. Didn't you just say that it had been emptied a long time ago? What about now? Have you ever wondered why there were tomb robbers who had entered, but there were so many things left? Chen Qing asked calmly. The girl was slightly startled. Yes, there were tomb robbers, which proved that tomb robbers had entered. Why were there so many things left inside? She couldn't figure it out, but she said stubbornly, It's none of your business. You can't get anything, so you're jealous, right? Boy, have you rested enough? Get out, the dark and strong man also said. The noise in the cave was getting louder. Don't push. Don't push. Be honest. No matter how much there is, everyone will share it equally. Don't push. Fuck. We're rich. We're rich. This ring is definitely worth a lot of money. Only a dozen people entered the cave, but the noise was as loud as that of dozens of people. They were indeed very excited. There's a coffin. Come. Everyone, come and push it. With this voice, a ghostly aura that was several times stronger than before spread out, and everyone trembled. The demon suppression tower shook slightly. The surrounding area gradually filled with black air. It's starting to awaken. In the previous life, the paper armor and paper knife given by Chen Qing had awakened, so Chen Qing was not unfamiliar with it. Just in case, Chen Qing did not move the demon suppression tower, but was ready to run away at any time. Suddenly there was a scream. Fuck you! You scared me, what's wrong? She seemed to move just now? Move your ass. Really moved. Fuck. Ghost! A few screams. Everyone's face changed drastically. The demon suppression tower finally changed. The girl who had been filming Chen Qing was dragged into the cave by something. At the last moment, she hung her hands on the cave entrance and looked at Chen Qing. Save me! Save me! Chen Qing smiled slightly, threw down the ordnance shovel and other messy things and ran away madly. Buzz! The whole ground was shaking violently. It was as if a huge monster was about to drill out from the ground. Chen Qing was shocked and jumped half a foot up, almost fell down and staggered away madly. The screams continued. The few people outside were also out of their wits, and the black and strong man ran away madly. The girl who filmed the video suddenly climbed out of the stolen hole slowly, with a weird face and red eyes. She looked at Chen Qing's back and waved stiffly. Come back, little brother. Come back, little brother. More than a dozen voices inside and outside the cave spoke in unison. A female voice was faintly formed. Chen Qing did not dare to look back and ran madly. At a certain moment, all the screams stopped abruptly. The scorching sun was calm. There was no wind on the earth. Only Chen Qing was left gasping for air, holding on to the demon suppression tower tightly and running like crazy. He ran until his lungs were torn apart and smoke was about to come out of his throat. Chen Qing finally sat down on the ground, gasping for air. It was definitely a demon. Those killed by it would probably also become demons. After a while, Chen Qing finally caught his breath. He walked far enough and was almost in the city, so he looked at the demon suppression tower. He took out the flashlight he had just bought, pressed the knife, cut a small cut on his fingertips, and smeared the blood on it. Suddenly he had a strange feeling. He weighed the demon suppression tower, small, with this sound. The demon suppression tower, which was the size of a mineral water bottle, immediately shrank by half. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Small. The demon suppression tower became the size of a number 5 battery. Looking at a large stone on the side of the road, he thought, collect. The large stone immediately disappeared and was collected in the tower. They are indeed 2 super ancient artifacts. Chen Qing's mind moved, and he threw it gently, and at the same time he thought, big. The next moment, a steel tower as tall as a person hit the ground heavily. Like a sledgehammer falling, sparks flew everywhere, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the cement floor. It's hard to persuade the damned ghosts with good words. The life and death of these people have nothing to do with Chen Qing. On the way back to the hotel, Chen Qing came to the outdoor camping store again. The owner naturally welcomed him in, like welcoming the god of wealth. Do you have a necklace or something else? You can put half a cigarette in it and carry it with you. Chen Qing showed half a cigarette for comparison. He didn't take out the shrunken demon tower. Although no one recognized it, it's better to be safe than sorry. The people's hearts in the end times are too terrifying. It must be strong, can't be cut by a knife, and is not afraid of water or fire. Yes. The owner immediately found a braided rope. This is called Dynia, a super strong polyethylene fiber, 15 times stronger than steel and stronger than aromatic fiber. Don't look at this rope so thin, it can tow a 5-ton car without any problem. Then he took out a finger-sized mummy, press the bottom and turn it counterclockwise to open it. There is a groove inside, which is big enough to hold half a cigarette. This is called a death necklace. It is said that it was worn by agents in the past. It contains highly toxic substances that can be used to kill people or commit. Now I heard that extreme enthusiasts will put adrenaline. It can save lives at critical moments. Chen Qing took a look and found that it was just enough to hold the shrunken demon tower. He immediately asked the boss to help him wear it around his neck. Weld it to my neck. Handsome man, think it over. If it is really fixed, it will take several days to get it off without professional tools. Yes. Everything is ready. How much? You are our supreme customer. What's the money? Chen Qing didn't force it, he just left. Downstairs in the hotel, Chen Qing received a call. It was from Chen Qi. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Qi's voice of collapse came out. Chen Qing, you? What do you mean you? Woo, you bastard. Dare to curse? Chen Qing sneered in his heart and hung up directly. The phone rang again. Chen Qing, don't hang up, please don't hang up. Chen Qi's voice was already broken. Please, I was wrong. Come and explain. Chen Qing pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? Another voice came from the phone. Today you called the police and said that someone robbed your phone, but this lady said that you are boyfriend and girlfriend and were joking. Please come to the station. Otherwise, this lady will be sentenced to 3 years at least. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing was a little surprised. He really didn't expect it to be so serious. He thought it would only be detained for 15 days, but he didn't expect it to start from 3 years. Isn't this the same as letting her die in there? That's a bargain for her. Among all the hideous faces in the previous life, only Chen Qi and Chen Qing can't die easily. Absolutely. Can't. Let her die in the police station. Bah, it's so damn unlucky. When she arrived at the police station, Chen Qing saw Chen Qi, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, and whose makeup was as smudged as dirt. As soon as she saw Chen Qing, she rushed over. Chen Qing dodged to the side and pushed her hard against the table beside her, shouting, "What the hell?" Chen Qi's hip hit the corner of the table, and her face twitched in pain. Chen Qing, it's me." Chen Qi tried to force a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Hey, Chen Qi, are you your family in trouble? Why are you stealing?" Chen Qing looked very disgusted. "Robbery? Misunderstanding." Chen Qi grimaced in pain. At this time, a middle-aged woman just came out of the toilet and was furious when she saw Chen Qing. "Ah, it's you bastard!" The middle-aged woman screamed and started to scratch Chen Qing. "It's you who caused Xiaoxi to be locked up. You bastard!" She was immediately held down. Chen Qing turned around and walked away without saying a word. Chen Qi was anxious. The middle-aged woman was also anxious. "Stop! Stop!" The police also stopped Chen Qing. "What?" Chen Qing frowned. "You called the police and this lady said you were friends and were just joking. Robbery, 3 years. Just do it this way. I get annoyed when I see this woman." Chen Qing pointed at the middle-aged woman who was throwing a tantrum, too lazy to argue, and walked away again. Don't you just want to extort money? We'll give it to you." Chen Qi quickly stopped her. Mom, don't make trouble. I'm not short of money. I wanted to come and explain, but now I don't want to." Chen Qing sneered. "The facts are clear. The evidence is conclusive. Just 3 years." The middle-aged woman was very angry. The hand pointing at Chen Qing was shaking. If you say one more word, I'll turn around and leave." Chen Qing smiled and looked at the middle-aged woman. "Please apologize for your behavior just now." "Apologize? No way. You're a dog that killed your parents." Chen Qing turned around and left again. Come back to me." Chen Qing didn't spoil them. He turned off the phone and returned to the hotel. "Chen Qing, you're back," Chen Man said expressionlessly. He was doing his homework while gnawing on a chicken leg, and there was a waiter sitting next to him to help him with his homework. A waiter smiled bitterly at Chen Qing. Sitting here to help Chen Man with his homework was more tiring than working 2 night shifts. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go out." Chen Qing casually took out 200 yuan bills. The waiter took them and left with a smile. Before Chen Qing could say a few words to Chen Man, the door was knocked. Chen Qing looked and saw 2 policemen, one old and one young. "Young man, don't be so impulsive," the old policeman said kindly. "If you can mediate. Would you feel comfortable if you locked up a little girl for a few years?" Chen Qing thought seriously. "I would feel very comfortable." "That's right, ah?" The old policeman paused. This sentence disrupted all his subsequent words. The words that always worked had a bug. The scene became awkward for no reason. The young policeman took over the conversation. "Excuse me, how do you want to solve it?" Chen Qing saw someone hiding at the entrance of the corridor not far away. "Of course you will apologize. The daughter robbed. The mother beat and cursed. What kind of family would raise such an uneducated thing?" The figure not far away trembled, very angry. Chen Qing felt even more relieved. "Did you see the appearance of the menopausal woman today? She was so frightened. I thought a ghost was coming. My female cat is not so fierce when she is in heat." The figure trembled even more. "Cough! Cough!" The policeman coughed awkwardly twice and waved his hands repeatedly. Okay, stop talking nonsense." He waved to the back. "You Jinshu, come over and apologize." Sure enough, it was the middle-aged woman. Her face was flushed and her hands were shaking. She said heavily, "I'm sorry," closed the door directly. Hey! The young policeman put his foot against the door and frowned. "What do you mean? Didn't you see how she apologized?" Chen Qing sneered. "Who the hell is he trying to save face for?" The old policeman looked dissatisfied. He looked at Chen Qing, then at the middle-aged woman. "If the mediation fails this time, I won't care, and your daughter will really go to jail." The middle-aged woman's face changed when she heard this. She took a few deep breaths and gritted her teeth. "I'm sorry." Chen Qing cleaned the mud that had entered his nails when he was digging the ground, without even looking at her. Not sincere enough. The middle-aged woman was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She took a few deep breaths. "I was wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. What about scolding my parents?" Chen Qing flicked out a few pieces of black mud. "You said I was a bastard who killed my parents?" The woman was stunned, for a moment, took a long breath, her body trembling and her voice was crying. "I am a bastard! I'm the bastard who killed my parents! Are you done?" She tried to look at Chen Qing calmly, her eyes red. Chen Qing smiled. "No, you bastard. Do you always apologize like you want to kill someone?" The woman clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She wiped her face vigorously. "I'm sorry, I have a foul mouth. I said something I shouldn't have said today. Please forgive me." Slap! As she spoke, the woman slapped herself hard. Slap! Slap! Chen Qing looked calmly, indifferent. "Is that enough?" The old policeman frowned. "Just make do with it." Chen Qing smiled and said, "I'm more satisfied with this. Let's withdraw it." The case was withdrawn. Chen Qing signed a mediation agreement. Chen Qi's eyes were red and swollen, and her makeup was smudged like a sewage ditch. Yu Jinshu's eyes were also red, and her cheeks were swollen. Chen Qing had no mercy in his heart. Compared with his own life and Chen Man's life, this was nothing. It was not even enough to pay the interest. But this did not affect today's game. I was very happy. He went back to the hotel humming a song. Tomorrow is July 24th, and there will be a talent test. I have to rest early today. 24th. 24th. Chen Qing always felt that he seemed to have missed something. He couldn't remember it, so he gave up. After dinner, he took Chen Man out for shopping. It was bustling and warm. Various shops were brightly lit, neon lights were bright, and the hawking of small vendors was endless. What an ordinary scene, but in a month, this scene will be completely extinct on this land. Now there are people who will fight for the oranges that no one wants because of a small rot in the trash can. Will anyone want the white banknotes and the noble and elegant clothes in the window? Looking at the little fat boy beside him, he really has never enjoyed a single day of happiness. He is stupid, but sensible. He has always worked very hard, but he is just stupid and can't do many things well. Sometimes life is too difficult, and Chen Qing would scold Chen Shan and Chen Quan for abandoning them. But Chen Man has never blamed anyone. He didn't blame Chen Shan when he picked up bottles. When no one cooks, he will cook obediently. When there is no food at home, he will find a way to pick up something to sell. Then buy steamed buns to eat. If there is enough money, he will have one, and Chen Qing will have one. If there is not enough money, he will have half, and Chen Qing will have half. Even in the last life, when Chen Qing pressed him on the knife and died with him, he didn't complain. He just hugged Chen Qing tightly. Now that the two super antiques are in hand, Chen Qing has to take him to enjoy the last prosperous life. Chen Qing squatted down and hugged him. Xiaoman, what do you want? What do you want to eat? What do you want to play? Tell me everything. Janbinggozi, add an extra egg. We can eat better food. Do you like KFC? How about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten that I have super money now? Okay then. Chen Qing didn't say steak or anything like that. He knew Chen Man wouldn't like it. Chen Qing was very relaxed that night. He picked out several sets of clothes for Chen Man in the most expensive mall. The texture was soft and there was no smell of paint. He bought Chen Man the most expensive children's watch. It can make calls and play games. He bought Chen Man a small bicycle, although it needs training wheels to ride steadily. He bought Chen Man the softest and whitest socks. He bought the brightest shoes and the biggest balloons. Looking at the clean and bright little fat boy, Chen Qing also had a smile on his face. He should have lived such a life a long time ago. How should children of this age live? Chen Man never had a reference answer, so he never corrected the trajectory of his life. So in his little world, there were always empty bottles, cooking, and occasionally some cartoons or Animal World. He would not say a word when beaten, and would not fight back when scolded. He would just work hard on his homework. Chen Qing was carrying large and small bags which were full of Chen Man's things. He was so satisfied at this moment. Passing by the door of the lottery shop, Chen Qing was suddenly startled. He remembered what he had missed. Lottery. The lottery number 24, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. Except for the last one, the first 6 numbers were consecutive. At that time, he also complained that such neat numbers were definitely man-made. So I remember it very clearly. At that moment, Chen Qing bought 5 bets. He didn't greedily buy more. 25 million? Just like that? This world is really bizarre. He sighed and took Chen Man back to the hotel. Chen Man's little belly was full of food. This was the first time in history that he had eaten so well and so much. I'm so full. Chen Qing, I'm sleepy. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night, Xiaoman. Chen Qing took out the Demon Suppression Tower and began to experiment. The Demon Suppression Tower has a storage function. There is no doubt about that. What Chen Qing wants to confirm is the speed of time flow inside. He took out the mechanical timer and turned the pointer to 0 and took a cup of boiled water and put it into the Demon Suppression Tower. Wait for 10 minutes, then take out the things. No change at all. No, yes, the pointer seems to have moved a little bit. After thinking about it, he reset the timer to 0 and put it back into the space. Let's see tomorrow. If the time in the tower is still, it would be the best. Find some big hotels and book hundreds of tables. Chen Man and the chef who can eat delicious food for decades will customize it. If time is not still, then we have to consider canned food, seeds, and the like. Everything will have to wait until tomorrow to see the results. The next day, as soon as Chen Qing woke up, he opened the necklace and took out the timer from the Demon Suppression Tower. The pointer pointed to about 4 seconds. Excluding the time of putting it in and taking it out, the real time may be less than 2 seconds. I slept for more than 8 hours, and if we calculate it as 2 seconds, the time difference is nearly 15,000 times. This means that if the hot food is put in, it can be kept warm for about 300 days. If we go by the degree of no deterioration, 30 years can still be considered fresh. According to the flow of time, only 1 day has passed in 40 years. Very comfortable. I have to make more pancakes and Western fast food that Chen Man likes. After confirming the function of the Demon Suppression Tower, the next step is to purchase goods. Now I still have 7.7 million in my hand. I have to use the money to buy as many things as possible. For example, pig feed. But I have to go to test my talent in the morning. I must learn the art of contracting ghosts. Today is Sunday, but the school is very lively. With spiritual power talent, you can join the Ghost Control Army, the Ghost Extermination Team, and the Martial Arts School. No matter which one, it is a step to heaven. In the previous life, Chen Qing gave up the test. First, he thought that if he left, Chen Man would have no one to take care of him. Second, it was because of inferiority. In fact, Chen Qing's confidence was built up thanks to the end of the world. It was through countless desperate fights that he was able to gain a firm foothold and gain confidence. Chen Qing, I thought something was wrong with you. A sturdy boy came over. Hao Qianyi. Monkey, his brother. Monkey? Chen Qing was stunned. They had been friends since childhood. When those people came in that day, they were already covered in blood and holding Monkey's knife. Monkey probably died in the hands of these people. Chen Qing hugged Monkey tightly. Good brother. Fuck, so disgusting. Let go, I have a normal sexual orientation. We are lip friendship, let go. After a while, Monkey said, how about trying it for real? I hit the nail on the head and you welcome me? Chen Qing was shocked and finally let go. At this time, the person on the flag-raising platform spoke. The one who will test your talents today is the captain of the 5th team of the Ghost Control Army, Han Yuan. A burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood on the flag-raising platform. Chen Qing was stunned. It turned out to be the captain. In the previous life, Chen Qing followed Han Yuan. Chen Qing lived to the 3rd blood moon ghost tide, but Han Yuan died in the 2nd ghost tide. Because his ghost rebelled. That evil spirit-level terrifying existence, and this ghost came from the demon's suppression tower. Han Yuan was the owner of the demon's suppression tower in the previous life. On the flag-raising platform, Han Yuan was talking. In the same weight class, you can hardly find a species more vulnerable than humans, not to mention the terrifying ghosts. And the reason why humans have been able to resist ghosts for so many years is because of their powerful souls. Soul movement, spirit essence, and ghost spring. But the premise of cultivation is that you have to have this talent. As long as the talent reaches C level, you can become a reserve of the Ghost Control Army and the Ghost Extermination Team, and add 50 points to the college entrance examination. If the talent reaches B level, you can become a formal member of the Ghost Control Army and the Ghost Extermination Team, and add 100 points to the college entrance examination. Reaching A level. Believe me, it will definitely exceed your imagination. Han Yuan smiled mysteriously and stopped talking. The crowd became restless. Everyone had heard what he said, but when a captain of the Ghost Guard said it to them, it felt different. Start now. The test was simple. Just put your hand on the huge ghost bead on the flag-raising platform. The ghost bead was translucent, and gray-black mist rolled slowly inside. A student went up to take the test, but there was no change. Then the 2nd, the 3rd. When the 4th student took the test, the mist seemed to be blown away and dispersed slightly. Wait, the staff waved. Try again. The student was full of excitement and touched other places again. No matter where he touched, the gray-black mist was pushed away through the glass, as if hiding from his hand. This is the manifestation of spiritual power leakage, Han Yuan said loudly. Only in this way can you practice. His energy level is only C, but this does not mean that his future will be bad. Just like IQ, people with high IQ will find it easier to study, but it does not mean that he will get the first place in the exam. Energy level can be improved, and those with low IQ do not need to be discouraged. Next, people walked up one after another. The proportion of talented people is about 20, but most of them are C level. Occasionally there is a B which arouses everyone's amazement. At this time, another person walked up and put his hand on it. The mist in the ghost bead was like being blown by the wind and rolled up quickly. Energy level A. Everyone exclaimed, fuck, the big boss is here. This is great. Others are like blowing a breath, but he is like turning on an electric fan. Another person went up and Chen Qing frowned. Chen Kun, Chen Qi's younger brother, Chen Qing naturally remembered that his energy level was S. It's just that the character and fate will determine the height of the future. In the last life, Chen Kun started to be arrogant, but just because a ghost pet died, he no longer had the courage to face the ghost and instead had to hide behind his butt to seek protection. Not to mention this life. No matter how many S you have, I will definitely skin you alive. Really, literally skin you alive. Chen Kun was a little nervous, took a deep breath, and put his hand on it. The ghost bead shook slightly, and the mist in it rolled wildly. Fuck! Is this a bug? No way, this is another A level. Everyone was amazed. Chen Kun was also surprised, but it immediately turned into a surprise. Han Yuan was also a little surprised, and said in surprise, there is actually an S level. Hearing that it was an S level, everyone was shocked. Teacher, excuse me, is S level the highest level? How low is this ratio? Is it considered a 1 in a million qualification? Don't worry about it. Han Yuan waved his hand. High talent will definitely increase the speed of cultivation, but it is not the only condition, and it cannot be determined that his future achievements will be higher than others. Although he said so, everyone was cheering. They have seen too many plots like this. Doesn't the novel always say that this kind of person can practice for 1 day as well as others practice for several days? Damn, it's so unlucky. Monkey spit. Chen Kun and him don't get along well. After a few more curses, it was his turn. Monkey put his hand on the ghost bead indifferently. The ghost bead rolled gently. Energy level C. Next one. The monkey was slightly stunned, and then overjoyed. I'm going to bring honor to my family. The next one was Chen Qing. Chen Qing knew that he had talent, so when Han Yuan, the ghost-controlling army in the previous life, came to the Jiangpan community, he gave him an introductory technique and promised to provide more advanced techniques after he learned it. But it was too late at that time. Chen Qing could only squeeze out a little time to practice in the infinitely tight time. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing and nodded. Chen Qing put his hand on it. Ha! It was like turning on a hairdryer and the mist in the entire ghost bead rolled up. Fuck! Here it comes again. Another S appears. The boss is here. Han Yuan and several staff members were a little surprised. He still said, "Energy level S. 6 Xiao Qingzi." The monkey immediately ran over to congratulate him. "Big brother, are you still accepting younger brothers? Chen Qing, you can do it." The head teacher Shi Jilong also came. He slapped Chen Qing on the shoulder. "See, that's why I asked you to take the test." "Chen Qing." Chen Kun suddenly came over and looked at Chen Qing coldly, with fire in his eyes almost bursting out. "You are the one who hurt my mother and sister." "I didn't hit them." Chen Qing shook his head sincerely. "Your mother hit me when she apologized to me, slapped me on the left and right." "Oh, right." "She not only hit me, but also said in her mouth, 'I am the bastard.' Snap. You are a generous person. Snap." Chen Qing described it vividly, looking at him calmly. Chen Kun had already clenched his fists in anger, rushed over. "Fuck your mother." Chen Qing raised his foot and kicked him hard at the root of his thigh. Chen Kun staggered back a few steps, holding the root of his thigh, his face twitching with pain. "No, is there really someone in your family who is born without anyone to teach him?" Chen Qing frowned and said, "Your sister steals things when she doesn't agree with you. Your mother throws a tantrum at the police station, and you curse other people's mothers at every turn. Can you still have some manners? I'll teach your mother how to raise her." Chen Kun was so angry that he was a little confused, and rushed up again with a limp. Bang! Chen Qing slapped him on the nose. The nose is fragile and connected to the tear glands, so Chen Kun burst into tears. Afraid that others would see it, he suddenly covered his face and squatted down. Chen Qing held his hands with both hands and slowly opened them. The face of a mess of tears and snot suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Don't cry. How boring are you?" Chen Qing comforted. Okay, I won't hit you, okay." Like a parent coaxing a child. You. Chen Kun wiped it heavily with his sleeves, pointed at Chen Qing and gritted his teeth. Chen Qing raised his palm and pretended to hit him. Chen Kun subconsciously stepped back. "Look, you can't fight. You're a coward like a dog, and you're here calling your mother." Chen Qing cursed. He waved his hand, turned around, and ignored him. Shi Jilong and Monkey were shocked to see all this. How did he change? That silent, submissive boy who would swallow everything. How did he suddenly become like this? Arrogant, wanton, as if he was covered with wind, rustling. "Are you okay?" Monkey looked at Chen Qing in surprise and asked carefully. Chen Qing was silent. "I'm okay? How could it be possible? Who doesn't have a lot of bitterness behind a person who changes his temperament? But he is not a person who likes to open his heart," just shook his head. "You won't believe it even if I tell you." Student Chen Qing, Student Chen Kun, Student Yang Xing Student Huang Sha. The staff read out a lot of names. "Please come up to the stage." "Chen Qing," Shi Jilong shouted immediately. "They are probably going to pull you into the Ghost Control Army. Don't rush to agree. Wait a few days and see if the martial arts school can offer better conditions." Martial arts school? Chen Qing would not consider it. When they entered the martial arts school, the blood moon came. Several people went up to the stage. Chen Kun didn't want to stay with Chen Qing at this moment, so he deliberately took a few steps late and hung far behind. Just like Shi Jilong said, Han Yuan wanted to pull them into the Ghost Control Army. All the students were shaking their heads. Just like Shi Jilong said, they now regarded themselves as goods, waiting for a price. But Chen Qing was very firm. "I only have one condition." "Oh." Han Yuan looked over. "I can choose any martial arts in the Ghost Control Army." "That's a must. Martial arts, isn't this thing for people to learn?" "Hello, boss." Chen Qing punched his chest and saluted. Han Yuan was surprised that Chen Qing would salute the Ghost Control team, but he immediately returned the salute. "Welcome to the team." Several people behind him also stood up and saluted together. "Welcome to the team?" Everyone smiled at each other, and seeing each other laughing, they laughed even more. This feeling is very wonderful. It's like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers and meeting old friends by chance. Shi Jilong looked from afar, a little absent-minded. Chen Qing is not a worry-free student. As an orphan, no one taught him how to use chopsticks. No one taught him that spicy strips are junk food. And no one taught him how to mend his pants when they are torn. When others are just learning to speak, they will be taught by adults to call uncle and aunt. But orphans will spend a long time to learn these basic things from the white eyes. So Chen Qing is not a worry-free student, sensitive, inferior, and all kinds of problems. But the one that parents love the most is often the one who has the least prospects and all kinds of problems. So Shi Jilong's protection of Chen Qing is almost open. As long as he is there, no one can bully Chen Qing. But now, looking at the arrogant and wanton teenager on the stage, he suddenly smiled. This guy who lost his father and mother and has to take care of his younger brother, it seems that he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. On the way back, Chen Qing called Monkey. "Monkey, do you believe me?" Monkey was stunned and grinned. "Tell me what's the matter first, and then I will decide whether to believe it or not." "Stock up more food, instant noodles, canned food. The longer they can be preserved, the better." "No problem," Monkey nodded. "This little thing is approved by me. If conditions permit, your family can consider building a safe house." "Safe house?" Monkey frowned. "This is not a small project. Do you have any gossip?" "Not a gossip. I'm afraid it will be difficult this time." Chen Qing didn't say too much. After all, it was too bizarre. Monkey nodded. "I will do some ideological work on them." Chen Qing sent another text message to Shi Jilong asking him to stock up more food. He didn't give a specific reason. Shi Jilong replied with one word, "Okay." Monkey's family is also in the Jiangpan community, but Chen Qing is staying in a hotel now, so they are not on the same road and separated at the intersection. While still on the road, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Manager Yang, do you have any reliable pig feed manufacturers? Do you really want to buy it? No, I'm just curious and want to prepare a little bit. You know, I have a bit of paranoia. Yes. Soon, Manager Yang sent a DF document. It was not convenient to look at it carefully on the road. A rough look showed that there were more than 10 pig feed manufacturers on it. Back at the hotel, Chen Man had a luxurious lunch in front of him and was eating with his mouth full of oil. Chen Qing also sat down, grabbed a tomahawk steak and started to eat it, while looking at the DF. Among these manufacturers there are 2 that are more suitable, local, with suitable prices and scale. He called one and asked the price. How much do you want? 1,000 tons. 3 million. What if you add meat to it? The man was slightly startled, and his tone was a little impatient. You add meat to your pig feed? You have nothing to do, right? No kidding, I was introduced by Manager Yang of 300 guards. Oh? It's not commercial meat, zombie meat, or those old frozen fish and frozen meat. If you have a connection, you can also use the leftovers from the processing plant. It's really strange. Some people add meat to pig feed these days. This customer service is a little arrogant. Okay, let's discuss it and get back to you before tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. People will feel weak if they don't have meat for a long time. If you eat sparingly, 10 adults consume 1 ton a year, and 1,000 tons is enough to support a community. Human qi and blood support everything. Without qi and blood support, even the strongest formation will fall apart. Generally, evil spirits dare not approach places with strong enough popularity. For example, military camps, such as schools. But the money was not enough, and he had to go to a loan shark company to get some more money. Chen Qing was about to make a second call when the necklace on his chest suddenly vibrated slightly. Chen Qing was startled, and then his heart tightened. There is a ghost. There is a ghost here. A strange voice with a cheerful tone rang out. Jinbuhan, 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 Jinbuhan. A ghost half a meter tall, skinny and short, ragged all over, carrying a huge bag with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared in the house. Is it Jinbuhan? Chen Qing was slightly stunned. Jinbuhan, he shouted, but there was no response. Jinbuhan, 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 Jinbuhan. As Jinbuhan spoke, he jumped high and jumped into a slipper and disappeared. The slipper naturally became a pure gold slipper. He weighed the gold slipper and it weighed more than 10 pounds. Gold has a high density, and the slipper has a thick sole. Find an opportunity to sell it, and exchange it for some supplies, and put it into the demon-suppressing tower. Chen Qing came to the Zhongpan community. The construction of his own safe house is in full swing, and the progress is gratifying. After thinking about it, Chen Qing turned into the battery shed in the northeast corner of the community. When he came to the back of the battery shed, Chen Qing saw a familiar figure. Blind Uncle Xia. There may be only 2 people who did not betray Chen Qing in the end of the world, Monkey and Uncle Xia. In the Zhongpan community, there is actually a relative of Chen Qing, Aunt. When Chen Qing was 13 years old, there was a time when he really ran out of food. Chen Qing shamelessly went to his aunt's house, and he used the little dignity he had left to ask her to lend him 200 yuan. But all he got in return was humiliation. Especially when Chen Qing went out and hid in the corridor in a daze, he heard his aunt laughing at home. Every word was deeply engraved in Chen Qing's mind. That bitch has been targeting me since she was a child. She is better than me in every way. Look, now her bastard is begging at my door. That winter Chen Qing once thought that he and Chen Man would die. It was at this time that Uncle Xia gave him a pile of dirty and smelly small bills, a total of 48.5 yuan. There were even 2 children's toy bills. So when the blood moon came, Uncle Xia would eat and Chen Qing would eat. If Uncle Xia had not always disagreed, he would have taken him home long ago. At this moment, Uncle Xia was cooking. A blind person living alone must have very bad hygiene. The water in the pot was turbid. He fumbled to put the small pot on the stove made of 3 bricks, and fumbled with a lighter for a long time before lighting the wood blocks under the pot. Those wood blocks should be leftover building materials. During this process, the lighter burned his hand, but perhaps he was used to it, so he just shook his hand and ignored it. When the water in the pot started to bubble, Uncle Xia tore open a bag of wrinkled instant noodles, fumbled to put the noodles, and then put the seasoning packets in one by one. He shook the instant noodles in the bag into his hand and ate it, and licked the seasoning packets clean. After waiting for a while, Uncle Xia took out a wooden board, pushed the ashes over to put out the fire, and then took out a pair of disposable chopsticks from a large bag next to him. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly frowned. Who? Chen Qing took a deep breath, put on a smile on his face, and said with a smile, Uncle Xia, it's me! Chen Qing! Uncle Xia immediately called, Come on, do you want to eat noodles? Chen Qing went over and sat down on a brown sofa with black and broken leather, and smiled. How are you recently? It was very messy here, but Chen Qing knew that nothing could be moved. Because Uncle Xia had already memorized the location of everything, even if it was moved a little, it would cause trouble. Chen Qing thought about how to give him money. Unlike other people in need, Uncle Xia is a strong and stubborn man. Even Chen Qing is full of inferiority. But what about Uncle Xia? Although he is blind, he is very famous wherever he goes, like a flag stuck in a garbage dump. You haven't been here for a while. Chen Man came here a few days ago and gave me a cake. Huh? Chen Qing was a little surprised. Don't look at this kid as if he is missing a nerve. He will become a great man when he grows up. Uncle Xia smiled and said, "What about you? You should have taken the talent test. What's the result?" "Passed. Talent is S level. Very good, right?" "Really?" Uncle Xia was overjoyed. "See, good things come after bad times. Good things come after bad times." Chen Qing suddenly had an idea. "Uncle Xia, it's like this. When you pass the talent test, they will give you a shopping cart, but the shopping cart is about to expire. I bought a lot of things, and some of them can't be finished. Give them to me if you can't finish them, you little brat." Okay, I'll send it to you right away." At that moment, Chen Qing came to the supermarket and didn't choose expensive things, but only things like biscuits, instant noodles, bread, ham sausage, self-heating rice, etc. When the 2 big bags were delivered to Uncle Xia was very happy. After a while of greetings, Chen Qing said goodbye and left. Uncle Xia faced the direction where Chen Qing left, touched the 2 big bags and was silent. After a long time, he sighed. "How can the ghost guard give out shopping cards and expired shopping cards? I'm just blind, but my heart is not blind," he said, bowing to a broken Buddha statue in the corner. "The world is not peaceful. I hope the 2 children are safe and healthy. After all, he is a blind man, and I can't give too much money for fear of being targeted. Let's do this for now before the blood moon. When the blood moon is coming, I will tie him up and take him home." Thinking of this, the feed factory called and said it can be, according to your needs, the meat content can be about 8, and it will be 320 yuan more per ton. So little? Chen Qing was stunned. It was originally sold for 3,000 yuan per ton, but adding meat only increased it by 10. But after thinking about it carefully, it is not surprising. First, the meat content is low, and second, the meat used is not good meat. Let's charge 3,300. Let's get 1,000 tons first. Please send me your card number. The other party was slightly stunned. It was the first time he saw someone talking about business like this. But he still sent the account number immediately. 3.3 million was transferred immediately. Soon the phone rang again, and this time the tone became much more polite. "Sir, I don't know what to call." At this point, he himself felt it was outrageous. He didn't even know his last name, and he directly called 3.3 million. "Aren't you afraid that we are scammers? My last name is Chen. Time is a bit tight. You should arrange production quickly. Just notify me when the production is ready." "Okay, I'll send you a 24-hour number. You can tell me if you have any instructions." After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing called Manager Yang again. "Manager Yang, do you have an empty warehouse that I can use? 1 week at most." "Yes, there are 3 empty warehouses in the North City high-tech zone. You can go anytime. I'll say hello anytime." "Thank you. Where?" There was no delay. Before the ghost tide, this place was almost running 24 hours a day. Although the ghost tide in the north has little impact, looking at the vacancy rate of warehouses now, you can see that it has already affected all aspects. The 3 warehouses are very large, with tens of thousands of square meters, and what Chen Qing likes most is the conveyor belt. It is directly connected from the back door of the warehouse to the front door. The best thing is that the conveyor belt will pass through 2 security inspection machines, and the entire warehouse is divided into 3 areas, with 2 security inspection machines as the boundary. The 3 areas cannot see each other. Anyway, I will ask them to pack the vegetables and put them on the conveyor belt later. Chen Qing found a phone number. "I'm card number 527. Are there any discounts for booking a table at your hotel?" "Yes, sir. As long as you're in the city, we can pack and deliver a full table and will compensate you for the overtime. If there are more than 50 tables, we also have a mobile food truck that can cook on the spot." Chen Qing knew this and asked again, "How much is a table?" "It depends on the dishes. There are 5 levels, from 688 to 488. The standard for a table of 688 is..." "You mean 488? Each table of 488 yuan has a total of 18 dishes. Exquisite 8 cold dishes, garlic fried large Australian lobster, white boiled shrimp, wine-flavored fresh fish, Wadiao treasure crab, secret sauce ox, head, scallion oil, Dalian abalone, lotus stewed turtle. Absolutely delicacies from the mountains and the sea. But it sounds too gout. I asked about other levels of dishes. The 6 at 88 ones are all home-cooked dishes such as sweet and sour spare ribs, twice-cooked pork, and yuanzi soup. On the contrary, it suits my taste the most. Is this really the fate of the poor? 100 tables. 1288 for 500 tables. 688 for 1,000 tables. Sir, are you sure?" The other party was slightly stunned. 100 tables are already considered a large banquet. I have never heard of a scale of 1,600 tables. And the most taboo thing in a banquet is that different tables have different grades. If you don't have money, you would rather cut the dishes on each table in half or reduce the grade by 2, rather than have some tables better and some tables lower. So now I just think Chen Qing is making a harassing call for fun, or a scam call. Of course, in the service industry, he can only smile along. Then come to the warehouse area of the high-tech zone, Area C, Warehouse 211. "I'm sorry, sir, because the quantity you ordered is a bit exaggerated. We need to collect a deposit before we can come." "Oh, how much?" "The total price is 1.82 million, and a deposit of 20 is required. That is 364,000. "What is your account number?" The operator reported the account number and sneered in his heart. This kind of fraud is really too old-fashioned. Maybe they will immediately say something like freezing the bank card, and then there will be a lot of old-fashioned tricks, such as clicking on the link in the text message. "Fuck!" he was thinking, and suddenly a voice shouted, There is a large order for 1,600 tables in the warehouse area? Is this a feast for the whole city? The operator was stunned. What? Isn't this a complete liar? How can it be real? Hurry. Everyone, get moving. Chef Team 1 will take 100 tables of home-cooked dishes first, and the rest of you will go and buy the ingredients. Call all suppliers and make sure to guarantee this order. The operator was slightly startled and hesitated. Is it a liar? The deposit has been paid. You are a liar. The whole hotel became busy. Everyone was surprised. 1,600 tables. Is this a feast for the whole city? The hotel was very fast, and the mobile food truck arrived at the warehouse area very quickly, but several chefs were a little dumbfounded. Where are the people? Just one? Where are the people who are eating the feast? You, Mr. Chen, where are the people who are eating the feast? This is an urgent task. Don't worry about it. Just pack each one and put it on the conveyor belt. Someone will take it away at the back of the warehouse. You are in the loading and unloading area in front, and you are strictly prohibited from looking at the back. Don't think too much. Don't ask too much. Don't be curious. The chef's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had many guesses. The look he gave Chen Qing was very different. Could it be the Ghost Control Army? This young man is so young. He must be a big shot in the Ghost Control Army. He was curious, but he resisted asking, and just told his companions to start setting up. This is a semi-trailer truck. After starting the switch, the doors on both sides opened, and gradually stretched out with a rumble, forming a space of about 7 meters by 7 meters. The chefs moved quickly and soon got busy. The sound of preparing food soon became a cacophony. The conveyor belts in the warehouse were covered with plastic sheets, which looked very new after being opened, and the meals were all packaged, so there was no need to worry even if there was dust. Whoosh, boom! The fire started. The fire was strong, and the speed of serving the dishes was fast. Soon, the first dish went through most of the warehouse and came to Chen Qing. When he opened it, it was stir-fried pork slices, hot and fragrant. Chen Qing was very satisfied and put it into the demon control tower. The 15,000 times time velocity difference means that even if it is taken out 10 or 20 years later, the dish will still be hot. Chen Man and I can spend the rest of our lives comfortably. Then the second serving, the third serving, the 100th serving, the 200th serving. 2 hours later, the speed of serving the food suddenly doubled. It should be the second batch of people who have arrived. It was so busy that it was soon evening. I called Chen Man and told him to eat and sleep by himself. Chen Qing casually picked up 2 boxes. He threw himself into work again. This is using telekinesis to collect dishes. Chen Qing was extremely tired at this moment, but it seemed that his telekinesis had a tendency to become stronger. Could this also be considered a kind of practice? Like Chen Qing, the chefs in the dining car had already sweated through several layers of clothes. Everyone was exhausted. Snap, snap, snap. The manager appeared, clapping his hands and suddenly smiling. Everyone listen carefully. Hey, keep your hands, listen carefully. The chairman knows about this order. He said that if this order is completed, everyone will get a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Wow, what? 10,000? Awesome, long live the chairman. I'm going to die on this food truck today. Come on, everyone was excited. The chef seemed to have thought of something, and came over and asked softly, is that young man from a prominent family? 9 out of 10 are from the Ghost Control Army. The manager whispered, the Ghost Control Army has been making frequent moves recently, and I guess they are going to do something big. I guess these are all for the Ghost Control Army to eat. Then why don't you just go to the army? Isn't it better to do it now? If you can do it on the spot, what doer, you want to say? The manager rolled his eyes at him. Don't ask about the things in the underworld. As he was talking, the phone rang. It was the chairman's call. Even though he couldn't see it, the manager naturally lowered his waist when he answered the phone. Xiaojin, this must be done, understand? Hey, chairman, don't worry, I guarantee it with my head. I wish I could come here in person, but they didn't come through the official channels, so it's not easy for me to show up. Anyway, remember, if this order is done, we may be able to get in touch with this line. Understood, it will definitely be done. The chairman was very worried and reminded, recently there are a lot more anti-ghost army in the city. According to several bigwigs, the anti-ghost army may take over Ximing City. In short, no matter what that young man says, do it unconditionally. Don't ask, don't be curious, just do your job honestly. It's better than flattering 10,000 people. Understood. The manager put down the phone and got into the dining car again, emphasizing, hold your hats tightly. I know everyone is hot, but you must keep it clean. Not a single hair can fall off. Ayu, go and get 10 more gas cans, and 20 kilograms of onions and 200 kilograms of potatoes. You pick them yourself, the best ones. Xiaoqin, make the meat cubes finer. Chen Qing, who was about to yawn, suddenly slapped his forehead. While collecting the dishes, he opened his mobile phone. Chen Man loved KFC the most, but he forgot to order it, so he ordered 100 family buckets in each of the 21 stores in the city. He called again and asked the manager to help put it on the conveyor belt. The manager's attitude was so good. You could almost hear him bowing over the phone. Chen Qing was very puzzled. Is the service industry so turbulent now? But soon, a call came in. Sorry, sir, we don't have enough 100 family buckets in our store. Please cancel it or order 50. He received more similar calls, but in the end, more than 1,600 were ordered. Chen Qing thought about it and simply followed the takeout order and ordered a bucket at random. What skewers, braised food, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice, cakes, all in large quantities. At the entrance of KFC in Chengbei Square, the 8 deliverymen were a little curious. You guys are also in Warehouse C? You too? This is amazing. Is it popular to eat at banquets in KFC now? Let's go and have a look. The more they walked, the more surprised they were, because more and more deliverymen joined the team. Soon they gathered into a large army of battery vehicles. Warehouse C? You too? The closer they got to the high-tech zone, the more surprised they were. Later, they didn't need to ask anything. When I was in elementary school, I wrote a novel about a rich man. In order to highlight his wealth, I said that he ate 100 family buckets every day. I actually saw it happen in my lifetime. When they arrived at the warehouse area C, the battery cars were already stuck in a ball. The manager had to start directing traffic and directing everyone to put everything on the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was asking who the Mr. Chen who ordered the food was. But the manager just said with a frown, "Don't ask about the affairs of the underworld. Don't ask about the affairs of the underworld. Don't ask about the affairs of the underworld." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a group of helpers were invited from other hotels. The speed was much faster. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning, everything was over. Everyone was exhausted, including Chen Qing. After using telekinesis intensively that day, his brain was itchy and felt like something was growing. The manager's voice was hoarse, but he still called Chen Qing. "Mr. Chen, orders have been completed. Can you sign for them?" Chen Qing quickly arrived in front of the warehouse but saw dozens of chefs and they were not dressed in uniform, obviously from different hotels. He was slightly stunned. "Good guy, I didn't expect the hotel industry to be so united. One family is in trouble and 8 families will help." Without hesitation, he signed directly. Then, "Oh, I'll pay the money right away." No, don't worry. Any time is fine." The hotel industry has become so complicated, not even in a hurry to collect money. At this moment, Chen Qing felt that his brain was flawed. Although he didn't understand, he was very happy. It would be better if he could pay in installments. The manager and the chef directed everyone to clean up the mess on the ground. It was very fast and left with a car of garbage. When everything was calm, a takeaway battery car slowly arrived, constantly comparing your express delivery? No, your takeaway. I wish you a happy meal." Chen Qing took the milk tea and handed it to the takeaway boy. "Brother, is it convenient for me to take me back? I'll buy you some milk tea." Then the skewers. "I'll give them to you too. Spicy small. It's also yours." The boy was a little confused. He encountered the most bizarre night in his career. After sending Chen Qing downstairs to the hotel, he took 2 sips of milk tea and murmured, "Arigato Chen Mumu-san." When he returned to the hotel, Chen Man woke up in a daze. "Good night, Chen Qing." "Good night." Chen Man fell asleep and snored. Chen Qing suddenly thought of something and took out the lottery ticket. 25 million. Rich. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. This is the prize drawn on the 24th, starting with 24. No need to look, it must be a win. This set of numbers is so special. I can't forget it even if I want to. It seems that I have to pay taxes. Is it 20? Should I wear a helmet when I receive the prize? Chen Qing mumbled and searched for the winning numbers. Then he was stunned. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Did I read it wrong? He checked the numbers carefully, then checked the date, July 24. It was correct. So what went wrong? 6. Really 6. He tore the lottery ticket into pieces. He fell asleep holding Chen Man. Maybe it was because he wanted to grow his brain. Chen Qing slept until noon. Chen Man had gone to school by himself. After dinner, he came to the 5th Battalion of the Anti-Ghost Army to report. "Chen Qing, welcome." Han Yuan punched his left chest with his right fist and saluted. Chen Qing also returned the salute. "Maybe you already know about it, but let me introduce our brigade. The Ghost Control Army, the Ghost Extermination Team, and the Martial Arts School constitute the 3 major training systems now. Among them, the Ghost Control Army is mainly responsible for guarding with the largest number and is the foundation of the entire Tang dynasty now. The Ghost Extermination Team is more dangerous. They belong to the Mobile Force, responsible for decapitation and exploration. They can be regarded as special forces and are the most cutting-edge combat power. The Martial Arts School concentrates most of the talented but unaccustomed to fighting and killing. They improve their skills and develop weapons, etc. For example, the standard weapon in the army, the Kunwu sword, was developed by the Martial Arts School. Chen Qing naturally knew. The best treatment is the Ghost Extermination Team, but Chen Qing has to take care of Chen Man, so he is destined to not be able to fight East and West. You seem to know a lot about the Ghost Control Army. Do you know what 3 weapons we have? Kunwu sword, Kunlun crossbow, and gun. Chen Qing did not hesitate. I choose Kunwu sword. Once you choose a weapon, it is equivalent to choosing the subsequent position allocation. Kunwu sword is a close combat type. Kunlun crossbow, auxiliary, medium, and short-distance sniping. Gun, auxiliary, long-range sniping. Han Yuan nodded. Let's formally test your talent, and then receive equipment. Those with A-level talent generally have their own opportunities, so they will not be forced to stay in the team. What about you? I want to learn in the team for a few days first. Ghost contracting technique must be learned, especially the Black Prison Ghost contracting technique. He Qiang, take Chen Qing to test his talent. Soon, a strong man came over. He was very talkative and talked non-stop as soon as he saw Chen Qing. My name is Qiang. And I like fishing. My family used to be a butcher. Have you ever killed pigs? I heard from the captain that you have an S-level talent. It would be a pity if you don't join the ghost killing team with this talent. What does an S-level talent feel like? They talked all the way and came to a place. A bit like the radiology department of a hospital. There was a wall on the side with a large glass on the wall. Two people in white coats and Han Yuan were watching there. There was something like an electric chair in the middle, with palm-shaped depressions on the armrests. Sit on it and put your hand in. He put a lot of clips with wires on his hands and feet, and put on a helmet with a bunch of wires. It's been a long time since we had a new S-level recruit in the team. The one that did was snatched away by the Ghost Slayer. I hope this S-level can stay here. Qing confirmed that everything was in place, made an okay sign to the person behind the glass, and said with a sly smile, "Are you ready to leave your body?" Chen Qing nodded. Buzz, a slight sound. The whole body shook, especially the head. It seemed to be pulled by something in the air. It really felt like the soul was leaving the body. The values on the computer display panel jumped around for a while, and suddenly stopped. At the end of a bunch of values, there was a small word, energy level, SS. The doctor opened his mouth wide. Double S level, SS level, the same level as you, the captain. Han Yuan also opened his mouth wide and suddenly whispered, "It's wrong. Change it back to S level." Huh? Change it when I tell you to. Do you believe I'll beat you? Okay. They naturally knew why this was happening. If the Ghost Slayer knew about this, they would definitely take him away. But Captain, there will be a record in the machine. When they find out, with my charisma, Chen Qing won't be able to get rid of me. Qing and Chen Qing soon saw the result. It was indeed a genuine. Congratulations, Chen Qing. You have improved a little compared to last time. Han Yuan smiled. The two doctors looked at each other and remained silent. Chen Qing thought to himself that it had indeed improved a little. When he used the demon suppression tower to collect takeout, he felt it. After thinking for a while, he asked Han Yuan, "Captain, my head has been itchy these days." Well, how to describe it? It's just, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Is this normal? Hearing this, Han Yuan, the two doctors, and Qing were all stunned. Congratulations. Before Qing finished speaking, Han Yuan kicked him away. Was kicked away and shut his mouth. Han Yuan said in a heavy tone, "The new brother may have a brain disease. You still want to be clever? Chen Qing, wait here for a while." Han Yuan said and pulled the three people into the glass room. "I want to. Is he going to awaken?" "Boss, is he going to awaken?" "Shut up." Han Yuan rubbed his hair. His face was like a mask of pain. "It's so hard to get a good seedling, but he's about to awaken. I can't keep him now." After struggling for a while, he said angrily, Change it to A." "Huh? Boss, you are a bit black. Now. Not kind. Their treatment will be reduced by half. You are talking nonsense. How can I let him suffer? I will double it back to him. Change, believe it or not, I will beat you. I will call you Captain Black from now on. Lawless, no respect for the king." Qing wanted to say a few more words, but was kicked away again. "Bullshit. I have a lot of good stuff in my warehouse. I will definitely make it up to him. Double!" When he returned to Chen Qing, Han Yuan's face was a little heavy. "You have a telekinetic tumor in your brain, which is absorbing your telekinesis, so your correct energy level is A. Telekinetic tumor? This thing will be slowly digested as you practice. Don't worry." Chen Qing was stunned. The matter revealed a sense of weirdness, but the feeling of growing brains was real. It might really have an impact. "Let's go and choose a technique first. What technique do you want?" As soon as this was mentioned, Chen Qing immediately shifted his thoughts. Black Prison Ghost Contract Technique. This is a must-have, but it cannot be said out loud. Because this thing is confidential, I can't explain how I know it exists. Originally, Qing was supposed to lead the way for the rest of the journey, but Han Yuan seemed very enthusiastic and led the way himself. Arrived at the book collection hall. Let's call it that. In fact, this is a room with strict security, with many locked black boxes in it. Some black boxes are very long, some are very heavy, and some are very small. The skills were also placed in black boxes. You are A-level. You can choose 2 A-level items, anyone you want. There was a metal plate on each black box which described the items inside. Item name, Ghost Contracting Technique. Category Skill. Level B-level. Danger level None. Notes, can contract ghosts, a must for ghost masters. Item name, High Precision Tactical Rifle. Silver Bullet. Category Weapon. Level B-level. Danger level None. Notes, can be loaded with special bullets to kill ghost leaders at a long distance. Item name, Blood Red Clothes. Category Antiques. Level S-level. Danger level None. Notes, left behind after killing a female ghost, it has extremely strong defense against ghosts. Chen Qing looked at them one by one, and the level of the antiquities was extremely high. Basically, they were all S-level and above. Of course, his demon-suppressing tower and Zhong map were definitely SSS level. If the cap was 10S, then there would be 10s, and if the cap was 100s, then there would be 100s. That's it. What a pity. If it was S-level, I could choose this blood-red dress. Qing and the two doctors looked at Han Yuan. Their contempt was undisguised. Ahem. Han Yuan coughed twice. Well, in line with the fine tradition of taking care of newcomers, you can choose one more SS level 1, and the contribution points will be deducted from mine. Contribution points? You get them when you complete the task. You can exchange them for money, you can exchange them for rewards, and if you don't have what you want here, you can apply to the superior warehouse. Oh, Chen Qing nodded. Look back again. Item name, Black Prison Ghost Contracting Technique. Category, Gongfa, level SS level. Danger level, note, a dangerous advanced method of ghost contracting technique. After using it, the ghost will be locked into the soul realm, and it can only be released when there is only one soul fluctuation left. Note, one side dies, only one side remains, or the ghosts submit to humans, and the soul fluctuations of both sides are unified. Note 2, this technique is extremely domineering, and it is a life and death technique. Please choose carefully. Captain, I want this. Han Yuan's face changed. This won't work. Han Yuan shook his head and said, choose something else. He Qiang also advised, brother, you should choose something else. Chen Qing looked at the two of them. Look at this danger level. Han Yuan's expression was solemn. As long as there are these 4 words, even if it is only 1 star, it is very dangerous. Generally speaking, things with a danger level of 2 stars will not appear here. These are all managed by a very mysterious organization at the headquarters Tianji Pavilion. With the words danger level, whether it is an ancient artifact or a technique, it is extremely dangerous. The reason why it is still here is because it has not been handed in yet. He Qiang also advised, brother, take a look at the notes above, which means that if you put a ghost into this black prison, there are only 3 results. You die, it dies, or the contract is successful. The success rate of contracting ghosts is very low, maybe less than 10%. This is almost forcing yourself to death. As long as you don't die, you can always contract the next one. Why bother? Chen Qing naturally knew. This is exactly why he chose this technique. This is it. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing, frowned, gritted his teeth. Change it to SSS level, count it for me. But Chen Qing was very determined. Thank you, Captain. Didn't you say that talents can reach A level have their own opportunities, and my opportunity just needs this? Han Yuan sighed. Then he took a very strange key to open the box. A very thin, ancient book. There are many acupuncture point marks on it, and on the side are instructions on how to control the spiritual energy to flow between the spaces. After choosing this one, he chose another ghost energy level detector. This thing is like a watch, and it also has the function of telling time. It integrates some common functions such as a compass, and the most important thing is, it can detect the energy level of ghosts. Wandering souls, evil ghosts, evil spirits. For example, C-level wandering souls, A-level wandering souls, S-level evil ghosts, and the like. There is still 1 quota, but Chen Qing can't think of what to take. If you don't like it, you can choose next time. Okay. Then he received the standard Kunwu sword, which looks like a Tang sword, with blood-colored patterns on the surface, and it is heavy and substantial. Then came the team uniforms, certificates, etc. The room number assigned to you is 527. No key required, face recognition. Both the Ghost Slayer and the Ghost Guard will have intensive special training, and you are no exception, but as long as you complete the training for the day, you can go back. Report tomorrow, and the formal training will begin the day after tomorrow. You came 2 days early, so you can go back first. Boss, is there a teacher for training? I want to learn now. We have invited a martial arts school master to be your theoretical teacher. He will be here in the next 2 days. He has arrived this morning. He Qiang said beside him. Oh, then go find him yourself. Chen Qing quickly found the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's surname is Wukong. He seemed to have just packed up and arranged the room. He was writing a text on his laptop. The title was, The Essence of Soul Movement is Mind Movement and Spiritual Movement. When Chen Qing told him the purpose of his visit, Wukong was a little surprised. But he still nodded in approval and said, I like those who are eager to learn. What is your talent level? A level. Wow, rare. Wukong was even more surprised. The dormitory conditions were limited, so he welcomed Chen Qing in. Put a cup of water on the stool and hold your hands about 1 inch apart around the cup. Just imagine there is an electric current between your palms and try to move them like this. After saying this, the water in the cup trembled slightly, even though they were not touching. This is the soul movement realm. To put it bluntly, soul movement is the movement of thoughts, spirits, and wills. Just like some people are born with the ability to move their nostrils and ears, but others can't do it. The soul movement realm is like this. If you can, you can, and if you can't, you can't. Although it is the simplest and most basic realm, if you don't have talent, it's useless to work hard for 100 years. Generally speaking, it takes 1. Wukong's eyes widened suddenly, because the cup between Chen Qing's hands moved. 1 day to 1 month. Is your talent really just A? Yes, the captain confirmed it personally. Wukong was confused, but still nodded. Congratulations, you have reached the soul movement realm. Really? Chen Qing was happy, but Wukong also said that this was the simplest and most basic realm, and it was not surprising that he could reach it. Wukong took out a large card, a folded hard card, which formed a map of acupuncture points when it was opened. Come on, take off your clothes. Chen Qing took them off immediately. Wukong took out a pistol-like object, with a thumb-sized jade stone at the tip of the gun and a ghost bead embedded on the butt of the gun. Your talent is A level, which means that you already have a lot of spiritual energy in your body. Wukong put the gun tip under his throat. This is called Tiantu Point. I will mark it for you with the guide gun, and you try to control the spiritual energy here. As he spoke, the gun tip gave off a slight chill and a little numbness. Chen Qing had never felt the spiritual energy in the body, but when he guided it like this, he really felt that there was spiritual energy all over his body. After trying hard, he could indeed control them. It was just very difficult. It was a bit like the feeling of effort when using a mouse for the first time. Although it could move, it took a lot of effort to control it. After a while, Chen Qing slowly found the trick and tried hard to drive the spiritual energy to the position, guided by the guide gun. The ghost bead on the butt of the guiding gun gradually lit up. Wukong opened his mouth and was stunned. Success on the first try? What kind of monster is this? Teacher, is that so? Chen Qing wanted to control more spiritual energy to go over, but the waves behind pushed the waves in front, and only a little could stay on the Tiantu acupoint. Okay, Wukong said in a daze, pointing to a red line on the acupoint map. This circle of acupoints is the so-called Zhou Tian. Controlling the spiritual energy to go around in a circle is Zhou Tian. If you are fine, remember to control the spiritual energy to go around more. This will form something like a force field, attracting more spiritual energy into your body. You can go back, take this. Chen Qing took a large, thin book. There is no shortcut to cultivation. You must practice more. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Chen Qing left, and Wukong was still in a daze. After thinking for a while, he called Han Yuan. Captain Han, there may be something wrong with Chen Qing's talent test. It is impossible that there is only A. Han Yuan was silent, but still said with a stiff upper lip, Yes, I tested it myself. He asked again, What's wrong? His soul has moved, and he has learned to slowly control the spiritual energy. Puff! There was a sound of spitting from the other end of the phone. What? Han Yuan was really surprised. It usually takes a week to a month to activate the soul, but he succeeded in one go. Then he activated the spiritual energy. Chen Qing succeeded in just the first time he used the guide gun, and the guide gun was only open to level 1. Generally speaking, the guide gun needs to be open to level 4 or 5 to be useful. Some people even have to put the user into the guide instrument and let the guide instrument run for several days before they can barely learn to activate the spiritual energy. This talent is too terrible. It is absolutely impossible to be only A level. I'm afraid it's possible to be S, double S, or triple S. In this way, he is no longer your student, Han Yuan said helplessly. Suddenly, Wukong understood everything. The usually gentle man also burst out with a fuck. You are too black. Black ass, Han Yuan said angrily. What's the matter? What skills can't I teach, or what equipment do I not have? Besides, he doesn't want to join the ghost-killing team. I didn't force him to stay here. Wukong was stunned. Anyway, he is A. Do you understand? Ah! He opened the necklace and put the Kunwu sword and equipment into the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing began to concentrate on running the Zhoutian. When there was a guide gun, it was like a beacon in the dark. All he had to do was rush there. But now it has become a mess again, and everything has to be explored slowly. Comparing with the acupuncture point map, Chen Qing controlled the spiritual energy to run slowly. Chen Qing, I'm back! Chen Man shouted and opened the door to enter. Seeing Chen Qing practicing, although he didn't know what he was doing, he didn't ask. He ate something and started doing his homework. Chen Qing, I don't know how to do the first question. Chen Qing waved his hand. Ring the bell. He sank into meditation again. Chen Man pressed the service bell, and the waiter began to tutor him painfully again. Chen Qing didn't move until dinner. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Man yawned. Chen Qing suddenly opened his eyes. Cleared. The first Zhou Tian completed. Chen Qing, good night. Chen Man brushed his teeth and soon fell asleep. Chen Qing ate his meal in a hurry. He started running the Zhou Tian again. This time it was obviously faster. When the second circle was finished, it was pitch black, and I didn't know what time it was. Chen Qing then tried to start the second Zhou Tian. The acupuncture points of the second Zhou Tian were harder to find, and the direction was more complicated. Chen Qing's speed suddenly slowed down a lot. Chen Qing was still practicing until Chen Man had breakfast and left. Maybe it was because of the effect of resting his mind. He didn't feel sleepy after staying up all night. When he opened his eyes again, it was when Chen Man came back from school. No wonder he retreated for several years. Time passed too quickly. While having dinner with Chen Man, the doorbell of the hotel rang. Chen Man opened the door and a woman's voice that was somewhat familiar and somewhat unfamiliar rang. Ah, Chen Man, you have grown so big and are becoming more and more likable. 3 people walked in. A middle-aged woman, carrying a box of milk in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other, was a little thin, with narrow eyes and big lipstick. A middle-aged man dressed in business clothes, with a big and heavy belly and shiny leather. There was also a young girl of the same age as Chen Qing, chewing gum, and she inherited the middle-aged woman's long and narrow eyes. Chen Qing frowned. The middle-aged woman was Chen Qing's aunt, named Huang Shui, her uncle Hong Jian and cousin Hong Ya. They also lived in the Jiangpan community and were Chen Qing's only relatives now, but they had not been in touch for 6 or 7 years. When Chen Qing was in the most difficult time and had no food, Chen Qing went to ask them for help. Chen Qing will never forget that when he was 13 years old, he came to their door in the cold winter just to borrow 200 yuan. 200? What is 200 to a family with 2 working people? But these 200 yuan could save himself and Chen Man. He tried hard to please them, using the most humble tone and gesture, but what did he get in return? The aunt sighed and even found a few rotten apples from me, somewhere to cry poor. But the plates under the apples were clearly made of silver. When Chen Qing walked out of the door in despair, he sat at the door for a long time. He heard an unforgettable laugh. That bitch has been targeting me since she was a child. She is better than me in every way. Haha, look, now her bastard is begging at my door. How harsh. Chen Qing never thought that his closest relatives would smile and watch him struggling in the mud. Instead, it was the blind old man who had been a widower all his life who pulled him up. He took out a bunch of dirty small change from his dirty pocket and saved himself and Chen Man in that cold winter. Since then, although they lived in the same community, Chen Qing had no contact with them again. They never said hello when they met. "Ah, Chen Qing, you have grown into such a handsome young man. Auntie looks so rare." As she said that, she looked around again. Huang She sat down and sighed. "Your parents passed away early, leaving you two alone. When I think of it, I feel really bad." Her eyes turned red as she said this. Chen Qing had been silent, but at this moment her eyelids jumped. A surge of anger rushed to her head. "Bad. We live in the same neighborhood. For 7 years. Have you ever come to see us once?" Huang She said this with a tone full of reproach. "You should cancel this room today. You are so young, but you don't know how to save money at all. Before, 200 yuan was like stars in the sky for me. But now 5,000 yuan a night is just a dime in my eyes." Chen Qing stared straight into Huang She's eyes. "Aunt, is the milk and fruit you brought today worth 200 yuan? Huang She looked a little unnatural and forced a smile. "What are you talking about, kid?" "Oh, you are so fussy about old things." Hongya chewed gum and rolled her eyes at Chen Qing. "It's just 200 yuan. Are you going to remember it for the rest of your life? Go away." Chen Qing's eyelids jumped, slightly. His hand pressed on the necklace involuntarily. Seeing that Chen Qing was in a bad mood, Hongjian waved his hand and looked at Hongya. "Say less. It's not that I don't want to see you, but there are too many things these years. I'm busy, and your aunt is busy too." After pondering for a few words, he pushed the milk and fruit bags forward. "Isn't this to see you? These are all good milk and fresh fruits." Chen Man brought a large plate of fruits at the right time, eating while watching cartoons. Whenever he saw durian, he frowned and threw it into the trash can beside him. Hongjian's face was a little embarrassed. Chen Qing didn't even glance at the fruits. "I've been a little picky in recent years. I usually don't eat fruits under 200 yuan. Let's be frank, what are you doing here?" "It's like this, Xiaoqing," Huang She said. "Let's just call her Chen Qing." Chen Qing frowned. "Not everyone can call her Xiaoqing. How can you talk like that? This is my mother. She's your elder too." Hongya was unhappy and stared at Chen Qing. "Little idiot, watch your words." Okay. Hongjian frowned and interrupted and said slowly, "I heard from Chen Kun yesterday that your test talent reached S. Xiaoya's test talent didn't play well, and she got C. I have someone on the inside. You can switch with her. Aren't you going to join the Ghost Army? The Ghost Army doesn't need such a high talent. I won't let you help in vain." Hongjian solemnly took out a stack of red banknotes. "Here is 10,000 yuan, and I'll give you another 5,000 after you change your talent." Looking at this full 10,000 yuan, Chen Qing was stunned. "Ha!" Chen Qing laughed wildly. "Ha!" The three of them were shocked. After a while, Chen Qing finally stopped laughing and said in a serious tone, 10,000? A full 10,000. Huang She was stunned and finally figured out something was wrong. "I know you are a little better off now. 10,000 is not much, but it is not too little. And Chen Qing, we are always blood relatives. If your sister achieves something in the future, you will also benefit." "Benefits?" Chen Qing sneered. "S-level talents can get at least 100,000 scholarships to join the martial arts school. You give me 10,000? Are you sending away beggars?" Huang She and Hongjian paused. They had discussed how much to give Chen Qing many times, and finally decided on 10,000. The 5,000 added now was still added by Hongjian temporarily, because they were sure that Chen Qing, an orphan, would not understand things like scholarships. They could make a lot of money on scholarships, and they could also choose a good school for Hongya, killing two birds with one stone. They never expected that Chen Qing actually knew about martial arts schools. Anyway, you don't need to go. With Xiaoya's intelligence, she will definitely become a big shot if she goes to martial arts school. It will be easy to find a job for you at that time. Huang She tried to persuade Chen Qing. "Xiaoqing, we are always blood relatives, and this blood relationship cannot be cut off." Huang She added, "Another 10,000, okay? That's 20,000, a lot." Chen Qing looked at the three of them coldly. Seeing Chen Qing's intention, Huang She's face was filled with joy. Chen Qing came to the bedside and rang the service bell. "Send me 10 bottles of mineral water, and 10 people are needed to deliver it." "Huh?" The operator was stunned. "There is a refrigerator in the presidential suite, not to mention mineral water and drinks. There is also red wine. Can you do it?" Yes." The operator cursed in his heart, but still agreed. The waiters were all cursing, but they had no choice, each carrying a bottle of mineral water and going upstairs. "You really don't treat me like a human being. You're just bored. Maybe you think you can earn back some of the room fee this way. It's outrageous." Okay, stop talking. We will do everything we can to meet the requirements of the presidential suite." 10 people lined up, each holding a bottle of mineral water in both hands. Seeing that the door was open and there were 3 more people inside, they were surprised, but they still knocked on the door with a smile. "Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived." Chen Qing waved his hand. "Bring it here." The first waiter handed it over with both hands. Chen Qing took it casually and gave him 2 yuan. Water money. The waiter was stunned and was about to say it was free. Chen Qing handed over 2 stacks of red banknotes. "This is a tip." The waiter was stunned. Huang She was stunned. Hongjian was stunned. Hongya was stunned. "Chen, this, sir." The waiter's tone was a little trembling, and his hands were also a little trembling. Finally, he came to his senses and took the 2 stacks of red banknotes, his face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, sir." The waiters behind were all shocked. The neat team that was like one person was already a little messy. Chen Qing looked at Huang Shui coldly. 20,000? A lot? The second waiter suppressed his excitement and came to Chen Qing with both hands holding mineral water. Chen Qing took out 2 yuan, water money. He came to the safe and took out 20,000 yuan. "This is a tip for you." Chen Qing looked at Huang Shui again. "When I had no food to eat before, I borrowed 200 from you. That was the life-saving money that could save me in Xiaoman." Chen Qing sneered. "Now 20,000 a lot?" The third waiter also came over trembling. Chen Qing gave 20,000 to yuan again. "Now you want to buy my S-level talent for 20,000? Your money is gold banknotes, right? Are you sick?" Huang Shui's face had changed and she stood up suddenly. "Chen Qing." "Chateau, what do you mean? Oh, and you, cousin, you are really a bitch." "What do I mean? I would never give my S-level talent to you, even if I gave it to a dog." All the waiters understood it now. This is the real version of "don't bully the poor young man." Hong Jian snorted coldly. "Chen Qing, don't be so absolute." He stared at Chen Qing. "Don't be so absolute." "Absolute? Are you so absolute? You keep calling me your relatives? Bah, don't disgust me. I will remember your words. The bastard came to my door to beg for life. 2 old bitches plus a little bitch? How dare you come to see me today, just carrying this milk worth tens of dollars." Chen Qing kicked the milk fiercely, and with a bang, the milk exploded and splashed everywhere, especially the Hong family, who were soaked by it. Huang Shui was already very angry. You are disobedient. You are unfilial. I am filial to your mother." Chen Qing was even angrier. "Whether you raised me or gave birth to me, even if you gave Xiao, Man and me a corn cob, I would recognize you as my elder. Filial? I would be filial to a dog, but not to you. I'll tear you apart." Hong Ya couldn't help it and rushed forward, but she was held down by several waiters. "Let me go! Molestation! Rape!" Hong Ya screamed, but was still held down. A waitress slapped her in the face. "Shut up! You hit me?" Hong Ya was stunned. Chen Qing was also shocked by the slap. Then he smiled and threw 2 stacks of money over. "Technical work. Reward." Hong Jian and Huang Shui pushed several waiters away and gasped heavily. "Chen Qing, we'll see." They wanted to leave, but the waiters had blocked the door. The 3 of them suddenly panicked. What do you want to do?" "Don't walk around and see, just sit and watch." Chen Qing looked at the 3 people coldly. Chen Qing, you are still young, don't be impulsive." Huang Shui was already panicking. We are the ones who let you down. Just pretend that we have never been here. Let us go." Chen Qing touched the necklace again and finally put it down. He just laughed. "Ha! Did you see that bastard family who used to be so high and mighty? Today they came to me for begging." Chen Qing laughed wildly a few more times. He sneered, "The word bastard, today I officially return it to you." After that he shouted, "Let the 3 bastards go." The 3 people were all livid, but they really didn't dare to say anything. He left with a face full of anger. A waiter suddenly chased out and said loudly, "Sorry, the elevator is out of order today. Please take the stairs." You are going too far. Please take the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please take the stairs." Chen Qing listened to the noise outside and threw another 20,000 over, laughing. Technical work, reward. In 10 minutes, Chen Qing spent nearly 300,000, but cool, it was extremely comfortable. Apart from the group of people who attacked him, Chen Qing hated Huang Shui the most. The other 2 were Chen Shan and Chen Quan. They disappeared mysteriously and were gone for 6 years. But in the previous life, Chen Quan actually returned home 3 days before the blood moon. He left behind 2 paper knives and 2 paper armors. It was with this set of equipment that Chen Qing and Chen Man were able to survive the 3rd blood moon. It just happened that Chen Qing and Chen Man were not at home that day, so they missed it. They didn't even meet. They might have their own difficulties, but they left them for 6 years. When they left, Chen Qing was even just a primary school student. Raising Chen Man alone, the hardship can be imagined. Chen Qing hated. He hated that Chen Quan didn't even see him, and hated that they didn't explain. Even if he just said, "I have my own difficulties." But there was not even a word, not even a meeting. His mind was floating. After the waiter cleaned up the room, Chen Qing looked at the demon suppression tower. He didn't take it from the safe just now, but directly from the demon suppression tower. After reaching the soul-moving realm, the spiritual energy can overflow and can take objects remotely. Regardless of these, Chen Qing sank into practice again. He wanted to learn the black prison ghost contracting technique as soon as possible. On the other side, Chen Shi was full of hope and walked towards the Arya Hotel. She was carrying a basket of fruit, which was carefully decorated, and there were 9 strange little flowers in it. This is the Soma flower, the sacred flower of the Yi people, and the flower language is restrained love and forever belongs to you. This is what she decided after choosing hundreds of flowers. It is niche enough and will not be common on the streets, and the flower language is also very suitable. Originally, after the incident at the police station, she wanted to give up, but she heard 2 pieces of news. The cost of the renovation of Chen Qing's house is probably close to 10 million. Chen Qing got S in the talent test. As soon as she learned these 2 pieces of news, Chen Shi could no longer sit still. Potential stock, super potential stock, in addition to the misunderstanding about the subway. But good things take time. which makes the relationship between the two people more unusual. Just like idol dramas, you have to go through many misunderstandings and setbacks before the relationship you get will be solid. For example, now, I can apologize naturally, and then do something a little tricky. I can stay here tonight. When I give up my first time, what should I do? Hurt? Afraid? Although I have experienced it many times, it still hurts a little when it breaks again after being repaired. Men, there is a beast hidden in their hearts. This layer of membrane should be the first thing that can make him feel the most conquered, right? The top is a half-hanging shawl, not too revealing, but it will fall off at the touch. A pair of straight legs are exposed under the miniskirt. The elevator slowly goes up, facing the elevator wall that can reflect people, and finally makes a few adjustments. When she got out of the elevator, Chen Qing put on another expression, a little timid, a little happy. Her lips, which had been painted twice, were just the right shade of red, and a little transparent. She pressed the doorbell. A moment later, Chen Man poked his head out. Seeing Chen Qing, he turned around and shouted, "Chen Qing, someone is looking for you." They said I'm not here. Chen Man closed the door very seriously. Chen Qing is not here. Bang! The door closed. Chen Qing was stunned. None of the countless developments she had rehearsed in her mind was like this one. It's poisonous. This is poisonous. After taking a long breath, Chen Qing sent a voice message to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, open the door, it's someone else. Chen Qing didn't respond. He was trying to run the Zhoutian. Chen Qing adjusted her posture at the door. She put her toes together, lowered her head and looked at her toes, looking timid and expectant. When Chen Qing opened the door, she slowly raised her head. She quickly rehearsed the next scene in her mind, even with background music and special effects. But 5 minutes passed. No movement. Didn't you see it? Chen Qing gradually lost her temper and sent another message. Chen Qing, open the door for them. I'm here to apologize. Another 5 minutes passed. My heels were aching. Still no movement. Fuck. Chen Qing gritted her teeth and rang the doorbell again. Chen Man looked at her through the crack of the door again, without lowering the anti-theft chain. Chen Qing, she's here again. No matter who it is, don't open the door. Chen Qing said impatiently. There are too many coquettish bitches these days, and many of them are rotten assholes. Ignore them. Chen Qing's cheeks suddenly flushed. How ugly. I did play a little too much for a while. Did he know? Chen Man was about to close the door again, but Chen Qing stopped him with her foot and shouted inside. Chen Qing, I'm Xiao Shi. Please open the door for me. What are you doing here? Chen Qing's eyes were red. I want to apologize. She sobbed slightly, lowered her head and looked at her toes. I was wrong about the subway incident, and I know I pissed you off. Here I bought you some fruit. Fuck fruit again. Chen Qing cursed. Chen Qing was slightly stunned. What did she mean? Chen Qing had just reached a critical point in his cultivation, and he was still angry with Wang Shei's family, so he really had no time to pay attention to her. Brother Chen Qing, can you let me in? I've been standing here for a long time. Come in. What are you doing? Chen Qing frowned. Chen Qing was slightly stunned. What for? Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? Wearing this? But I can't just pretend that I'm a takeaway delivery, right? She was at a loss for a moment, stamped her feet suddenly, and cried, You bully me? Then she covered her face and trotted away to the end of the corridor. As soon as she entered the elevator, Chen Qing frowned. She felt wronged. Really wronged. She was confident that she had done nothing wrong, so why did the developments every time go beyond her control? She took a few deep breaths and recalled her movements and tone when she left just now. She felt that things were still under her control. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Qing's message will be sent soon. The phone rang. Sure enough, Chen Qing was happy, but the caller ID showed Chen Kun. How could it be him? Sister, where are you? I'm in Arya. Chen Qing slapped her forehead as soon as she spoke. Sure enough, Chen Kun said angrily. You went to find that bastard Chen Qing? Do you have any shame? Chen Qing felt wronged and tears were about to fall. Do you have any conscience? Who am I doing this for? It's for you. You still say that to me. Chen Kun was silent for a while and said, Okay, I shouldn't say that to you, but sister, you must come to see someone. Who? A man whose family background, appearance, and potential are 100 times better than Chen Qing. Chen Kun's tone was a little excited. His name is Ji Luo. Both his parents are big shots. I tell you, he is an SS-level talent. He has reached the soul-moving realm. I heard that all communities will be organized into war zones soon. His family has inside information, so he came to Ximing City specifically. If he gets in touch with this line, Chen Qing is nothing. Chen Qing immediately is a young master who came to gild himself. Maybe he also brought some ideas of accumulating military exploits. Chen Qing was very interested. Where is he? We are together. We will pick you up right away. Don't come to the hotel. Go, pick me up at the door of Dahua bookstore. Soon, a big G stopped at the door of the bookstore. Chen Qing was holding a copy of Jane Eyre, with her feet together and a smile on her face. She seemed not to see the car, but was looking in other directions. She was full of girlishness. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice was full of surprise. He was from a noble family, but he had always been in a semi-closed scene, either learning martial arts or studying, and he really hadn't seen many girls of the same age. Ji Luo got out of the car in a few steps with a little excitement and stretched out his hand. Are you Chen Qing? My name is Ji Luo. Chen Qing stretched out her hand but was held tightly. Her face suddenly blushed, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. You, please let go. Ji Luo quickly let go and saw the book in her hand and liked it even more. Do you like Jane Eyre too? I especially like the owner of Thornfield Manor. He has the masculinity I like. Jiluo's heart was burning. This is really lucky. The first time I went out, I met such a top-notch girl. Good-looking, first-class figure, well-read, quiet personality, suitable for family life, a top-notch candidate for a wife. Chen Qing sat back on the carpet to practice again. Thinking of Chen Shi, he felt nauseous. What kind of shit was in his previous life that he would fall for such a thing? But now practice is more important, so he calmed down and sat cross-legged again. Practice can't be rushed, but the blood moon is getting closer and closer. After learning the Black Prison Ghost contract technique, there are still a lot of things to do, so he must speed up. Chen Qing, can you go out with me today? Chen Man came over. Chen Qing thought for a moment and shook his head. Let those brothers play with you, okay? He rang the service bell. Chen Qing also wanted to enjoy this comfort that was about to be gone, but he couldn't. Then I won't go. Chen Man shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know if he was disappointed. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. Chen Qing slowly stood up and pointed to a teapot. Black prison! A black gas suddenly enveloped Chen Qing in the teapot. The next moment, the two appeared in a black space. The space was circular, without walls, and was covered by something that looked like fog and tentacles. It was hazy and extremely unreal. The teapot lay quietly at the bottom of his feet, kicked it casually, and rolled around. Once locked in the black prison with a ghost, either one of them died or the ghost surrendered, so that the souls of the two were unified and the black prison would be lifted. This was Chen Qing's trick to deal with the Ghost King of the Demon Suppression Tower. Force it to choose. Either kill yourself, and you are the master of the Demon Suppression Tower, which is equivalent to dying together, or surrender to yourself. In the last life, the Ghost King suddenly betrayed during the second blood moon, and the order of the entire city collapsed at that moment. Chen Qing would naturally not sit back and watch it happen again. So he wanted to gamble, bet that this Ghost King would submit to him. Now there is only Chen Qing, the only living thing in the Black Prison, so it can be released at any time. Chen Qing moved his mind and released the Black Prison. Suddenly, the necklace moved. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan's voice came out very abruptly. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan, who was skinny and short, tattered, and carrying a huge bag, appeared in the room. The ghost energy level detector in Chen Qing's hand shook violently, and the data jumped wildly. Wandering Soul F level, Wandering Soul E level, Wandering Soul D level. In an instant, the data rushed to Wandering Soul C level, Wandering Soul B level, Wandering Soul A level. Evil Ghost D level. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan suddenly jumped onto the teapot that had just fallen to the ground. As if jumping into the water, his figure disappeared, and the teapot had turned into a golden pot. Chen Qing was speechless. You picked a cabinet, a TV, or something else. Why did you pick a teapot? How much can it sell for such a small thing? Jinbu Huan is a grateful ghost. In his previous life, Chen Qing had done favors to many people. But in this life, he really couldn't guess who he had done favors to. After thinking for a while, he had no answer and stopped caring. He took the kunwu knife and went downstairs. He could finally go and collect ghosts. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were many rentals. Chen Qing took a taxi and arrived at the northern outskirts of the city an hour later. There were faint ghosts whimpering, and the air was full of yin energy. The hairs on his back stood up in the summer. Chen Qing took a deep breath. He drew the knife in his hand and slowly moved forward. 10 minutes, half an hour. Soon Chen Qing frowned. There were too few ghosts. Unlike the ghosts that filled the ground after the blood moon, the density and strength of ghosts nowadays are too low. I walked for a long time but didn't encounter any. I looked at the ghost watch, that is, the ghost energy level detector. The concentration around is a little different. Chen Qing simply stopped walking on the main road and used the ghost watch as a compass to slowly walk towards the place with high concentration of yin energy. Jumping over the ditch, crossing the wild grass, bypassing the fish pond. In the distance, I saw a small house. The necklace shook slightly. Here it comes. The hand holding the knife tightened a little. Chen Qing looked at the small house. This small house is very small, only 4 meters long and wide, with a flat roof. It may be used to store farm tools such as hand tractors. Rusty hoes and shovels are hung on the wall, and the rust has dyed the wall iron red. Chen Qing slowly turned to the front. I saw a figure. He was squatting in the house, cutting with a sickle, a slipper. The ghost watch shook slightly. A number emerged. 6, Wandering Soul F level, the lowest level of ghost. Almost no harm to humans. F-level wandering souls usually act on instinct, in a chaotic and muddled way. This kind of ghost is useless to the Ghost Master, but it is just right for Chen Qing. The strength of the Ghost King is directly related to the 12 ghosts suppressed. The weaker the 12 ghosts, the weaker the Ghost King, and the greater the chance of contracting. Wait for the Ghost King to contract, and then change these weak ghosts again. Chen Qing didn't know how to collect the ghosts in the tower, so he could only try. Collect! Clang clang. This is a mad ghost. Chen Qing was stunned. Without hesitation, he tried again. Still no use. The mad ghost tilted his head, one eye looked at Chen Qing, and the other observed the ground. After thinking for a while, Chen Qing threw out the Demon Suppression Tower with a thought. Big! The Demon Suppression Tower, which was half the size of a cigarette, suddenly became 5 meters high. With a bang, the small house and the ghost were crushed to pieces. Dust flew everywhere. Chen Qing stepped aside and smiled. He could feel that the mad ghost was collected in the Demon Suppression Tower. Come out! The mad ghost appeared in front of Chen Qing. There was no difference from before. One eye looked up at the sky, and the other eye looked at Chen Qing. Kneel down. The mad ghost knelt down. Jump! The mad ghost jumped. Run! The mad ghost started to run. He tried his strength again, and it was super weak. The body size was about the same as that of an ordinary person, but the strength was probably only equal to Chen Man. Deal with the first one. At that moment, Chen Qing looked at the ghost watch again, and walked towards the area with a higher concentration of yin energy little by little. About 10 minutes. The necklace shook slightly. Huh! Suck, suck, suck! Suck, suck, suck! It sounded like a pig eating. Chen Qing clenched the knife and slowly approached the stinking ditch. This was a stinking ditch that had been settled for several years. Something was stirring inside, and the stench was rising, making his eyes hurt. Chen Qing finally saw the ghost. It had a body similar to that of a dog, with a human head and a dog body, and it was festering all over. It was digging out the black mud at the bottom of the stinking ditch and stuffing it into its mouth with a slurping sound. F-level wandering soul, toilet ghost, also called shit-eating ghost. Chen Qing did not smash down the demon suppression tower. If he did, he would be filled with a tower of sludge. Wouldn't he be sick to death? The ghost watch showed that this was also an F-level wandering soul, which meant that there was almost no danger. This stinking ditch was only about 1 meter deep, and it was completely within reach by standing on it. Chen Qing walked lightly, came to the toilet ghost, and chopped it down with a knife. The blood pattern on the blade suddenly lit up, and poof, the head fell off the knife. The dog's body suddenly stiffened, but its feet and buttocks were still stuck in the sludge, and it was still sitting. It was just that the head and the dog's body suddenly turned into a burst of black air and quickly merged into the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing seemed to have realized something. With a thought, the toilet ghost and the crazy ghost appeared in front of him. The body of the toilet ghost was intact. After a moment of thinking, could it be that all the ghosts I killed would be sucked into the demon suppression tower? In other words, the mad ghost was not actually received, but was crushed to death by the demon suppression tower and then sucked into the tower after death? Looking at the mad ghost, Chen Qing frowned slightly. Because this was the first time he had seen a mad ghost, even the name was casually given by Chen Qing, so there was no mention of the mad ghost's promotion sequence. Chen Qing knew the evolution sequence of the toilet ghost. The wandering soul level was called the toilet ghost eating shit ghost, and the evil ghost level was called the filth eating ghost. The evil spirit level was not clear. Legend has it that there are exactly 100 kinds of ghosts in the world. Each kind of ghost has its own promotion route to the Demon King. Once promoted, the form and ability will be greatly improved. And to promote, you need spiritual guidance. Spiritual guidance may be a mixture of certain spiritual medicines, ghosts, and ancient objects, or it may be a condition such as killing 100 people. Chen Qing knows the complete spiritual guidance for the evolution of child ghosts and drowned ghosts to evil spirits. That is, the complete knowledge of the evolution of child ghosts and drowned ghosts to evil spirits. Child ghost night cry fat baby. Drowned ghost, water monkey kappa. As long as the conditions are met, Chen Qing can upgrade these two to the evil spirit level. At the same time, Chen Qing also knows the route for the incomplete wronged ghost to evolve into an evil spirit. Wronged ghost sleepless man, Da Hong Pao. But this is only known by name, not by spirit guide. Wronged ghosts are extremely powerful ghost species, especially the evil spirit level Da Hong Pao, which is a strange existence that makes people shudder. If he knew the spirit guide for promotion, Chen Qing would definitely find a chance to get one. And the crazy ghost. Chen Qing has never heard of it. Even the name was invented by Chen Qing, combined with its outrageous appearance. It is quite appropriate. Then what would its evil ghost level and evil spirit level be called? Mad dog? Careless? As he walked and thought, the necklace suddenly shook slightly again. Chen Qing clenched the knife again, but he looked around and couldn't find it. He looked around again, but still couldn't find it. Suddenly remembered something and looked up at the tree. A figure was seen sitting at the top of the tree. The lower body was in the shape of smoke, and the upper body was that of a skinny woman, so thin that the ribs were visible and the breasts were shrunken, like two water bags that were only half filled with water. At this moment, its two nostrils were open wider than its mouth, and it was sucking air in big gulps. Air-eating ghost. Looking at the ghost watch, it was an F-level wandering soul. The tree was 7 or 8 meters high, and Chen Qing didn't want to take the risk of climbing the tree. At that moment, he threw the demon-suppressing tower up. Suddenly, big buzz, the demon-suppressing tower became bigger, pushing away a circle of air taller than the tree, and smashed down fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. A series of fine explosions, branches flew everywhere. The demon-suppressing tower fell heavily to the ground, and the soil splashed everywhere, pressing out a deep pit. If there were no pile of broken branches and leaves at the bottom of the tower, it would really look like it had grown here. Feeling something, the air-eating ghost also appeared in the tower, and Chen Qing looked at the demon-suppressing tower, wanting to see how high it could be. Big! The demon-suppressing tower was bigger, about 20 meters high, pushing the soil on the ground away, like a thunder in the soil. It was 6 stories high. Chen Qing looked up and was shocked. Big! The demon-suppressing tower was bigger. Chen Qing couldn't estimate it, but he thought it was about 10 stories high. Big! It was bigger again. At this time, the demon-suppressing tower was much taller than the ghostless tower where it was placed. The door on the tower was also 2 meters high. After zooming in to this extent, Chen Qing could see clearly that the iron-cast tower was rich in details, and the doors, windows, and pillars all had clear patterns. With a thought in his mind, he pushed open the tower door. It was very smooth, without a sound, and the tower door opened. There were gusts of gray fog inside, and Chen Qing did not step in. It was not because he was afraid of danger, but because he was afraid of the 15,000 times difference in the flow rate of time. With such a terrible flow rate difference, even if he entered and immediately exited, several months might have passed outside. This place is not too far from the city, and for fear of attracting powerful beings, the demon suppression tower was put away. I continued to follow the ghost watch, and soon the necklace vibrated again. I held the kunwu knife tightly and slowly approached. The grass on the riverside moved slowly. I looked at the ghost watch, but it didn't react. The detection distance and detection speed of this thing are much weaker than the demon suppression tower. I got closer and closer and finally saw the ghost. In the darkness, it almost merged with the water surface. It was roughly human-shaped, but the forepalms were relatively large, with webbed fingers and scales on the back. It felt like it was developing in the direction of an otter or a water lizard. Drowned ghost. Chen Qing has the complete evolution sequence of the drowned ghost. But Chen Qing frowned because the appearance of this drowned ghost was very complete. I'm afraid it's not low in level. The ghost watch shook. Sure enough, the value jumped quickly and then stopped. D-level Wandering Soul. There are 6 levels of conventional values, EA. Wandering Souls have an additional F level, which is the initial stage. When Wandering Souls, 1 to 10k is F level, 11 to 20k is E level. Now upward, every 20k increase, 1 level, 21 to 40k D level, 41 to 60k C level, 61 to 80k B level, 81 to 100k A level. The cap is A level, and the 3 levels of SSS beyond A level are called Transcendent level and cannot be measured by conventional standards. They are also called numerical monsters. At this level, they have the strength to fight across levels. An S-level Wandering Soul is much stronger than low-level evil ghosts. The information says 4 words, extremely dangerous. This drowning ghost is extremely suitable for Chen Qing, especially since Chen Qing knows its complete sequence. But precisely because of its high level, Chen Qing cannot choose it. The attributes of the Ghost King are positively correlated with the 12 ghosts. As weak as possible, it is as weak as possible. At that moment, Chen Qing used light hands and feet, and backed away little by little. After a while, Chen Qing encountered the 5th ghost, a toilet ghost, E-level. However, this ghost was soaking in a dry toilet, covered in shit and eating happily. Chen Qing struggled again and again but failed. It slipped away. Before dawn, Chen Qing encountered the 6th ghost, an air-eating ghost, an F-level Wandering Soul. Collected it. This time the harvest was quite big, a crazy ghost, a toilet ghost, and 2 air-eating ghosts. Soon, the sky slowly brightened. The ghosts disappeared. Now that the blood moon has not arrived, the ghosts that can be encountered are the most common ghosts. Low level and low strength. When the blood moon arrives, all kinds of weird and over-strength ghosts are everywhere in the world. Even just thinking about it is creepy. Just thinking about it, He Qiang called, Chen Qing, the training has begun. Understood. Compared with other newcomers, Chen Qing has more freedom. But the premise is that Chen Qing completes the training. Today is the first day of the training, so of course he has to be there. On the way back, there was a busy scene outside the car window. One by one, the decoration teams drove into each community and were working hard to build. After thinking for a while, he opened the community WeChat group. It's so annoying. What's the point of community defense? There has never been a ghost in the city. Who are we defending against? Yeah, the car can only be parked outside, so who will pay the parking fee? Scrolling up, there are supporters and complaints. Chen Qing's brows gradually frowned. Community defense? I didn't do this thing in my previous life. Could it be? Did the Tang Dynasty officials foresee the coming of the Blood Moon? Such an idea is incredible, but if I can be reborn, others may not be unable to do it. Well, handsome guy, are you from the Ghost Control Army? The taxi driver kept glancing at Chen Qing in the rearview mirror. Chen Qing was wearing the dark blue uniform of the Ghost Control Army. Yes. Chen Qing nodded. Ah, what an honor. The Ghost Control Army, you are really great. Didn't we take the talent test the day before yesterday? My son didn't make it, and I can't even eat now. I dream of joining the Ghost Control Army, but unfortunately I just don't have the talent. What's your talent test score? The driver was a chatterbox, mumbling. Soon they arrived at the Ghost Control Army Brigade. Chen Qing was about to pay, but the driver waved his hands again and again. No, 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 no. How can you charge the Ghost Control Army for the taxi? I will never do that in my life. Chen Qing nodded and let him do it. There were already many newcomers here, all wearing the Ghost Control Army uniforms, chatting in groups of 3 or 2. Monkey was already here. Seeing Chen Qing coming, he immediately came over. Chen Qing, do you know some inside information? What? When you mentioned preparing food, I urged my parents to buy a lot of things, such as rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, canned food, etc., filling up the entire utility room. But they didn't agree to the safe house. After all, it cost too much. But the community defense transformation started yesterday. So my dad asked me to ask you, is it really going to happen? Monkey is a brother, and he should have died because of me in his previous life. I must repay him. Yes, Chen Qing said solemnly. Money is useless if you don't use it. If you really don't have it, I can lend it to you. He also warned, don't tell others that you have a lot of things stored at home. Monkey was stunned for a moment and figured out something. Don't tell? Then you are afraid that others will snatch it? The situation will be serious enough to snatch food. Thinking of this, Monkey nodded solemnly. I understand. Chen Qing. Suddenly a female voice came. Chen Qing turned around. It was Hongya, wearing the uniform of the Ghost Guard. Hongya looked at Chen Qing coldly. Originally I was going to go to a martial arts school, but now I've changed my mind. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Everything you give me, I want to return tenfold, 100-fold. Don't think that your A-level talent is so great. Although I'm only C-level, I can also shoulder this sky. I will trample you under my feet and crush everything you have. Chen Qing was speechless. This strong middle school spirit. How many books did this woman read? Waved her hand. Oh. Looking at the monkey, she whispered, the type of safe house should be both ghost-proof and human-proof. The monkey nodded and whispered, where are the weapons? It's better to have a little of both. And Hongya choked slightly. The atmosphere was set here. She thought there would be some confrontation, but Chen Qing just said, oh, she didn't know what to say all of a sudden. It should have reached the climax in one go, but now it's neither up nor down, so annoying. The moment, she just snorted heavily and turned away. Fuck! Monkey looked at her back and cursed. How did these guys get together? Chen Qing turned his head to look. He saw Hongya, Chen Kun, and a handsome boy standing together, looking at Chen Qing while talking. Did you see the man with Chen Kun? Monkey said solemnly. You must be careful. I haven't seen him. Chen Qing was sure. His name is Jiluo. He should be the strongest in our class. He has reached SS level in the talent test, and I heard that he has reached the soul movement realm. Is soul movement difficult? Chen Qing was a little surprised. Besides him, there is also a woman. I heard that there is a fate ghost. This time, Chen Qing was really surprised. Fate ghost. Ghosts and humans are mortal enemies, but fate ghosts are born to be extremely close to someone, almost to the point of spiritual unity. Fate ghosts do not occupy the Ghostmaster's ghost pet space and will never betray at any time. The most terrifying thing is that they can share part of their abilities with their masters. They are the most rare ghost pets, and their importance far exceeds that of S-level ghost pets. It turned out to be a fate ghost. I just don't know what this fate ghost is. If it is a powerful ghost species, it will be even more terrifying. Silence! Suddenly a loud voice resounded throughout the venue. Chong stared at the audience coldly. This guy is quite intimidating when he doesn't talk much. Everyone on the field instantly quieted down. There are 118 people joining the team this time, and there are 9 people with A-level talents or above, and there are even newcomers with fate ghosts. Both the quantity and quality are the best in history. Although it is impossible, I still hope that you can all get your own Kunwu sword. Kunwu sword? Isn't it issued together with the military uniform? Chen Qing was slightly stunned and immediately understood. He got the CAT recommendation qualification. The Ghost Control Army carries a heavy responsibility. We are in the front and must support the backs of the Ghost Extermination Team brothers. We are in the back and must protect the millions of people. In the next 20 days, you will spend a high-intensity training. If you pass the test, you can get the Kunwu sword. If you fail, you will go back to where you came from. Han Yuan beat his chest and saluted and left. Chong stepped out. Now, listen to my command. Everyone, run 10 laps. The time limit is 20 minutes. Report. Speak. It's unfair. Hongya stood straight. Men and women have different physiological structures. The amount of training should not be the same. Ghosts will not be more gentle to you just because you are a woman. In the Ghost Control Army, there are no men and women, only qualified soldiers. Chang looked at her coldly. The door is always open. You can leave at any time. Hongya gritted her teeth and really wanted to shake her hand and leave, but she was unwilling. Run! Chen Qing didn't dare to say anything, and ran. Physical strength is the foundation of everything. It was just the first lap, and the gap came out. Because of the natural physiological differences, most of the girls fell behind. Chen Qing did not run fast or slow, and naturally was among the 10 people at the front of the team. But to Chen Qing's surprise, the fastest runner was not Jiluo, but a girl. His movements were slow, as if he had always reserved some strength. Jiluo tried his best to catch up, but he was always a long way away from this girl. You know, Jiluo's physical fitness is completely comparable to that of a veteran with several years of military service. He was embarrassed and ran for his life. In this way, the two of them immediately pulled away from the others, and Chong stood with his hands behind his back like a flagpole, motionless, watching everyone. Time passed slowly, and after about 5 laps, the first girl to fall appeared. She suddenly knelt on the ground and vomited. Yuan Shanshan, out! Chong said loudly, making a mark on the form in his hand. Soon 2 soldiers came over, helped her up, and helped her out of the door. This scene made many people shudder. It's real. There is not even a second chance. Everyone was in awe, but physical fitness was little affected by subjective thoughts. Especially, this was 10 laps. There were not many normal people who could run so far in one breath. If you can't run, you can't run. The second eliminated, the third and the fourth appeared one after another. At this time, the girl who had been ranked first had stopped. She had already finished the whole course. Jiluo arrived about half a lap behind her. Then Chen Qing and others arrived one after another. At this time, the running posture of those who were exhausted was extremely forced. People kept falling down. Soon the large group arrived. Monkey and others were among them. Once they crossed the line, they all collapsed to the ground. After a moment, Chong began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Everyone who was close to the finish line tried their best. Several people crossed the line one after another. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the last moment, a little fat man jumped up without hesitation and fell heavily to the ground. His head hit the ground hard, and his face was covered with blood. The ones behind are out. No, this is not fair. We are just ordinary students. This is the first time running. Out, Qing said coldly again. Everyone behind him looked desperate. Fuck, I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. This is not fair. Let's go and complain. You don't have the final say in the Ghost Control Army. Qing did not waver at all, and called many Ghost Control Army to drive everyone out of the camp one after another. See, girls are no worse than boys. Hongya's voice was full of excitement. The first place is a girl. This is the proof. Is this bitch sick? Monkey frowned. He naturally knew how Hongya's family treated Chen Qing, and they disliked her very much. Qing spoke again. You have 10 minutes to rest, and then go to the underground martial arts field. Just this item eliminated 28 people, and now there are 90 people left. It's so cruel. Monkey panted. I haven't heard that the Ghost Guard was so perverted before. This is catching up with the training intensity of the Ghost Extermination Team. The fat man with a bruised face also said, a little desperate. You can't stand it? Qing sneered. Listen carefully. In the next 20 days, you have to add one more round every day, and the time limit is still 20 minutes. How is this possible? Someone said in horror. Then we have to run 30 laps in 20 minutes on the last day? How is this possible? This is almost a 100-meter record. Each lap is run according to the record of a 100-meter sprint. Chen Qing was also a little surprised. Can it be done? Rest time is up. Qing picked up the stopwatch again. Get to the underground martial arts arena within 2 minutes. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly struggled to get up and ran to the underground martial arts arena regardless of everything. This time, 3 more people were eliminated. There were 87 people left. The underground martial arts arena was very large, larger than a standard basketball court. It was very dark, with only a few faint green lights. A cold air came over, and everyone's hair stood up. But Chen Qing frowned slightly. Not the cold air, but the yin energy. Wukong stood in the dark and could vaguely see the reflection of his lens. When everyone arrived, Wukong said loudly, Has anyone seen a ghost? A few people in the crowd raised their hands. Chen Qing saw that someone raised his hand, so he raised his hand too. Ghost guards, if you haven't even seen a ghost, that's a real joke. Look carefully. A breeze blew, and a heart-pounding breath came. At this moment, everyone froze. Suddenly, someone screamed, Ghost! 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 In the air of the martial arts arena, there was a huge figure. The body was a bit like a toad. The mouth was big, a bit like a catfish. Its lower body was misty, and it was sucking air in big mouthfuls. The ghost watch on Chen Qing's hand trembled slightly, and the value stopped at 164 E-level evil ghost. This is called swallowing wind, Wukong said slowly. The form of the wandering soul-level air-eating ghost after it is promoted to an evil ghost. Feel what an evil ghost is. As he said, swallowing wind slowly turned around. An indescribable pressure instantly filled the whole venue. Ah! A shrill scream came out. A person fell straight down, and swallowing wind suddenly opened his mouth and sucked it hard. It was as if the soul was sucked away. Chen Qing circulated his qi to stabilize his spirit. Bang! 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 The sound of people falling to the ground continued, one after another. Hiss! A baboon suddenly appeared. It protected the first girl and raised its head to roar at Tunfeng. The girl said something to it, and the baboon disappeared again. Wukong raised his hand, and Tunfeng finally stopped. Among the many newcomers, only 4 people were still standing. The first-ranked girl, Jiluo, Chen Qing, and Chen Kun. The first 3 were able to stand steadily, and Chen Kun was a little shaky. Wukong nodded to the 4 people to show his affirmation. When everyone woke up one by one, Wukong said calmly, Tunfeng did not use his full strength. If he used his full strength, at such a close distance, all of you would die. Wukong's eyes slowly scanned the crowd. I will not eliminate anyone, but you are all adults. You have to think clearly. The things you will have to deal with in the future will include ghosts like Tunfeng, even more terrible. Please make your choice. Everyone was silent. Yes, I'm sorry. A girl still had a look of fear on her face. I quit. I quit too. I never thought that the Ghost Control Army was so dangerous. People kept raising their hands and silently walked out of the martial arts arena. After a while, the crowd calmed down. There were 72 people left. Now the class officially begins. First of all, you have to decide on your major. Ghost Control Masters mainly strengthen their soul strength. The stronger the soul, the more and more powerful ghost pets they can control. Berserkers mainly cultivate chi and blood. They can be regarded as frontline, tanks, assassins, and human artillery shells. Spiritual cultivators mainly cultivate spiritual energy. They can be regarded as immortal cultivators or mages in novels. There is no teacher in our squadron. If you want to become a spiritual cultivator, you can only apply to transfer to the Ghost Slayer team. I give you a suggestion. Those with high test talent are best to choose Ghost Control Masters. After another choice, most people stayed here. Only 6 people chose Berserkers, and they were led away by a muscular man. The class is now officially starting. The first class is about the basic concepts of a Ghost Master. Wukong pointed at the ghost watch on his hand and pointed it at Tunfeng. The value jumped quickly and stopped at 165. This 165 is in K, called the Ghost Energy value. Basically, it can be regarded as combat power. Wukong pointed the ghost watch at himself, and the value jumped and stopped at 318. This is my soul power value, 308k. Remember, the master's soul power value must higher than the ghost energy value of the ghost pet. Once the soul power value is lower than the ghost energy value of the ghost pet will betray. Don't think that your contract with the ghost pet is stable. This is determined by the ghost contract technique, not by human will. Taking into account the impact of soul power value, battle injuries, etc., you should reserve about 50. At least 70 should be reserved. For example, if your soul power value is 100, then it is best to contract a ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 50k. The maximum cannot exceed 70. Chen Qing listened and his heart moved slightly. The black prison ghost contracting technique doesn't seem to have this restriction. I have to find a chance to ask the captain. Soul power strength can bring many benefits. First, you can contract a stronger ghost pet. Second, the greater the soul power gap, the higher the success rate of the contract. When the soul power and ghost power gap is more than 10 times, almost any ghost pet can be forcibly contracted. Third, you can contract more ghost pets. Soul movement realm, you can contract 2 ghost pets. Essence realm, you can contract 3 ghost pets. Yuquan realm, you can contract 4 ghost pets. Chen Qing suddenly thought of the demon suppression tower. I can contract 12 ghost pets through the demon suppression tower. This is invincible. Finally, let's talk about the levels of ghosts. Whether it is a wandering soul, a demon, or an evil spirit, there are 5 levels: E, C, B, and A. Only wandering souls have level F, which is also called the nascent stage. Level E is called the fragile stage. If a wandering soul is injured, its soul will be scattered, and if an evil ghost is injured, it will fall into the wandering soul realm. 1 to 10 is level F, 11 to 20 is level E, 21 to 40 is level D, 4160 is level C, 6180 is level B, and 8100 is level A. Starting from E level, every 20k increase is a level increase. For evil spirit level, 100 to 200 is E, and every 200k increase thereafter is a level increase. 200 is D, 401 to 600 is C, 601 to 800 is B, and 800 to 1000 is A. The same goes for the evil spirit levels below. 1000k is an E-level evil spirit, and 10,000 is an A-level evil spirit. Someone asked, "Teacher, didn't you say there are S-level, double S-level, and triple S-level?" Yes, these 3 levels are collectively called transcendence level. This is an existence beyond common sense. S-level wandering souls can easily defeat low-level evil spirits. It's extremely dangerous. Don't try to contract it. If you want to contract an S-level ghost pet, your soul power must be at least 10 times that of its peer. Everyone remembered it firmly. Now we start the soul movement course. Students who have reached the soul movement realm can leave. If you reach the soul movement realm, you can receive your own Kunwu sword. At the same time, you can apply to participate in tonight's mission. Mission? Chen Qing was stunned. A small ghost wave broke out in the ghostless temple. No one in the temple survived. The captain will lead the team to clean it up tonight. Captain? Chen Qing suddenly understood. In the previous life, Han Yuan probably got the demon suppression tower in this mission. He is still short of 8 ghosts, and there are too few ghosts in the wild. He dare not provoke places like the Princess Tomb. Following the captain to pick up bargains is the best choice. Brother Luo, you don't have to waste time here. You have reached the soul movement realm a long time ago, far ahead of us. Chen Kun flattered him. Ji Luo nodded. Well, I'll leave first. Then he stood up and left. The girl ranked first also stood up and left. Chen Qing said to the monkey, I'll withdraw first. After saying that, he also stood up and left. The first 2 did not seem to surprise everyone, but Chen Qing stood up, which surprised everyone. Especially Hongya, Chen Kun, and Monkey. All 3 looked at Chen Qing in disbelief. After the 3 left, Hongya was stunned and said, Old. Teacher, has Chen Qing also reached the soul movement realm? Yes, Wukong nodded. Originally wanted to add that Chen Qing reached the soul movement realm in an afternoon. No, to be precise, it was a few minutes, but still did not say anything. This year, 3 SS-level monsters came at the same time, which was enough to discourage people. If they were discouraged again, they might have no motivation to study. He was originally optimistic about Chen Qing. If it weren't for Zhou Yangqiao. In Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing arrived one after another. Are you 3 going to sign up? Okay, meet at the playground at 6 o'clock in the evening. The 3 walked out of the office, and Han Yuan smiled immediately. See, this is the charm of personality. In the past, I was thankful for an A, but this year, I got 3 doubles. He Chang rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. The next moment, He Chang was kicked out. Too lazy to go back and forth, Chen Qing called the hotel and asked them to take good care of Chen Man. He stayed in the base to practice hard. The other things were fine, but the last day, running 30 laps in 20 minutes, this was very difficult. Calculating the time in the playground, running at full speed, and running 19 laps in 20 minutes. They can't set an impossible task. Is there any trick? For example, soul power can strengthen the body. Chen Qing meditated in the dormitory all afternoon while thinking about this question. Near 6 o'clock, Monkey's voice came. I'm so tired, how can I make my soul move? The whole afternoon, the glass of water didn't move at all. Some of them moved slightly. We still have to work hard. We will continue in the evening, but I just want to sleep now. 2 voices talked from far to near. Monkey, a little fat man, a very cold boy. The cold-blooded boy checked the dormitory number and lay directly on the bed. Monkey pointed at the little fat boy. Chen Qing, I applied to share a dormitory with you. This little fat boy and I get along well, and he also applied to move to our place. By the way, his name is Hirun Sheng. Hello, master. Hirun Sheng immediately stretched out his hands to shake hands. Hello. Chen Qing looked at him. Your family is super rich, right? The little fat boy was stunned and shook his head. No. Brother, what's your name? Monkey looked at the cold-blooded boy lying on the bed. Guxing. Gu? Who has this last name? Monkey didn't get entangled, and instead sighed and complained to the little fat boy. Master, can I ask how you achieve soul movement? That bowl of water won't move no matter how I try. Chen Qing thought for a while. I just did what Teacher Wu said, and it moved after I exerted some power. He really didn't have much experience to teach. Ah? Hirun Sheng was stunned and sighed. The master is really a master. By the way, Chen Qing, how many times did you try? Monkey asked. Chen Qing did not hide it. Once. Fuck! Really? No way, master? Once? Just once? Yeah? Monkey was stunned for a long time and suddenly laughed. Chen Kun's glass of water did move, but he used it for a whole afternoon. He got together with Hongya today and said he would make you look bad. With this gap, I want to see how they will make you look bad. What's wrong? Do you have a grudge? When Monkey told him how Hongya's family treated Chen Qing, Fatty frowned. This is really a piece of shit. Chen Qing saw that the time was almost up, so he got up and walked towards the playground. Be careful. Master, go slowly. There were already 5 armored military vehicles waiting on the playground. After waiting for a while, everyone was there. Including Chen Qing and the 3 newcomers, there were 30 people in total. Han Yuan said, let's stick to the old tactics. He, Chiang, will make 3 seats for the newcomers in the car, and He Chiang will explain the tactics to them in the car. Let's go! Everyone quickly got into the car and soon drove away from the base with a rumble. The 3 of them sat in the back row, Zhou Yangqiao on the left, Chen Qing in the middle, and Ji Luo on the right. It sounds good, Chen Qing thought to himself. He Chiang began to explain the tactics. Have you heard of the 3-3 tactic? To deal with ghosts, the 3-3 tactic is generally used. 3 people form a team, distributed in a triangle. 3 teams form a combat squad, which is also a triangle, and 3 combat squads form a combat group, which is also a triangle. A combat group has 27 people. Without you 3, we have exactly 27 people. You'd better watch how we fight today. If there are any small fish that slip through the net, you can practice appropriately. The car stopped quickly, about 1 kilometer away from the ghostless temple. If we get too close, some of them won't dare to come out. Wait until they all show up before we go. Chen Qing thought of something and asked, Brother Chiang, where do ghosts hide during the day? No one knows. He Chiang smiled and said, this is the world's #1 unsolved mystery, so we have to wait for them to show up. No one knows? Chen Qing was thoughtful. The evil ghosts have shown up, the intercom suddenly rang, and Han Yuan's heroic voice came out. Brothers, follow me. 5 armored military vehicles rushed up the mountain and arrived in front of the ghostless temple in just a moment. Everyone was already very familiar with the formation, and immediately divided into several teams of 3 people after getting off the car. Most of them held Kunwu swords, and those holding Kunlun crossbows were at the back. There was also a sniper rifle, looking for a position. Han Yuan was in the middle, and suddenly pulled out the Kunwu sword. A red light flashed and the Kunwu sword burst into flames. It enveloped half of Han Yuan's body. Charge! With a command, everyone rushed into the ghostless temple. Some went through the door, and some climbed over the wall. They were all very fast. Chen Qing clenched the Kunwu sword and rushed over. At this time, a figure appeared in front of everyone. He was very thin, his face was abnormally pale, and there were many festering sores on his body. He walked slowly and coughed violently. It sounded as if he would die in the next moment. A ghost-controlling soldier rushed forward in a few steps, and the Kunwu sword in his hand flashed. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and the ghost was cut in half from the waist. Cough! Cough! The upper body of the ghost coughed violently while struggling to crawl forward. The soldier stepped forward and cut off the head. Bang! With a loud bang, Han Yuan jumped from somewhere. The Kunwu sword burning with flames was inserted into the body of the ghost. The fire burned the ghost corpse to ashes in a moment. Han Yuan frowned. This is a sick ghost. You withdraw from this mission and go back to disinfect and check. The soldier was stunned, nodded immediately, and quickly ran out of the ghostless temple. A little further ahead, the 3 soldiers in the lead were entangled with a female ghost holding a child. The female ghost kept muttering something. Her legs were spread apart, and her lower body was dragging a large mass of things that looked like intestines and meat, and blood was gushing out. There was also a huge wound on her stomach, and a child was sucking his thumb inside, looking out calmly. The female ghost's lower body was dragging so many bloody things, but her speed was extremely fast, and every step was like an arrow shot out. The 3 people had surrounded the female ghost. As long as she attacked one person, the Kunwu swords of the other 2 would quickly cut out. Whoosh! The female ghost moved again. The sharp claws grabbed the soldier's face, and the soldier was shocked. Suddenly, he fell backwards with an iron bridge. 2 knives were chopped out at the side, one for the neck and one for the abdomen. Ding! Ding! With 2 crisp sounds, both knives were grabbed. One knife was grabbed by the ghost girl, and the other knife was grabbed by the fetus in the ghost girl's belly. The baby in the ghost girl's hand suddenly jumped towards the warrior on the ground, and her claws swept across the two warriors. Bang! A silver bullet suddenly exploded in front of the ghost girl's chest. The ghost girl's body flew out quickly as if it was hit by a heavy truck. The two warriors seized the opportunity, one on the left and one on the right, and cut the ghost girl into 3 halves with 2 knives. The baby in the ghost's belly fell out, screaming miserably, still struggling to get on the ghost girl, hugging her tightly and crying. Then the body slowly melted. Is this the legendary birth ghost? The warrior was still in shock. This is only the wandering soul level. Damn outrageous! If it is promoted to the evil ghost level, I'm afraid it will cost several people. The warrior on the ground has stood up and touched the wound on his neck. Is this thing poisonous? I haven't heard of it. Chen Qing saw everything, his heart pounding. He saw this scene again. He spat to the side and heard a voice coming from the side. You have good courage. Ah? Chen Qing was stunned. This is the first time I have seen this kind of scene. My mouth is not dry and there is saliva. Not bad. At this moment, the two of them were standing on a bell platform which could see everything around. Han Yuan did not participate in the battle again, but just watched the battle around him. The average strength of the Ghost Control Army seemed to be somewhat different from that of the Ghosts, but everyone cooperated very well. Although there were injuries, they were not serious. The number of ghosts is decreasing sharply. Chen Qing suddenly asked, Captain, the Black Prison Ghost contract technique should not follow the rule of only half of the contract ghost energy value, right? If the ghost energy value is about the same as mine, or a lot higher than mine, can I contract it? Han Yuan frowned and said, It is not worthwhile to contract a ghost, whose ghost energy value is only half of your own. Everyone knows this truth. But have you ever thought about why this rule became an iron rule in the end? Chen Qing was silent. Do you know what happened to the previous people who practiced the Black Prison Ghost contracting technique? They are all amazingly talented people. Their talents are far beyond your imagination. And without exception, they are all dead. It is very likely that you are the only one who knows this technique. The ferocity of ghosts is far beyond your imagination. When you put yourself in the Black Prison, you are actually forcing yourself into a desperate situation. Han Yuan is not a talkative person, but he said a lot. But he also answered Chen Qing's question. The number of ghosts in the temple is decreasing sharply. Bang! Suddenly a knocking sound was heard lightly. It was like knocking on a bamboo tube. Everyone's movements were stagnant. The picture in front of Chen Qing turned black and white. His consciousness was in chaos. Bang! The knocking sound rang again. A strange voice was stretched out very long. The weather is dry. Be careful of fire. With this sound, flames suddenly rose from the bodies of all the people whose bodies were frozen. Han Yuan also froze. The flames on his body quickly burned his body. Black smoke came out. Flames rose from Chen Qing's body, but the demon suppression tower shook slightly, and they disappeared in an instant. The black and white picture in front of him shattered in an instant, returning to the normal world. Chen Qing could move, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't even know where the enemy was. He shook violently towards Han Yuan beside him. Captain, wake up! He gritted his teeth and stabbed Han Yuan's arm with the kunwu knife. Han Yuan suddenly came to his senses, and the kunwu knife in his hand burst into flames, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Another sound. Han Yuan, who was still in the air, froze, and his momentum did not decrease, and he fell heavily to the ground. The strange voice stretched out again. Close the doors and windows, prevent theft and burglary. In Chen Qing's eyes, a wooden lattice window quickly closed, and his body seemed to be locked by something and could not move. The demon suppression tower shook slightly again. The window in front of him shattered. Chen Qing rushed to Han Yuan regardless of everything and stabbed again. In this situation, only he can save the situation. The kunwu sword has the effect of breaking evil spirits. Han Yuan woke up instantly and shot out like a cannonball. The ghost seemed to be thinking about something, but Han Yuan's body approached instantly. One sword. Safe and sound. The voice stopped abruptly. Everyone regained their ability to move, quickly took off their burning clothes, and screamed in pain. Chen Qing rushed over to see that a ghost corpse was nailed to the ground by Han Yuan's kunwu sword and was burning rapidly. It can be vaguely distinguished that it was dressed as an ancient farmer, with a bamboo tube hanging around its waist. B-level evil ghost, night watchman. Han Yuan frowned and took out a few portable hemostatic bandages to cover the wound. I actually encountered this thing. Chen Qing was stunned. This night watchman? Isn't it one of the ones I released after taking out the demon suppression tower? Could it be that the ghost tide in the ghostless temple was caused by me? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing comforted himself. Anyway, when the blood moon comes, there will be a ghost tide here. By then, I'm afraid that the number of deaths will be hundreds of times more. He Qiang ran over at this time. His neck had been burned and several layers of skin had fallen off, but he nodded to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, you have done a great job this time. As he said this, He Qiang's face was a little solemn. Boss, it seems that there is another evil ghost. Another one? It seems to be possessed. Han Yuan's face was excited. Possessed? What is it attached to? Not sure. Let's go. Han Yuan said as he walked. Chen Qing, you can also practice your skills. Be careful. Pick the weak points to attack. Possessed is not a verb, but a noun. This kind of ghost is relatively common. It is called a crazy ghost at the wandering soul level. It is the kind of person who is obsessed with something and turns into it after death. For example, drunkards, gamblers, misers, playboys, etc. When they are at the evil ghost level, they usually attach themselves to an object that they can't let go of. For example, if He Qiang in the team dies and becomes an evil ghost, he may become a fishing rod. People's obsessions and obsessions are so strange, and the possession will also be strange. For example, a drunkard, when he is promoted to a possession, he may become a bottle of wine, or a pervert who is promoted to a possession will become black silk. If a modern person becomes an obsessive ghost, it would probably be lively. Mobile phone, keyboard, camera, figure, basketball, overalls, nothing is surprising. Chen Qing retracted his thoughts and slowly walked towards the back half of the ghostless temple. Sob, 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 a voice that was talking at an extremely fast speed and mumbling came over. Chen Qing tried hard to distinguish and finally heard clearly. I heard that the man was a gambler. He had an affair with the butcher's wife. He was caught by the butcher Zhong, and the head was killed. Lao Qing hasn't come back for 2 years. It is said that he was caught for selling salt. I heard that he was raped by the prison bully in prison. Listening again, it was still a long-winded muttering. Chen Qing turned the corner and finally saw 2 female ghosts. Their mouths opened and closed quickly, and their tongues were extremely long, hanging out for a foot. As they spoke, saliva splashed everywhere. Long-tongued ghosts. The 2 female ghosts were obviously different in their skills. One spoke very fast, and it must have been more than 2 years of practice. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it clearly. The other one's movements were a little slow, and the words she uttered were also unclear. Take a look at the ghost watch. One is F level, and the other is E level. They are both very weak. But for safety, Chen Qing only wants the F level one. At that moment, he chopped the F level one with a knife. Beheaded. No surprise. The long-tongued ghost turned into black mist and was quickly taken into the demon suppression tower. The E-level long-tongued ghost was stunned for a moment, and with a flick of its head, its long tongue became like a sword or a whip, slashing towards Chen Qing quickly. Chen Qing stopped pestering him and quickly ran away, looking for the next ghost. There were many ghosts here, and soon Chen Qing found a starving ghost in the temple cafeteria. It was eating madly on a bag of rotten cabbage. Its body was extremely skinny, but its belly was big and round. Upon examination, it was an F-level wandering soul. Quickly cut off its head. The starving ghost quickly turned into a black mist and was collected in the demon suppression tower. There was still a rustling sound in the cafeteria. Chen Qing walked over lightly and was immediately delighted. 3 ghosts. They were tearing up a piece of rotten pork with maggots in it in the kitchen area of the cafeteria. Taking a look at the ghost watch, they were all F-level wandering souls. Chen Qing threw out the demon suppression tower. Big! Boom! With a heavy muffled sound, the 3 ghosts were instantly crushed to death. He quickly took back the demon suppression tower and looked for other places. The next 2 ghosts he encountered were 1 E-level and 1 D-level. Chen Qing turned around and walked away. When he reached the accommodation area, his steps slowed down. Ah! At this time, the woman's obscene voice came out. With a move in his heart, he identified the direction. He clenched the kunwu knife and slowly approached. Then he saw a crazy and cool scene. A big baboon was having an intense exchange with a female ghost. This scene is full of sensitive words. It shocked my mother for a whole year. Chen Qing will never forget that this baboon is Zhou Yangqiao's fate ghost. Looking around, she saw Zhou Yangqiao standing in the corner with a red face. She also saw Chen Qing raised a finger and made a gesture of silence. She moved lightly and pulled Chen Qing outside. Chen Qing didn't know how to speak. Zhou Yangqiao's face was red and he said, "My fate ghost is a lustful ghost. Only in this way can I advance." Lustful ghost? The voice coming from inside was too rippled. Zhou Yangqiao's face was still red and he said, "That female ghost is a wandering soul-level lust ghost. When a lust ghost advances to the evil ghost level, it looks like a baboon or an ape. It's not easy to meet a female lust ghost. I have to seize this opportunity." The evil ghost level of a lust ghost is actually a baboon or an ape? Chen Qing was a little stunned and subconsciously asked, "What is the evil spirit level of the lust ghost?" "I don't know." "That's right. The blood moon has not arrived yet, and most of the ghosts we can see now are common ghosts. The reason why we can see the Night Watchman ghost here today is that it has been suppressed here since ancient times. As he was talking, it seemed that the inside reached the top of the mountain. The movement, even if you describe 1/10 of it, you will be sealed in the book. It's simply amazing." Come on." Chen Qing suffered from temporary aphasia. He fled quickly. After thinking about it, he walked towards the original abbot's room. There was a rotten corpse, but it didn't turn into a ghost. Chen Qing could vaguely recognize the abbot's appearance, sighed, and turned to look for other areas. At this moment, Chen Qing felt a gloomy aura. He looked around but didn't see any ghosts. However, his footsteps became heavier with each step. There seemed to be an air conditioner blowing on his thighs, and there was an indescribable coolness. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. He looked down. There was nothing on his feet, but his trouser legs were shaking gently. Chen Qing understood what it was, a ghost with hanging boots or a tail-chasing bug. This thing is too fast, and no matter how you look at it, it can hide in the blind spot of your sight. Fortunately, this thing only likes to scare people and is considered a good ghost. There was a cool breeze blowing from behind his neck. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be hanging on the back of his neck now. Chen Qing didn't look back, but used the ghost watch to shine behind his neck. Verse 7, F-level wandering soul. Chen Qing understood in his heart, stood still, and threw the demon suppression tower backwards. Big bang! The demon suppression tower, which was 3 or 4 meters high, fell heavily behind Chen Qing. Chen Qing didn't see this follower, but he already felt that new ghosts had been taken into the demon suppression tower. There were only 2 left. Soon, Chen Qing found the target. Clatter. A skinny figure. In its arms it held a large pile of dice. The dice kept falling down, and he kept picking them up and dropping them. The ghost had an anxious look on his face, but he was stubbornly picking up the dice, as if he didn't intend to let any of them go. Crazy ghost. There are many kinds of crazy ghosts, and this one is obviously a gambler among the crazy ghosts. 3 warriors suddenly rushed over and were about to attack. Chen Qing hurriedly stopped them. "Leave it to me." The 3 warriors nodded, and without saying much, they went to other places. This gambler was confused, so he should be F level. Sure enough, the ghost watch showed 5k. Kill the gambler with 1 knife. The demon suppression tower only had 1 last one. Maybe good things come with time, and the next few encounters are not F level, and the number of ghosts is rapidly decreasing after being cleaned up by the ghost soldiers, so it is becoming increasingly difficult to find another one. Chen Qing was a little anxious, and he came to the back of the ghostless tower. The ghostless tower had been cleared out as a priority, but there was a dry toilet in the corner of the wall. There might be a toilet ghost. Sure enough, an F-level toilet ghost was smacking his food. Chen Qing killed it with 1 knife, regardless of the disgust. The body of the toilet ghost turned into black mist and was sucked into the tower. The demon suppression tower began to tremble. At first, it was a slight tremor, and then the vibration amplitude became larger and larger. Soon, the demon suppression tower and the necklace jumped up and down in front of Chen Qing's chest, like a small fish that had just been caught. Finally, the movement of the demon suppression tower stopped, and Chen Qing felt that there was a 13th ghost. The Ghost King is coming. Recalling the terrifying figure in the second blood moon in the previous life, Chen Qing's heart was pounding. He collected these 12 useless ghosts just to get this Ghost King. He practiced the Black Prison Ghost contract technique just to control this Ghost King. Under normal circumstances, when using the Black Prison Ghost contract technique, the ghost will definitely resist and be forced into a life-and-death situation. But Chen Qing is different. He is the master of the demon suppression tower. Around this point, Chen Qing can make some arrangements. For example, swim to the sea or come to the cliff. In this way, as long as he dies, the demon suppression tower will fall. In other words, the ghost has only 2 choices, either surrender or die together. It should be possible. Chen Qing was unsure, but only if he got this Ghost King, he would have the confidence to survive in the blood moon. Thinking silently, the noise in the ghostless temple has become quieter and quieter. In addition to the terrible night watchman, the Ghost Guard also cleared several very troublesome A-level wandering souls, and one was seriously injured. The battle gradually came to an end. Finally, the portable walkie-talkie came with the sound of gathering. Everyone walked towards the temple gate, and Chen Qing ran into Zhou Yangxiao. Chen Qing smiled and asked, "Is it going well?" Zhou Yangxiao blushed and said, vaguely. Chen Qing only then realized that Zhou Yangxiao was very good-looking. The nose, eyes, and lips were all small and just right. "You, don't tell others about my fake ghost." Zhou Yangxiao came over and stared into Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing is not a person who likes to discuss others, but he deliberately hesitated. Just consider it as I owe you a favor. Deal." Chen Qing smiled. Then he whispered, "Has your baboon improved a lot this time?" Zhou Yangxiao's face turned red again. "Very much." Seeing that Chen Qing was going to ask more, he frowned and said, "Let's not talk about this, okay?" Chen Qing saw that she was really anxious, so he stopped discussing this topic. There was one less armored military vehicle. It should be the soldier who killed the sick ghost who drove away one. Han Yuan said, "Although everyone was burned badly in this mission, it was a complete success. Other comrades will be sent to do the next cleanup work. Thank you for your hard work. There is one less car. Do you want to squeeze or wait for the car to be sent?" "Push. It will only take a few minutes. Squeeze and it will be done." Han Yuan asked the 3 newcomers to get into his car, and immediately 2 more people squeezed in. One was He Chang, and the other was a round-faced soldier, Jiang Mingyuan, nicknamed Ku Dan. "Fuck, Ku Dan, don't squeeze me. This car is so big, I don't want to squeeze you." The 2 squeezed for a long time and finally decided that He Chang would hold Ku Dan. The car started. "Chen Qing, you have to be credited with the first merit today," Han Yuan said. No, it's not without the captain's wise command." "Why? You've learned to flatter after just a few days?" Han Yuan was dissatisfied with Chen Qing's tone. Chen Qing smiled and said, "Are there any rewards?" "Yes," Han Yuan smiled, "but I plan to collectively apply for the combat team to defend against special attacks. Otherwise, if a ghost with special abilities comes like today, we won't know how it died." Chen Qing wanted to ask if the possessed had been found, but held back. "Jiluo is not bad either. Did you succeed in contracting the house ghost you've been waiting for today?" "Successful." Jiluo was excited when he mentioned this. Han Yuan thought about it and asked, "Are you selling the complete sequence of the house ghost?" With Han Yuan's shrewdness, he naturally knew that Jiluo was so excited to contract an E-level ghost because his family knew the complete promotion route. Jiluo was silent, but he didn't deny it. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe my dad won't agree." Okay, didn't bother him anymore. The complete sequence was too precious. Each complete sequence was obtained by countless people in the Southern Ghost Tide with their lives. Captain, isn't it the job of the ghost extermination team to clear out the ghosts? They can't spare any time recently. Han Yuan said solemnly. A princess from an unknown dynasty has woken up, and it's a bit tricky. Chen Qing was stunned. He knew it was the one he had awakened. But in fact, Chen Qing had helped a lot, because once the blood moon came, this ghost would probably be several times stronger, and the loss at that time would be even more terrifying. He also thought about the ghost bases he knew about the Ghost Tide. Should he tell them all? Chen Qing pondered. He Qiang, be normal. Suddenly, QQ Egg cursed. What is this hard thing? Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Knife! 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 This is a fucking knife! He Qiang cursed. Even if I want to get Kun, I will only get a handsome man like the captain. You are nothing. Han Yuan cursed. Get lost. After a while, Han Yuan pulled down the makeup mirror, touched his chin and neck, and nodded. But what you said about handsome is indeed very appropriate. The 4 cars rushed into the city at lightning speed. Chen Qing asked, Captain, can I get off? Yes. Han Yuan asked, are you not injured? If you are injured, it's best to go to the base for treatment. No. Then go ahead. After getting off the car, Chen Qing looked at the time. 4:30. There were very few taxis at this time. Chen Qing opened the taxi app, set the destination, and paid 1,000 yuan. Ding! In an instant, the order was snatched. Soon a car stopped in front of Chen Qing. Hello, Mr. Chen? The driver looked happy. Are you going to Shiju Peak? Driving a sports car at this time in the middle of the night must be to make more money. 1,000 yuan per order. It's so beautiful. Yeah, Shiju Peak is a famous scenic spot in Ximing City. It is extremely steep, and the Ximing River is surging at the foot of the peak. The two got in the car and drove out quickly. The driver was still very excited to chat with Chen Qing, but Chen Qing's mind was full of the Ghost King's affairs, so he didn't pay much attention. The driver just concentrated on driving. After a while, the car arrived in front of the scenic spot, and the driver deliberately sent Chen Qing to a place where the car could no longer go up. Some popular attractions operate 24 hours a day, but this one has been closed for a long time. Chen Qing turned on the flashlight, turned around, and now his physical strength is much better than that of ordinary people. Without resting for a while, he came to the steepest cliff. He found a steep position close to the cliff. The slope here is very large, and people can barely stand, but if they die, their bodies will inevitably fall into the river below. The river wind is blowing. Chen Qing calmed down and wrote a message. On August 15th, the moon will turn into a blood moon. The end of the world will come, and there will be 100 times more ghosts than before. 10,000 times more. Evil ghost-level ghosts are everywhere. You take Xiaoman and Uncle Xia into my safe house and store as much food as possible. Never, never, never trust anyone. My bank card is under the big pine tree on Shiju Peak, pressed by 2 stones, and the password is 371896. After writing, he set it to send at a scheduled time and pressed the bank card under 2 stones. If he didn't make it back alive, Monkey would receive this message at noon tomorrow. He took a few deep breaths and controlled his violently beating heartbeat. A thought. The Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower appeared in front of him. He was a little thin, squatting on the ground with his back to Chen Qing. Without a chance to look closely, Chen Qing shouted out word by word, Black Prison Ghost Contract Technique. Black Prison Ghost Contract Technique. Something like tentacles and black mist quickly enveloped the two. Chen Qing's heart was pounding. He said in a deep voice, You also saw the environment we were in just now. On the edge of the cliff, people can stand, but if I die, my body will fall off the cliff. With the necklace, it may sink in the river for 10 or 100 years. You have no other choice. Either surrender to me and become my contracted ghost pet, or we die together. Dare to enter here, I have made all preparations. Now, please tell me your answer. The Ghost King was still squatting. There was no response. Something is not right with the plot. Chen Qing frowned and shouted again, Stand up! The Ghost King stood up slowly. Then Chen Qing was stunned. His beard was wild, like Zhang Fei, but his eyes were squinting. One was standing guard, the other was keeping watch. One foot was wearing 2 socks and the other was not wearing socks. He tilted his head and looked at Chen Qing. Where are my socks? Chen Qing was stunned. Although it has a beard, isn't this the crazy ghost he collected the first time? Ghost King? Is this thing a Ghost King? The plot that Chen Qing expected had tragic scenes that were worth singing and weeping. There was also a sad ending with a corpse on the river. There was just no weird scene of being in the same room with a mental patient. For a moment he was a little dazed, not knowing what to do. After thinking about it, he took off his socks and gave them to him. The Ghost King smiled, drooled, wiped his face with his hand, sat on the ground and put on his socks. If there was a choice, Chen Qing would really not choose this thing. But helpless, now locked in the black prison. While it was putting on its socks with a thought, a black ring of spiritual energy emerged from Chen Qing's mind and slowly put on the Ghost King's, getting tighter and tighter and sinking into his head. Huh? The Ghost King seemed to have noticed something and scratched his head, but the thing had already sunk into his head. He scratched twice more and seeing no reaction, he sat down and started to put on his socks again. It's done. Is this the feeling of contracting a ghost pet? Unlike using the Demon Suppression Tower to control it, he can feel the Ghost King's breathing and can clearly feel everything about the Ghost King. So ghosts also have to breathe? Chen Qing moved his mind and withdrew the black prison. It's done? It's so unexpected. He pointed the ghost watch at the Ghost King. 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 20, 35. It stopped at 35 and then 3, 6, 3, 5, 3, 9, 4. For some reason its value has been unstable and has been changing. It hovers around 38. 38, D-level wandering soul. It is totally unworthy of the title of Ghost King, but he knows that this is because he specializes in contracting fragile, newborn wandering souls. If all 12 ghosts are replaced with higher level ones, the Ghost King will most likely be able to enter the transcendent level. Imagine that he has an S-level ghost pet, and his heart can't help but be a little rippled. It's just that the brain is not very bright. This is a big problem. I don't know if changing the ghost can solve it. With a thought, he summoned the crazy ghost. The two standing together are closer than brothers. The 4 freely moving eyeballs are comparable to a 360-degree panoramic camera, which can see the east, south, west, north, up, down, left, and right. Fortunately, the Ghost King has a circle of Zhong-Fei-like beards, so he won't make a mistake. Chen Qing sighed. The 3-character famous saying of the celebrity surnamed Shen emerged in his mind. What a sin! At this time, the sky was slightly bright, and the crazy ghost was obviously a little weak. But this Ghost King didn't react at all. The two eyes wandered around. Chen Qing put the crazy ghost away, wanting to see the limit of the Ghost King, and waited quietly. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The first ray of sunlight hit the top of the peak and slowly moved down. If it was a wandering soul at this time, it would probably be wiped out in an instant. But the Ghost King still didn't react at all. The sunlight gradually moved down and finally came to the top of the two people's heads. At this time, the Ghost King still didn't react at all. After checking with the ghost meter, the ghost energy value was still hovering around 38. The sun finally hit the Ghost King's face. The imagined scene of grilling ghost meat did not appear. The Ghost King didn't react at all. He even turned around and yawned at the sun. Chen Qing was stunned. Even though he had experienced 3 waves of blood moon ghost tides, he had never heard of any ghosts that were not afraid of the sun. This is a ghost, the one above is the sun. Which one is wrong? The Ghost King yawned and sat on a stone, looking a little bored. Chen Qing then remembered the bank card under the stone, took it out and took it back, and deleted the scheduled text message to the monkey. Check the time and take back the Ghost King. Take a taxi and return to the hotel. Chen Man is not there. I didn't care. After breakfast I started to practice the Zhoutian. At noon, the hotel phone rang. The other party didn't speak, but Chen Qing saw the note under the hotel phone. Mr. Chen Man is in our hands. If you don't want him to get into trouble, please take out 6 million and take it to the Taiping Road Waste Brick Factory. Chen Qing was stunned. A chill and anger surged in his heart. Chen Man is his only relative. Only! Chen Qing wanted to solve this matter through the Ghost Guard, but Chen Man couldn't afford any accidents. Not daring to be careless, he went to the bank and took out 6 million. It was a lot. It was packed into 3 boxes, each weighing about 70 kilograms. The security guard helped to bring the boxes to the door. There happened to be a taxi, so he stopped it and loaded them one by one. Taiping Road Waste Brick Factory. Okay. This is a very unpopular place. At least Chen Qing has never heard of it. But the driver took a detour and took Chen Qing to the alley. As long as you don't hurt my brother, money is not a problem. Chen Qing suddenly spoke. The driver was slightly startled and smiled. Mr. Chen is a smart man. Then please wear this blindfold, Mr. Chen. Don't worry, we are here to get money, not to kill. Chen Qing put it on as he was told. Maybe the location was remote, or maybe they deliberately took a detour. The driver drove for a long time. Halfway through, someone got on the car, put a sharp object against Chen Qing's neck, and tied Chen Qing tightly with a rope. Soon, the car stopped. Chen Qing was pushed and staggered, and finally stopped after a while. The blindfold was pulled down. The sudden light made Chen Qing squint his eyes, and after a moment, he saw clearly. This was an abandoned factory building with broken bricks and dried feces everywhere. There are 6 people in front. Chen Qing has a very good memory now, and he can remember them clearly, even if he only saw them once. One is a hotel employee, one is a gold shop employee, and the other one surprised Chen Qing. Li Ba, a resident of the same community, a social person. He was one of the people who killed Chen Qing in the previous life. Chen Qing suddenly understood. He was showing off his wealth. He gave 300,000 yuan as a reward in the hotel. He sold golden ducks for nearly 10 million yuan in the gold shop. The decoration of the community cost nearly 10 million yuan. No wonder he was targeted. Where is my brother? Li Ba, wearing a big gold chain and a big gold watch, did not answer, but said, the price has increased. You have to give another 10 million. Chen Qing only has 1.4 million yuan left in his card. But Chen Qing did not hesitate. Money is not a problem, as long as I can see my brother. A moment later, Chen Man was dragged out, his hands tied behind his back, his nose and face swollen, and he suffered a lot. Chen Qing's heart was relieved. I only have 140 on my card. Can I give it all to you? 1.2 million per person is enough. But the boss wants 5 million. The 5 of us brothers should have at least 2 million, right? Got it. Chen Qing just made sure that all of them were present. A thought. The demon suppression tower shook slightly and 13 ghosts suddenly appeared. A crazy ghost, 2 toilet ghosts, 2 air-eating ghosts, 4 starving ghosts, a long-tongued ghost, a tail-following bug. They were strange and terrifying. Everyone was horrified. What is this? Ghosts! 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 Everyone was in chaos. But what Chen Qing didn't expect was that the Ghost King stood, while the other ghosts knelt on the ground and trembled. Except for the crazy ghost who seemed to be unable to feel the horror of the Ghost King, he still stood upright. Chen Qing didn't expect these ghosts to be like this, and his thought moved. Kill them! The ghosts struggled to get up and rush towards everyone, but they were too weak, especially now it was still daytime. Each one was extremely slow. The Ghost King rushed forward, his toes turned outward, his posture awkward, and he shouted, "Cut into 8 pieces! Cut into 8 pieces!" The first person's body was suddenly torn into 8 pieces. With a bang, his internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The Ghost King rushed over, but he didn't expect that this person would suddenly split in front of him. He was slightly stunned and turned to another person. He was still shouting, "Burn to death! Burn to death!" Boom! The body of the person who was running in front was suddenly enveloped in a raging fire. The temperature of the fire was terrifying. In just a moment, he had burned him to charcoal. Chen Qing was stunned. "Is this? What you say is what you do." He increased the speed of his hands and cut the rope with a portable small tool knife. He threw out the demon-suppressing tower with one hand. Big! A 6 or 7 meter tall iron tower suddenly appeared and smashed a person into a pulp. Chen Qing held the kunwu knife in his hand and stabbed it directly into the taxi driver's brain. He pulled it apart horizontally, splitting the head in two, and rushed again. The other ghosts were already tearing apart the gold shop employee. He was so scared that he could only scream, "Ah! Help! Help! Don't! I'm buying my life! I have money! I have money!" Chen Qing didn't react at all and raised the knife again. "Jin Buhuan! Jin Buhuan!" Li Ba suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chen Qing paused, his brows furrowed. How did he know about Jin Buhuan? Li Ba's lips had turned pale and his head was covered in cold sweat, but he still shouted, "Jin Buhuan! Someone wants your Jin Buhuan!" Chen Qing frowned even more. Li Ba saw Chen Qing stop moving. "Hotel. Sun Lian from the hotel wanted to mess with you, so he secretly installed surveillance in the room. Filmed the Jin Buhuan. Then the news spread. We are just thugs. Let me go." "Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan." Suddenly a strange voice came. Jin Buhuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Still skinny, carrying an unusually large bag full of gold ingots. "Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan," Jin Buhuan said, and jumped in front of Li Ba in a few steps, as if jumping into water, and jumped straight into Li Ba's stomach. Li Ba's body quickly turned into gold, and his eyes were full of fear. Jin Buhuan. Fear was forever fixed in his eyes. Chen Qing looked at this golden body. A real golden body. Silent. If anyone touches Chen Man, everyone should die. But if the man behind the scenes is not found out, he will not be able to sleep or eat well. This is the first time Chen Qing has killed someone in his 2 lives. But unexpectedly, there is no discomfort. It is so calm and terrifying. The ghost of the F-level wandering soul is still too weak. If it hadn't appeared suddenly and scared the group of people, there might still be danger. He commanded the ghosts to collect the bodies, but they all fell to the ground one by one. Even though the factory had a roof and the sun couldn't shine on them, it was daytime after all. Except for the Ghost King, the others couldn't bear it. Helplessly, he took the ghosts back and used the demon suppression tower to collect all the bodies. Li Ba's body had turned into gold. To Chen Qing's surprise, Li Ba's mobile phone fell to the ground. And his hands were cut off by Chen Qing before they turned into gold, so they should be able to be used to unlock. He tried fingerprint unlocking and it worked. First, he looked at the address book and took pictures of the phone numbers he had contacted in the past week. Then he looked through text messages and WeChat. Li Ba was a gangster, and he had a lot of fun with his phone. There was a group called Dancing Demons, with many pictures and videos. Almost all of them could be posted in the curiosity category of adult websites. In this group, humans can lay eggs. The capacity is infinitely large. The old woman is gorgeous. Scrolling up, there are photos of Chen Qing and Chen Man. It can be seen that they were taken with a long telephoto lens, probably secretly in the car, recording where Chen Qing went and what he did. There are also comments from time to time. "Damn, this kid is really fucking rich. He just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars at a camping store." There are also surveillance footage. Especially when there was a conflict with his aunt's family, it was discussed the most. "He spent $280,000 in just a few minutes today. Damn him, I'd be sorry if I didn't rob him." "When will we do it?" "In the next 2 days. Further down, that little bastard has been tied up." "Did you see where he is?" "I've been following him. He's going into the bank. He's about to come out. Car, hurry up and get on." "Okay, he's in Lao Wang's car. It's stable. We've made a fortune." "Stable, stable," Li Ba replied. "Don't be careless. Keep it stable for the last hour. We'll have a celebration party tonight. 3 skinny horses for each person." Just as he was watching, a message suddenly popped up on WeChat. "Did you succeed?" Chen Qing flipped up, and murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. "The messages from 3 days ago have been deleted, but Li Ba has been reporting the progress. I think this is the person who wants to get Chen Qing behind the scenes." It can be seen that this person deliberately hides himself. His nickname is a bunch of letters and numbers. His profile picture is blank, and there is no introduction. But Li Ba gave the note Mr. Yu. The surname Yu is not common. Without rushing to reply, Chen Qing quickly looked through Li Ba's replies to other people and pondered his habitual tone. Reply: "Both are tied up, damn it." The other party immediately replied: "That's good. You hide first, I'll call you later." He wanted to ask more, but was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he had to give up for now. 6 people disappeared together, which was too obvious. It would soon arouse suspicion. The person behind the scenes must be found as soon as possible. He looked at Li Ba's bank again, and there were more than 11 million in deposits. So rich! Chen Qing thought to himself and then looked at the recent transfers. There were 2 transactions, each of 5 million. The remittance account was called Jinhua. Eugene Hua? But seeing that he was so cautious on WeChat, the probability of using his real name when transferring money was not high. Chen Qing, are they trying to rob us of our money? Chen Man suffered a lot, and there were finger marks on his face. If it were an ordinary child, seeing a ghost in such a bloody scene, he would have collapsed long ago. But Chen Man was born without emotions and seemed very calm. Yes, so they were all killed. There were 4 mobile phones at the scene. Using the fingerprints on the stumps, 3 of them could be unlocked. But there was no valuable information. Maybe they didn't know the existence of President Yu. Thinking of this, Li Ba's mobile phone suddenly rang. Chen Qing pressed the recording button and answered it. Neither of them spoke. After just 2 seconds, the other party hung up. I secretly said something bad. Chen Qing called again, but the phone was turned off. I'm afraid this number will never be turned on again. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and felt a sense of pressure. Jin Buan is such a secret ghost that not ordinary people can know, and he is generous, so he is not short of money. His identity is definitely not simple. After keeping several mobile phones and the corresponding fingers properly, Chen Qing walked back. The hotel can no longer be lived in. Chen Man simply didn't go to study. After thinking about it, it seems that he can only go to the base before the house is completed. I don't know if I can take Chen Man with me. I called He Chang to ask. He Chang was stunned. Can children live in the dormitory? There is no precedent. Brother Chang, please help. Recently, someone has been targeting me and my brother, and I can't take care of him every day. If it doesn't work, can I exchange it for the remaining opportunity to select antiques? He Chang was silent for a while, and said, I'll ask the captain. After a while, unfamiliar number called. As soon as Chen Qing answered, Han Yuan's hearty laughter came over. I have long said that my great personality can impress everyone, but they don't believe it. Look, now it's not just you. You also bring your family to join me. For your great contribution, it's approved. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing came to the hotel. He wanted to see if there were any clues left here. The room was too big and difficult to search. He also summoned the Ghost King and asked it to help find it together. Of course, looking at the Ghost King's gifted appearance, Chen Qing didn't hold much hope. Monitor? Monitor! Monitor, where are you? The Ghost King shouted. Chen Qing was in a panic and was about to stop it when suddenly a screw from the central air conditioner fell off with a clang. He looked up and saw a grill swaying and about to fall off. He pulled a chair to stand on and removed the grill and saw a small camera. He looked at the Ghost King deeply. This guy might really have the abnormal ability of saying and doing. He took out the memory card inside, looked at it on the computer, and flipped to the front. A face in the screen was adjusting it nervously, adjusting the position, installing the grill, and quickly leaving the room. Chen Qing knew this person, the employee who died in his hand today. The clues here are also broken. Chen Qing murmured. Suddenly, he looked at the Ghost King. The wandering souls in the early stage are in chaos, and they can only stabilize when they reach level D. At this time, most of them can talk and communicate normally. An awakening ability is a matter of evil ghosts. But today, the Ghost King of the D-level wandering soul has awakened his ability. Shouting cut into pieces, the man was torn into 8 pieces out of thin air. Shouting burn him to death, the man was burned to death by the strange fire. Now, shouting where are you surveillance camera, the surveillance camera really appeared. Could it be that the awakened ability is words come true or something like that? This degree of perversion is really terrible. Chen Qing frowned. Everything about the Ghost King cannot be guessed by common sense. As a ghost, he is not afraid of sunlight. It's just a D-level wandering soul, but it has awakened the ability. You are. Chen Qing sorted out his thoughts. What's your name? The Ghost King looked at the bathroom with one eye and the ceiling with the other. He was so indifferent. As if I didn't say anything. Most of the things were from the hotel, and there was nothing to pack. But when I took out the Zhong map, the Ghost King came over. He took the Zhong map and shook it open with a rustling sound. Chen Qing was so scared that his heart tightened, but he wanted to see what he wanted to do, so he didn't stop him. The Ghost King looked at the picture of Zhong catching ghosts, tilting his head as if he didn't understand. You hold it upside down. Chen Qing sighed and turned the picture of Zhong over. The Ghost King's eyes rolled around and he suddenly got angry. He threw the picture heavily on the ground. He screamed and stomped on it madly, changing his feet and jumping on it. Chen Qing was shocked and pushed the Ghost King away. Are you crazy? This is a means of self-protection after the blood moon. If this guy damages it, Chen Qing will be heartbroken. The Ghost King was still not satisfied and pointed at the picture and cursed. He said a lot of nonsense. What on earth did this picture offend you? Chen Qing said angrily. Get out of here. The Ghost King was still full of anger. Who is it? Who drew me so ugly? Ah! Chen Qing's body froze, and his heart was already moving mountains and seas. Pointing at Zhong in the painting. You said, is this you? The Ghost King did not answer Chen Qing, but continued to point at the picture of Zhong and yell. Chen Qing was really shocked, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The Ghost King is not afraid of the sun, which is extremely abnormal. Chen Qing knows that there are only two kinds of ghosts that are not afraid of the sun. One is the one that possesses a person, and the other is called a hairy zombie. Apart from this, other ghosts are particularly afraid of the Ghost King. It is fear, not respect or submission. I am afraid that only Zhong has this kind of influence. Finally, there is this strange ability of saying what he wants, which is obviously not something that ordinary wandering souls can have. But why was he imprisoned in the demon suppression tower? As he was thinking, Chen Qing's heart trembled. In his previous life, the Ghost King in Han Yuan's demon suppression tower was definitely not Zhong. So what's going on? Isn't it the same demon suppression tower? Chen Qing shook his head and rejected the idea. After moving the things to the base, Chen Qing took Chen Man to the captain's office to report. They had to meet in person. Is this your brother? Was he beaten? Han Yuan paused when he saw Chen Man, and his expression became a little solemn the next moment. Huh. Chen Man was born in the Qi and Blood realm, which Chen Qing didn't know until the two brothers died together. Could Han Yuan see it? Chen Qing, your brother. Han Yuan frowned. It shouldn't be. He picked up the phone in the office but put it down again. I'll take him there. What's wrong? The degree of blood and Qi condensation is exaggerated, and he is born to practice blood and Qi. Chen Qing was naturally clear. However, Chen Qing did not want Chen Man to learn low-level exercises. If he wants to practice, he should practice Vajra subduing demons. Now that he has two great artifacts, there is no problem in protecting Chen Man in the early stage. Chen Qing, how about letting your brother worship me as a master? Han Yuan looked confident. I dare not say more. Into blood and Qi, I am also a small master in Ximing City. Chen Qing was hesitating. Han Yuan was powerful, and he had the demon suppression tower in his previous life, and he was also one of the top few in Ximing City. But Chen Qing didn't think he could come up with a better exercise. Chen Man needs someone to guide him, and Chen Qing has no experience in this area. After thinking about it, Chen Qing nodded heavily. Thank you, Captain, he said to Chen Man again. Xiao Man, come and become my disciple. Chen Man had a blank expression on his face. I have learned a lot now. I don't want to learn anymore. This is martial arts training. We won't study anymore in the future. Okay then. Chen Man immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Master, I, your disciple, pay my respects to you. Where did you learn all this? Chen Qing was speechless. Han Yuan laughed out loud. Okay. Turning back to wink at Chen Qing, he said, sometimes you really need to learn from the personality charm of this captain. After helping Chen Man up, Han Yuan took Chen Man to the martial arts hall. Like the Ghost Tamer, the Berserker also has its own learning battlefield, but the number of people is relatively small. With the 6 people who were just recruited this year, there are only 12 people in total. Captain! Everyone who was training stopped. Among them was a muscular man, who was the one who took away the 6 newcomers who chose Berserker. You guys practice your own things, Han Yuan said. Muscle Tyrant, come here. Baldy's real name is Lin Tao, and he got this nickname because of his exaggerated muscles. Boss, can you give me some face? All my students are here. Got it, Muscle Tyrant. Han Yuan pointed at Chen Man. Do a blood gas test on him. Muscle Tyrant was a little surprised, looked at Chen Man, and suddenly widened his eyes. Fuck! Not bad, right? Han Yuan looked proud. My new disciple. The 4 of them came to a room, which was similar to the last time Chen Qing did the talent test. It's just that the test equipment is made according to the size of an adult, and Chen Man can only sit on it as small as possible, but at least it can be tested. Chen Man sat there expressionless with a serious face. Buzz, a slight vibration. Han Yuan shouted immediately, Triple S! Chen Qing looked over and saw a bunch of complicated values with SSS written on the last line. Ha! Tianyuan sect has welcomed the most talented disciple. Han Yuan laughed. Tianyuan sect? What Tianyuan sect? It's just been established. I'm the founder of the sect and Chen Man is the chief disciple. It turns out to be a 2-person show. Okay, Chen Qing, go back. Han Yuan was very happy. Chen Man will follow me for food and accommodation in the future. Jiba frowned and said, Boss, the ghost killing team needs blood embryos the most. What should we do if they need people? 18 years old. You can only join the team when you are 18. Chen Man is my disciple, do you understand? He is not a member of the army. Once a teacher, always a father. Who dares to snatch my son? Jiba could only nod. SSS level talent is extraordinary, not to mention the ghost control army. Even the ghost killing team may not be able to encounter one in a year. This is already the top talent, a true numerical monster. Chen Qing knew that Chen Man's talent was terrible, but he didn't expect it to be SSS. He told Han Yuan roughly that Chen Man was born with 1 soul missing and could not feel emotions. Han Yuan looked serious and sighed. I just saw it. Maybe this is the price of his abnormal talent. He added, Chen Qing, don't worry, I Han Yuan guarantee that Chen Man will become the strongest master in Ximing before he reaches adulthood. Can't wait for 10 years? Chen Qing sighed in his heart, but still thanked him solemnly. Then thank you, Tianyuan Daozu. Han Yuan was stunned and laughed. Yes, this name is loud. Han Yuan loved Chen Man to the extreme. Chen Qing thought about it and finally came up with an idea. He asked, Captain, can I apply to participate in the Princess Tomb? Han Yuan frowned but did not ask any more questions. He went out to make a phone call and nodded when he came back. Sure, just show your ID when you get there. I won't ask what you want to do, but don't be stubborn. Understood, thank you, Captain. He wanted to go to the princess tomb for two reasons. First, to replace the ghost pet. Now that Zhong has been contracted, those F-level fragile ghost pets must be replaced. These ghosts are too fragile and have almost no effect except scaring people. Second, to awaken the Vajra-subduing demons. Chen Man needs a good practice. Although Han Yuan is strong, he probably doesn't have it. If this awakening practice is given to Han Yuan, he can teach Chen Man better. When he returned to the dormitory, the three roommates should have been learning soul movement and had not returned. Chen Qing meditated and ran the Zhou Tian. After a while, the three returned to the dormitory. Guxing was still aloof and lay on the bed silently without saying a word. Monkey and Fatty kept complaining about the difficulty of soul movement. The soul must be activated within a week, and you must have your own ghost pet within 2 weeks. I really don't know how this can be achieved. I really have no hope at all. Me too. I will probably be eliminated in a week. The two sighed. After a while, the three of them had dinner together, and Chen Qing left the base. He took a taxi to the outside of the city, and it was dark when he arrived at the princess's tomb. There were people guarding the roadside, and Chen Qing showed his ghost-controlling soldier ID and went over. There was a constant buzzing sound, like the wind blowing through the treetops, but if you listen carefully, there are whispers mixed in it. It seems that a woman is whispering something in a long distance, and the sound disappears when you listen carefully, and it rings in your ears from time to time. Looking at the ghost watch, the concentration of ghost energy is still a little bit off. Hold on, you must hold on. At this time, a ghost-killing team ran over frantically with a seriously injured soldier on his back. The seriously injured soldier on his back was covered in blood, with a bloody hole on the side of his chest, and he had already fainted. But when the two passed by Chen Qing, the soldier who had already fainted raised his head, his eyes glowing red, and he grinned at Chen Qing. In the moment when the two staggered each other, Chen Qing somehow saw the woman's face. Hey! Chen Qing wanted to say something, but the man carrying the soldier was obviously anxious and ran away quickly without stopping. A chill gradually rose in Chen Qing's heart. Although he didn't see the strange existence in the tomb that day, it said, "Come back, little brother," through everyone's mouth. The look in the eyes of the seriously injured soldier just now. Chen Qing's footsteps paused, but when he thought that the main force of the ghost-killing team was at the tomb, he should be safe for the time being, so he continued to move forward. Soon, Chen Qing saw the first ghost. A starving ghost, an E-level wandering soul. The improvement is not big, so just skip it. The closer to the princess's tomb, the greater the density of ghosts. The number of encounters with ghosts increases at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Qing's goal is to wandering souls at levels D and C. If it is higher, he may not be able to handle it. Of course, if he can encounter drowned ghosts and child ghosts, the conditions must be relaxed. After all, Chen Qing has the complete sequence for these two types of ghosts to be promoted to evil spirits. The necklace shook slightly. Chen Qing immediately clenched the Kunwu knife and vaguely saw a figure in front of him, but it was very fast and ran away in a flash. Who are you? What are you doing here? Suddenly a voice came over, and Chen Qing's heart shuddered. He turned his head immediately and saw a girl of the same age as himself. Her shoulder was injured and wrapped in gauze, and she looked very weak. But her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her figure was upright, and every detail of her facial features seemed to be carved by the energy of the top masters. Especially the big eyes, which seemed to be filled with stars, so clear and thrilling. Chen Qing was slightly absent-minded, but soon came back to his senses. Oh, I am from the Ghost Control Army and I applied to participate in the mission. The girl looked at Chen Qing suspiciously, nodded, and asked, "Have you seen my teammates? One is injured, and the other one is carrying him. We just met and went over there." Chen Qing pointed to the direction where the two soldiers had just run. "That's good?" The girl nodded, staggered suddenly, and fell straight down. Chen Qing hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hugged her. The girl was extremely weak, but she was still conscious, and struggled. You let me go." Oh. Chen Qing was a little at a loss, helped her to the side of the road, sat down against a tree, and then let go. The girl was panting heavily. Chen Qing couldn't help but worry. "Are you okay? What do you think?" The girl rolled her eyes at Chen Qing. Chen Qing simply shut his mouth. "That princess is so powerful. She scattered us all. Many brothers and sisters were seriously injured, and many people died." Chen Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the princess was so powerful. "How many of you came? Have you called for backup?" Chen Qing asked hurriedly. The girl was pale, leaning against the tree, just shaking her head slightly. Chen Qing stood up. He still had things to do. "Can you accompany me for a while? I'm a little scared." The girl immediately became nervous. Chen Qing was a little embarrassed. If he left, it would be okay if the girl didn't encounter a ghost. If she did, she would definitely die. He looked at the ghost watch. The concentration of ghost energy here was not enough to awaken the Vajra-subduing demon skill. But he still took out the book, rolled it into a tube, put it into the long bag containing the dagger, and inserted it on the belt. "I have to go to the princess's tomb, or I can take you with me." The girl struggled a little, but finally whispered, "Then I'll trouble you." At that moment, Chen Qing put one of her hands on his shoulders, but he didn't know where to put the other hand. "It's okay," the girl whispered. "I'll trouble you." Chen Qing nodded and then held her waist. He helped her slowly approach the direction of the princess's tomb. The girl's brows gradually frowned. It's dangerous over there. Why are you going there? Something. Chen Qing didn't answer, but looked at the ghost watch and Vajra subduing demons from time to time. After a moment, the girl saw the clue. You want to borrow the qi to awaken this book? Chen Qing was slightly startled and nodded. Yes? Oh. The girl's body seemed to be getting more and more fragile, and the weight of Chen Qing's support was getting heavier little by little. Can you carry me? Chen Qing half squatted down and said with a smile, I have a knife on my back. I'm afraid it will hurt you. Wait a minute. After that, he took out the kunwu knife in his hand, faced the girl and said with a smile, What's your name? Gong Huag. Huagu looked at Chen Qing and smiled. Little brother, where are you going? At this moment, Chen Qing faced Gong Huagu and slowly backed away. Although there was a smile on his face, he was extremely alert. Gong Huagu's smile was restrained, looking at Chen Qing coldly. Since you have seen it, then die. The nails on both hands grew rapidly. In an instant, they were 1 foot long, flying over fiercely. Chen Qing's kunwu knife slashed down heavily, passing through the gap between his hands and cutting his chest. Cut it! Chen Qing burst out with all his strength with this knife. He was confident that he could cut even steel bars in half. But he didn't hurt the other party at all. He took 2 steps back suddenly, and Gong Huag followed closely, and actually grabbed the blade with his bare hands. Zhong Kui! Gong Huagu twisted to the side, and a huge force came, and the kunwu sword flew out of his hand. 2 claws pierced Chen Qing's head and chest. Ding-a! Skinny arms suddenly swung out from the necklace on his chest, opening one of Gong Huagu's hands. But the other hand still pierced Chen Qing's chest. Gong Huagu kicked Chen Qing's chest heavily with both legs, and stood firmly with a leap back. He stared at the skinny figure that came out of the necklace, his face full of vigilance. I actually met Painted Skin here. Painted Skin. This is a devil-level Painted Skin. Chen Qing's chest had 5 blood holes, and blood gushed out. He felt that all the strength in his body was quickly drained from the blood holes in his chest. But he gently pulled the military uniform to cover the wound. He stood steadily, as if he was not injured at all, and looked at Painted Skin indifferently. Zhong Kui fell to the ground with a bang. Gong Huag didn't see clearly, but the hair on his body stood on end. There was a frightening aura on the skinny figure. The next moment, Gong Huag seemed to remember something and screamed. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, bursting out at a terrifying speed and fleeing. Painted Skin! Ah! Painted Skin! Zhong Kui shouted excitedly and took a turtle step to chase him, but the speed difference between the two was too great, and it seemed impossible to catch up. Don't go! Chen Qing was in a daze, wanting him to stop chasing and protect himself, but Zhong Kui had already run far away. He pressed the emergency button on the ghost watch, quickly took out gauze from the demon suppression tower, folded it into 10 layers, and covered the wound to fix it. Chen Qing's eyes were a little dark, and he used the last of his soul power to summon 2 ghosts to protect him. Then he had no more strength and fell to the ground. In a daze, Chen Qing seemed to hear the captain talking. He tried to open his eyes and saw 3 figures. The figures were a little dazed and unclear, but soon, Chen Qing's hair stood up. That Painted Skin! Still there! Chen Qing wanted to shout, but there was still a tracheal tube in his mouth. He moved slightly and found that his body was full of tubes. There was also a blood bag next to him. He looked around and found that there was nothing he could use. With a thought, a dagger appeared in his hand. He cut all the tubes with a knife, used all his strength, and stabbed Gong Huag with a knife. When Gong Huagu realized it, it was too late, and he could only barely move aside. Stop! Han Yuan also grabbed Chen Qing, but Chen Qing was drowsy and didn't have much strength. The knife only cut Gong Huag's arm. Gong Huagu's blood soon came out, frowning and looking at Chen Qing coldly. Huh! Chen Qing pointed at Gong Huagu. Ghost! Han Yuan was so smart that he understood immediately. That Painted Skin turned into Captain Gong. Captain Gong, you stay in the team. Pass the order. Captain Gong Huagu is at the base of the ghost-killing team, and will not leave in the next few days. Anyone who sees the second Gong Huag will kill him without mercy. Chen Qing must have been given anesthesia and his head was drowsy, but he still understood. His eyes went black and he fainted again. Doctor! Doctor! Han Yuan quickly called the doctor and inserted various tubes again. Then he picked up Chen Qing's dagger and thought about it. His things have been put away. Where did he get this knife? Mine. Han Yuan shook his head. Gong Huagu's face was cold. Captain Han, Huapi has become my appearance, so it's not convenient for me to show up again. I'll leave this matter to you. Yeah. When Chen Qing woke up again, his hands and feet were tied with restraints. His consciousness was still a little fuzzy, and the tracheal tube in his mouth had been removed, but his throat still hurt. Especially his mouth was very dry. A small figure was guarding the bed, expressionless. Chen Man. He looked straight at Qing. Chen Qing, will you die? Chen Qing had long been accustomed to Chen Man's undecorated tone. He shook his head and wanted to answer, no, but his voice was hoarse and almost silent. Chen Shan is gone. Chen Quan is gone. I only have you. Please don't die, okay? Chen Man looked at Chen Qing seriously, expressionless, but the little rolling knife meat who never cried or laughed was already full of tears. I will practice martial arts seriously to protect you. Please don't die. I won't die. Chen Qing tried hard and finally made a little hoarse sound. There was a sharp pain in his chest and his heart was warm. This little fat guy is becoming more and more reliable. Thinking of this, Gong Huagu walked in. Chen Qing's heart trembled. Don't worry, I'm a human. Gong Huagu said calmly, what happened? Chen Qing looked at this flawless face and still felt depressed. Water. The doctor said you can't drink water yet. Gong Huagu took out a cotton swab, dipped some glucose, and smeared it on Chen Qing's lips. That? Painted skin. Chen Qing's voice was very low, but Gong Huagu could hear it clearly. At that moment, he told everything about his encounter with painted skin and what happened afterwards. He only concealed the existence of Zhong Kui. He looked at the gauze on Gong Huagu's hand and said, "I'm sorry. It's a small matter." Gong Huagu frowned. Does that mean that painted skin itself is not weak? No wonder so many people were killed. This ability is really tricky. You have a good rest. If you have the ability, run the Zhou, you will get better faster. Gonggu said and left. A moment later, the doctor came to give Chen Qing more medicine and untied the restraints. Chen Qing just felt a little overwhelmed. Painted skin is a demon level. Although Zhong Kui has all kinds of strange magical powers, he is only a D-level wandering soul after all, and I don't know what the result will be. But there is no point in worrying now. Chen Qing quietly lay on the bed and ran the Zhou. After each Zhou passed, his body felt much more relaxed. During the time he was lying in bed, Han Yuan came again and took Chen Man away. The matter of capturing painted skin has risen to almost the same level as clearing the princess tomb. Although painted skin is not powerful, this strange ability is hard to guard against. And if it changes into a human, especially a high-level person, it will be dangerous. The people who capture painted skin will update a secret code every day, which can effectively prevent painted skin from turning into a human around them for the time being. Chen Qing lay in bed for 3 days and applied for discharge. Although his chest was still bandaged, it had basically healed. He got his things back, very good. Everything was there, especially the Vajra subduing demon skill, which was indeed awakened. He took a taxi to the outside of the city as soon as possible. Zhong Kui must be found. Just want to find a mentally ill person in the wilderness. How easy is it? Fortunately, the two have a contract after all. Their souls are unified, and there is a vague sense of induction. Chen Qing closed his eyes and felt it. The sense was very weak. He could only distinguish a general direction, but there was no other choice. Chen Qing walked silently towards the west. Every 10 minutes or so, he would stop to feel the direction. Repeatedly, it was noon in a blink of an eye. He took out the hot preserved pork from the tower and ate a whole bowl of rice. Set off again. After another hour, Chen Qing's sense became stronger and stronger. At this time, Chen Qing stopped every 2 minutes to adjust the direction. After another 10 minutes, Chen Qing saw the figure. Zhong Kui! Chen Qing was happy. I finally found you. Zhong Kui was stunned and looked over. Haha, you are here. What should I do? What should I do? Zhong Kui was overjoyed when he saw Chen Qing. He kept muttering to himself. Is there a solution? Do you have a solution? Chen Qing was already used to the crazy man's strange words, and he didn't care. He looked at him carefully, and he must have walked a lot in the past 3 days. His slippers were lost, and the soles of the 2 socks on his left foot had been worn out, and the 2 socks were hanging on his ankles like wrist guards. There were a lot of clothes in the demon-suppressing tower, so Chen Qing took out new socks and shoes. He wanted to teach him the correct way to dress. But Chen Qing gave up soon. Wearing sneakers, such a difficult action, was not suitable for him. So Zhong Kui became the same as before. What should I do? Zhong Kui walked around anxiously, frowning. What do you mean? Look, look! Zhong Kui pulled Chen Qing to a stream. There was a 1-meter diameter cylindrical cement cylinder on the stream, which served as a small bridge. Zhong Kui jumped into the stream first, pushed aside the lush water plants, looked into the cement cylinder, and kept frowning. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Chen Qing was puzzled, but he still jumped down. When he came to the cement cylinder and took a look, his hair stood on end. The stream was rushing through the cement cylinder. There was a stone in the middle, and under the stone was a complete human skin as white as plaster. The human skin was swaying gently with the water flow, and the long black hair spread out softly in the water. Chen Qing's scalp was numb, and he looked at Zhong Kui. Is this the painted skin? Yes, yes, painted skin. It's painted skin. Hiss! I can't find the corpse oil. Hiss! I can't see the sun. What should I do? Hiss! He said something that Chen Qing couldn't understand at all, but it was enough to make people shudder. Help? Suddenly, a voice as thin as a mosquito came over. Save me! Great! Immortal! Save me! Chen Qing's scalp was about to explode. The voice came from the human skin in the water. Great Immortal, help! Chen Qing took out the Kunwu knife, and when his soul power was stimulated, the blood pattern on the knife surface appeared. He bent over and came to the human skin. The eyes and mouth of the human skin still had holes, but there was nothing inside. It was just a piece of skin. The mouth was opening and closing. Great Immortal, help me! Great Immortal, help me! Great God, Zhong Kui wants to refine me into clothes. Great God must save me. Save you? Why? Chen Qing sneered. You were the one who wanted to kill me 3 days ago, and now you want me to save you? Great Immortal, I can transform. Do you want a girl? The courtesan, the lady of a noble family, from the kings and nobles to the old women and children, I can transform you. If you wear me as clothes, I can make you transform into anyone, and even gods and demons can hardly recognize you. The painted skin tried hard to sell itself. Outside, Zhong Kui was getting more and more irritable. Corpse oil, corpse oil, corpse oil. Where is the corpse oil? Chen Qing frowned and asked, Zhong Kui wants to refine you into clothes. What clothes? What's the use? The painted skin was silent. Think slowly. Chen Qing wanted to leave immediately. I say. Cloud robe, he wants to refine me into a cloud robe. Painted Skin's voice was filled with tears. Cloud robe? What's the use? No ghosts argue, no evil invades. In other words, if I am no longer disturbed by ghosts, will ghosts still regard me as one of their kind? Chen Qing was silent. Refining, with an idea in mind, he took out the cement cylinder. Seeing Zhong Kui still anxiously turning around, Chen Qing asked, Zhong Kui, what do you want to refine the cloud robe for? Cloud robe? Go home. How can I go home without a cloud robe? Go home. Chen Qing was not happy. Now, you are my ghost pet. I still have to rely on you in the blood moon. Great immortal, great immortal. Painted Skin called out anxiously again. Please spare my life. I know the spiritual guidance of many ghosts. I swear by Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva that I will serve you with all my heart. Chen Qing was shaken. The cloud robe sounds very exciting, but firstly, Zhong Kui is very unreliable and can't even put on shoes. This kind of thing that sounds difficult is very risky. Secondly, if it is really refined, what if Zhong Kui runs away? Just like this time, he climbed out of the demon suppression tower without my order. What if he patted his butt and disappeared? Thinking of this, Chen Qing took the demon suppression tower. The blood pattern of the Kunwu sword emerged. One sword. But there was no reaction. The painted skin was light and thin, and it felt like it could be torn in half at will, but even the Kunwu sword couldn't cut through it. Huh? Qing was a little surprised. If my body is not strong, I can't refine it into a cloud robe. The tone of the painted skin changed from pleading to cold. Really? Chen Qing also sneered and looked outside. I wonder what will happen if I expose it to the sun? Painted Skin was startled and immediately begged again. Great immortal! Great immortal! I was wrong! Wrong! Chen Qing weighed the demon suppression tower. Whatever I kill can be stored in the demon suppression tower, but now the question is, how can I kill you? No, no, no. Painted Skin immediately resisted. Great immortal, please take me as your ghost pet. I will definitely obey. Chen Qing shook his head. The Black Prison Ghost Contract technique is too dangerous, and I have to bet everything on contracting Zhong Kui. Moreover, if I die, Zhong Kui in the demon suppression tower will naturally be gone. And Painted Skin, I dare not take this risk. Do you have any concerns? Painted Skin asked in a low voice. Chen Qing directly told the Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique, and Painted Skin said helplessly, Great immortal, how dare I harm you? Even if I harm you, I still have to get out of the Black Prison. Great God Zhong Kui is outside, and he can kill me with just one finger. Chen Qing thought about it, but still felt unsafe. And Great Immortal, you are in the Black Prison. You should be able to summon Great God Zhong Kui to come in. With him around, I dare not harm you, even if I have 10,000 guts. Chen Qing was stunned. He immediately retreated outside and put away Zhong Kui with a thought. Then he performed the Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique on a stone. The stone and Chen Qing both entered the Black Prison. Zhong Kui! With a thought, Zhong Kui really appeared in front of him. Chen Qing was overjoyed. That's easy. He has the protection of Zhong Kui, the king of ghosts, and he can contract any ghost he wants in the future. Don't accept it? Zhong Kui, fight! Overjoyed, he put away Zhong Kui again, crouched down and entered the cement cylinder. I'm going to use the Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique. Don't try to play tricks. I dare not. Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique. The next moment, black fog enveloped the two. Huapi moved his body and knelt on the ground. I'll leave it to the immortal to deal with me. Good attitude. Chen Qing was very satisfied and used the Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique. A black ring composed of spiritual energy, as if it were an illusion, emerged from Chen Qing's head and slowly floated towards Huapi. Chen Qing saw fear in Huapi's empty eyes, but she knelt firmly and watched the black ring put on her head. The black ring tightened and finally embedded in Huapi's head. Huapi's whole body tensed up, and the next moment, he knelt again. I see my master. Chen Qing lifted the Black Prison Ghost Contracting technique with a thought. Now that he is in the soul-moving realm, he can only contract two ghosts, one Zhong Kui and one Huapi. It's simply against the sky. After removing the stone that was pressing on her head, Huapi finally sat up. Chen Qing looked at the inconspicuous stone and asked, Did Zhong Kui do anything to this stone? The immobilization magic power among the 72 transformations, Huapi said with fear in her tone. The great god Zhong Kui has great powers. How can a little ghost like me resist? Yes, all-powerful. Zhong Kui's voice came out, and another head popped out of the necklace, grinning and saying, You little ghost have low strength, but extraordinary vision. Go back. Chen Qing took Zhong Kui back with a thought. Huapi saw it, and felt both fear and joy in her heart. This person has low strength, but he can become the master of Zhong Kui, and he has the opportunity to reach the sky. Being taken in as a ghost pet is probably a great blessing that cannot be achieved in 1,000 years. Tell me, what abilities do you have? The greatest ability of this servant is false shape, that is shape-shifting, but it can only change the appearance. If you want to combine the inside and the outside, you have to possess. For example, when it is attached to a person, it is a real person. Unless one has several pupil techniques such as fiery eyes and golden pupils, heavenly eyes, etc., no one can recognize it. Chen Qing nodded. I seem to have heard of the fake form you mentioned. It's the fake form magical power in the 72 transformations. I learned it naturally when the painted skin was formed. Of course, my fake form cannot be considered a magical power. When it reaches the extreme, it can deceive heaven and earth, and even gods and demons cannot be distinguished. Chen Qing nodded and asked, If it is attached to a ghost, the ghost cannot recognize it? Is that what you mean? Yes. Painted Skin nodded, again. Secondly, all my cultivation is in this skin, which can be considered half Vajra indestructible. Half? How can I compare with the real Vajra indestructible, but ordinary cultivators and ghosts really can't do anything to me? Chen Qing was delighted and asked, then can I wear you during the day? It's okay on cloudy days, but I can't face the sun. That's enough. After putting the painted skin into the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing returned to the base. He was very satisfied with his second ghost pet, a sea-level evil ghost, and a painted skin that was said to be strange and indistinguishable, and possessing a lot of knowledge, each of which was of great use to Chen Qing. Or was it that painted skin said that Zhong had 72 transformations, which was also what Chen Qing cared about very much. 72 transformations do not refer to 72 kinds of transformations, but 72 kinds of magical powers. The various transformations that Sun Wukong used were just false forms among the 72 magical powers. No matter what kind of ghost it is, as long as it can learn one magical power, it is considered extraordinary, and according to Painted Skin's estimation, it is possible that Zhong can learn half of them. I just don't know what happened. Zhong was locked up in the demon suppression tower. He was still confused. Maybe he could use it next time when he got a sudden inspiration. Thinking of this, Chen Qing came to Han Yuan's office. No one was there. Soon, he saw Han Yuan and Chen Man in the small martial arts arena. Han Yuan was holding a hand target, and Chen Man was wearing 2 small boxing gloves, hitting with a bang. Seeing Chen Qing, Han Yuan was helpless. Brother, come and persuade your brother. What's wrong? Last time I saw you, after coming back, except for eating and sleeping, you didn't rest for a minute. You are going crazy. Chen Qing was startled and remembered what Chen Man said. I will practice well to protect you, and his heart warmed. I'm not afraid of pain nor tiredness. Chen Man said seriously, expressionless. Chen Qing squatted down and touched Chen Man's head. Xiao Man, you have to stay healthy so that you can practice more powerfully, you know? Rest for a while. Practice for a while, okay? After much persuasion, Chen Man was willing to practice a lot, rest a little. Han Yuan was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, revealing his burly figure and explosive muscles. This exaggerated figure and muscles ranked second among the people Chen Qing knew. First, it was Chen Quan. What do you think? Isn't this captain's body hot? If you want to change the word to something like awesome, I'll agree. The two came to sit aside and watch Chen Man playing with the sand belt. Han Yuan nodded and said, it's a bit annoying, but this kid is extremely talented. He should be the most talented person I have ever seen. Chen Qing nodded. He took out the King Kong subduing demons. Boss, this is for you. You and Xiao Man should practice it well. At this time, the King Kong subduing demons has been awakened. Although it looks broken, it will definitely be able to block bullets. At the same time, the skills recorded in it have also changed slightly. Whether it is pictures or words, you can move them after looking at them for a long time. What is this? Han Yuan took it and flipped through it. His expression became a little more serious, his brows furrowed, and he began to look at the first page carefully. Then it was the second page. His expression became extremely serious, and he turned the pages slowly. Page 3. Whoosh, a powerful wave of blood swept through. Chen Qing was pushed aside. Han Yuan seemed to have an invisible fire on his body, and the air was twisted. This invisible fire was mixed with blood threads, jumping like red line. Page 4. Han Yuan's muscles bulged, as if he was fighting against some powerful existence. Beads of sweat appeared on his body, and after a while, those beads of sweat were stained with blood. The blood color gradually spread, soaking his clothes into red. It looked extremely creepy. Is he possessed? Chen Qing was worried, but he knew that he could not be disturbed at this moment, so he quietly stepped aside. Page 5. Han Yuan slowly stood up and punched out. Bang! A visible wave of air rippled out. At the same time, a pillar on the ring suddenly exploded. Chen Qing was shocked and hurriedly took Chen Man outside. I want to learn the Kung Fu just now, Chen Man said immediately. He also saw the extraordinary nature of this technique. It's for you two to learn. Chen Qing touched Chen Man's head. Bang! 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 The noise inside was getting louder and louder, and the whole wall began to tremble slowly. The martial arts arena was big and small. The big one was as big as a basketball court, and there were 4 small ones, arranged on the left and right. At this moment, everyone in the martial arts arena felt something was wrong and looked at the small martial arts arena. What's going on? Captain? The noise is too scary. What is he doing? Jiba became suspicious and was about to go in to see, but was stopped by Chen Qing. We can't disturb him now. Bang! Bang! The vibration became louder and louder. The ground of the whole martial arts arena trembled slightly. Small stones fell from the wall and bounced slightly on the ground. Jiba's face changed. Let's go! Get out! Everyone went outside together. Suddenly, a wall in the roof of the martial arts arena broke apart with a bang. A golden angry King Kong rose into the sky. The 6 hands waved in a circle, forming 3 Buddha seals. After a while, they slowly became transparent. Everyone was shocked. Is this the Buddha? What is this? This is too scary. The noise gradually subsided. Chen Qing hurriedly walked in from the collapsed wall and saw Han Yuan slowly retracting his gestures. He was covered in blood, but the blood beads all over his body could not hide the golden color of his skin. Yes, his skin color is actually golden now. As he finished his work, the golden color quickly faded. Han Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Seeing the collapsed martial arts arena, he was slightly stunned and even more happy. Chen Qing, do you know what level this technique is? Look at the movement. It can't escape from the 3s, right? If it wasn't capped at 3s, I would give it a 5s. Han Yuan looked at the blood beads all over his body and praised. This is simply tailor-made for my master and me. Wow, it's so powerful. At the end he asked again, Chen Qing, can other people practice this technique except Chen Man and me? Chen Qing frowned slightly but still nodded, yes. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing solemnly. Thank you. At this time the muscle tyrant and a group of berserkers came in, all asking what this was. Except for the muscle tyrant, you can forget about this skill. You can kill yourself with 2 punches. Aye. Can I learn it? The muscle tyrant was overjoyed. Take it easy. I'll break it down in the next few days. You should be able to practice 16 punches. 16 punches? Yes, this technique has 18 punches. It's very scary, but the requirements for blood and chi are also scary. You can almost practice the first 16 punches. After that, Han Yuan brought Chen Qing to the office and asked, Chen Qing, the value of this technique is extraordinary, but unfortunately the upper limit is SSS. Do you want anything? If our team doesn't have it, ask the higher-ups. They will definitely give it to you. Remember it first. The drowned ghost and the child ghost need a lot of things to advance, so there's no need to rush now. Chen Man should be able to practice the first punch now, but don't rush. Practice for a week first and raise your blood and chi first. Chen Qing smiled and said, You are his master. You have the final say on these. Chen Qing was talking and laughing, and suddenly his body froze. He looked at Han Yuan's desk and there was an iron tower as big as a mineral water bottle. It was almost exactly the same as his own demon-suppressing tower. Captain, that is? Han Yuan looked back. Oh, this is the second evil ghost we cleared in the ghostless temple that day. He possessed this small iron tower. Chen Qing suddenly understood why there was no Ghost King in his demon suppression tower. It was not the same demon suppression tower at all. The Ghost King that exploded in the Blood Moon still existed. And he had just contracted the second ghost pet, and could no longer contract the third one. Chen Qing's face became extremely serious. Han Yuan was a little surprised. He looked at the demon suppression tower and thought about it, but did not interrupt. Captain? Chen Qing's tone became extremely serious. Is it convenient to talk here? Han Yuan's eyes fixed. Follow me. Soon the two came to a place that was no less heavy than the treasure house. It looked like a dormitory, but also like a prison. This is where the bad guys are imprisoned. Only the monitoring room can see them. I have turned off the monitoring room and all the power here. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a Ghost King imprisoned in that small tower just now. Han Yuan frowned. Ghost King? Yes, I've read a book that records a prophecy. The prophecy says the tower will wake up after consuming ghost energy. It can hold 12 ghosts. The Ghost King is cunning and terrifying. When the blood moon comes, he will kill people. There will be thousands of miles of bones and blood. When Chen Qing said this, his eyes were always on Han Yuan. He had always suspected that the government had already known that the blood moon would come, so they made arrangements such as community defense. Sure enough, Han Yuan's eyes moved slightly when Chen Qing mentioned the blood moon. Chen Qing understood. I'm afraid the government has learned about the blood moon through some means. Even if you don't experience it personally like yourself, you know that the disaster is about to come. Han Yuan remembered it silently, and he naturally didn't doubt anything. Nodded and said, I understand. I'll take this tower to the princess's tomb tonight to join in the fun. If this tower awakens, I will find a way to deal with the Ghost King. When they returned to the dormitory, there were only the fat man He Run Sheng and the monkey. Chen Qing asked, Where is Guxing? His soul moved. The fat man had a sad face, and he hugged the monkey and cried, Ah, we are the last two in the group. I'm not willing to accept it. The monkey pushed twice, but failed to push it open and said, Try harder. At least the bowl of water moved today. Chen Qing has been bedridden for 3 days, and everyone is making progress. Suddenly the phone rang. The fat man continued to grieve. The treatment of the great god is different, and there is a mobile phone to use. I can leave the base at any time. I am so envious. Hello, Mr. Chen. All the pig feed you ordered will be completed tonight. Oh? Chen Qing thought about it and came outside. Order another 1,000 tons. Okay. They didn't ask for a deposit. After thinking about it, Chen Qing felt that he still had to order a batch of live pigs and chickens. Some ghosts need fresh blood and flesh to advance. Although he doesn't have such ghosts now, what if he has them in the future? You can't just kill people, right? After a quick search online, at the current price of live pigs, 1 million yuan can buy about 500 live pigs weighing 200 kilograms. Not quite enough. Thinking of this, he called the bank's manager Jin. Live pig loan? This. Manager Jin was hesitant. I plan to open a pig farm. I have already bought pig feed, and now I have to order a batch of live pigs and piglets. Manager Jin obviously didn't believe it. I am now a member of the Yugi army, and some purchases are not convenient for the military to intervene. Manager Jin still didn't believe it. After thinking for a while, he said, Mr. Chen, can you and the Yugi army, anyone who can talk, please have a meal tonight? Chen Qing had no choice but to find Han Yuan, who had just taken a shower, and told him about this. Han Yuan said, Hey, is it so troublesome? Turn on the video. Chen Qing clicked on the video, and Manager Jin answered. Manager Jin? I'm Han Yuan. Do you know me? I know. In the video, Manager Jin even stood up. Oh, that's right. Chen Qing is my brother. He is in charge of the recent purchase. Oh, no problem. Manager Jin nodded. This is how the matter was resolved. A quota of 10 million was directly approved. As for which pig farm to choose, The bank will decide which one to choose. We have to give them some bribes. At night, Han Yuan's military vehicle drove out of the base. It was probably heading to the princess's tomb. Chen Qing meditated silently, practicing the 7th Zhouqian. There are 12 Zhouqian in total. After all of them are opened, the Chengguang Great Zhouqian in the mind can be opened, and the Jingpo realm will be achieved. At 10 o'clock, Monkey, Fatty, and Lone Star came back together. The training intensity was too high. After talking and making noise for a few minutes, the whole dormitory was filled with snoring. Another Zhouqian was run. Suddenly the necklace moved. Chen Qing woke up immediately. The next moment he felt a huge suction coming from the necklace. What is this? It was like a summon. Chen Qing wanted to refuse, but it seemed that he couldn't refuse. In panic, Chen Qing thought, painted skin. The painted skin appeared instantly and wrapped Chen Qing in an instant, and turned into the appearance of another young man. In an instant, the suction of the demon suppression tower became irresistible. Yuan, Chen Qing almost screamed. As soon as Han Yuan appeared, he looked at everyone vigilantly. Well, the 12 earthly branches towers are reunited again. It's worth celebrating. An old man spoke in a hoarse voice. It's still the same rules. Everyone can chat and trade freely. A woman with a black veil on her face asked, Blood Moon, what will happen? Who can give an accurate time? I'll pay a high price for it. But the Tang Dynasty coin can be gold, silver, spiritual stones, ghost beads, anything. Everyone was silent. The figure with a snake body and a deer head hissed, and the sound was like a saw, which was extremely unpleasant. Do you think my ghost clan will reveal such secrets? Don't be arrogant. Don't think that only your ghost clan has masters. The black-veiled woman was furious. Chen Qing's heart was pounding, and he suddenly understood something. This woman, I'm afraid she is a top figure in the human race. After thinking about it, asked softly, I don't know how to trade? The voice was clear, but it was obviously not Chen Qing's own voice. The woman was overjoyed. My fellow Taoist, please follow me. Chen Qing was curious and got up and followed. The ghost with a snake body and a deer head hissed, We don't know when the blood moon will come, and you believe a young boy. The woman in black veil was slightly startled, but perhaps with the attitude of trying her best, she came to the side with Chen Qing. This place is not far from the round table, but the voices of others disappeared inexplicably. The black veil was not thick, but it covered the woman tightly. Somehow, Chen Qing could feel her staring at him. Daoyo, are you sure you know the exact time of the blood moon? Yes. The woman was silent. Finally asked, How much do you want? Chen Qing didn't know how to bid. This kind of information should be worth billions. But how much exactly? 100 million. Chen Qing said calmly, then add the same value of gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost beads. Ah? The woman was a little surprised and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Looking at the woman's respectful appearance, Chen Qing knew that his price should be lower. He wanted very, very, very little. The woman moved her mind and handed over 4 bags. Chen Qing was a little confused, but in order not to show his timidity, he took it calmly and said, August 15th. The woman's body stiffened. This year? Otherwise? Chen Qing was puzzled, but still nodded heavily. Yes. It lasts for half a month, and then the sun lasts for half a month, and it repeats over and over again. The woman was slightly stunned. She also had her own channels. Chen Qing's words should be confirmed by a certain news. She asked in a trembling voice, repeatedly? Yes. The two returned to their seats. Chen Qing originally wanted to put the 4 small bags into the demon suppression tower, but the demon suppression tower was ineffective. Or, everyone is probably in the demon suppression tower now. At the moment, he could only weigh the 4 bags and return to his seat. However, this action caused some people on the scene to misunderstand. The monster with a snake body and a deer head looked at Chen Qing and thought to himself, This young man is so confident, I think he is not simple. Even he is deliberately targeting my ghost clan or even demonstrating. At this time, Zhong wanted to show up again. Chen Qing was anxious and quickly took him back with a thought. Chen Qing took it back quickly, and Zhong couldn't even show a finger. But the faces of everyone present changed. In an instant, they felt the breath of at least dozens of magical powers on the body of this young man. The veiled woman was the first to be overjoyed. Fortunately, she didn't doubt Chen Qing just now, and fortunately this was her own great power. He thought to himself, I wonder where this senior is practicing in seclusion. If we ask him to come out, we will be able to get through this crisis safely. But then he thought again, he didn't want to come out, but he probably paid a terrible price for getting the exact news of the blood moon. For a moment he was a little dazed. Others were also thinking, he has so many magical powers. I wonder which great man he is. What a complex magical power. He dares to practice so many magical powers. I wonder where this senior came from. The old man who spoke earlier laughed in a hoarse voice. I thought it was some little guy with a great opportunity, but I didn't expect it to be an old senior who has hidden himself. I'm sorry. Another person also said, I wonder where the senior's cave is? Can I visit him? Chen Qing naturally didn't know who they were talking about. He was afraid of revealing his true identity, so he sat quietly. He was very stable. After trying for a while, everyone didn't get an answer, so they didn't pursue it too much. One of them, who was as short as a child, sighed in his heart. Even Rat Boss doesn't take him seriously. I don't know where this senior came from. I need a beauty stele, and I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Another person said. The short child sighed and immediately said happily, I have it. At that moment, the two of them went to the side and traded. A person covered in mist said, I need a Taoist corpse-level ghost servant. I wonder which Taoist friend is willing to give it up. The monster with a snake body and a deer head sneered, Who gives you the courage to buy a ghost servant in front of me? The person in the mist laughed. I bought this ghost servant to kill it for the elixir. I wonder what brothers you can do to me. Good, good, good! The monster with a snake body and a deer head sneered, Don't let me catch you. The woman in black veil thought for a while and said, I do have it, but I also need it. I don't know what price you offer. At that moment the two of them left the round table area and traded on the side. But Chen Qing was thinking in his heart, Taoist corpse? What is this? Judging from the tone of the man, this should be a level. Could it be that the level above the evil spirit is called a Taoist corpse? Han Yuan had been watching silently without making a sound. I want to inquire about someone who should be in the territory of Huangquan Ghost Mansion, a person spoke. Chen Qing was shocked. This voice so familiar. This person is shrouded in fog. But, this person is extremely burly, at least 2 meters tall. Could it be Chen Quan? The burly figure slowly said, The name is Huang Yi. Huang Yi, this is my mother's name. Chen Qing's last doubt disappeared. This person is my eldest brother, Chen Quan. Although I haven't heard of it, I am quite familiar with the Huangquan Ghost Mansion. I wonder how much you will offer? This figure curled up in a chair, like a cat or a leopard. The two came to the side as they talked. After a while, it seemed that they had reached an agreement and returned to their seats. Chen Qing was shocked. My eldest brother is looking for my mother. Didn't they say that my mother ran away with a wild man before? Is there another hidden story? Could it be that the disappearance of my elder brother and father was related to this? Chen Qing's mind was turning rapidly. The old man in the lead smiled and said, It's almost time. Please go back. See you again in half a month. Huh. The stars moved in front of him. Chen Qing returned to the bed with the 4 bags. Thinking of everything just now, it was full of absurdity. Thinking of Chen Quan, my heart was filled with mixed feelings. I never expected that the reunion with Chen Quan would be in such a place. He was looking for his mother. Was his mother lost or was she kidnapped? Listening to the name of the place, it doesn't sound like it's in the human world. Could it be in the underworld? He took out his mobile phone to check, and sure enough, there was no such place name. After thinking about it, he asked Painted Skin. Painted Skin, do you know the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion? Ghost Mansion is the name of the underworld, but the underworld is too big and is divided into countless ghost mansions. I haven't heard of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion. You go back. Chen Qing was a little unnatural. Somehow, when Painted Skin possessed a body, it was directly attached to the skin. There is a hole in her that is just big enough for Ding Ding to show out. It feels a bit weird. Huapi chuckled and was taken into the Demon Suppression Tower by Chen Qing. According to today's observation, there should be 12 Demon Suppression Towers. I don't know how they can be connected. Han Yuan also appeared in the party, and it was obvious that the tower in his hand was also activated. In this case, he will definitely take his prophecy seriously and find a way to deal with the Ghost King in the tower. As for the fact that such a thing will happen only after suppressing 12 ghosts and Ghost Kings, Chen Qing definitely doesn't need to remind him. I'm afraid he has killed several of them during the trip to the princess tomb today. Thinking of this, he took the cloth bag to have a look. It was pitch black inside. He reached in and touched it, and was stunned. Looking at the palm-sized cloth bag, his whole arm could actually fit in it. When he took it out again, he already had a handful of slightly colored transparent beads in his hand. These beads are the same size as glass balls, but they contain a huge amount of spiritual energy. Smells so good! Give me one! Give me one! I'm so hungry! Zhong Kuai's voice came out again, and a hand stretched out to grab it. This feeling was really strange. An adult's hand, the root buried in the necklace, as thin as a hair. Anyway, there were a lot of beads, so Chen Qing gave him a few. With something on his mind, he couldn't meditate or sleep in the second half of the night. About an hour later, Han Yuan's voice came from the door. Chen Qing, are you asleep? Chen Qing came to the door and Han Yuan whispered, Let's go. Arriving at the office, Han Yuan looked serious. Chen Qing, the prophecy is indeed correct. Ah? Chen Qing pretended not to know. I participated in the operation at the princess tomb tonight, and the tower awakened. As soon as I awakened, I was pulled to a very far place. It was a bit like an online meeting, and it was full of scary old monsters. Especially the young man next to me. Those old monsters were very polite and respectful to this young man, but unfortunately my cultivation was too low, and I couldn't feel that this young man was any different. Chen Qing then realized that the senior they had been talking about was actually himself. This young man is terrifying. Judging from what he said today, he actually calculated the time when the disaster would come. So the most important thing now is to find him. Look, do you recognize him? As he said that, Han Yuan took out an A4 paper with a head portrait printed on it. It was 9 points similar to the appearance he had transformed into today. Fortunately, there is Painted Skin. Chen Qing was thankful, looked at it carefully for a while, and shook his head and said, I don't know him. He looks unfamiliar. Han Yuan was not surprised, and asked again, The reason I came here is to ask you, are there any other prophecies about this tower? Especially about the blood moon, is there anything else mentioned? No. Chen Qing shook his head. Han Yuan nodded solemnly and said, But since the prophecy is partially correct, it is worth taking seriously. I will go to the commander tonight and make some arrangements. Partially correct? Yes, and no. Han Yuan nodded. Didn't the prophecy say that 12 ghosts can be locked up? But my tower can only lock up 6 ghosts. This time, it was Chen Qing's turn to be stunned. Logically, each of the 12 towers can suppress 12 ghosts. Does this mean that the number of ghosts that can be locked up in each tower is different? There should be 12 towers in total. I estimate that the number of ghosts that can be locked up in each tower is different. Han Yuan gave the same judgment as Chen Qing. He waved his hand and said, "Anyway, you have made a great contribution this time. I am leaving." A moment later, Han Yuan drove out of the base with his tower in a military vehicle. Is my tower the Tower King? Naturally, Chen Qing guessed that the number of ghosts suppressed by these 12 towers ranged from 1 to 12. Looking at the departing military vehicle, Chen Qing sighed. If he were Han Yuan, he would definitely not dare to make it public if he got such a divine weapon. 2 lives are enough to see a person clearly, and Han Yuan is undoubtedly a person worthy of trust. If he is open and honest with him and shares information, he should be able to get a lot of information about the Demon Suppression Tower. However, after experiencing the Blood Moon, Chen Qing did not dare. Human nature only exists when the social structure is not broken. Ghost bead. Give me a ghost bead. Zhong voice came out suddenly, scaring Chen Qing. 4 bags, 1 filled with 100 million, 1 filled with gold and silver worth 100 million, 1 filled with spiritual stones worth 100 million, and 1 filled with ghost beads worth 100 million. Chen Qing took out the last bag, reached in and took out a ghost bead. A finger bone. Having experienced the Blood Moon, Chen Qing naturally knew that although ghost beads are called beads, they have different shapes. However, he had only seen a few, not as many as he saw now. He flipped through them casually and found that there were blood beads, gelatinous ones, bones, fruits, and beads among these ghost beads. Zhong grabbed the finger bone, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew it. He turned out the first pocket, which contained 10 bank cards. Walking out of the base, Chen Qing transformed into a migrant worker in a hidden corner. He found an ATM at random and inserted the card. There was no password interface, and the withdrawal and transfer page appeared directly. 10 million. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to transfer it to his own account, so he put the card away. Suddenly, there was an extra 100 million, but he was unexpectedly calm. After thinking about it, he had to spend the money quickly, even if it was to buy toilet paper. About 100 million, no matter what he bought, it would be considered a large transaction. I have no connections and no experience in this area. I can't just pick an online store and fill in hundreds of millions in the quantity column, right? How should I spend it? Find Manager Yang of the safe house? It's also an option. I thought about this all night. In the morning, Chen Qing's phone rang. Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing was startled. Could it be that she regretted it and wanted to get the Zhong painting back? After answering the phone, "Hello, Li Qing, this is Mrs. Wu." "Hey, hello, Mrs. Wu. It's like this. I still have a few old items on hand. I wonder if the foreign friend behind you last time is still interested?" Chen Qing was slightly startled, and then he was overjoyed. "I was worried that I couldn't spend the money. Let me ask." "Mrs. Wu, please wait." After thinking about it, he asked Huapi, "Huapi, can you identify antiques?" "I can't identify, but I can tell the age." Huapi added, "I can tell through spiritual energy. The so-called identification is to tell the origin, background, function, etc. of this antique, and dating is simply to determine the dynasty. But this is enough for Chen Qing." At that moment, Chen Qing called back. "Mr. Ruan is in Ximing City. He has something to do and will leave tomorrow. Mrs. Wu, you'd better prepare more things." Chen Qing added in a low voice, "He has successfully negotiated the deal this time, and the cash flow is sufficient." "Oh?" Mrs. Wu's voice revealed joy. Okay, see you tonight." After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing randomly checked into a room and took Huapi to cram for a day of antique knowledge. At night, Huapi turned into a thin and capable middle-aged man. Chen Qing followed her with a briefcase. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed place. The name of the store is Guyunxiang. The decoration is very simple. Wu Xiaomin and Mrs. Wu are already familiar to Chen Qing, and there is also an old man wearing a tong suit and silver hair, who is obviously a person in this field. There is also a very kind fat man. Huapi shook hands with everyone one by one and asked directly, "Where is the thing?" Everyone was stunned. Chen Qing smiled and said, "Mr. Ruan is in a hurry and may have to leave tonight. Bosses, if possible, please bring all the good things now." Hearing this, everyone stopped hesitating. Mrs. Wu took out a picture. "Old man under the crane. It is said to be Tang Bohu. It's from the Qing dynasty, no?" Huapi shook his head. "Next one." At this moment, the four looked at each other in shock. It's not a big deal to be able to determine that it's from the Qing dynasty, but everyone asked themselves if they could make such a sure judgment with just one look. At that moment, they became more serious. The silver-haired old man took out a jade ring. "This is a Southern Song dynasty jade ring with a phoenix wearing a peony pattern. It's from the Yuan dynasty." Huapi interrupted. "How much?" The silver-haired old man said, 2 million. "Too expensive." Huapi shook his head. "Next one." Everyone felt that it was getting tricky. They had never seen such a boss before. Painted Skin was a little dissatisfied and put a bank card on the table. "Everyone, we'd better not waste time. I'm going to have a meal and we'll be back in 45 minutes. I hope you are all ready by then." Then he went out. Chen Qing turned back and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. Mr. Ruan is just like this. His family started out as an antique dealer. He is very familiar with the market. As long as the price is right, he will buy it. By the way, he prefers ghost culture and old objects that are not precious but have a bit of age. Wu Xiaomin nodded. I understand. When they came back, the four of them had prepared a lot of things. The fat middle-aged man took out an ancient jade with a bloody color and said, "This is a blood-stained ancient jade, picked out from the mouth of a princess. Because of the heavy yin qi, it has never been sold." Huapi looked around and nodded. How much? The market price is 50,000. Okay, I'll take it. Huapi put the jade directly beside the table. The fat middle-aged man was startled and smiled. Mr. Ruan is really generous. The four people took turns to bring things up, showing off their skills just now. Several people dared not be arrogant anymore, and the prices they asked were quite fair. The fat middle-aged man took out a femur wrapped in a silver bag, which looked like a mallet. The silver-haired old man smiled and said, "Why did you bring this thing out?" The fat middle-aged man smiled and said, "This is a dead person's bone. I guess you know what it is? 100,000. The fat middle-aged man was stunned and hesitated. This thing can summon spirits. You can't calm it down. The fat middle-aged man nodded and gave a thumbs up. Sir, you are indeed an expert. Okay, 100,000. These 9 relics came from the temple. I dare not brag in front of an expert, and I am not sure about the age. The silver-haired old man smiled. It seems that he still wants to test Huapi. Huapi frowned for a moment. It should be from Dali Duanqi. I am convinced. The silver-haired old man sighed. How much? The price of relics has always been volatile. How about 500,000? Okay. Huapi nodded and put the relics next to him. The eyes of the four people lit up. The fat middle-aged man brought a long wooden box at this time. When he opened it, a smell of rust and fishy smell came from it. Bronzeware, it should be from the Warring States period. 12 million. I believe Mr. Ruan also knows that I didn't bid randomly. Hiss, the three of them took a breath. This is the highest bid so far. If it's still buried in the soil, it won't change in 1,000 years, but now it's rusted. In less than half a year, there will only be a pile of copper rust. The fat middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He handled it very cleanly. How did this man find it? 1 million. The fat middle-aged man frowned. Sir, since you know it's rusted, why are you still offering 1 million? Don't worry about it. The fat middle-aged man frowned and stretched his brows, obviously wavering. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, add another 500,000. Okay. Half an hour later, the four people had finished looking at the things they brought. Painted skin received 19 pieces, with a total price of less than 6 million. The fat middle-aged man immediately stood up. Mr. Ruan, I have a few items at home, which are a bit big and inconvenient to bring over. Can you come and have a look? Sure, Huapi said, and said to Chen Qing, Li Qing, put all these away. Okay. Chen Qing asked, Gentlemen, do you want to transfer the money now? No hurry, let's wait and see. The fat middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. The silver-haired old man handed over his mobile phone directly. Transfer it to this card. There are too many scammers in this business. Huapi handed Chen Qing a card. Go and transfer it. At that moment, Chen Qing accompanied the silver-haired old man downstairs and transferred the money on the ATM. Seeing that the money had arrived, the silver-haired old man finally felt relieved and said, Li Xiaoyo, you go to Qin's house first. I'll go and prepare it. Please be sure to come to my house later. Okay, old sir, Chen Qing agreed. After a while, the three of them came to the fat middle-aged man's house. On the edge of the city, there is a Chinese-style villa with a large courtyard. The fat middle-aged man brought the two to the garage and opened a secret door. Suddenly, a musty smell came. Turning on the light, two blood-colored horses as tall as adults appeared in front of them. One was standing, and the other raised its front hooves, as if neighing. Most importantly, both horses had wings. Chen Qing was immediately excited. If both horses could awaken, it meant that he had two flying horses. This is a ghost weapon with some evil spirits. People with some strength are a little taboo, so no one has ever lived in this house. The fat middle-aged man said, It is definitely an old thing. The price, 10 million each. It's too expensive. Painted Skin shook his head. Look at the others. You can bargain, the fat middle-aged man said helplessly. In this way, 2 horses for 10 million. 2 million each. The fat middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Deal. At that moment, the three walked forward again and saw 2 stone sculptures sitting like dogs. One could not tell whether it was a lion or a dog, and the other had a human head and a lion body. The tomb guardian beasts, like the 2 horses, have a strong negative energy and have never been sold. 1, 2 million. 2 together, 1 million. Deal. The fat middle-aged man looked kind, but he was probably a tomb robber, behind the scenes. The things in his warehouse were basically not allowed to be seen in public. After buying a few more things, the fat middle-aged man led the two to a warehouse. There were many antiques on the shelves that had not even had time to clean up the dirt. A rough estimate is that there are probably thousands of things in this warehouse alone. The most eye-catching thing is that on the shelves on the west wall, there are a full 20 pieces of armor and matching spears. However, the armor and spears are very rusty. The spear shafts are made of fine steel, but they are covered with thick rust and feel like they will break if touched. The armor is better, but the threads have long been corroded and disappeared. The threads worn now were put on later. Chen Qing's heart was moved. Painted Skin naturally understood and asked, These 20 sets of armor and spears should have matching horses, right? Yes! The fat middle-aged man led the two to another warehouse. And sure enough, there were 20 terracotta horses. But they were not as exquisite as the two flying horses, and one of them had its head broken, and another had a broken leg. How much are these 20 sets of armor, spears, and horses? The fat, middle-aged man's face lit up. These things are too tricky. I haven't been able to find a buyer, and even if I put them here, I'm worried every day. Now I finally found a buyer. The same armor sold at Dingjia auction house last year for 8.36 million. It's meaningless to say this. Painted Skin shook his head. These things can't be seen in the light, and no one dares to eat them except me. The fat, middle-aged man was silent. After a while, he said, "A total of 50 million. 5 million. Mr. Ruan, your offer is too much." The fat, middle-aged man frowned and said, "This offer is not random. It is really based on your sincerity." Huapi thought for a while and suddenly said, "Mr. Chen, why don't you retire, and I will rent the entire warehouse." The fat, middle-aged man was slightly stunned. "What?" "Pack up everything in the warehouse and give it to me. 20 million. The fat, middle-aged man paused slightly, shook his head and said, "Mr. Ruan is joking. I'm serious." Huapi said word by word. The fat, middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. 40 million, one price. Huapi frowned and thought for a long time, then said, "Including those just now, a total of 30 million. This is my last bid." The fat, middle-aged man was entangled. The value of these things is naturally far more than this price, but they can't be seen in the light. Each one is a hot potato. After a while, the fat, middle-aged man made up his mind. "Okay, but it has to be a cash transaction." Huapi handed him 3 bank cards. Anonymous cards, it counts as a cash transaction. The fat, middle-aged man paused slightly and showed the key in his hand. "Let's go to trade. If the transaction is successful, it's yours." "Boss Chin, there won't be any cameras here?" "No, using that thing is courting death." Soon, the transaction was completed. The 3 returned to the door, and the fat, middle-aged man handed the key to Huapi, full of smiles. "Mr. Ruan, why don't you buy this manor together? It's not much, 10 million. "No need." Huapi shook his head. If it was 10 days ago, he could have collected it, but it is too late to upgrade the safe house here now. "Okay, I'll give you the key. I'll come back in a month and I'll change all the door locks." "How did you take it away?" "I don't ask, and I don't know." Chen Qing had a thought. Huapi immediately understood. "Mr. Qin, I want to ask, where is this tomb?" The fat, middle-aged man frowned. "It's empty. Just consider it as I owe you a favor." The fat, middle-aged man was silent for a moment, rode then, and got into the driver's car and drove away. The driver asked, "Brother, how about? Don't have any bad thoughts," just like he said, "I should retire too." "Then have the people watching the manor withdrawn?" "Withdraw. The less land you know, the safer it is." Chen Qing and Huapi returned to the warehouse. "Master, how did the servant perform this time?" In the warehouse, Huapi turned into a beautiful girl. "Very good." Chen Qing looked at everything here and began to collect things with the demon suppression tower. The things here can almost open a small museum. Even if only half awakened, he can still become a powerful person. After collecting all the things, the silver-haired old man called. The 3 of them came to his house, which was also a manor, but much smaller than Qin Pang's. Most of the silver-haired old man's collection was calligraphy and paintings, including works by masters, and they came from a legitimate source. But the price was too high, and they couldn't reach an agreement. The silver-haired old man took out an imperial edict. This is an imperial edict from the Song dynasty, which conferred the title of Zhuangyuan on Li Baoyi. Chen Qing didn't feel anything, but Huapi asked, "How much?" "The imperial edict of Huizong is estimated to be worth 100 million. Although this one is less, it's worth 20 million. The imperial edict is a thing that has been handed down from generation to generation, and it is not so valuable. Are there any other imperial edicts?" "The one for Wu Zhuangyuan." "I have 2 more." The silver-haired old man took 2 more, but one was not in good condition, and the other was too recent. The imperial edict is worth less than 1 million. The 3 together are worth 3 million. The silver-haired old man thought for a while and agreed. "With the things in that warehouse, the next things are basically not worth looking at. Mr. Ruan, you may like this last one." The silver-haired old man led the 2 to the corner of the manor. There was a doghouse here, but there was no dog in it, but a black panther with goat horns. Tomb guardian beast. "This thing has a strong evil spirit. I dare not keep it at home, but I can't bear to throw it away. Just make a price. 50,000. "Okay." At that moment, the 2 paid the money, and Cheng carried the tomb guardian beast and left here. And this scene also scared the silver-haired old man. This tomb guardian beast is not small. When they came outside and put all the things into the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing asked, "Is the imperial edict of great use?" "Yes." Painted Skin smiled. "What is the purpose of these 3 imperial edicts?" Chen Qing thought about it. "Conferring?" As soon as he said it, he immediately understood it. His face was full of shock. "Yes, if all 3 can be awakened, it means that the master will have 3 more martial arts champions under his command." But Chen Qing has never heard of what level of ghost the martial arts champion is. The wandering soul realm is called a warrior, and the evil ghost realm is called a martial champion. This is a ghost species that ranks high in the 100 Ghosts record. Evil ghost? Directly conferring an evil ghost? Chen Qing was a little stunned. Does the Emperor's decree have such great power? It's just that the human race's luck is declining, and the Emperor is also in decline. If the human Emperor of the ancient times is still alive, he can directly confer an evil spirit level with a golden mouth. Chen Qing was a little stunned. How powerful are these Emperors? Painted Skin. What other powerful beings do you know in the 100 Ghosts record? Tell me. It's not that I don't want to say it, but some beings will shorten their lifespans after hearing them. As long as they reach the evil spirit level or above, they are more or less invisible, which means that you can't see it, but you don't deserve to remember it even if you hear or see it. So, you may have just seen such a master in the last moment, but in the blink of an eye, you can no longer remember it. The good thing is that it's just hard to remember. If it's more evil, just hearing the name will be punished by heaven. The existence of that level is originally against the will of heaven. Chen Qing was stunned. Painted Skin solemnly warned, "It is very dangerous to explore the darkness too much. Even if you just listen passively, it is very dangerous. The strange existence in the darkness will use all means to pull you into it." Understood. Chen Qing nodded and took it seriously in his heart. After calculating, the total amount of this purchase was 38 million. Not to mention buying a small museum. Even if only a horse was awakened, it would be a huge profit. Especially the 3 tomb-guarding beasts that were almost given away for free. Tomb-guarding beasts are naturally strong in deterrence to ghosts. Just awaken one and put it at home. Even if there is no Zhong picture, you will not be in danger. It's so cool. The more Chen Qing looked at Painted Skin, the more he liked it. "Tell me, what reward do you want?" Painted Skin heard this and suddenly became excited. "Master, can you reward me with a ghost bead?" Maybe he felt that he was asking for too much, so he added weakly, "An evil ghost level 1 will do." "What ghost bead do you want?" Painted Skin was full of anticipation. "Do you have the ghost bead of the flower-supporting lady?" To support flowers means to support an umbrella. Chen Qing quickly found a small umbrella the size of a palm. "This one? This is it!" Painted Skin was overjoyed. Then she said, "I may need to go into seclusion for a few days, master. Please wait for me for a few days." As she spoke, Painted Skin disappeared. Chen Qing was stunned for a moment and summoned Painted Skin out again. Painted Skin was surprised. "What's wrong?" "The time flow rate in the Demon Suppression Tower is 15,000 times faster. Inside, isn't it almost equivalent to time standing still? How do you practice?" "There is a second floor." Painted Skin was surprised. "Master, don't you know?" "I don't know. Why didn't anyone tell me?" Painted Skin explained. "The great god Zhong has lived on the second floor since the beginning. I couldn't go up there originally, but after the last gathering at the top of the mountain, I can now go up to the second floor. The time inside is no different from the real world. There is actually a second floor? Does that mean there are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors?" After the awakening of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing did not explore it any further, but now it seems that the Demon Suppression Tower still has many secrets. Chen Qing said in his heart, "Painted Skin, can you hear me?" "Yes, master." "Zhong Kui." After calling out several times, Zhong Kui did not respond. "Master, Great God Zhong Kui has entered the 3rd floor." "The 3rd floor? Where is it?" "I don't know, only Great God Zhong Kui can enter." Painted Skin patiently explained, "The Demon Suppression Tower and the Master are one. Only when the Master becomes powerful can it grow. The current Demon Suppression Tower can perhaps be regarded as a small baby. The floors above the 3rd floor may still be in chaos. Then Zhong Kui will not be in danger, right? Great God Zhong Kui already has a godhood and dozens of magical powers. Even if he is a little confused, there is probably nothing in the world that can harm him." "Who are you talking about?" Suddenly a mysterious voice came. "Great God? What great God?" The 2nd floor of the Demon Suppressing Tower is not what one would imagine. Instead, it is a vast, empty space with rolling fog. Painted Skin was sitting cross-legged in meditation, a look of fear on his face. Zhong Kai's big face was almost pressed against Painted Skin's face, and his Zhong Fei-like beard pricked at Painted Skin's face. Painted Skin did not dare to resist but whispered, "Greetings, meet the great god." It was obvious that Painted Skin was a C-class evil ghost, but in front of Zhong Kui, a D-class wandering soul, he was as fragile as a chicken. Zhong Kui looked at the ground with one eye and at Painted Skin with the other, and suddenly stretched out his hand. "Ghost bead, ghost bead, ghost bead. I want to eat the ghost bead." His hand stretched out of the Demon Suppressing Tower, as if it had grown out of Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing was startled and said, "I can give it to you, but don't scare Painted Skin, she needs to practice." Okay. Chen Qing immediately stuffed a leaf-like ghost bead into Zhong Kui's hand. Zhong Kui seemed dissatisfied with the ghost bead, pouted his lips, and walked into the fog while chewing. Originally, Chen Qing wanted to go to the princess's tomb and replace the 12 wandering souls with stronger ones. But now, Painted Skin is in seclusion, so this matter will be postponed for a few days. She didn't feel it when she didn't have Painted Skin, but with Painted Skin, she suddenly felt uneasy when she didn't put it on. She returned to the base and started to walk the Zhoutian. In the next few days, she exercised crazily during the day to improve her physical fitness, and walked the Zhoutian at night. The physical test has to increase 1 lap every day, and now it has reached 17 laps within 20 minutes. Under this pressure, people are eliminated every day. Correspondingly, everyone's improvement was also very fast. In the last 2 days of the 7-day deadline, Monkey and Fatty reached the soul movement realm one after another. At this time, Chen Qing had already opened up 11 cycles of the heavenly circulation, and was 1 step away from the spiritual realm. It's really not easy. Hirunsheng's tears were about to fall. In just 7 days, Hirunsheng went from a little, fat man to losing nearly 20 pounds. At this moment, calling him a fat man is no longer true. Don't relax yet. Think about how to pass this level tonight. Monkey frowned. I learned the ghost contracting technique in one night, and tomorrow night I have to contract my first ghost pet. I'm really fucking convinced. So rushed. Rushing. Yes, now our training intensity is far beyond the previous ghost-killing team, but I heard that the training of the ghost-killing team this year is also inhumane. Guxing remained silent, running the heavenly circulation silently. There is a big class in the evening. Everyone must be present. Wukong was very pleased. I am surprised at your growth rate. In my 10 years of teaching experience, it takes at least 1 week and at most 1 month to reach the soul movement realm. And all the 41 students who stayed here today have reached the soul movement realm in just 1 week. Congratulations. Are we that good? Damn, am I a genius? You are a genius. I reached the soul movement realm a day earlier than you, right? Everyone was immediately excited. They were very cuddled this week. The feeling of being recognized for the first time was so touching that they almost cried. But a more severe challenge is coming. From now on, within 24 hours, you must learn the ghost contracting technique. Tomorrow night, you will all go to the princess tomb together, and you must have your own ghost pet. If it was a week ago, it would definitely be a scene of chaos. But this time, although everyone felt it was outrageous, they all fell silent. They were all thinking about how to pass this level. Chen Qing had already learned the ghost contracting technique and the more advanced black prison ghost contracting technique. It had no effect on Chen Qing. It shouldn't be like this. Hong Ya stood up. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to learn the art of contracting ghosts in 1 day. It's outrageous to find a suitable ghost pet for yourself in 1 day after learning it. There was an objection, and several people immediately echoed it. Especially for girls. Everyone was slightly stunned. Girls are weaker than boys, and choosing a ghost pet is the top priority. If you choose the wrong one, your whole life will be ruined. Then what do you think it should be? Girls should not have less than 5 days to choose a ghost pet. No, a week. This is not my decision. Wukong shook his head. Class. Chen Qing didn't need to participate in the next class. Painted Skin's retreat time is almost up, and he should be able to come out tomorrow. You can't bring your mobile phone to class. Back to the dormitory, there are 2 missed calls on the phone. Mr. Chen, the 3rd batch of pig feed has been put into production. We brought the samples here. It's at the entrance of the 5th base of the anti-ghost army. Do you need to take a look? Oh, I'll be there, right away. The 2nd call. Hey, Mr. Chen, the rice, soybeans, and potatoes have been prepared. When will they come to receive them? In the next 2 days. With nearly 70 million in his hand, Chen Qing was very worried these 2 days. He bought daily necessities and hardware products for nearly 6 million. He bought the most reliable types of food for 50 million. In the doomsday, there is no need to panic as long as there are food and guns. When he arrived at the gate of the base, a commercial vehicle was parked on the side. 3 men in suits were already waiting here. One of them was Mr. Zhu from the feed factory. In the past few days of contact, Chen Qing understood that they wanted to get in touch with the Ghost Control Army. It seems that when he was video chatting with Manager Jin that day, Chen Qing's identity as the Ghost Control Army purchaser was leaked. In short, everyone is respectful to Chen Qing now. Chen Qing took a bag of pig feed samples, opened it and frowned immediately. There is a fishy smell. He frowned and tasted it. The texture was rough and powdery, and his mouth was full of crumbs. Seeing Chen Qing's expression, Boss Shu immediately explained, Mr. Chen, the taste is indeed a little worse. This is the 3rd batch of improved type with starch added. Chen Qing tasted it again. There was improvement, but not much. Soaking in warm water or cooking it will be much better. Can the nutritional content be guaranteed? Of course. Strictly required. Chen Qing nodded. Then there will be no problem. Let's speed up the production according to this improved type. Now eating this makes people frown, but in the end times, this is a delicious delicacy. As for how to receive the grain, Chen Qing has already thought of a way. After a little effort, he asked Heiqiang for a bunch of seals. He came to the warehouse area of Binjiang district. This warehouse area is connected to the railway and has a dock, 12 kilometers away from the highway exit. It's basically a grain area. As soon as you enter here, you can see nearly 100 barrel-shaped silver-white metal barrels standing. Each one is 7 or 8 stories high. Manager Tian introduced enthusiastically. We have a total of 229 standard granaries, all built according to the ASTD 3299 standard. The smallest is 35 tons, and the largest is the one in front of you. Height 30 meters, diameter 15 meters, capacity 445 tons. Chen Qing's 20.3 million on grain. Originally, this money could only buy about 10,000 tons of grain, but he had an idea and changed it to old rice and beans. They are all about 6 years old, but they are guaranteed not to be bad. Suddenly, it went from 10,000 tons to 250,000 tons. Manager Tian took Chen Qing into the granary. There was a relatively simple-looking computer that monitored the temperature and humidity inside at all times. The interior was like a 90% full granary, with a cross-shaped aisle on top that could be raised and lowered. After lowering the aisle by 2 meters, Manager Tian bent down and picked up a handful of rice. The biggest problem is the heat of the grain pile. If we don't take care of it, so much grain piled together will go bad in a week at most. We have 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although these rice are 6-year-old rice, Mr. Chen, rest assured that the quality is a little lacking, but there is absolutely no problem. Are there surveillance cameras? Yes, there are 3 in each granary. Chen Qing ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat. Except for the placed in ordinary warehouses, the rest were placed in barrel warehouses. It sounds like a lot, but there are actually only 8 barrels. Chen Qing signed for them directly and took the key. He also put seals outside the 8-barrel warehouse. Manager Tian naturally didn't care. He found an excuse to say goodbye to Manager Tian, returned to the warehouse, turned off the surveillance and turned each surveillance to look at the sky, and then began to collect the grain. In 10 minutes, all the rice in the first rice warehouse was collected. Then the second, the third, the 8th. After all the food was collected, a seal was put on the door. The potatoes were stored in an ordinary cold storage. The potatoes were a little shriveled after several years of use, but it was harmless. It was just that the monitoring position was quite high, and it took some effort to turn them all around. The seal was also put on, and it was finally done. After such a long time, it was already afternoon. When leaving the park, Manager Tian saw me off warmly. "Mr. Chen, is there any reason why you have purchased so much food recently?" He said. "You." Chen Qing remained calm. "Have people from other departments come to collect food?" "Yes, there have been several waves of people from the government and the military. The price of food has risen by 6 points in the past few days." "I'm a purchaser. How can I know any news?" Chen Qing laughed, but he nodded secretly in his heart. "Sure enough, the government took action. I'm afraid the woman in black veil I saw at the last summit is not a small figure. When I returned to the base, most of the people had gathered in the playground. 10 military vehicles were ready to go. 4 of them were 5-seater, 6 were 13-seater, and there was also a medical vehicle. Not long after, Han Yuan showed up with Chen Man. Han Yuan's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked very embarrassed. "I'll take you to see the world today. Don't be scared, silly." "Let's go." Chen Qing hurriedly followed. "Captain, why did you bring Xiao Man with you?" "Him. Oh, by the way, he's in the Blood Qi realm." "What?" Chen Qing was stunned. Han Yuan scratched his head. "I wanted to suppress him, but this guy broke through while practicing, and I really couldn't suppress him." Chen Qing felt a headache and had to think about it again. "No 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm? Are you kidding?" "Hey, that's right. This expression is right." Han Yuan laughed. "I had the same expression at that time. The commander also had the same expression. That old guy insisted on snatching my apprentice from me and we had a fight." "You're lying. It wasn't a fight. It was Grandpa Zhu who beat you." Chen Man corrected him seriously. "You little idiot." Han Yuan scolded. "That guy is not human, understand? Not human. Since you still followed the master and did not betray, I will spare you this time." Han Yuan said, waving at Chen Qing. "Come to my car. Talk slowly." The car started, and Han Yuan told everything that happened in the past few days. Han Yuan told the commander about the demon suppression tower in his hand, and he took it very seriously, and invited several sealing figures to help. Han Yuan, Gong Huagu, and 4 super strong men came to the princess's tomb and slaughtered 6 ghosts at random, and really summoned the Ghost King. Afterwards, the 4 super strong men led and forcibly pressed the ghost's head, so that it contracted a blood contract with Gong Huagu, a contracting technique that is as dangerous as the black prison ghost contracting technique. When the 2 captains and 4 super strong men went back, an accident happened. Chen Man broke through to the Qi and Blood realm. This was a big deal, and a battle that could be called the Huashan sword contest broke out. Han Yuan was so excited that he rolled up his sleeves and fought with the commander, and finally won the custody. Of course, Chen Man's statement that Han Yuan was simply beaten is more reliable. "So you got a black eye because of the commander?" Han Yuan emphasized, "I wasn't beaten, I lost the fight." Man was about to refute again, but Han Yuan angrily said, "Shut up." Chen Man stopped talking. Chen Qing looked at this guy, not surprised, but very surprised. Geniuses like Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, etc. are nothing in front of a 6-year-old Qi and Blood realm. "Because of Chen Man and this tower, our 5th team may become lively," Han Yuan sighed. "Gong Huagu will definitely come to our team. This makes sense. After all, the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower is now her ghost pet. But if a few more old guys come, I will be miserable." Chen Qing frowned and suddenly thought of a question. "No, Captain, you, Captain Gong, and 4 sealings went to the Princess Tomb. Why didn't you take them, by the way? Is the Princess Tomb so powerful?" "Powerful? Now it's the novice village of the Ghost Control Army." In other words, the Princess Tomb was deliberately left there for training. Chen Qing felt it was absurd, but also strangely reasonable. A moment later, 10 cars arrived at the boundary of the Princess Tomb, about 1 kilometer away. At the command, all the members got off the car. They quickly lined up in 2 rows. The neatness of the team alone can show the results of 7 days of training. Almost all the evil ghosts and above here have been cleared out. You will spend a long time here. Of course, there are some very scary existences at the wandering soul level, but if you can't even deal with wandering souls, don't even talk about defending the rear. You have learned a lot from the ghost science. I think you all have your favorite ghost pets. Han Yuan snapped his fingers, and everything in front of him suddenly changed. The wilderness was suddenly full of ghost fog. The sky suddenly darkened. The lush vegetation became bare, and the scattered houses became dilapidated. The water in the stream was black and filled with fishy smells, and everyone was shocked. Han Yuan smiled and said, "Welcome to the Princess Ghost Domain, little cuties." Everyone shuddered. Having seen Wukong's evil ghost levels, they were mentally prepared, but now when they knew that they would encounter ghosts if they took another step forward, many people retreated. Zhou Yangxiao entered first, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Qing and others. There may be some kind of boundary. Once you step in, you will never see people again. Ghostland? Chen Qing frowned. Another new word. Or is this the ghost world mentioned in the previous life? Chen Qing looked at Han Yuan and was a little worried. Captain, you won't let Chen Man go in too? Don't worry, I'm following. Han Yuan waved his hand. Go catch your own ghost. Chen Qing was speechless. No matter how talented he is, Chen Man is less than 7 years old. Even if he follows, but here, put this on. Han Yuan took out a pair of boxing gloves. The gloves were a bit strange, full of wood grain, as if carved from wood. At that moment, he squatted on the ground and put them on Chen Man. After Chen Man put on the gloves, Han Yuan took out a wood grain helmet. After finally putting it on, it was a wooden chest guard again. You're so annoying. Chen Man had no expression on his face, but his tone was dissatisfied. You're a piece of shit, I'm protecting you. I'm very strong, I don't need your protection. You're not strong at all. I can beat you with just one finger. In 2 years, I can beat you. Not even 10 years. Seeing the two bickering, Chen Qing felt relieved for no reason. Chen Qing, let's form a team. Monkey came over. This is my first time in the ghost domain. I'm a little scared. Take me, please take me, great God. He Runsheng also came over. Guxing didn't say anything and went straight into the ghost domain. Chen Qing didn't care about the others, but Monkey must take care of them. Chen Qing nodded and entered the ghost domain. I don't know what tricks were used. Here, one step, it's like entering another time and space. Cold, dark, the air is filled with fishy smell. Fatty, how much soul power do you have? 41. How about you? I'm 58. Monkey murmured. F-level ghosts with ghost energy values of 110 must be removed, so we can only contract E-level or wandering souls that have just reached D-level. Monkey shook his head. There's not much room for choice. You don't have much? He Runsheng was about to cry, and looked at Chen Qing. Master, how about you? I don't know. Chen Qing answered honestly. Master must be afraid of disappointing the hearts of us who are at the bottom, so consider it. Almost everyone who had the opportunity to choose antiques changed their ghost watches. They all wore them on their hands and walked slowly. Soon the three saw the first ghost. It was sucking, sucking, sucking and eating mud in a dead pond. Toilet ghost. Take the watch and test it. E-level wandering soul. Monkey must have wasted it to contract this one. With his soul power of 58, a D-level ghost close to 30 would be the best. I don't want it either. He Runsheng shook his head. If possible, I still want a D-level one. 20 to 40 is D, 41 to 60 is C, 61 to 80 is B, and 81 to 100 is A. Chen Qing would naturally not choose. His two main pets are Zhong and Huapi. For this level, Huapi is a super-level monster. What about Zhong? Although it is just a wandering soul and only D-level, but looking at the suppression of this guy on Huapi, we can't just look at the surface data. This time he just wants to replace all the F-level wandering souls in the demon suppression tower as much as possible. The density of ghosts in the ghost domain is quite high, and soon he met the second one. But the three of them were stunned. This ghost looks like an ancient man, with a helmet on his head, a breastplate, a back armor, and a skirt armor. A knife is tucked on his waist. He is walking forward aggressively. Chen Qing and the other two were behind a collapsed low wall. Monkey shrank back and said, Ancient ghosts? I haven't learned this. Everyone was still studying ghosts, but most of the ghosts in the ghost section were modern ghosts, as well as common ghosts such as air-eating ghosts, toilet ghosts, and sick ghosts. Ancient ghosts were not taught. Soldier ghost? The three of them randomly named it and tested it on the ghost table. 61. B-level wandering soul. Monkey's soul power is 58. According to the recommended 50, he is best to contract a ghost of about 29. The highest cannot exceed 70, which is 41. He Runsheng has even less, 41. It is recommended to contract 20 ghosts and the maximum cannot exceed 28. Obviously, they have all exceeded it. No, I can't eat it. Let's go. However, Chen Qing stopped. Monkey was slightly stunned and immediately understood. Chen Qing, you can contract this? Chen Qing naturally couldn't reveal the existence of the demon suppression tower, but just vaguely said, just right. Master, then you are almost at 100. He Runsheng was shocked. This is too magical. Chen Qing nodded and drew out the Kunwu sword in his hand. With a surge of spiritual energy, a blood shadow floated across the blade. Buzz, a light sound. Chen Qing had already climbed over the low wall, and the sword went straight to the soldier ghost. Chi. As if cutting through an old leather, a big hole appeared on the back of the soldier ghost's neck. The blade continued to move downwards, but the back was protected by the carapace, and only a spark was scratched. The dark blue ghost blood slowly seeped out and dripped onto the ground. The ghost soldier reacted very quickly and stabbed back. Chen Qing raised his sword to block. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere. Among the ghosts that Chen Qing had fought before, except for the painted skin, all were F-level wandering souls, which would shatter at the touch. This was his first time fighting a ghost like this. Ding! Ding, 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 ding! They were evenly matched in strength, but Chen Qing was far from being a match for the ghost soldier in terms of swordsmanship. After just a few exchanges, he had already been slashed. Fortunately, he was wearing a painted skin, so he was least afraid of this kind of ghost. Chen Qing wanted to hone his fighting skills, staring at Binggui's knife, trying hard to learn. Swish, a knife light slashed down from Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing dodged it suddenly, and although his face was protected by the painted skin, he was still sweating coldly. Monkey and He Runsheng were both nervous. Monkey had jumped out and rushed into the battle with a knife. "Don't come over! Monkey!" Chen Qing stopped him immediately. With the painted skin protecting him, he would be invincible, but Monkey would really die. "Damn it, I can't watch you get killed!" "Its knife can't hurt me," Chen Qing shouted. "Retreat!" Monkey was skeptical, and carefully observed the place where Chen Qing had just been slashed by the soldier ghost. His uniform was torn, but it seemed that his body was really fine. He retreated a little, but he was still staring at the two, ready to support them at any time. Clang, 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 clang! The sound of the two knives hitting each other kept ringing, and sparks burst out in the air. Chen Qing had been stabbed more than 10 times, and finally, swish! One knife. The throat was sealed. If this knife appeared on a person, the blood would spray 2 or 3 meters. Although a lot of blood gushed out of the wound of the soldier ghost, it was by no means too much. Clang, 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 clang. One knife after another. Chen Qing seemed to have found a pattern, and it was getting harder and harder for the soldier ghost's knife to hit Chen Qing. "I understand. I'm stronger." Chen Qing was very happy. At a certain moment, the knife was slashed, and the ghost's head flew out. The monkey clapped his hands and shouted, "Fuck, awesome!" He Runsheng was stunned for a while, then shouted wildly, "Cool!" But at this time, Chen Qing paused. He could feel that in the demon suppression tower, the soldier ghost could not find a place. The body was dissipating. Chen Qing's mind moved, and a toilet ghost shattered and turned into pure ghost energy. The soldier ghost naturally filled the vacancy. At the moment when the soldier ghost filled the vacancy, Chen Qing felt that Zhong had become much stronger. But the monkey and He Runsheng were present, so they could not summon him to take a closer look. "Awesome, Xiao Qingzi!" The monkey patted Chen Qing's shoulder fiercely. "Strong! The great god is invincible!" He Runsheng also praised, looking Chen Qing around. He asked carefully, "Great god, are you wearing any protective armor?" Painted Skin said that when she is attached to a pay person, it cannot be seen except for the pupil skills such as the Sky Eye and the Fire Eye. Chen Qing was stabbed so many times just now, but was safe and sound, and the two of them naturally saw it. "Well, I got one before." Chen Qing didn't intend to say more. "Let's go. We must get you 2 suitable ghost pets today." Both of them nodded heavily. "If we can't get suitable ghost pets with Chen Qing here, then there will be no hope in the future." This place used to be a 3-dimensional agriculture with many fish ponds, but after no one maintained them, the dikes between most of the fish ponds were slowly damaged and connected like a candied hawse, while some gradually dried up and became dead ponds and mud ponds. Along the way, they kept seeing toilet ghosts happily eating in these dead ponds, but their natural resistance to shit made the 3 of them turn a blind eye. Chen Qing vaguely remembered that the toilet ghost's masterpiece, eating filth, when it was at the evil ghost level, had good combat power. And if you don't mind the disgust, this thing is actually quite easy to advance to. The 3 of them walked by the continuous fish ponds, and from time to time a wave of foam rose from the deep ponds. It was unclear whether it was a fish or a ghost. "Help!" Suddenly a scream came from a distance. In this dark and silent night, everyone's hair stood on end. "It looks a bit like Yang Xing. Monkey was puzzled. Chen Qing suddenly remembered this name. This person was also a student of the same school and had tested his talent with him. "Help!" The cry for help came again. This time the distance was much closer, and Monkey and He Runsheng could hear it clearly. "It's Yang Xing. Hurry up and go and have a look." The cry for help was shouted a few more times, and it seemed to be injured during this period, and it screamed. Soon the 3 saw Yang Xing. A deep gash appeared on Yang Xing's head, blood gushed out, and covered his whole body. His arm was also broken, and it seemed that he had suffered multiple injuries. In front of him, Gu Xing was fighting fiercely with a ghost. This ghost looked ordinary, but he was agile and wielded a black stick in his hand with great vigor, beating Gu Xing without any resistance. "Master, this is Wufu. If you accept it, you can use the imperial decree to confer the title of Zhuangyuan." Painted Skin suddenly spoke. Chen Qing nodded. No wonder he was so strong. After testing the ghost meter, the ghost energy value was only 38, a D-level wandering soul, but it could beat Gu Xing without any resistance. You should know that Gu Xing reached the soul movement earlier than the monkey, and his soul power was at least 70, but he was beaten by this ghost with only half of his own. Bang, bang, bang! 3 more muffled sounds. Wufu's black stick can always bypass the Kunwu knife and hit Gu Xing accurately. Gu Xing was still silent as usual. He just groaned, but did not give in. "Monkey, let's go! You step back." Monkey was startled but nodded and followed. Clang! A stick hit Chen Qing's Kunwu blade, and Chen Qing's hand shook slightly. Bang! A stick hit Chen Qing's wrist, shaking his whole hand numb, and he almost couldn't hold the Kunwu blade. More powerful than the soldier ghost. Chen Qing thought to himself, relying on the painted skin to protect himself, and chopped with clang, 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 forcing the warrior to retreat several steps. "Gu Xing, fatty, send Yang Xing away." At this moment, Yang Xing was breathing more than breathing in, and his face was pale. Gu Xing's figure staggered and was seriously injured. If Chen Qing and the other 2 hadn't come, I'm afraid both of them would have died in the hands of the warrior. Bang, bang, bang! The warrior could hit Chen Qing with almost every stick. Even though the painted skin protected him, he was beaten so hard that his blood was boiling. Chen Qing had just learned something from the soldier ghost, but he was not good enough to fight against the warrior. Although he tried his best to dodge and block, 9 out of 10 sticks hit him. Bang! Ah! The monkey screamed and fell to the ground. A big cut was made on his brow bone and blood immediately covered his face. Don't worry, I'll go up when I say so. Chen Qing warned and attacked again. The warrior's stick technique was extremely exquisite. The stick head was almost always flashing close to Chen Qing's face. If he avoided it, he would hit his chest and waist. Bang! 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 One after another, Chen Qing was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. Not only physically, but also mentally. He couldn't understand how a ghost with a ghost energy value of 38 could force him to this. If it weren't for the painted skin protecting his body, I'm afraid all 3 lives would have been lost. Whoosh! The stick tip went straight to the eyeball again, and Chen Qing's body suddenly leaned back. Then the Kunwu sword slashed horizontally, covering a large area. Wu Fu suddenly jumped up, and Chen Qing subconsciously stabbed in the air. Wu Fu's body was in the air, and the long stick blocked the Kunwu knife. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and smashed the long stick with his left fist. Bang! The long stick tilted to the side, and the Kunwu knife pierced Wu Fu's chest. Swish! Chen Qing was slightly startled. He quickly stepped forward, kicked the long stick away, strangled Wu Fu's neck with both hands, and held Wu Fu's hands with his legs, shouting, "Come on!" The monkey was stunned and was about to behead him with the Kunwu knife. Chen Qing said angrily, "Contract! Contract!" The monkey was stunned for a moment and suddenly woke up, came to Wu Fu, and began to perform the ghost contract technique. Once, it didn't work. Chen Qing shouted, "Don't stop!" So the second time, the third time, the fourth time, soon it came to the 10th time, and each contract was rejected by Wu Fu. The monkey's face was pale, and gradually there were signs of exhaustion. 11 times, 12 times. Finally, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, and his face showed ecstasy. "It's done! Ha ha ha! It's done!" Upon hearing this, Chen Qing let go of Wu Fu. Wu Fu was silent and walked behind the monkey. "Awesome! Awesome! Awesome!" The monkey looked at Wu Fu. "With this guy, I can walk sideways in the base." Chen Qing's emotional intelligence is not high. He can't let go of hatred and kindness, and he is brooding over small and big things. Monkey is his brother, and he died for him in his previous life. He will definitely protect him to the death. And Wu Fu is the perfect match. As long as the Blood Moon use the Imperial Edict to canonize this Wang, the monkey's combat power will be taken to a higher level. 2 laughed at each other, both formed a big shape, and lay on the ground. Wu Fu went to pick up his long stick, and suddenly there was a heavy muffled sound, and his body was kicked back. The 2 were startled. Looking back, they saw a big man rushing over. He was burly, agile, and holding a long stick. It was another Fu. Chen Qing's ghost watch swept past the warrior 88, A-level wandering soul. A stick hit him on the head with great force and heavy power, extremely terrifying. Chen Qing raised his hand to block. Clang! There was a heavy sound. Chen Qing's arms went numb, and the Kunwu knife flew out of his hand. But the long stick was extremely agile, and the force was not used up. It turned in the air and hit Chen Qing's shoulder firmly. Bang! As if a car was pressing down, Chen Qing's body suddenly fell to the ground. Chen Qing! The monkey was startled, picked up the knife and jumped up, using all his strength to chop at the warrior. The warrior seemed to have eyes on his back, and his legs swept past lightly. Bang! The next moment, the monkey's body shot out like an arrow, hitting the ground hard and bouncing several times, crashing into a pond full of mud. The mud splashed everywhere. The monkey's mouth tasted sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he struggled to get up and quickly crawled to the shore. At this time, the smaller warrior attacked the larger warrior. The 2 of them clashed with their sticks, but after only a few hits, the smaller warrior was already in a losing position. The larger warrior crushed the smaller warrior in all aspects, even in martial arts. There was no other way, so he could only use his ultimate move. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui!" The next moment, a skinny Zhong Kui wearing a hospital gown appeared. He still looked up at the sky with one eye and looked at the warrior with the other. The larger warrior's body shook violently, and he slowly turned his head, stiffly. Bang! The smaller warrior's long stick hit the larger warrior's head heavily. But its body also froze. Finally, 2 eyeballs that moved freely were seen in the eyes of the big warrior. "Ah! Wu Fu!" Both of them shouted at the same time. The big warrior's mind was broken, and he ran madly towards the distance, and his speed was 2 points faster than the last time the painted skin escaped. Zhong Kui chased him with his 8-character steps, and his body bounced high with every step. It seemed that his body had no weight, just like the gravity of the moon seen on TV. The next moment, Chen Qing saw it clearly. On Zhong Kui's right foot, there was a golden slipper. It was the one that Jin Buhan turned into. Chen Qing was slightly stunned. This golden slipper has superpowers? Last time, Zhong Kui's speed was completely unable to catch up with the painted skin, but this time he wore the golden slipper, and his speed increased by 2 levels. Chased into the fog in a few steps. Chen Qing was anxious, but the monkey was more important. Looking back, the monkey was covered in mud and blood and staggered out of the mud pond. "Die! I won't die! Go and chase him!" Hearing this, Chen Qing rushed into the mist. After a moment, he saw Zhong Kui and Wu Fu. Zhong Kui rode on Wu Fu's neck, grabbed Wu Fu's hair, and grinned. With his unfriendly eyes, it was as stupid as it could be. Wu Fu was ridden on the head, his body was stiff, and his body was shaking as if it was in 5th gear. "I told you to run." Slap! The slap didn't look heavy, but Wu Fu staggered, as if he had been hit by a truck and fell heavily to the ground. Even Zhong Kui was thrown out. Zhong was furious. Master, master, hurry up and tell the great god Zhong to stop. Without asking any more questions, Chen Qing stood in front of Zhong and said, Stop! Get out of the way! I'll skin this guy alive! As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes and skin on the back of the warrior tore apart, and at the same time, the skin was slowly pulled out, as if an invisible hand was peeling off its skin. The warrior screamed, but knelt on the ground and dared not move. Zhong, come back! Chen Qing quickly put away Zhong. However, the warrior kept screaming, and the skin peeled off, and soon he became a skinless, pale corpse. He fell to the ground with a thud and died. This scene was too weird. Chen Qing shuddered. When the warrior died, his body turned into a black mist and entered the demon suppression tower. With a thought from Chen Qing, a starving ghost exploded into ghost energy and the warrior took its place. As the warrior entered the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing felt that Zhong had become much stronger. With a thought, Zhong appeared in front of him. He scanned the ghost watch. 99, 98, 102, 96. The value kept changing around 99. After changing 2 ghosts, he had already reached the A-level wandering soul. If he changed a few more, would he be promoted to the evil ghost level or enter the S-level wandering soul? That is the legendary transcendence level. Chen Qing was shocked. He was now thinking about it. Zhong value was not randomly increased, but about 50 of the total value of the 12 ghosts. There are currently 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower. The high dropped by 7 or 8 points. Really? Chen Qing was stunned, summoned the warrior, and tested the ghost meter. Sure enough, only 81. You damn Zhong. If it weren't for the slap just now, you would have either been promoted to the evil ghost level or the wandering soul S level. Huapi said again, Master, I can see that the stronger the great god Zhong is, the more magical powers he will find, and the stronger the magical powers will be. We still have to work hard to improve. Chen Qing nodded. Now, let alone Zhong and Huapi, even if there were no them with the A-level wandering soul warrior and the B-level wandering soul soldier ghost, I can also walk sideways in this ghost domain. Okay, to be on the safe side, I'll add a should. After all, it's only been 2 hours and I've already met a pervert like Wu Fu. Who knows, there might be others? Go back! Go bow back! Chen Qing had several thoughts, but Zhong didn't know if he didn't understand or didn't want to listen. His eyes rolled around and he stood in front of him. He forcibly put away a thought. Zhong quickly came out again. Okay, I don't want to compete with him. He quickly returned to the monkey. The monkey leaned weakly against a wall. Seeing Chen Qing return safely, he was also relieved. He looked at Zhong, who was beside Chen Qing with a dazed look in his eyes. This, a Ghost King. The appearance of the Ghost King was not discernible, but the ghost appearance was obvious. The monkey was a little speechless, but when he remembered that the perverted Wu Fu ran away as soon as this not-so-smart Ghost King appeared, it was indeed appropriate to call him Ghost King. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Monkey sighed. You didn't come to class much, so you didn't know the pressure Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo put on us, but today I found out that you are the most hidden big boss. Chen Qing helped him up, without refutation. Martial artists are very abnormal. I wonder if they can challenge Zhou Yangqiao's evil ghost level. He helped Monkey to the side of the ambulance. There were already several people lying in the car. The most seriously injured should be Yang Xingxue. The nurse helped Monkey very skillfully, and immediately hung up the liquid and took out the surgical instruments, presumably to suture Monkey's wound. Chen Qing turned and walked towards the ghost domain again. Monkey was stunned. You, still want to go? Yes, Chen Qing nodded. Tonight he must let Zhong rush to 100. He really wants to know whether Zhong will be promoted to the evil ghost level or the wandering soul S level. Looking at Zhong, the warriors and the ghost soldiers beside him, Chen Qing was very confident. As they were walking, Zhong said, Ghost beads, where are the ghost beads? I want to eat the ghost beads. Ever since he knew that Zhong could freely enter all floors of the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing took out the bag of ghost beads, but today he didn't bring it with him. I didn't bring it. Ghost beads, ghost beads, ghost beads, ghost beads, ghost beads, ghost beads. Chen Qing was annoyed by the noise. The first floor of the demon suppression tower, go find it yourself. Zhong suddenly jumped into the demon suppression tower on Chen Qing's chest. The painted skin was used to it, and the warriors beside him were trembling with fear. Skinning him to death with just one sentence, what a terrifying existence. Ha! La 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 la. The laughter of a child suddenly came out. The voice was childish and sounded funny. But in this ghostland it was extremely creepy. Child ghost. This kind of ghost is common, and Chen Qing is not unfamiliar with it. He drew his knife and slowly approached. However, when he came to the place where the sound came from, there was only a pool of blood. The place where the sound came from was clearly right in front of him. La mom, love! The sound continued. Chen Qing felt warm all over as if he was really lying in his mother's arms. Hallucination? He walked around the sky quickly, driving away the warmth coming from all directions. In a trance, it seemed that someone was gently lifting his chin and smiling at him gently. Chuckling. Mom, the warmth filled his body, like the sun shining through the window, like warm water pouring on his body. La 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 la! The bodies of the soldier ghost and the warrior were frozen. The sound continued. Bright toys appeared in front of Chen Qing, red and green. There was a small train clacking on the track, and a soft big white rabbit was pillowed behind him. A gentle voice read a bedtime story. Chen Qing bit his tongue fiercely. It hurt. Everything in front of him returned to normal. Mom, love! The dark ghostland was stained with warmth and covered with thick quilts. An irresistible comfort came over him. Chen Qing forced himself to rush in one direction, and he finally saw a child wearing a belly band. About 3 years old, barefoot, bare buttocks, 2 chubby little hands were holding a severed hand of an adult. There was blood all over the belly band and the corners of the mouth. It gently fiddled with the fingers of the severed hand, smiled and shouted in a baby voice, "Mom, Mom!" Chen Qing did not hesitate. The Kunwu knife blood spinning exploded. A knife slashed straight at the child ghost. The child ghost stood there stupidly and seemed not to know how to dodge. Puff! Ghost blood splattered everywhere. The Kunwu sword chopped from the top of the head to the chin. "Mom, Mom!" The child ghost called softly and the broken hand fell to the ground. Chen Qing drew his sword and chopped again. The child ghost's head flew up and turned into a black gas and sank into the demon suppression tower. With a thought, a starving ghost shattered into ghost gas, making way for the child ghost. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Child ghosts are extremely strange, and at the same time, most of these ghosts are very pitiful. Even a large part of them died at the hands of their parents. They have longed for their mother's love for a long time, and this love will overflow on a large scale and affect the people around them. Adults are fine, but young children can hardly resist it. They will immerse themselves in this love and die happily. Fortunately, the flesh is fragile. As long as you can find its location, you can easily kill it. Summon it out and test the ghost meter. 92. Chen Qing was shocked. I didn't expect it to be an A-level wandering soul. The child ghost seemed to be unaware of anything. A pink smile appeared on his pale face, and he murmured in a baby voice, "Love, mommy, mommy." With this, Zhong should have made a breakthrough, right? With expectation in his heart, Zhong appeared in front of him with a thought. "Ghost Pearl! The Ghost Pearl has not been found yet," Zhong said dissatisfiedly, and he went back into the demon suppression tower. He summoned it again, and the ghost meter was tested. 100, 103, 102. Actually, no breakthrough? It should have reached about 145 directly, Chen Qing muttered. Is it so difficult to break through to S level? Looking at the child ghost, Chen Qing was full of smiles. The biggest gain tonight may be the warrior, but the one that suits Chen Qing the most is actually the child ghost. Because he knows the complete sequence of the child ghost's promotion to the evil spirit level. Child ghost? Night crying child? Not suitable as a main battle pet, but as an auxiliary ghost pet, the ability is extremely terrifying. Just like before, even if it affects the opponent for a moment, the result is extremely terrible. With a thought in mind, he summoned all 12 ghost pets in the demon suppression tower. Crazy ghost, child ghost, soldier ghost, warrior, toilet ghost, long-tongued ghost, gambling ghost, tail follower, 2 air-eating ghosts, and 2 starving ghosts. Like a permutation and combination, he analyzed in his mind which ghosts would have a surprising effect when combined. At this time, a voice came from the fog in the distance. "Go, go, I dare not stay! That thing is too weird!" "I'm afraid it will take the captain to solve it." Chen Qing's mind moved, and he put away all the ghost pets, leaving only a starving ghost and an air-eating ghost. After a while, the 2 people saw Chen Qing. Subconsciously looking at the ghost watch, they were slightly startled. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, these 3 are masters in their eyes. How come they got 2 F-level garbage? "What did you encounter?" Chen Qing asked. "I don't know." A newcomer was still in shock, "But it's scary. Many people have been controlled." "Don't say anything. Let's go. Chen Qing, you should go with us." Chen Qing shook his head. "You go first." The 2 nodded and left quickly. Chen Qing wanted to continue, but he was also afraid of the terrifying existence the 2 were talking about. He released a few F-level garbage to explore the way ahead. Soon Chen Qing saw the next ghost. Hanged ghost. A white dress hanging on a dead willow tree with a rope tied to a branch as thick as a chopstick. The body seemed to have no weight, swinging back and forth with the breeze. The next moment, the eyes blurred. Chen Qing seemed to be in midair, with something around his neck, so tight that he couldn't breathe. Looking to the side. Isn't this the old willow tree where the hanged ghost was hanging? He was horrified. Looking at the ground, there were warriors, soldier ghosts, and himself standing on the ground. The Chen Qing on the ground, grinning with blood-red lips, smiling at him, wanted to speak, but the white silk around his neck made it impossible for him to make a sound. Chen Qing shouted in his heart, "Painted Skin!" Painted Skin was startled and suddenly realized what was going on. The person she was wrapped in had been replaced, but the hanged ghost was undoubtedly walking into a trap. Painted Skin confirmed that it was not Chen Qing and suddenly tightened it. Kakaka, puff! The hanged ghost was crushed all over. The hanged ghost inside Painted Skin had exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Then he suddenly jumped up, cut off the white silk with his sharp claws, and put Chen Qing down. The hanged ghost inside Painted Skin turned into a pool of black mist, and all merged into the demon suppression tower, leaving nothing behind. The Painted Skin then turned back to a pale plaster-like appearance, drilled into Chen Qing's chest, and covered Chen Qing's whole body again. Chen Qing was still afraid. If there was no Painted Skin, even if there were warriors and soldier ghosts, he would probably die here. This hanged ghost can exchange positions silently, and his ability is extremely weird. This time Chen Qing was really scared. Although the evil ghosts have been eliminated, it's only half a night, and he has encountered so many evil ghosts. Child ghosts, hanged ghosts, soldier ghosts, warriors, no matter which one, are very tricky. At this moment, the black mist transformed by the hanged ghost is swaying around in the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing's thought, the starving ghost exploded into ghost energy, making room for the hanged ghost. Summon the hanged ghost. The hanged ghost is dressed in white, and the white silk around his neck is tied to a small branch in the air. Chen Qing's heart moved. It seems that the hanged ghost's white silk must have a support point? The ghost meter tested? 72. B-level wandering soul. Zhong should have made a breakthrough, right? With a thought, Kai appeared immediately. The ghost watch was aimed at him. 100, 102, 100. The value was still fluctuating, and it still couldn't break through 100. Chen Qing was speechless. But this also proved the rarity of S-level from the side. Retracting his mind, he led the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, and the warrior all the way to the pond. The hanged ghost's body was still floating in the air, but the two white silks on its neck were like two octopus tentacles, floating and wrapping around the tree by the pond. It really needs something to rely on to stay stable in the air, but as long as it has something to rely on, even a toothpick-thick branch can support it. This time Chen Qing's target is the drowned ghost. Like the child ghost, Chen Qing knows the complete sequence of the drowned ghost, so naturally he has to give priority to it. Wandering soul level, evil ghost level, water monkey, evil spirit level kappa. The drowned ghost is extremely weak on the shore, but at the evil ghost level, it can be almost invincible in the water. Jiangpan community is next to the river, so there must be one. After all, it is in the ghost domain and there are many ghosts. Soon I saw one. It was roughly human-shaped, but the forepalms were large, there were webbed fingers, and there were scales and hair on the back, which looked very strange. Chen Qing was more familiar with the drowned ghost. When it was born, it was almost human-like. As the strength increases, the body shape will become more and more like a combination of an otter and a water lizard. The one in front of him only had half of its head exposed above the water, looking at Chen Qing vigilantly. Looking at its forehead and hair like a human, the strength of this one is definitely not high. Sure enough, the ghost meter measured it, and it was only 45. Chen Qing immediately walked forward again. Then he met the second and third ones, and their strength was not strong. At this time, in the deep pond not far away, the water surface was suddenly turned up with several muffled waves. A huge tail was vaguely seen. What made Chen Qing feel creepy was that the tail was tied around a person's neck. In a trance for a moment, he didn't see it clearly, but Chen Qing remembered that this person was one of the newcomers of the Ghost Control Army this year. The body was swollen from being soaked in water. It was probably dead for several hours. No matter what kind of ghost, if it wants to advance, it must have a spiritual guide. The spiritual guide may be a few spiritual stones, a few ghost beads, or some kind of condition. The spiritual guide for the drowned ghost to advance is the conditional spiritual guide. Drown 9 people. I don't know how many it has completed. Chen Qing thought about how to deal with it. He immediately came up with a countermeasure. With a thought, the painted skin fell off Qing. Then he turned into an ordinary young man and came to the water's edge without panic. He washed up by the water very comfortably. Chen Qing couldn't see the drowned ghost, but he knew it would definitely see this scene. But the drowned ghost was cautious by nature, and I didn't know if it would be fooled. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The drowned ghost did not appear. Time passed slowly, and for half an hour, the drowned ghost did not move at all. The painted skin simply pretended to take a nap. Suddenly, a black spot in the water suddenly enlarged. Wow, a large splash of water exploded. It was like a big crocodile jumping out of the water. The long tail instantly wrapped around the painted skin and was about to drag it into the water. Even though the painted skin had been on guard, it didn't expect it to be so fast. Before it could think carefully, its nails immediately grew longer and pierced into the soil. The drowned ghost dragged the painted skin forward about 1 meter, and the painted skin's nails plowed 10 1-meter-long cuts on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not right, the drowned ghost immediately let go of the painted skin and tried to escape. But the next moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared in the water. The drowned ghost, with a white silk wrapped around his neck, was strangled in the air. The warrior stepped forward and hit him hard with a stick. Bang! The drowned ghost's forehead, which was covered with fine scales, immediately cracked and sank into a large area. The warrior hit him hard with a stick again. Bang! The drowned ghost died. He turned into a mist and entered the demon suppression tower. He controlled an air-eating ghost to make room for the drowned ghost. The hanged ghost in the water looked wronged and climbed up the shore wetly, motionless, not knowing whether he was in a daze or angry. The next moment, with a thought, the drowned ghost appeared in front of him. From the outside, this drowned ghost almost looked like a human. It looked like a combination of an otter and a small lizard, with a dark face, and some human features could be vaguely seen. But it looked more like an orangutan. The tail was twice as long as the body, with sharp edges, like a crocodile's tail. The drowned ghost was still in a state of confusion at this moment. After all, he was in the water the previous second, and the next second he appeared in the air and was beaten to death by 2 black sticks. Anyone would be confused. The ghost meter was tested. 100. It was indeed in the state of promotion. Chen Qing asked, "How many people have you drowned?" The drowned ghost was still confused. "You drowned? How many people?" Chen Qing asked again. The drowned ghost made a hoarse sound and stretched out 8 fingers. Most ghosts become more intelligent as their strength increases, but drowned ghosts are different. They will gradually lose the ability to speak until they become evil spirits. Wow, didn't I pick up an evil ghost? Chen Qing nodded and took back the drowned ghost. He summoned Zhong again. It's so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. Zhong rolled all over the ground as soon as he came out. His skin was flushed, and he beat his chest and stomped his feet. Is this a breakthrough? Chen Qing seemed to understand something, and with one thought, he took back all the ghost pets. Zhong has the strange ability of speaking and following the law. If he shouted all of you die except for himself as the owner, he would be fine, and the ghost pets that he had worked so hard to save would probably be squandered by him. After a while, Zhong finally stopped. Then, as if nothing had happened, he stood up and stretched out his hand. Ghost Pearl! I want to eat Ghost Pearl! Corpse King Fingernail! I want Corpse King Fingernail! I know you have it. You can only eat it if you are obedient. I am obedient, very obedient. Be obedient, good boy, we won't eat it. As Chen Qing spoke, the ghost watch, it pointed to Zhong 114, 147, 189, 211. The value jumped wildly and finally stopped at around 212. A line of red words on the ghost watch showed a warning. S-level wandering soul. Extremely dangerous. He had failed to break through for several consecutive waves before, but this time he broke through to 212 S-level. Seeing the 4 words extremely dangerous, Chen Qing was full of joy. After a careful calculation of the ghost energy value, drowned ghost 100, child ghost 92, warrior 82, originally 88, 6 were slapped off by Zhong, hanged ghost 72, soldier ghost 61. Add the 7 garbage, the total is almost twice that of Zhong. If all 12 reach 100, can Zhong reach SS? SSS? I can't even imagine it. Ghost beads, give me ghost beads! Zhong shouted again. His strength has improved so much, but his appearance and facial features are still as he pleases. Chen Qing looked at his golden slipper and thought about something. This golden slipper is in the presidential suite, and it is worth more than gold. It has awakened. Take it off, let me see. Zhong immediately took 2 steps back. Mine! I know yours, take it off first. Mine! Zhong emphasized again. Chen Qing was so angry that his teeth itched, suddenly thinking of Li Ba's golden body. With a thought, Li Ba's golden corpse appeared in front of him, in the same posture as when he put it in, but both arms were cut off at the root. As the ghost energy permeated, the golden corpse actually moved. The golden corpse may want to stand up, but without hands, it rolled and struggled on the ground for a while, and then slowly stood up. The eyes were dull, standing still. This. Chen Qing was a little confused. Could it be that Jin Buhuan could awaken even if he turned into gold? Then wouldn't the golden duck he sold be a huge loss? Golden body, wow, what a big golden body! Zhong eyes glowed and he took a few steps forward, touching it left and right. Golden body, what's the use? Wow, golden body. Zhong was completely unable to communicate. Master, you actually have a golden body? Painted Skin's words revealed a sense of shock. What is the use? The golden body to some extent means cultivation. No matter whether it is immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas, those who have golden bodies are extremely terrifying. For example, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Great Sage. Every time a name was mentioned, Chen Qing felt his eyelids jump. Master, put it away first. This is too dangerous. Chen Qing put it away immediately. Painted Skin said again. The golden body is one of the strongest Dharma images, such as the 10-foot golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, the relic golden body, etc. But this golden body I can't tell. After all, I have only heard of it but never seen it. Maybe the great god Zhong knows. Zhong was full of impatience. The Yuan embryo golden body. The Yuan embryo golden body. Give it back to me. As he said, he chased the golden body into the demon's suppression tower. The Yuan embryo golden body. That means the master can refine it into his body. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this, with extremely strong attack and defense power. I just don't know who was able to cut off the 2 arms of this golden body. His cultivation must be extremely high. Chen Qing was so angry. If he had known this, he would never have chopped off Li Ba's 2 arms. Without arms, what use would this golden body be no matter how strong it is? Iron head kung fu? Diamond leg? Just as he was getting annoyed, there was a rustling sound. A starving ghost with shining eyes slowly crawled towards this side. Then, there was a sound of bone marrow colliding, and a skeleton staggered towards this side. Afterwards, there was a constant sound of splashing in the pond, and one drowned ghost after another crawled out of the pond. It's bad. Master, go! The golden body has an unparalleled attraction to the ghost clan. Chen Qing understood immediately. He turned around and ran away. But after running a few steps, a ghost who had just given birth appeared in front of him. A large piece of something that looked like meat or intestines fell from its crotch, and its stomach had a big hole in it. A fetus was making gestures inside. Chen Qing did not dare to delay. He ran madly around the ghost who had just given birth. Ding ding ding, but Chen Qing's body froze. The Kunwu sword fell to the ground, and his hands were involuntarily raised up, and he jumped very stiffly. Ding! The warrior and the soldier ghost also froze, with their hands raised up, jumping like zombies. Oh no, it's the corpse driver! The Painted Skin's voice was anxious. If it were normal, she could just slowly deal with it, but now more and more ghosts were coming over. The Painted Skin had no bones, so it was naturally useless to her. Her body seemed to be flowing with liquid, and her ears rolled inward, blocking Chen Qing's ears. Ding! The sound was almost inaudible. Unable to control Chen Qing anymore, Chen Qing looked around. The fog was too thick, and he couldn't see where this corpse driver was. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, fire and blood burst out from the mist from time to time, as if something was fighting. The next moment, a small figure broke through the mist and punched. It hit the ghost on the back. The ghost's body was like snow burned by fire, and a large piece of it melted instantly. Chen Qing was stunned. Chen Man! Chen Man was full of fighting spirit, and his fists kept hitting the ghost. The small fists burst out with amazing lethality. Every punch was like a cannonball exploding. Many sunken scorch marks immediately appeared on the ghost's body. Each move was very methodical, and the ghost was beaten back again and again. The ghost was furious, and his stomach swelled suddenly. The fetus inside shot out like an arrow and rushed straight to Chen Man's face. Chen Qing was shocked and rushed a few steps. But Chen Man kicked the ghost back continuously with one foot, and his other hand had already grabbed the fetus's neck. The fetus struggled frantically and scratched everywhere. Chen Man threw it heavily to the ground and stepped on it. Ka! The fetus's entire face was sunken, and it was crying indistinctly, looking for the ghost everywhere. The ghost was like a madman, rushing towards Chen Man desperately. Chen Qing finally arrived and stabbed him with a knife. The ghost's head soared into the sky, turned into a black mist, and drilled into the demon suppression tower. Why did you run away again? Don't be impulsive. Han Yuan came after him, cursing. Ding, the bell rang again. This time Chen Qing finally saw the corpse driver. In the mist, he wore a tall Taoist hat, holding a talisman in one hand and a bell in the other, shaking it with every step. Behind him followed many ghosts and people, jumping stiffly with his steps. Han Yuan didn't seem to block his ears, but with the support of his huge blood and qi, he managed to hold on and rush towards the corpse driver with his sword. Chen Qing also arrived at the same time. With two swords, one above and one below, they slashed at the corpse driver at the same time. The corpse driver quickly retreated, shaking the bell in his hand rapidly, and the ghosts behind him jumped towards the two of them. And Chen Man was already surrounded by ghosts. Fortunately, the warrior and the soldier ghost had recovered their mobility. They rushed into the battle group and beat the ghosts away one by one. Chen Qing bit the corpse driver tightly so that he had no time to ring the bell. Han Yuan's Kunwu sword burst into flames, and he was quickly clearing the ghosts one by one. At this time, Chen Qing's ears were buzzing, and waves of strange Sanskrit sounds filled the sky and the earth. Even if his ears were blocked, a sentence still clearly entered Chen Qing's ears. The phoenix carriage, the living being should avoid. All the ghosts stopped and knelt on the ground in panic. In the mist, 2 rows of palace maids came slowly, sprinkling flowers. The palace maids had no facial features, and their faces were not ups and downs, and were unusually flat. The scattered petals floated 1 foot high, building a suspended bridge. The phoenix carriage, the living beings should avoid. Following the sound, teams of etiquette officers held avoidance signs. These etiquette officers also had no facial features, and their faces were smooth. Then, 4 golden horses walked slowly on the petal bridge. The golden horse pulled a magnificent carriage, and the carriage was piled with countless layers of gold, silver, jewels, agate, and jade. Let's go! Chen Qing, take Chen Man with you. Boom! There was an explosion. A phantom of a furious Vajra appeared on Han Yuan's body, which was 6 or 7 feet tall. At the same time, the flames on the Kunwu sword changed, mixed with a hint of gold. Han Yuan casually slashed, and the Kunwu sword cut deep gullies on the ground, with blazing flames burning in them, illuminating the dark sky. The Tang dynasty is behind us. Yin objects are forbidden to pass. But the palace maids did not stop, the etiquette officers did not stop, and the motorcade did not stop. The momentum of the two collided with each other. The motorcade did not hinder at all, and the phantom of the Vajra exploded in the air. Han Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. The phoenix carriage, all living beings, get out of the way. Suddenly a huge hole was torn in the sky, and a rusty sword that stood tall and straight down was inserted, blocking the army. The faceless maid was the first to hit it. Then her body melted away. After more than 10 maids melted away, the convoy slowly stopped. Who gave you the courage to run out of the tomb again? A figure came from the air. Looking up, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe sat on the hilt of the sword, looking lazily at the convoy below. The man on the hilt was wearing a blood-red battle robe, and he looked extraordinary, but he had an apron around his waist and a spatula in his hand, as if he had just been cooking. It felt very strange. Chen Qing, go! Han Yuan shouted at Chen Qing, but Chen Qing's blurs were blocking the painted skin, and he didn't hear anything. Han Yuan rushed over in a few steps, holding Chen Qing in one hand and Chen Man in the other, and left here quickly. Chen Qing finally reacted, knocked his ears, and painted skin immediately left. Just now, what was that? Is that convoy the princess, that sword, and that person? Who is it? Chen Qing had countless questions in his mind, and he was eager to get the answers. Leave here first. Han Yuan's face was pale, but he was still very fast. If we fight, we will die. Soon, the two of them left the ghost area. There were already many newcomers outside, but their faces were very ugly at this moment. Dead people, and a lot of them died. They may not have expected such a scene, or they expected it, but they didn't expect it to be so tragic. When the faces that were still talking and laughing a few hours ago lay here coldly, they were all silent. Joining the Ghost Control Army will kill people. They suddenly remembered what Wukong said on the first day they joined the team. Monkey's forehead was already wrapped in gauze, but blood still seeped out, spreading a patch. His voice was a little low. Yang Xingshui is dead. Chen Qing looked up in confusion. What? 5 died, and there are still 6 inside. I don't know if they can get out. Yes, with so many ghosts, there must be deaths. Chen Qing thought to himself. Several soldiers of the anti-ghost army came and put the 5 newcomers into body bags. Han Yuan came to the body bag in silence and waved to the soldiers. The soldiers stopped what they were doing. Han Yuan watched silently and whispered, Li Aihuang joined the anti-ghost army for 7 days. 19 years old. Coming to the next body bag, Dai Shude joined the anti-ghost army for 7 days, 18 years old. Yang Xingshui joined the anti-ghost army for 7 days, 19 years old. Huang Jing joined the anti-ghost army for 7 days, 19 years old. Zhong Tiantian joined the anti-ghost army for 7 days, 18 years old. Gu Xing sat in the ambulance, his eyes empty, dazed. Seeing Han Yuan coming, Gu Xing's empty eyes finally showed some ripples. Captain, I didn't protect him well. I'm sorry. This boy, who has always been taciturn, leaned his arms against the wall, buried his face in his arms, and sobbed. I'm sorry. I've never been able to protect anyone. Han Yuan sat beside him silently. When I was in the Qian blood realm, my fiancé died in front of me. Gu Xing was startled and shocked. He raised his head and saw a pair of eyes that shouldn't have such sorrow. Although they have known each other for a short time, the captain has always been upright. My father and mother are all dead. Han Yuan's tone was a little lonely. Later, I worked hard to practice, and the people I wanted to protect never died in front of me again. Han Yuan said and left the ambulance. Later, another 4 people returned, and 2 people may stay in the ghost domain forever. On the way back, all the cars were silent. In the first mission, 6 people died. Only 35 people were left. If you keep doing this 7 more times, we'll all be dead. The silence in the carriage was finally broken. Hongya waved her fists and gritted her teeth. I don't understand such a task. I will never accept such consequences. Human lives are at stake. Human lives are at stake. I can accept your devilish training at ordinary times, but now people are fucking dead. Even Zhang Tiantian is dead. She's a girl. Everyone was silent at first, but when they heard this, someone suddenly frowned. Hongya, are you sick? Are you crazy from boxing, bitch? Zhang Tiantian is a girl, so her life is life. What are the other 5 boys? You. Who are you calling a bitch? I'm talking about you. I usually tolerate you when you fight, but you dare to fight in an occasion like this today. Okay, come on, duel. Bang, Hongya was slapped hard in the face. How dare you hit me? Didn't you want a duel? Bitch, come on, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Stop, that's enough. The carriage was in chaos. In Han Yuan's car, Chen Qing was silent. He was not used to seeing life and death, but he might be a little numb to such scenes. But he couldn't help but be silent. The sword today was one of the 8 pillars, the broken sword. The one carried by that team of ghosts was the evil spirit level princess. Originally, the princess had been sealed at the bottom of the tomb and the surrounding area had been cleared, but the ghost energy has skyrocketed in the past few days. There are many more ghosts around Ximing City, and there is a trend of continued growth. Not only the ghost control army, but also the ghost extermination team has suffered heavy losses. Chen Qing listened silently. The blood moon is getting closer and closer. In a few days, the entire Ximing City will be another ghost domain, and it will last longer, and the number and strength of the ghosts will be several orders of magnitude stronger, and 99% of those facing all this are ordinary people. Thinking of this, he became anxious. In the car, Han Yuan made and received dozens of calls. It can be seen that the situation everywhere is very bad. The ghost control army and the ghost extermination team are like a house that is about to collapse in a storm. They may have hope, but Chen Qing knows that the wind and rain will get stronger and stronger, and the blood moon is the last thunder that overwhelms this house. Chen Qing suddenly thought about what he should do at this time if he were the decision-maker. After thinking for a long time, there is almost only one choice: shrink the power and abandon most of the population. However, for those who are abandoned, why? In this world, you can only take care of your family. Back in the dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness sank into the 2nd floor of the demon suppression tower. With a thought, he summoned the painted skin. Chen Qing asked, "Is that golden body of your ghost clan very useful?" "Yes," the painted skin nodded heavily. "I think the master has also seen that the riot in the ghost realm today is probably because of this golden body. If you can completely digest this golden body, the wandering soul level can also reach the evil spirit level." Chen Qing nodded and asked again, "If this golden body is placed here, will it be useful for you to practice here?" "Of course, this is a supreme opportunity for ordinary ghosts like us." Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, the armless golden body appeared in front of him. Then he released all 12 ghosts. As soon as the ghosts appeared here, they all went crazy. Drowned ghosts, child ghosts, warriors, hanged ghosts, and soldier ghosts immediately pounced on the golden body. The other 7 F-level eyes were fanatical, but they were all easily beaten away by the first 5. Chen Qing frowned and shouted, "Retreat!" He was the master of the demon suppression tower. This is the inner world of the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing is almost equivalent to a god. The ghosts did not dare to make trouble again. They all retreated a little and looked at the golden body eagerly. Chen Qing looked at Huapi. "You arrange the seating. Whoever dares to mess around will be killed." Huapi nodded solemnly. "I understand." The morning lap task was quite easy. It was only at this time that I learned that 8 newcomers chose to withdraw this morning. So there are only 27 people left. For the 6 people who died yesterday, a not-so-grand memorial service was held to posthumously confer the title of martyr. After Chen Qing attended, he returned to the dormitory and lay down and entered the 2nd floor of the demon's suppression tower. The ghosts sat around the golden body in different postures, with obsessed expressions. Wu Fu! Chen Qing called Wu Fu. Wu Fu stood up, a little dazed. Teach me Kung Fu! Oh! Wu Fu could understand what Chen Qing meant, but he was still in the wandering soul stage, so his intelligence was not very high. Wu Fu obviously had top-notch stick and fist techniques, but to teach Chen Qing was a luxury. Chen Qing had no choice but to let the painted skin possess him. Come on, fight! Fight! This was what Wu Fu liked the most and was the best at. At that moment, the two began to fight with sticks and swords, and the fight was very fierce. However, so far, Chen Qing had only encountered Wu Fu a few times, and Wu Fu's long sticks, 8 out of 10 sticks, could hit Chen Qing firmly. Time passed quickly, and the day passed quickly. In the evening, the first test came. Everyone sat upright. The monkey whispered, Chen Qing, this is a ghost pet competition. It is related to future assignments. After we graduate here, I heard that we will go to various community defense circles in Ximing City to serve as town guards. The town guards should be selected in order of grades. The better your grades, the better community defense you can choose. If you can get first place, you can directly choose our own community. It will also be easier to take care of your family. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Even if you try your best to conceal it, through various signs, those who are smart can see that the world is not peaceful. Fortunately, prices are still stable, the supply chain is stable, and the overall situation is still under control. Chen Qing nodded to show that he understood. On the other side, Chen Kun looked at Chen Qing and sneered. Brother Luo, I have already found out that 2 newcomers saw Chen Qing's ghost pet last night. Both were F-level ghost pets. I don't know what this idiot was thinking. Anyway, he has ruined his own future. Ji Luo also sneered. Originally, he had no grudges against me, and I was too lazy to deal with him. The mistake was that he shouldn't have entangled Xiao Shi. No matter who it is, if he dares to entangle Xiao Shi, he is forcing me to destroy him. Hearing this, Chen Kun's eyes were full of joy. His strategy worked. Ji Luo fell in love with Chen Shi at first sight. Ji Luo came from a prominent family. From childhood to adulthood, he had been locked up in an ivory tower to study and practice hard. As soon as he came out of the ivory tower, he met a woman of Chen Shi's level and was easily controlled. Chen Shi coaxed him to the sky with a smile and a good night. In the past few days, Chen Kun, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed that Chen Qing was pursuing Chen Shi and had been pestering him, even to the police station. How could Ji Luo not be angry? He beat up his future uncle, almost imprisoned his future wife for 3 years, and forced his future mother-in-law to be slapped several times. He would never forgive Chen Qing for any of these. Ji Luo had learned the art of war and knew that, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger, so he had been secretly asking about Chen Qing's background. Originally, he was still a little afraid of Chen Qing, but after knowing his 2 F-level wandering ghosts' garbage ghost pets last night, he dropped all his defenses. He must be destroyed today. Wukong came. His tone was heavy. Please observe 5 minutes of silence for the 6 classmates who died yesterday. 5 minutes later. I believe everyone has felt that there are more and more ghosts now, and they are becoming more and more frequent. Although I don't want to, some of you will keep leaving. Wukong sighed. Let me tell you the rules again. Your final score will be based on your usual performance, your participation and completion of the task, and your test scores. Today's competition adopts an elimination system, and students with high scores will be given priority for buys. Let's start the draw. Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Kun all had buys in the first round. The first group to appear was Hongya and Heirunsheng. Fearing that he would be eliminated, Heirunsheng ventured into the ghost realm for the 2nd time last night and contracted an E-level wandering ghost. Hongya's was a D-level wandering ghost toilet ghost and a D-level wandering ghost long-tongued ghost. There was almost no suspense about the outcome. Unexpectedly, Heirunsheng acted very strong, commanding his garbage ghosts and slapped Hongya in the face. But that was all. Heirunsheng lost very quickly. Hongya was furious and rushed up. Are you a slut? Do you know how to behave like a gentleman? With such a huge gap in strength, it's fine if you don't admit defeat, but you also slap me to disgust me. Go, really go! Heirunsheng, I will never stop fighting you. Hongya cursed. Heirunsheng was upset. However, when the result was announced, everyone was stunned. Wukong said calmly, draw. Why? Hongya's anger, which had just subsided a little, was instantly ignited. Calling you teacher, is that giving you face? Why? Just because you are both men. Are you trying to protect this slut? Others also felt that this result was unexpected, but seeing Hongya's attitude, they all shut up again. Wukong has a calm personality, but he frowned after being repeatedly beaten by Hongya. If it was a real battle, you would die together. Hongya stroked the red mark on her face and suddenly thought of something. I advise you to go to the base medical room. Hongya was furious, pointing at Heirunsheng and cursing. Bah! You are so fucking mean! Only you would choose such a sick ghost. Perfect match. Wukong frowned. If you don't go, you will lose face. Hongya was furious, but he really didn't dare to delay any longer, and ran out of the martial arts arena at a high speed. There were no upsets in the following battles. It was Monkey's turn to play next, and the opponent he drew was called Wu Ming. His soul power was around 70, which was a little higher than Monkey. Wu Ming's two ghost pets, a C-level wandering soul starved ghost and a D-level wandering soul lightning ghost. The lightning ghost is quite rare, with a charred body and pale flesh under the charred appearance, and from time to time a small arc of electricity flashed. Monkey, you should admit defeat. Although this lightning ghost is only D-level, its combat power is not inferior to any C-level. I got it by luck. Monkey was silent and summoned Wu Fu. Many people immediately used ghost watches to detect. 38. Wandering soul D-level. Wu Ming frowned and looked at the monkey with unkind eyes. Monkey, you have no chance of winning. The lightning ghost is terrible when it explodes, but it needs to accumulate lightning power, and I don't want to waste it on you. My opponent is Zhou Yang, Zhao Jiluo, and Chen Qing. Why are you forcing me? Wu Ming was furious. Okay, then it's as you wish. After that, the lightning ghost rushed out with arcs of electricity. The warrior's long stick lightly poked it straight into the face of the lightning ghost. With a click, the charcoal-like face of the lightning ghost shattered. The warrior kicked the lightning ghost away with a relaxed kick and shot at Wu Ming like an arrow. Wu Ming was shocked. The starving ghost immediately protected him, revealing a mouthful of fangs. The warrior's long stick came down heavily, and the starving ghost stretched out his hand to block it. The long stick slightly deflected, and with two muffled sounds, it hit the starving ghost's eyes. The starving ghost screamed and fell to the ground, and the warrior's long stick was already fixed in front of Wu Ming. Wu Ming was sweating all over his head and his face turned pale. If the long stick went in an inch further, his eyeballs would be popped. I give up, Wu Ming said in a trembling voice. Thinking of all the big talk he had said 10 seconds ago, his face turned blue and red, and he wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. The warrior put away the long stick. Chen Qing was thoughtful. What he was thinking just now was, why doesn't this stick hit down? And then he realized that this group of people were just ordinary people with stronger abilities after all. They had not experienced darkness and life and death like himself. Maybe their love, hatred, and hatred now only came from a few quarrels or disputes as small as dust. But Chen Qing, he really knew how to kill people. A ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 38 absolutely crushed two ghost pets, one of which was higher in level than itself, and the other was a rare lightning ghost. This kind of record immediately made the whole martial arts arena go wild. What kind of ghost is this? It's so strong. It's a bit abnormal. Is my ghost watch broken? You told me that this ghost pet is only D-level? Does anyone know what kind of ghost this is? This is simply a data monster. Instant kill. Real instant kill. Wukong was also a little stunned. Except for places like the Princess Tomb, the ghosts in other places are basically common ghosts. This is also the first time he has seen this kind of ghost. What kind of ghost is this? Wu Fu. I want to get one too. With such a ghost, I am directly invincible. +1. Everyone made a noise. Monkey waved his hand. I advise everyone not to use this kind of ghost. I got this ghost with the help of a master. If it weren't for that master, I'm afraid it would be enough to die several times. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. It's so powerful. If you force it, I'm afraid you won't know how you died. The strength is too high. Wukong waved his hand. Next group. Soon, the first round was all over. 8 groups, 9 were selected to enter the next round. In addition to the 5 people who had a bye, including Chen Qing, there were 2 more people who had a bye this round. Chen Qing and Zhou Yangqiao. This time everyone was stunned. The ranking in their eyes had always been Zhou Yangqiao, Jiluo, Chen Qing, and Chen Kun. But Chen Qing was ranked first? Teacher Wu, is it wrong? Chen Kun frowned. It's a question whether Chen Qing can be ranked third. How come he is ranked before Luo Ge now? Wukong shook his head. The scores were given by He Qiang, and the captain has also seen them. If you have any objections, you can ask the captain. Chen Qing suddenly smiled. Chen Kun, how about we have a game? The loser will call me dad. Chen Kun was stunned. His face turned ugly. Chen Qing, who had contracted 2 garbage F-level wandering souls, was definitely not his opponent. However, he was traumatized by the beating he received from Chen Qing last time. He hated Chen Qing. But he was more afraid of Chen Qing. He didn't know why Chen Qing, who used to be timid, seemed to become strong and cold overnight. It's just, in this scene, if he got scared, where would he put his face? Jiluo whispered, you can fight his 2 F-level wandering souls at will. The only threat is if he gets close to you. But what do you have? Even if 10 Chen Qings get close to you, they will definitely not be your opponents. Chen Kun's face gradually turned cold, and he sneered, okay, then I'll go and destroy him. At that moment, Chen Kun stood up and said, Teacher Wu, does this challenge count? Yes. Okay, Chen Qing, don't regret it. Chen Kun came to the center of the field and waved his hand to summon his 2 ghost pets. One was a spawning ghost, with a ghost energy value of 55, and a C-level wandering soul. Then something like a tiger skin appeared and stuck to Chen Kun from the back. The tiger's head covered Chen Kun's head, and the skin of the 4 legs covered Chen Kun. What is this? Can this ghost protect the body? Master, be careful. This is a Qing. Qing? Chen Qing suddenly understood. Is it the Qing that helps the tiger? Yes. It can greatly enhance strength and defense. How does it compare with you? Master, you look down on me. No matter what, I have a half magic power. How can it be compared with a low-level ghost like it? 1 magic power is false form. Half of the magic power is indestructible. Although the latter is only half, so far, Chen Qing has not encountered one that can destroy it. When the Chen ghost took over, Chen Kun's momentum changed. Extremely confident and arrogant, he grinned. Chen Qing, today I will let you know how to write the word death. Chen Qing's face was calm. With a thought, a warrior and a hanged ghost appeared behind him. The two white silks on the hanged ghost's neck were draped over the lamp on the top of the martial arts field. His white clothes fluttered gently, like a jellyfish floating in the air. The warrior had a long stick across his shoulders, his hands on the stick, his face calm. Ji Luo and Chen Kun's faces changed. The hanged ghost! And the warrior, how? Isn't it an F-level wandering soul's garbage ghost pet? Another warrior is here. It seems to be more powerful than the monkeys. Fuck, this warrior is 83, A-level wandering soul. Logically speaking, the hanged ghost's appearance is more weird, but after seeing the monkey's warrior, everyone's attention was on this warrior. He Runsheng murmured, "The great god is worthy of being the great god." Chen Kun also felt timid in his heart, but he could not turn back at this moment. He shouted angrily, "So what? Come on!" The attack of the birthing ghost is sharp, and with the fetus in her belly it can be regarded as 1 against 2. And with the ghost in her body, she can attack or defend and is completely invincible. Chen Kun kept giving himself courage, seeing that the warrior was no longer afraid. The white silk of the hanged ghost gradually grew longer, and his body dropped in front of the warrior. The warrior moved. He swung up the long stick. But he hit the hanged ghost. Woo, a heavy stick bang! Crack! The sound of the long stick hitting the flesh, and the sound of bones breaking. Everyone was stunned. This warrior? Why did he hit his own teammate? Is he crazy? Ah! The man who was beaten screamed, staggered, struggled, and crawled away. Everyone was even more confused. Listen to this sound. Chen Kun? The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Diao Diao, Chen?" They switched positions. Chen Kun and the hanged ghost switched positions. The hanged ghost's white silk was attached to different objects like tentacles and slowly returned to the front of the warrior. The warrior raised his long stick high towards the hanged ghost again. Chen Kun, as the person in charge, had not yet realized it. The long stick came down heavily with a sound of breaking through the air. Whoop! Crack! The sound of broken bones. Chen Kun's shoulder sank. His body suddenly stiffened. The warrior's long stick did not stop, and he hit Chen's knee with another stick. Crack! The knee was shattered. Chen Kun's body twitched, and his face turned pale in pain, and his head was covered with beads of sweat. Enough! Ji Luo appeared in front of Chen Kun and looked at Chen Qing coldly. The winner has been decided. So what? Are you going to kill him? I won't kill him. If it's just the two of us, I will cut him up bit by bit. Chen Qing thought to himself, but he pretended to be dazed on his face and slapped his forehead. Ouch! I didn't hear him admit defeat. I'm sorry. I used too much force. Everyone was a little confused. The ability of the hanged ghost is so weird. How does it manage to switch positions with the other party? Isn't the hanged ghost a very ordinary ghost? Now it seems very useful. I suddenly feel that the hanged ghost is a perfect match with any ghost. As everyone was talking, they thought about what would happen if they were facing Chen Qing. Their hearts suddenly felt cold. If they were facing Chen Qing, they would not be able to escape the heavy blow on their shoulders. After the first blow, Chen Kun was still screaming. After the second and third blows, he no longer had the strength to scream. His whole body was shaking, not sure if it was twitching or something. One of his legs was hanging down at the knee, swinging casually like a nunchaku. Seeing Chen Kun's miserable state, everyone looked at Chen Qing with complicated eyes. Strong, really strong, but a little too vicious, right? They are all newcomers from the same class. Is it necessary to use such a heavy hand? Chen Qing didn't care about their looks at all. Compared with the knife that Chen Kun stabbed into his chest, this was nothing. The love, hatred, and vengeance at this stage were simply like a joke. Wukong took a deep look at Chen Qing. Chen Qing wins. Did everyone gain anything from watching Chen Qing's duel? Wukong asked. Auxiliary ghost pets are very important. The ability of the hanged ghost should not be very strong, but with the cooperation of Wu Fu, it plays the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Brother, I beg you to look at the ghost watch. The hanged ghost is 72, B-level wandering soul. Yes, and Wu Fu, the ghost energy value is 83, a level wandering soul. Huh? Wukong nodded and said, on the one hand, Chen Qing has been very hardworking, which has earned him high soul power, but everyone must pay attention to the cooperation between ghost species. If a low-level ghost pet appears among the ghost pets of a master, you should not be lucky, but be alert. The next game, Hongya versus Hao Tianyi. Is Hongya here? Monkey rubbed his hands and sneered. I have been unhappy with this guy for a long time, and now my chance has come. Hongya. Not long after, Hongya appeared with a thick layer of lubricant-like substance on her left cheek. She looked at He Runsheng with hatred and arrogance. I will remember this slap today, and you will repay it with the rest of your life. I will become your nightmare. Are you going to come up or not, you sissy? Monkey was overwhelmed. Hongya was unable to finish the bunch of sentences she had carefully prepared in the medical room, and she felt uncomfortable. She turned around and looked at Monkey with hatred. Okay, she sneered. Do you think you can beat me just because I am a woman? Have you heard of, if you can become an army like your wife, you will be so straight. Damn it, are we going to compete or not? Monkey cursed. You have no ability, but you have a strong mouth. You will definitely become a gossip ghost if you die. Ha! Puff! Awesome. Everyone laughed. To be honest, Hongya has a very good character. She is almost the weakest in talent, but now she is considered average among the newcomers, slightly above average. But she was a bad mouth, so few people liked her. Okay, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words, come on. As she said that, she summoned her two ghost pets. Two D-level wandering souls, a toilet ghost and a long-tongued ghost. On Monkey's side, there was a D-level wandering soul, Wu Fu. Hong Ya had just gone to the medical room and didn't see Wu Fu take action. After testing with the ghost meter, he sneered. They are both D-level wandering souls and you want to fight two of them? Monkey, who are you looking down on? Wu Fu moved. The toilet ghost and the long-tongued ghost also moved. Both rushed towards Wu Fu. Time was like slow motion. At the moment when the three of them crossed, Wu Fu lightly picked up the long stick, and the tip of the stick went around the long tongue of the long-tongued ghost that was chopped down like a sword and touched the throat of the long-tongued ghost. At the same time, his shoulders sank slightly and the toilet ghost's claws missed and passed over Wu Fu. Wu Fu's shoulders were suddenly raised and hit the toilet ghost. Bang! Bang! The two ghosts fell in different directions at the same time. Wu Fu approached quickly and came to Hong Ya in an instant. A stick! Bang! Hong Ya staggered and her right face swelled up rapidly. All this happened in just a few seconds. Too fast! In the eyes of everyone, the three ghost pets rushed together. At the moment of contact, two ghosts flew backwards with a bang. Wu Fu's figure flashed, and Hong Ya was hit by a stick. Too fast! Everything was too fast! Ah! Hong Ya covered her face, somewhat unbelievable. You cheated! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was actually a tooth in it. Looking at the tooth, Hong Ya couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, I'll fight! Wu Fu hit her with a stick and blocked her. Monkey didn't care. I advise you to go to the medical room to see. If you don't go, your right face will be lost. Almost the same words as Wukong. Wukong said the left cheek and Monkey said the right cheek. Hong Ya's face flushed and the finger pointing at Monkey was trembling. You wait. After that, he quickly left the martial arts arena. Hao Tianyi wins. The next competition was much more intense. He Runsheng did not get eliminated again. In a blink of an eye, it was the third round. Somewhat unexpectedly, Monkey drew Chen Qing. Chen Qing smiled. I surrender, I give up. Everyone was stunned. Damn, what do you mean? Monkey was angry. I want you to give up? I don't want to be the town guard. Chen Qing whispered. I'm not lying to you. I really don't want to. Monkey was thoughtful. Chen Qing really didn't want to be the town guard. The blood moon was too terrifying. Chen Qing only wanted to protect himself and didn't want to protect anyone. In this life, Chen Qing has all the advantages with foresight. His strength has not been improved, but the power in his hands is already considerable. But how could Chen Qing protect those people in the Jiangpan community? Chen Qing didn't care about anyone's life or death, except the monkey family and blind Uncle Xia. In fact, he had to settle some grudges bit by bit. This competition looked very serious, and everyone took it very seriously. But Chen Qing had already broken Chen Kun's shoulder and knee, which was a little revenge in advance. This competition was meaningless to him. It's just like playing house. Chen Qing shook his head and patted the monkey. Come on, buddy. After that, he left the martial arts arena. Chen Qing was thinking about whether to go to the Princess Ghost Domain again, collect a few more ghost pets and take out a few old items to see if they can be awakened again. Awakening a few items in advance will give him more confidence, right? Just thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. Mr. Qin, the fat man who sold a warehouse to him. Is there anything good, Chen? Qing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Li, it's like this. Someone wants to buy the batch of goods you have. The price is negotiable. The price is negotiable. Chen Qing sneered. Negotiate? Is it necessary? Even if you want to buy it back at 100 times the price, I won't agree. Mr. Ruan is no longer in this city. Mr. Li, please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Mr. Yu is very generous. The price will satisfy you. Please do me a favor, Mr. Ruan. Chen Qing didn't listen to the rest of the words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he burst out with unprecedented murderous intent. Mr. Yu? Are you the one who ordered Li Ba to mess with Chen Man and himself? The surname Yu is not very common, so the chance of running into the real owner is not small. Chen Qing immediately pretended to think and pondered. I wonder which Mr. Yu is this? Hey, how many Mr. Yu are there in Ximing City? Mr. Qin said cheerfully. Anyway, I have only heard of this Mr. Yu. After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Qing pondered for a moment. Mr. Qin, Mr. Ruan is not short of money. Brother Li Qing, you don't know that this Mr. Yu is very, very, very generous. Mr. Ruan may make 7 or 8 times the profit by reselling it. Why not? Then I'll ask Mr. Ruan. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Qin sighed. The driver who has been with Mr. Qin for decades said, Boss, I checked the nearby surveillance cameras, and I didn't see how they transported the goods. Alas, Mr. Qin sighed. This Mr. Ruan is probably a very well-connected person. Such a large batch of goods was eaten without anyone noticing. The driver's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If we can arrange tonight, do you want to? Boss Qin frowned. Are you crazy? The driver's voice was anxious. After all, the price has to be increased tenfold. 500 million. Big brother, the wealth and glory of all the brothers for the rest of their lives. That also requires life. If it were you, would you be able to handle such a large batch of goods in just a few days? Boss Qin sighed. Even if this batch of goods is kept for 5 more days, it can be sold to this boss Yu. Alas, maybe it's really not destined to be rich. The time for the meeting was scheduled for the evening. There are always many restrictions on ghosts during the day, and Chen Qing can feel more at ease at night. Chen Qing was a little fortunate that he had been using the alias Li Qing since he went to Wu Xiaomin. If not, this boss, you might still have some concerns. Of course, he couldn't meet him in his true colors. At that time, he would possess the painted skin and become Mr. Ruan to attend the banquet. As dusk approached, the competition ended. Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo met in the finals. As expected, Zhou Yangqiao won first place with his evil ghost-level baboon. Monkey won third place with a D-level wandering soul warrior. What surprised Chen Qing was that a newcomer came to the door. "Hello, master. Maybe you don't remember me. My name is Zhou Zheng." Zhou Zheng has an ordinary appearance, ordinary grades, and is mediocre in all aspects. "It's like this, master. Can you help me contract a warrior? I am willing to pay 2 million hard work fees." Chen Qing was stunned. Could it be that this class is a hidden rich second generation in the class? "Sorry, I don't have this ability." Chen Qing shook his head, wondering if Monkey had revealed something. Monkey said that there is a master to help him. After thinking about it, only you have this ability. Zhou Zheng said earnestly, "Please help me, master. If it is a matter of money, we can still discuss it." "Sorry, I really don't have this ability." Chen Qing is not short of money. Moreover, according to Huapi, a ghost like Wu Fu ranks high in the 100 ghosts record. If he really wants to sell it, it is naturally impossible to sell it at this price. After all, the money will soon become waste paper. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to leave. Chen Qing fell into a state of meditation again, and after a long time he let out a long sigh. The 12th Zhoutian, it's done. Finally, the Chengguang Great Zhoutian in his mind is connected, which is the Jingpo realm. The acupuncture point map has been memorized long ago. The first one is the Jiaosun point, which is above the right ear. It doesn't need to be too precise, just know the approximate location. Acupuncture points and meridians are like service stations and highways. Or it's like a pond in a river. The capacity will be greatly increased. The spiritual energy moves slowly forward. The first time is always tight and blocked, and it will be fine if it is unblocked more. Finally, the spiritual energy running in the meridians above the ear suddenly became clear and poured into the Jiaosun point. The next one is the Luxi point. Time passed, slowly, and the sky darkened. Chen Qing went out to take a taxi and came to the agreed place. President Qin was already waiting with a smile on his face. "Mr. Ruan, welcome." Then he asked, "Where's Brother Li Qing? Didn't he come?" "Something urgent happened at home." Chen Qing asked, "Where's President Yu? He's probably on the way." President Qin sighed. "Mr. Ruan is lucky. I don't have such luck." "Why?" "President Yu offered 10 times the price and wanted to buy the goods in Mr. Power Ruan's warehouse. Just after selling it for 40 million, someone else bought it for 400 million. Mr. Qin probably wanted to die. But after all, he was a person who had experienced ups and downs, so he just laughed at himself. The two chatted for a while, and when the time came, Mr. Yu finally arrived. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was a big man of 1.8 meters. There was a blood-red birthmark on his left face, which made him look more ferocious. After a few small talk, he immediately got into the topic. "I am very interested in the batch of goods in Mr. Ruan's hands. The price is not a problem. I wonder how much Mr. Yu wants to bid?" 10 times. Mr. Yu directly gave an unbelievable price. How can business be negotiated like this? He tried to test it. 400 million is a huge number. "I want to see your assets first." Mr. Yu grinned, took out a person's pocket from his pocket, and took out a large stack of anonymous cards from it. These anonymous cards must be familiar to Mr. Ruan. The application threshold for each one is 10 million. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. It was not because of this pile of anonymous cards, but because of this pocket. This is the pocket that the black-veiled woman gave him at the peak. This kind of pocket has spatial properties and a capacity of about 1 cubic meter. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can get. "Okay, come with me." Chen Qing nodded. President Yu was overjoyed. He took out a piece of paper and threw it to President Qin. "Thank you, President Qin. This is the introduction fee." President Qin took it with mixed feelings. He did not take President Yu's car. He walked a short distance and took a taxi at random. The two of them came to the north of the city together. There are almost no residents here, and most of the roads that have not been maintained for a long time have cracked. Mr. Ruan is really careful in doing things. President Yu praised. "It's a shady business, so be careful." As they walked, Chen Qing smiled and said, "President Yu, have you heard of Jinbuhuan?" As he spoke, he stared at the changes in President Yu's expression. President Yu, who had been talking and laughing, suddenly changed his face the moment these 3 words came out. He asked anxiously, "Where?" Chen Qing took out the demon suppression tower and threw it over. "Catch it! Big, big, big!" The next moment, the demon suppression tower directly became 3 stories high and crashed down. Buzz, bang, 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 snap! The road collapsed and cracked. But the demon suppression tower did not fall to the ground, but stopped about 1 meter above the ground. Chen Qing was slightly startled, and saw a monster with black hair under the demon suppression tower, holding up the demon suppression tower with his hands raised high. Mr. Yu's head was covered with blood, lying on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, a skeleton appeared in front of him. There was still flesh and blood on the face of the skeleton, but most of it was golden, and he was wearing a cloak made of broken bones. As soon as the skeleton appeared, he immediately hugged Mr. Yu and rolled out of the range of the bottom of the demon suppression tower. It turned out to be a ghost master. Chen Qing's heart was frightened, and the soldier ghost, the warrior, the child ghost, and the hanged ghost all appeared beside him. "Master, that skeleton is the white-bone demon. That monster covered in black hair is a hairy zombie. They are all evil ghosts." Big, big, big. Chen Qing listened and enlarged the demon suppression tower again. At this moment, The weight of the demon suppression tower was difficult to estimate. It pressed heavily on the ground, crushing a 1-foot-thick road everywhere. The white silk of the hanged ghost was gently placed on a tree beside it. The next moment, the swords and sticks of the soldier ghost and the warrior hit the hanged ghost hard. Bang! Bang! A stick hit Mr. Yu's head hard. A knife chopped down, and Mr. Yu shook his head desperately, but still cut off an ear and a whole piece of skin. Mr. Yu was horrified. The white bone demon raised his right hand horizontally, and his index finger suddenly became longer, forming a bone whip several meters long. With a slight movement of his finger, it swung in a circle, like a white snake, and chopped hard. Whoop-pop! The soldier ghost did not avoid the whip, and the bone whip exploded at the soldier ghost's shoulder, and one of the soldier ghost's arms exploded. The hand flew out together. At the same time, a big hole was blown up at the side of the soldier ghost's chest. Chen Qing was horrified. Zhong Kui. He wanted to summon Zhong Kui, but Zhong Kui was in an unknown position and was not within his summoning range. At this time, the middle finger, ring finger, little finger, and thumb of the white bone spirit all suddenly became longer, and the 5 10-meter-long bone whips were like 5 bone snakes, extremely flexible, and slashed at them quickly. Retreat! The 5 fingers of the white bone spirit's left hand had also grown longer. 10 bone whips blocked all retreat routes and strangled everyone fiercely. Mauve, the child ghost spoke, and the 10 bone whips suddenly froze. But in just a moment, the bone whip drilled into the child ghost's cheek. In just a moment, the child ghost's entire jaw was crushed. The 10 bone whips raised their heads again and pounced on everyone like snakes. The hanged ghost moved again. He and the white bone demon exchanged positions. The white bone demon instantly appeared 30 meters away from everyone. The white bone demon was just slightly stunned, and 10 bone whips pierced into the body of the hanged ghost. At this time, General Yu, who was beaten to death, waved his hand, and a fair-skinned girl appeared in front of him. The girl pinched her middle finger and thumb in the air, as if holding an embroidery needle. "Be careful," Painted Skin exclaimed, controlling Chen Qing to twist to the right desperately. Squeak, a slight sound. Chen Qing only felt a sharp pain in his right chest. It seemed that a needle had been inserted. The fair-skinned girl pulled in the air, and the flesh and blood on Chen Qing's right chest seemed to be pulled, and Chen Qing's face turned pale with pain. The warrior and the soldier ghost with only one arm left rushed to the fair-skinned girl without hesitation. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui! Zhong Kui!" In Chen Qing's horror, he finally felt Zhong Kui. The next moment, Zhong Kui appeared. Snap, 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 snap. 10 bone whips hit him in all directions. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zhong Kui protected his head with both hands, screaming in agony. He didn't need to say anything. He was furious. Who? Who dares to hit me? However, most of these 10 bone whips had already broken into pieces, like a rotten wood hitting a rock. The white bone demon was stunned, and the next moment, the white bone demon turned around and ran, as if seeing a natural enemy. "You dare to run!" Zhong Kui was furious, wearing his golden slippers and chasing after him quickly. With the help of the golden slippers, his speed was as fast as lightning, and he had caught up with the white bone demon in 10 steps. Bang bang at the bottom of the demon suppression tower, the hairy zombie was slapping desperately. With every blow, the whole earth was shaken. The fair-skinned girl had a strange ability. While retreating, she pinched the needle in the void and stabbed left and right. With each blow, the warrior's whole body suddenly stiffened, but with his strong body, he seemed to break the needle and thread in the void. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the white girl's hands. The white girl struggled left and right, but it was as if she was trapped by steel bars. She couldn't move. The warrior lifted the white girl in front of Chen Qing like a chicken. Chen Qing was still sweating in pain at this moment. The embroidery girl. She can. Before the painting skin finished introducing, the voice stopped abruptly. Chen Qing did not hesitate. The bloodline on the Kunwu knife exploded, and he chopped off the head of the embroidery girl with one knife. The embroidery girl turned into a black mist and was sucked into the demon tower. Chen Qing controlled a long-tongued ghost to explode into ghost energy, making room for the embroidery girl. The painting skin continued. "This is an auxiliary ghost pet. I believe the owner has already felt it. She can pierce the owner's body with an embroidery needle through the air, which is somewhat similar to the hanged ghost." Hanged ghost. Chen Qing arrived immediately. "This guy is really miserable. Take it back to the tower and put it next to the golden body. It will recover in a few days." The golden body has this function? Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many ghosts to fight for it. There is a hairy zombie at the bottom of the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing knows that this thing can be described in 8 words. Invulnerable to swords and guns, and extremely powerful. Before Zhong Kui comes back, the demon suppression tower cannot be taken back. At that moment, he came to the front of the tower with the hanged ghost in his arms and took back the 2nd floor of the demon suppression tower. He also took back the seriously injured soldier ghost and waited quietly for Zhong Kui. Bang bang bang, the ground was still shaking. If the hairy zombie had a little brain, he should have dug to the side and got out. But the owner was already in a coma, and the hairy zombie, who had no one to command, had a simple mind. He kept going up, as if he wanted to break through the demon suppression tower. After a while, Zhong Kui came back. He threw a skeleton that was barely still together on the ground. The eyes that were originally free were so angry that they swung around. "How dare you run? How dare you run? I'll tear your bones apart and use them as firewood." The blood pattern on Chen Qing's Kunwu sword reappeared, and he chopped it down with one slash. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere. It only cut a deep mark. Master used the demon suppression tower to crush it. Zhong was here, so he didn't have to be afraid of the hairy zombie. Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, the demon suppression tower shrank and flew back into his hand. He threw it out again, and it had become the size of a third floor. Bang! It landed heavily on the ground, crushing the bone spirit into bone dregs. The hairy zombie was like a nail stuck into the ground, but it had arched out a large space while struggling. Seeing that the demon suppression tower above its head was knocked away by itself, it screamed and was about to come out to kill people. Suddenly, it stopped. The hairy zombie was horrified, squatting back with his hands holding his head, trembling all over. I get angry when I see you. Zhong grabbed the hairy zombie by the hair. He pulled it out like a chicken, threw it to the ground, and slapped it left and right. Snap! I'll make sure your bones don't melt. If your bones don't melt, I'll see if you can melt. Snap! Snap! Even though he was already crazy, Zhong didn't hide his malice towards the ghosts. The hair on the hairy zombie was invulnerable to swords and guns, but wherever Zhong slapped, the hair flew away, revealing the black flesh underneath. Master, hurry up! Master Zhong, if you slap it a few more times, you'll beat it back to the level of a wandering soul. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing inserted the Kunwu sword into the hairy zombie's bare flesh. At the same time, he stirred it hard. The hairy zombie's body stiffened and slowly fell to the ground. The moment it touched the ground, it turned into a black mist and merged into the demon suppression tower. Looking at the chaotic battle scene, Chen Qing was still in a state of fear. What would happen if there was no Zhong? Although he had the painted skin to protect his body, the needle of the embroidery girl could penetrate his body through the air, which was really strange. The hairy zombie, white bone spirit, and the embroidery girl, each of them was not a common ghost species, especially the hairy zombie and the embroidery girl, which formed a perfect complement. The embroidery girl restricted her movements, and with the strength of the hairy zombie, who could withstand its punches and palms? Moreover, he knew that Jinbuhuan, his generosity was not inferior to that of the richest man, and his target was an ancient artifact, Murd. This person was definitely not simple. After trying, he could not take this person into the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing had no choice but to simply treat his injuries with extremely crude medical skills. Then he took out the disinfectant alcohol. This might be a bit painful. The moment the disinfectant alcohol was poured on him, Mr. Yu finally woke up in pain. His face was distorted and his head was covered with beads of sweat. Mr. Yu felt it and found that the 3 ghost pets had lost any contact, so they must be dead. Before Chen Qing asked, he stared at Chen Qing. Who are you? Me? Chen Qing looked at him with interest. Chen Qing! You are Chen Qing! Mr. Yu's pupils trembled, and he suddenly thought of something and laughed. Ha! 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 When his laughter stopped, Chen Qing said calmly, Tell me, who are you? Me? Mr. Yu sneered. Boy, you have the painted skin to protect you, but you set this trap to kill me and pretend that you don't know who I am. Ha ha! Ha ha! Suddenly, Mr. Yu's voice stopped abruptly. The painted skin controlled a hand and inserted it into his mouth. After a few casual touches, he pinched a tooth and pulled it out with blood and flesh. The tooth seemed hollow and faintly green. Taiping Dao. Taiping Dao? They believe that all things are equal, advocate the coexistence of humans and ghosts, and want to build an absolutely balanced world dominated by them. Many ghosts are promoted by killing people, so how can they coexist? A cult. All cults that can grow stronger will have a glorious and majestic doctrine similar to doing justice for the heavens. Taiping Dao is no exception. Seeing his teeth being pulled out, Mr. Yu finally panicked. Master, the people of Taiping Dao are very hard-mouthed. I'm afraid he won't say it easily. Painted Skin suddenly thought of something and said a few words with a smile. Chen Qing immediately woke up and said to Zhong Wow, Zhong this man actually dared to lie to you. Dare not to tell the truth. Zhong was immediately furious. He stretched out his hand to hit him, but Chen Qing quickly stopped him and said, I bet you will hurt him. Zhong choked and suddenly grinned. I won't. As he said that, he gently hit. To be more precise, he should touch Mr. Yu's face. Zhong was very proud. Heh, he's fine, and he won't lie. Master, this is straight talk, one of the 72 magical powers. Now this guy will say whatever you ask. So cool? Chen Qing laughed and asked, What is the most disgusting thing you have ever done? It was me who raped and killed my aunt. Yu Zhong blurted out, and the next moment, his face changed drastically. I really deserve to die 10 times. Chen Qing sneered and asked, How did you know about Jinbuhuan? There are many of my spies in Ximing City. I asked them to pay attention to the news about Jinbuhuan. One of them knows Zhongyun of Arya Hotel and knows that you have Jinbuhuan. Not an unexpected answer. What do you want Jinbuhuan for? Jinbuhuan is almost the rarest ghost in the world. It can enlighten all things and turn them into spiritual treasures, and my cultivation requires a large amount of spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures? Are they ancient artifacts? Yes. Chen Qing nodded and asked again, What did you cultivate? Need a large amount of spiritual treasures? The Taoist tradition of Duobao, the more treasures, the stronger the body. Chen Qing did not speak, but Zhong on the side said anxiously, Duobao? Taoist Duobao? Ah, give it to me! Give it to me! Give it to me! He was about to grab it, not knowing what he was grabbing. Chen Qing put him into the demon suppression tower with a thought, and he struggled to appear. Chen Qing took him back again. Zhong Kui valued it so much, it must be extraordinary. Master, there are many kinds of skills, inheritance, but those who dare to call it Taoist tradition are the top inheritance, which is usually passed down directly by immortals. Chen Qing nodded, asked, where is the Taoist tradition of duobao? In my Qiankun bag. It turns out that this kind of bag is called Qiankun bag. Chen Qing thought to himself and followed the instructions of General Yu and took out a long jade strip. It was as long as a chopstick, half a finger thick and 2 fingers wide. Taotong Jade Scepter, mine! Mine was a little crazy again. You are so powerful, how could you still need this kind of thing? Zhong Kui was stunned and nodded heavily. Not bad, right. Chen Qing wrote down the 4 words Daotong Yugi and asked again, is the Daotong of Duobao Taoist related to Jinbuhuan? The evil spirit level of Jinbuhuan is called Duobao Tongzi. Legend has it that it is the ghost that Duobao Taoist refined for cultivation and sacrifice. Do you have Duobao Tongzi spirit guide? Yes. It's written in Daotong Yugi. No wonder this guy wants to rob Jinbuhuan. It's just that Jinbuhuan can't be said to be his now. Chen Qing has finished asking questions that he cares about. After thinking about it, he asked again, are you from Taipei Mingdao? Exactly. What are your plans? Assist the ghost clan and establish a ghost market. Sure enough, cult. How much money do you have? 1.1 billion. Where did you get so much money? A month ago, he took control of the chairman of the Gailey Group and looted all his money. Why do you want to buy so many antiques? To practice Duobao Taoism. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of the most valuable question. What other ghost species do you know about their spiritual guides? The embroidery girl, the white-boned spirit. Chen Qing was overjoyed. In this world, the promotion sequences of different ghost species are priceless treasures. The embroidery girl is a wandering soul. The evil ghost level is the flower waist bride, and a human skin wedding dress needs to be sewn. Evil nature. The white-boned spirit is an evil ghost level, and the evil spirit level is the dragon bone skeleton. You need to find at least 2 dragon ribs and use them as the main bones to grow slowly. The Taoist corpse level is called the white-boned bodhisattva, and I don't know the spiritual guide. When Chen Qing heard the words white-boned bodhisattva, he felt a buzzing in his head, like a sledgehammer hitting him. Chen Qing felt his heart go wild. He understood. This is formlessness. He heard things that he shouldn't have heard at his level. Dragon bones? Bodhisattva? Is this something I should know? He secretly complained in his heart. He didn't have any interrogation skills. If he handed it over to the captain and the others, he would definitely be able to find out a lot of things. It's just that he knew the secrets of Jinbuhuan, Zhong Kui, the demon-suppressing tower, and so on. Naturally, it's impossible to let him live. After thinking about it, he asked, what is your biggest secret? Raped and killed my aunt. You, the second biggest secret. Raped and killed my aunt. What a fucking scumbag. I'll torture you later. What's the 3rd biggest secret? The entrance to Ximing City from the ghost world. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Currently available information. Skeleton, white, bone demon, dragon bone skeleton, white bone bodhisattva. The interrogation lasted for a long time. Chen Qing asked very carefully about the Taiping Dao's plot, especially the location of the ghost world's exit leading to Ximing City. It's just that Yu Bei's injuries were too severe, and he could no longer hold on. After a few more minutes of interrogation, he was already out of breath. A life cannot be wasted. Chen Qing immediately summoned the drowned ghost. This guy's ghost energy value has been at 100 for a long time, and its spiritual guide for promotion is drowning 9 people, 8 of which have been completed, leaving only the last one. Drown him. The drowning ghost was overjoyed. He wrapped his long tail around Yu Bei and quickly ran into a stream not far away. The water in the stream was only knee-deep, but it was more than enough to drown a person. Yu Bei flapped his arms and legs twice before he stopped moving. The drowning ghost was shocked. His body twisted and twitched in the water. Its body has changed. Its limbs are constantly growing longer, and its palms and feet are constantly growing larger. The last bit of human characteristics has disappeared, and now it looks more like a gibbon. Thick hairs have sprouted all over its body, and the thick hairs are growing rapidly, and soon they are as long as the palms. After a while, the promotion is finally completed. The wandering soul level drowned ghost is promoted to the evil ghost level water monkey. The black hair seems to have some kind of concealing effect in the water. It is clearly in front of it, but it almost blends with the water. It takes a lot of effort to see its figure clearly. The water monkey is extremely swift in the water. With a slight slide of its long tail, it jumps out 10 meters. Ghost meter test, 118, E-level evil ghost. Chen Qing was very satisfied. The battle just now was quite noisy. He was afraid that he would attract powerful beings in the city, so he immediately put away many ghost pets and quickly returned to the base. This time the harvest is too big. The promotion sequence of the White Bone Spirit and the promotion sequence of Jinbuhuan. The money has increased by 600 million at one time. This money must be quickly exchanged for supplies. But now there is nothing missing, so I can only buy some bulk goods. Lying on the bed, Chen Qing entered the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. He began to check the 3 new ghost pets. The hairy zombie, and the back of the head, and the back of the neck were beaten bald by Zhong Kui, but the injury was not too serious. The ghost meter was tested, 332. D-level evil ghost. The White Bone Spirit was the most seriously injured. Zhong Kui seemed to have a lot of opinions about this ghost and beat it to pieces. At this moment, the skull and sternum are very broken and feel like they will break at any time. One test, 1 or 7 E-level evil ghost. Chen Qing was so upset. Originally, the white bone spirit should be the strongest among the 3 ghosts, but now it can fall back to the wandering soul level at any time. The embroidered girl was the least injured. One test, 98. It has reached the edge of promotion, but the spirit guide is sewing a human skin wedding dress, which is somewhat anti-human. Moreover, her embroidery needle is very useful as an auxiliary skill. I don't know what ability the evil ghost level state flower waist bride has. Maybe after the promotion, it will lose the embroidery needle ability, which is not worth the loss. I will not consider promotion for the time being. Today's ghost pets, there are 3 evil ghosts. Hairy Zombie 332, D-level evil ghost. Water Monkey 118, E-level evil ghost. White Bone Spirit 17, E-level evil ghost. There are 9 wandering souls. Embroidery Girl 98, A-level wandering soul. Child Ghost 90, Warrior 84, A-level wandering soul. Hanged Ghost 69, B-level wandering soul. Soldier Ghost 43, C-level wandering soul. In addition, there are 4 garbage that have not been replaced in time. Crazy Ghost, Toilet Ghost, Breath-Eating Ghost, Gambling Ghost. Surprisingly, since the golden body was placed on the 2nd floor, these ghosts have been upgraded very quickly. Gambling Ghost and Crazy Ghost have both been upgraded to E-level. Of course, they are still garbage that will break at the touch. After the battle with Yu Bei, the ghost's spirit values dropped to varying degrees, especially the Soldier Ghost, who was the most seriously injured, and dropped from level B to level C. The total spirit value of the 12 ghosts has reached 998. That Zhong Kui? Chen Qing was looking forward to it. Zhong Kui! Summon him immediately, but Zhong Kui seems to be exploring the upper floors of the demon suppression tower, which is still a void. Although he can still sense it, he can't summon him by force. Zhong Kui! Chen Qing summoned him again. Zhong Kui finally appeared. The moment Zhong Kui appeared, all the ghosts trembled. Even the strongest hairy zombie squatted on the ground, holding his head and not daring to look up. Chen Qing tested the ghost meter. 502, SS level wandering soul. Double S? Chen Qing was overjoyed. Zhong Kui, what do you feel? Zhong Kui looked up at the sky with one eye and looked down at the ground with the other, and said a word that fits his temperament very well. Ah, you, beyond level, 2 S's. I asked you, what do you feel? Chen Qing repeated loudly, word by word. Zhong Kui covered his ears. Why are you so loud? Master, the great odd Zhong Kui is crazy, not deaf. However, Chen Qing asked left and right. He still couldn't get the answer. He could only give up. He was also a little shocked. Zhong Kui already has more than 500 ghost energy points, but he is still stuck at the wandering soul level. And the hairy zombies, that are half of his level, are already D-level evil ghosts. After counting, Zhong Kui has currently used 4 magical powers: immobilization, breaking the law, and speaking straight. These 3 are among the 72 great magical powers, and that words follow the law, according to the words of Painted Skin, has an even more terrifying origin. Painted Skin has 1.5 magical powers. False Shape, half of Indestructible Vajra. Hairy Zombie has 0.7 magical powers. A 3 Indestructible Vajra, a 4 Strong Power. Although they are both half-baked, these 2 are very useful magical powers, and they can be cultivated slowly. Almost no one at the same stage can withstand a blow from Hairy Zombie. He sorted out the power in his hands and deduced in his mind how to cooperate and fight with each other. Others racked their brains to deduce between 2 or 3 ghost species, but he had too many ghost pets, and catching 2 of them at random would have a very powerful effect. For example, Hanged Ghost, Hairy Zombie. 1 hit will definitely kill 1. For example, Hanged Ghost Warrior, Embroidered Girl's Warrior, Embroidered Girl's Whitebone Demon, and so on. If they attack together, it will be even more abnormal. Thinking of this, he took out the Duobao Daotong Jade Scepter. The treasure that Yu Bei valued so much must not be simple. He poured spiritual energy into it. A thought rushed into Chen Qing's mind. The Tao of Duobao is not an ordinary Tao. Seize the creation of heaven and earth, strengthen the ordinary bones. Heavy is the root of light, fast and slow follow. Know the world without leaving the house. The Tao follows with a word. The history of this method is very long. It is obscure and difficult to understand, but for some reason, Chen Qing can understand it. Then he felt that the tone was too arrogant. It can no longer be described as middle school. According to Yugi's description, if you succeed, the world will serve you, and you will be at your service. The method of cultivation is also extremely simple. Collect treasures and refine them into your body. As long as there are enough treasures, you can become an invincible existence. With a wave of your hand, the sky and the earth will split. Chen Qing pondered. Lingbao, I have a warehouse. This seems to be prepared for myself. Compared to the Ghost Master, Chen Qing actually missed the feeling of being a warrior more. Moreover, the Ghost Master's body was too weak. If he was approached, it was almost equivalent to death. And this Duobao Taoism was to refine all the spiritual treasures into the body to achieve the effect of strengthening the body. Chen Qing pondered. After a while, he had made a decision. Practice. A strong body is too important. Although there is a painted skin to protect the body, the attack of a strange ghost, like the embroidered girl, can penetrate the body through the air and is hard to defend. Just 2 needles. I almost lost my fighting power. If it was Chen Man, I guess I could withstand more than 10 or 20 needles. At this moment, Chen Qing began to check how to practice. But it requires the spirit realm. Don't worry about it. Chen Qing was already attacking the last Zhong, which is the Great Zhong. After leaving the demon-suppressing tower, Chen Qing's soul power slowly flowed into his head. From Jiaosun to Luxi to Wanggu, the soul power struggled to move forward in the dry meridians. Time passed slowly, and in the morning, Chen Qing had expanded to the 14th Tianzhu acupoint. There are 27 acupoints in the Great Zhoutian, and finally more than half. Chen Qing opened his eyes. Monkey and He Runsheng were getting up and washed his face and rested for a while. Called Mr. Zhu of the feed factory. What? 400 million? Yes, 4,000 yuan per ton within 10 days. You can subcontract it to other manufacturers. Oh. Mr. Zhu was obviously still a little confused. After a while he asked again, then the advance payment. Is 50 enough? Enough! Mr. Zhu nodded repeatedly. Nowadays people with a keen sense of smell are using money to exchange for supplies, but most of them are rice, flour, grain, and oil. Perhaps no one dares to imagine that the situation will be so bad that they have to eat pig feed. Regardless of whether there is supervision or not, Chen Qing will not trade online. Soon, Boss Zhu appeared at the gate of the base with the accountant and assistant. Chen Qing took out 20 bearer cards and said, "One is 10 million, a total of 200 million. Oh. The three were a little confused. Then Chen Qing turned around and went back. There was no contract signed and no receipts or anything like that. The three were a little shocked. Do you trust us? So much. What else? Do you dare to swallow the money of the Ghost Guard? It's better to transfer the money to the factory card first. I always feel it's unreliable. I called Manager Tian, as expected. All the food is gone. All the warehouses are sold out. I called again. Manager Yang, is it almost finished? All the configurations of the safe house are top-notch. Weapons must be sufficient. Budget? There is no upper limit to the budget. Is 50 million enough? Puff. Water sprayed out from the other end of the phone. After a while, Manager Yang asked, Mr. Chen, have you heard something? Recently, the orders for safe houses have begun to increase sharply again. I heard it, so I installed it. Chen Qing nodded. I have a bit of paranoia. I would rather believe it. I see, but even if I add the top layer, it won't cost so much. Well, anyway, install it as much as possible. By the way, can you still order canned food? No, as expected. Hanging up the phone, running morning exercises, returning to the dormitory to attack the brain cavity. Time passed slowly, and at night, the soul power finally came to the last major acupoint, Tongtian acupoint. The soul power sometimes rushed forward and backward, and sometimes used water grinding skills, and finally, Buzz Chen Qing only felt his brain swell. Almost at the same time, a sense of transparency swept from top to bottom. Chen Qing felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. The five senses were sharp and refreshed. The soul power quickly flowed throughout the body, and the speed was 10 times faster than the soul-moving state. The sound of water flowing in the pipe, the sound of leaves tumbling and falling, the touch of a speck of dust falling on the body. The world became so close and so noisy. He opened his eyes, and the dandruff on the monkey's ears, the mosquito feces on the window corner glass, everything was so vivid. The speed of thinking was also much faster, and he could count to 100 in his mind in a few seconds. Is this the spirit? Chen Qing murmured. Fuck, what's wrong with your eyes? The monkey almost jumped up. At this moment, Chen Qing's eyes were full of spiritual energy with a blue-white light. Great God, you, the spirit realm. He Runsheng's mouth was knotted. The monkey also reacted. Spirit realm. No, Chen Qing, you ate a lot of energy. How come you are a spirit realm? You are a little abnormal. The two of them were talking and talking, but Chen Qing seemed quite calm and smiled. Keep this to yourself and don't tell others. Whether it is winning a place in the competition or improving the realm, it can add points. But Chen Qing didn't plan to be a defense officer or a garrison officer. It was the right way to live in a safe house before the blood moon came. He admired the heroes who could stand up and stand in front of everyone at special times. But everything he had experienced destined him to never be a hero again. Jiluo's soul power increased very quickly, and it seems that he has a complete sequence of house ghosts at home. As long as the soul power is enough, he can have a ghost pet of the evil ghost level at any time. Master, you have to be careful of him. He seems to want to deal with you. Okay, Chen Qing nodded. No matter who the malice comes from, Chen Qing will treat it with 12 points of caution. It's just an evil ghost level. There should be no need to worry too much, right? Guxing's injury has not healed yet, and he is still in the medical room. Monkey and He Runsheng usually sleep, but today after Chen Qing's stimulation, they can't sleep at all. They meditated until midnight and couldn't help falling asleep. At this time, Chen Qing was ready to adjust his body to the best condition and began to practice. The first level of Duobao Taoism is called Spirit Pool, to form a spiritual power vortex in the spiritual sea. Place a heavyweight spiritual treasure in the center of the spiritual power vortex. But what to use this spiritual treasure for? This made Chen Qing feel troubled. Demon Suppression Tower? Zhong map? There are also good things in the spiritual treasures in that warehouse, such as the bronze sword, such as Pegasus. But it has not awakened yet, and I don't know what it will be like after awakening. It's too early to think about these. Now I will practice first. Chen Qing thought silently, and just as he was about to practice, he heard the voice of Painted Skin. Master, the third floor is open. Did you break through? Chen Qing was stunned. Seeing that both the monkey and He Runsheng were asleep, he drilled into the second floor of the Demon Suppression Tower with one thought. Except for Zhong, all ghost pets cannot cross the floor. Chen Qing felt it, and did feel that another floor had been opened. However, except for the first floor that looked like a demon suppression tower that was magnified many times, the second floor looked like a small world. There was no staircase or anything like that connecting it to the first floor. The demon suppression tower was weird, and Chen Qing was not sure what the time flow rate of the third floor was, so he didn't dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, the blood moon may have come after staying in there for 2 minutes. He came outside, turned on the stopwatch on his phone, and threw it into the third floor. He started counting immediately, and took out his phone on time 1 minute later. The next moment, Chen Qing was stunned. The time on his phone showed 10 minutes, a time flow rate of 1 to 10. This means that he practiced in there for 10 days, but only 1 day passed outside. And this rule also works for ghost pets. If someone else's ghost pet practices for 1 day, your own ghost pet has practiced for 10 days. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Threw the toilet ghost into the third floor, and after confirming that there was no danger, he sent all the ghost pets and the armless golden body into the third floor together. Painted Skin played the role of her housekeeper, directing the ghosts to start exploring. Wow, Master, it's so big, so big. The space on the third floor is more than 100 times larger than the second floor. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this is actually one of the floors of a tower. It's just that this place is too desolate. The gray sky, the gray earth, there are hills in the distance, but they are also bald hills, without a single hair. After a moment, the voice of the Painted Skin trembled, saying, Master, Master, you, come and see. Chen Qing entered the third floor and came to the side of the Painted Skin. He saw a shocking scene. A 10-meter-tall dried corpse sat cross-legged. 4 chains thicker than a person. One end was pierced through the person's scapula, and the other end was buried in the ground. The dried corpse may have sat here in this posture for thousands of years, but there is still a terrifying aura on it that makes people palpitate. Master, this is a magical power. The Painted Skin trembled. This corpse must have reached the level of no form when he was alive. Chen Qing closed his eyes after hearing that. The next moment, his brows furrowed. He had no impression of the mummy he had just seen last time. It was as if the mummy had never existed. When he opened his eyes again, the mummy was still sitting quietly. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he could not remember even a single detail about it. He just vaguely remembered that there was such a mummy. Zhong suppressed his curiosity. He remembered Painted Skin's words. Excessive exploration of darkness is an extremely dangerous thing, firmly in his mind. The demon-suppressing tower. Work is this? The demon that is suppressed may not just be Zhong. Why did Zhong go crazy? Every time a mystery is solved, more mysteries follow. Practice and let F4 explore. Painted Skin took the order and sent out the Mad Ghost, Toilet Ghost, Air-Eating Ghost, and Gambling Ghost. The blood moon is approaching and time is precious. There is a 10-fold difference in the flow rate of time here, so it is natural to practice here. Let's build the spirit pool first. Chen Qing followed the instructions of the technique and began to build the first spirit vein. It's very difficult. Walking the Zhochin is to clear the blocked acupuncture points. And now I have to create many acupuncture points by myself. No wonder the minimum requirement is the spirit realm. After the spirit realm, the spiritual consciousness is dozens of times stronger, and the control of the soul power is dozens of times stronger. If I use the controllability of the soul realm to build the spirit pool, I am afraid that one acupuncture point will be stuck for a year. There are countless meridians in the human body, but most of them are so small that they are almost invisible. And Chen Qing's task is to widen these meridians that are too small to be visible, and build acupuncture points on them. At this moment, I first condensed the soul power, and dozens of spirals twisted together, and began to impact a meridian as thin as a hair in my mind. It was too narrow for the first time. After brushing past the door countless times, he had no place to use his strength. Helplessly, he first condensed his soul power to the thinness of a hair, and slowly expanded forward. In the whole morning, he only advanced 1 centimeter. In the afternoon, he advanced another centimeter. It is required that there is one acupuncture point for 1 inch. In ancient times, 1 inch was about 277 centimeters. In the 12th hour, Chen Qing began to artificially create the first acupuncture point. In the 17th hour, the first acupuncture point was completed. What surprised Chen Qing the most was that because the tiny meridians were constantly passing through soul power, the diameter actually changed from 1 hair to 2 hairs. This saved him from expanding it again. After resting for an hour, he continued to expand forward. He suddenly had an idea and separated a soul power and expanded from the other side at the same time. It was just difficult. With his current soul power, it would be enough to divide it into 10 strands, but it was too difficult to control. It was equivalent to holding a strand of hair in each hand and threading it through a hair-sized ring 1 meter away. I thought dividing it into 2 strands would be more effective, but after 10 hours, the 2 sides combined were not even half as much as before. Chen Qing raised Chen Man when he was 13 years old, and he was the most resilient. He forced himself to focus on both ends, preferring to be slow but not wrong. Time passed day by day, and on the 4th day, the speed of both ends was comparable to that of only controlling one side before. At this time, Chen Qing's speed was truly twice as fast as before, and Chen Qing actually split 2 more strands. 4 strands of soul power as thick as a hair, 4 strands moving forward at the same time. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, until the 12th day, the speed of the 4 soul powers reached the normal level. It was equivalent to expanding the acupuncture points at 4 times the speed. At this time, Chen Qing walked through the acupuncture points all over his body, just like walking on a 24-lane highway, and the soul power hit wherever it was pointed. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and separated 4 soul powers again. 8. This time, even with Chen Qing's temperament, he felt extremely strenuous. If he took care of one end, the other end would either stop or slowly go astray on the way forward. He had to retreat and adjust again. In a blink of an eye, 20 days passed. Chen Qing was infinitely tired and came to the real world once. Just a moment later, Monkey came out of the toilet and said in surprise, "Wow, where have you been these 2 days? Your phone is still turned off. What's wrong?" Chen Qing was stunned. "The captain is looking for you." "Oh." Chen Qing nodded and came to the captain's office. Han Yuan's eyes were venomous, and he shook his head and said, "Don't practice too hard, or you will really go crazy. I'm looking for you for 2 reasons. One is that Chen Man has already provided all the resources for bone tempering and cultivation, all of which are top-notch, so you can rest assured. The second thing, I want you to be the defense officer of the Zhongpan community." Chen Qing frowned. Han Yuan said solemnly, "Chen Qing, there is an expert in my human race who has calculated that the blood moon, it can be regarded as a ghost tribe enhancer. I'm afraid that when the blood moon comes, the number and strength of the ghost tribe will be several times stronger." "Several times? You are still too optimistic." He shook his head in his heart. Just based on this estimate, Chen Qing would not take over the defense officer. It's very simple. Whether it is limited by objective conditions or too optimistic, the defense force will be deployed at several times the usual. And the blood moon, at least 100 times, must be deployed. However, humans absolutely cannot produce this level of power. This is a dead end. Chen Qing deduced by himself that he could only give up most people, but who would be willing to be the one to be abandoned? What's more, no matter who Chen Qing saved, he would not save the group of ruthless people in the Zhongpan community. This time, he really wanted to see how they could live in the blood moon without his desperate protection. So Chen Qing just smiled. "Captain, my ability is limited. I can't do anything about this." "With great ability comes great responsibility. Chen Qing, this is the mission of our Ghost Control Army." Han Yuan is a pure person. To the organization, this man can be open-hearted and confess everything. But Chen Qing asked himself if he could do it. The corpse of that pure Chen Qing is probably already stinking. In this life, it is the greatest kindness for me not to take the initiative to kill people. The two parted unhappily. The captain, who had always been friendly, was really angry. In his opinion, Chen Qing was too selfish. Chen Qing had his own reasons, but he couldn't say it. Back to the dormitory, he sat there blankly for a while. When ghosts and monsters were rampant, heroes and angels also came. In the endless ghost howls, the ugliness and glory of human nature were infinitely magnified. There is a saying, there is no winter that will not pass, and there is no spring that will not come. But that winter without spring in sight ground all humanity into slag. In my last life, I was a hero, but it was only in my last life. Chen Qing's eyes were calm, and suddenly the demon suppression tower on his chest emitted a strong suction force. The second meeting of the 12 earthly branches has begun. Chen Qing hurried to the corner, put on his painted skin, turned into the boy from last time, and entered the demon suppression tower. In a flash, there was another endless and high peak. This peak stood like a stone pillar, with clouds and mist rolling around it, quiet and sacred. 11 people appeared in their seats one after another on the huge round stone table at the top of the peak. "My fellow Taoists, I've been away for a few days. How are you?" the old man in the lead said with a smile. Chen Qing looked to his right. His heart skipped a beat. Chen Quan was not there. The monster with a deer head and a snake body hissed and said, "Everyone, I wonder if anyone has the promotion sequence of actor. I am willing to pay a high price to buy it." No one answered. After a while, the man who was as short as a child said, "I don't have the spiritual guide, but I have heard of the name after promotion. Do you want to buy it?" "Just the name?" The monster with a deer head and a snake body pondered. "Sometimes a name can also analyze something. For example, a warrior is called Wu Zhuangyuan after promotion, and a zombie is called Mao Jiang after promotion." However, after a long silence, the monster with a deer head and a snake body shook his head. "It's just a name." The monster with a deer head and a snake body looked at the man covered in mist and said in a cold voice, "Last time you were looking for a Taoist corpse-level ghost servant, did you find it?" The man in the mist laughed. "I have killed it to get the elixir. It is also a coincidence that it is from your Zhush clan. What's more, it moved out of your mountain when it died. Brother Zhu, you and I are really destined to meet." Zhush's body choked. "You are really looking for death." As it said that, blue and green flames rose from its body, and the scene suddenly became cold. "I think Brother Zhu has guessed the identity of this little Zhushi. Ha ha ha!" The man in the mist was not afraid at all and laughed. "The North Sea is full of ghost energy. I have heard of the name of Rakshasa Ghost Market several times. I wonder if there are any Taoist friends who can help me solve my doubts?" A woman asked slowly. She sat upright, her face as white as paper, wearing a blood-stained dress and a blood-stained skirt. There was a blood tree on her head, with the main branch divided into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. It was very regular. Especially on this small blood tree, there were many blood beads condensed, and each drop seemed to fall at any time. Chen Qing was slightly startled. Why didn't he have any impression of her? As soon as he closed his eyes, he only remembered that there was a person there, but he couldn't remember what he looked like. A phaseless existence. He understood in his heart. Suddenly he realized that there were 11 people sitting here, and he had no impression of the other few people. They must be formless beings. Maybe they had said something at the last gathering, but he failed to remember anything. In a trance, he saw a huge figure sitting on a seat that didn't belong here. However, when he turned his head, all his memories disappeared. Dragon? Chen Qing was shocked, but in just a moment, everything in his mind disappeared. He couldn't even remember that he had the idea of a dragon. I was asking the same question. What do you ghosts want to do? Invading my human world and blocking off the human world. The black-veiled woman spoke coldly, but Zhu just smiled. The black-veiled woman looked at Chen Qing for help, but she sighed silently in her heart. Chen Qing has been practicing in the tower day and night for 20 days. His spirit has long been weak. Even Han Yuan can see that even if he wears a painted skin, how can he block the gazes of these powerful people? The black-veiled woman was grateful and worried. She naturally understood that this senior must have used a great method such as prophecy and paid a heavy price to end up so miserable. It is very likely that it is predicting the future in the 36 heavenly gangs. This great method is difficult, and there are only a handful of practitioners in the world. Moreover, this is stealing the secrets of heaven, and the cost of each casting is extremely terrifying. The human race has only used it once, and vaguely knows a little about the invasion of the ghost race, but he has been seriously injured and unconscious until now. But this senior accurately predicted August 15th, and the price can't bear to imagine. Chen Qing was in a very low spirit, but he also noticed that the woman in black veil looked at him several times. After thinking about it, he decided to tell her the entrance to the ghost world. He stood up and said, "Follow me." He said to Han Yuan, "You come too." Han Yuan was startled and followed immediately. The three of them only took a few steps, as if they had passed through some space and suddenly disappeared. The old man in the lead narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, do you know this senior?" The woman in the blood skirt said, "He has dozens of magical powers. This kind of cultivation is a top-notch expert in the world. Moreover, his magical powers are chaotic and his courage is extremely terrifying. But I have never heard of him. Maybe he has practiced the flying body and tracing trace method." Flying body and tracing trace is one of the 36 Tiangong methods. It can penetrate the world, hide outside the world, and travel between mountains and rivers. I feel the aura of turning stone into gold and speaking and acting in him. I don't know if I feel it wrong. It should be right. An extremely huge figure spoke, his voice rumbling. With several kinds of Tiangong Dafa in hand and dozens of magical powers, including several magical powers that are naturally incompatible with water and fire, this senior's cultivation is really unpredictable. The person in the mist joked, "Zhu, he seems to have used the reverse knowing the future method and is familiar with the arrangements of your ghost clan. With your temper, won't you kill him?" Zhu just sneered. The person in the mist was even more proud. "So, you also treat people differently according to their status. You would never dare to provoke such a senior, right?" "Ha!" The man who was as short as a child looked left and right. He was too short, his head was just flush with the table, and his cultivation was too low. He was only at the Taoist corpse level and was unable to participate in the conversation of these bigwigs. On the other side, the woman in black veil bowed deeply when she saw Chen Qing. "Senior, you have suffered for my human race." "What?" Chen Qing was very surprised. "Suffering? What kind of suffering?" Han Yuan just kept silent. He didn't say a word during the 2 meetings of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing said slowly, "The exit of the ghost world in Ximing City may be the Immortal Valley." Just one sentence, the woman in black veil and Han Yuan were stunned. There should be quite a few people from the Taiping Dao in Ximing City. They are involved in the arrangement of the ghost world in Ximing City. "Taiping Dao! Taiping Dao again!" The woman in black veil said angrily. She immediately realized something and bowed deeply to Chen Qing again. "Thank you, senior." Han Yuan, who had been silent all the time, also bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." The woman wanted to ask the price of this news, but how could such a master be short of things? Ghost beads? Spirit stones? Gold and silver? If he said he was short of these, he would laugh himself to death. Chen Qing was a little worried. Why didn't this woman understand? She seemed to think of herself as some kind of senior master. As a senior, you naturally have to be cool. The news is not free, just give it casually. Chen Qing had to say vaguely, "Oh." The woman in black veil suddenly came to her senses. She gritted her teeth and took out 10 Chenkun bags. Chen Qing took it, thought for a while and asked, "Are there any dragon bones?" The woman was startled and looked vigilantly at the huge figure at the round table. She couldn't help but whispered, "If the senior needs it, the junior will do his best to find it. I will definitely find it for the senior at the next summit." The three returned to the round table. Several people looked over, sizing up Chen Qing, and closed their eyes to rest. After a while, the leading old man said, "Everyone has kept the 12 earthly branches tower very secretive from each other, but I have something that requires the owner of the Tower of Time. Can we talk in private?" Everyone was silent. The leading old man sighed. "Then, it's almost time. Please go back. Looking forward to seeing you again in half a month." Tower of Time? Chen Qing was a little stunned. He already knew that the demon suppression towers were not exactly the same. For example, Han Yuan's Demon Suppression Tower suppressed a Ghost King, and his Demon Suppression Tower imprisoned Zhong. Moreover, Han Yuan's tower could only hold 6 ghosts. Now it seems that the functions of each tower are also different. Could the Tower of Time that the old man mentioned be his own? The first floor is 15,000 times slower than the real world. The second floor is the same as the real world. The third floor is 10 times faster than the real world. His own Demon Suppression Tower is most likely the Tower of Time, that is, the Time Tower. What about others? Are there space towers, fire towers, water towers, and the like? Thinking in his heart, he returned to the dormitory. Monkey and Runsheng should be in class, but surprisingly, Guxing is there. Guxing was in a daze. Noticing someone coming in, he turned around woodenly. It was Chen Qing, who suddenly walked over. Then he knelt on the ground. Bang bang kowtowed. Chen Qing? Illusion? Chen Qing? I don't want anyone to die in front of me anymore. I want to become stronger. Can you help me find a ghost pet? When Guxing raised his head, his face was full of tears. Chen Qing had seen this kind of scene too many times. He was not moved, but he did not expect Guxing to kneel down and beg him. It happened that Chen Qing was now in the spirit realm and could contract a third ghost pet. The last few garbage in the Demon Suppression Tower had to be replaced so he could try his luck. He nodded immediately. Wait for me to call. Just as he was about to talk about the phone, he remembered that it was his special privilege to use the mobile phone at the base. So he changed his words. Wait for me at the gate of Jiangpan Community at 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Qing is right. I have to go back to Jiangpan Community tonight. There is something very important. In the previous life, Chen Quan brought the paper armor and paper knives today. 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper knives. With these 4 things, Chen Qing and Chen Man were able to survive to the 3rd blood moon. The word why has been suppressed for many years. They must have many difficulties. But Chen Qing still wants to ask why. After thinking about it, he found the monkey. Wait for me at the gate of Jiangpan Community at 7 o'clock tonight. We will go to the Princess Ghost domain. The monkey was stunned and then overjoyed. Okay, Brother Qing, he can contract 2 ghost pets, and now 1 is still empty. With only 1 warrior, he is already ranked in the top 3 among the newcomers. Although there's the reason that Chen Qing let him go, Monkey asked himself if his hard power is in the top 5. Chen Qing, how, Ji Luo, the top 3 must be ranked like this. Even if Zhou Yangxiao has an evil ghost-level ghost pet, he is sure that Chen Qing is more powerful. 4th, it may be Chen Kun, or it may be himself. We will know after the competition. It was still early. Chen Qing returned to the dormitory, and everyone went to class. He returned to the 3rd floor with a thought. He took out 10 bags and looked at them one by one. Ghost beads and spirit stones accounted for the majority. There were thousands of them. There were also some spiritual medicines and herbs, and it was hard to tell what they were used for. Once opened, the ghost energy and spiritual energy intertwined, and the momentum was amazing. Many ghost pets all looked over. Of course, they didn't dare to do anything. The ghost meter measured it and found that the strength of the ghost pets had increased. Chen Qing's mind moved and summoned Zhong. All the ghost pets immediately knelt down and trembled. Zhong, there is a very powerful ghost. I bet you can't freeze it. Zhong was furious. Ghost, no matter how powerful a ghost is, it can't be more powerful than this immortal. Then do you dare to bet? Bet 5 ghost beads. Zhong was overjoyed. Let's bet. Pin. Chen Qing made a pinky promise with him. He deliberately smiled slyly. When I call you, I will use the smallest voice and you won't be able to hear it. Bullshit. This immortal can hear even the smallest voice. Zhong said this, already on guard. He would probably prick up his ears for Chen Qing's call in the next few days. Okay. Chen Qing was afraid that Zhong might not be able to hear him. Returning to the real world, he said in an extremely low voice, Zhong. The next second, Zhong voice immediately appeared. What's the matter? What's the matter? Chen Qing pretended to be shocked. I have used such a small voice. You can still hear it? Zhong was very proud. Hey, even if your voice is 10 times smaller, this immortal can still hear it. Taking Zhong back, Chen Qing deliberately murmured. My god, it's amazing. I'm afraid I will lose this bet. In a void and chaotic place somewhere in the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhong was overjoyed. Returning to the 3rd floor, Chen Qing began to practice Duobao Taoism again. The 8 kinds of soul power progressed simultaneously, and Chen Qing had tried his best to control them, but he always lost sight of one thing while focusing on another. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was afternoon. Chen Qing had been practicing in the tower for 3 days. Master, you can absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, Huapi said. Chen Qing was startled and took out a spirit stone. The method of absorption is not difficult, and in just half a minute, Chen Qing's eyes widened, refreshed, energetic. Why didn't you say it before? I thought everyone knew this. Chen Qing shook his head. After leaving the base, he came to the Jiangpan community. Since Chen Qing's budget has increased significantly, there are a lot of things to be installed, so the construction has been changed to 24-hour construction. Fortunately, the most time-consuming things have been completed, and the installation and replacement of configurations will only take 2 or 3 days. Although he had already made arrangements, Manager Yang still waited for Chen Qing on purpose. Manager Yang, there's no need to be so polite. No, Mr. Chen, other people's construction can't wait to watch it 24 hours a day. You've only come now, which is the greatest trust in our company. I'll show you. Not only Chen Qing's house, but the entire building has been strengthened. The exterior is clean and tidy, and the corridor is brand new. After the renovation, the weight is very large, so the load-bearing capacity of the lower floors has been strengthened. They didn't agree at first, but later they agreed when they said it would be free for everyone to decorate. Manager Yang whispered, "There are surveillance cameras installed in the voice-controlled lights in each building. Why monitor them?" Chen Qing didn't care, but since he was a professional, he didn't refute. When they arrived at the 5th floor, Manager Yang pointed to 503 and said, "This has been bought. It's considered the fireproof layer of your house." Chen Qing exclaimed, "What a guy! Then why not strengthen this one as well? Will it take a long time?" "The house types here are common. There are ready-made modules. 2 days will be enough." When he reached the 6th floor, he could no longer tell that it was his old and broken house. The entire wall was replaced with frosted metal. The door was very thick. He knocked twice, and the sound was extremely dull. There are 2 doors, and the mechanical structure inside can be used to completely block them. Even if explosives are used, this building will be the first to collapse. After entering, Chen Qing was even more satisfied. Guns can be seen everywhere. "According to your instructions, 7 million worth of guns and ammunition have been purchased, and there is a special arsenal. The sofa is made of iron and wood, and will not deform after 100 years of normal use. The sofa cover is made of the latest generation of self-cleaning cloth, which can be used for 20 years under normal conditions, and there are 20 sets of spares." He introduced them one by one. Chen Qing only said, "Awesome! The house is 128 square meters, and it was originally empty, but now it is packed full, but the storage is orderly and not crowded at all. Coming to the gym, there are 21 square meters of space, and many fitness equipment are arranged in an orderly manner. These equipment have been carefully designed, and each type can be disassembled and reassembled into another type of equipment." What Chen Qing noticed most were the 3 tall and short dolls standing aside. It's made of silicone, and there is an intermediate AI when it is connected to the internet. Almost no questions can be asked to it. There is a primary AI when it is disconnected from the internet, and daily conversation is no problem. The whole body can heat up, 50 personalities are preset, and the key parts have self-cleaning mode, which can be replaced. The doll in the middle is wearing a black silk miniskirt and has a peaceful face. Lifting up the skirt, Chen Qing immediately gave a thumbs up. Realistic. Too realistic. Then came the entertainment room. The whole house was customized, so there was no problem with storage. For easy maintenance, the controller, mouse, and keyboard are the most common models, and they are all modular in design. Manager Yang opened a box. These are all replacement parts. If used 10 hours a day, they can be guaranteed to last 100 years. Mr. Chen said last time that the storage capacity will be upgraded again, reaching 150 B. To be honest, we spent a lot of effort and only installed 61 B. If you watch the content inside 24 hours a day, it will take 40,000 years to finish it. Almost all the games on the market are collected. Even web games are localized. Hardware is the top priority. It is the most durable version on the market, but we have 10 sets of spare parts for each one. In short, everything is prepared with the standard of 100 years of use. Then we came to the electrical room. The structure of the diesel engine is not difficult, so in addition to the 5 complete machines, there are 20 spare machines. The firewood engine kit can also be replaced. Everything that can be burned, including domestic garbage, can be burned to generate electricity. Of course, the effect will be worse. In addition, there are various power generation equipment, including solar panels covering the entire roof, wind power generation, and even hand crank generators. The storage room is on the roof. Chen Qing felt relieved as soon as he saw it. The space on the roof is about 600 square meters, which has extended to the tops of other people's houses. There must have been some trouble in the middle, but it has been settled. The largest area is the family farm, which covers an area of 300 square meters. The seed room is here. Using the crops we recommend, each square meter can produce about 3 kilograms of vegetables per week. Potatoes are recommended as staple foods, such as Qingshu 9E. The temperature and humidity are well controlled, and the yield can reach 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer in the soil is specially configured by us. Combined with biological fertilizer, that is human feces, it can generally be recycled about 300 times. Even if it is planted at a high intensity, it can be used for 50 years. Vegetables, fruits, and staple foods are planted together, and the combined output can reach 110 kilograms per day. After calculating, Chen Qing was a little confused. "Manager Yang, are you right? Every day, 110 or kilograms? This is low-intensity planting. If it is planted at a super high intensity, it can be doubled. Then why do I buy so much food?" When I came to the storage room, Chen Qing suddenly felt safe. The 110 square meter storage room was divided into 4 areas, filled with canned food. According to the extreme ideal situation, there are 400 cubic meters. Just eating canned food, I eat half and throw away the other half. Chen Man and I can live 2 lives. The entire roof is covered with solar panels, and the power generation in 8 hours is enough for normal use for a month. Cool, it's really cool to be rich. The safe house has not been completed yet, and it is not a complete body, but it has made Chen Qing very satisfied. After saying goodbye to Manager Yang, Chen Qing opened the door and waited quietly. Chen Quan will come today, and leave a paper knife and paper armor. Looking at the door, his mind is floating and he can't calm down. It seems that the burly man will enter at any time. Time seems to have not been so slow for a long time. The scorching sun slowly became gentle, and the neighbors were either noisy or peaceful in and out of the community. Chen Qing has been running around for too many things in this life, and he has never sat down to waste time like this. It seems that time has become sticky this afternoon. But finally it slowly came to 6 o'clock. The burly figure did not appear at the entrance of the community that he had been staring at. And the next moment, Chen Qing's whole body tightened. Pull out the kunwu knife. In the room, there was an unimaginable fluctuation of spiritual energy. A few steps ran over to take a look. In the living room, a space cracked open. A pitch-black crack. The surging spiritual energy rushed out. Two big hands grabbed the two sides of the crack, one above and one below, trying to stretch it wider. Chen Quan's hand. The pitch-black crack slowly cracked to a palm width, and Chen Qing immediately saw Chen Quan's weathered face. Brother. Chen Quan was stunned, and his face, which had always been calm and unperturbed, looked at Chen Qing steadily. He shouted, but the sound was blocked by something and could not be transmitted. The crack was squirming, trying to repair it. Chen Quan roared silently, struggling to tear it wider, and his two giant hands were already covered with blood. A hand on the side threw a folded cardboard into the crack. Chen Quan looked a little anxious and quickly withdrew his hand. He just looked at Chen Qing quietly. Those eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. The crack quickly repaired and disappeared, taking Chen Quan's eyes with it. Is this a space crack? Chen Qing has never dared to act rashly. He just tried to remember everything he saw. Only when the crack disappeared did Chen Qing pick up the cardboard absent-mindedly. He unfolded it carefully. Sure enough, it was the familiar paper armor and paper knife. There was a pile of powder in the paper armor. Judging from the shape, it should be a piece of paper, or a letter. Father and elder brother, it's very difficult. Chen Qing felt mixed emotions. Chen Quan must have paid an unimaginable price to send this paper armor and paper knife. They have never forgotten us. The two pieces of paper armor and two paper knives are as thin as normal paper, as if they can be torn in half with a slight tear. But they are soaked in ghost energy, and they are first-class weapons and treasures. After a while of distraction, the phone rang. Chen Qing, we are all at the gate of the community. Are you there? Wait for me for 4 minutes. Chen Qing called Manager Yang to tell him that he could continue the construction and came to the gate of the community. Monkey, Lone Star, He Runsheng. The whole dormitory came. Master, please bring one. He Runsheng came to pester Monkey. From now on, I will be the most loyal henchman of the great god, always at your service. Absolutely no questions asked. Chen Qing nodded. He Runsheng drove over, saving them from having to take a taxi. When the few of them arrived at the Princess Ghost Domain, it was just getting dark. Have you decided what kind of ghost pet you want? The attack power of a warrior is completely sufficient, and I lack an auxiliary ghost pet. If I'm lucky, I hope to get a hanged ghost. Monkey said, and he naturally saw the perfect combination of Chen Qing's hanged ghost and warrior last time, and he was itching for a long time. The most important thing is that warriors are hard to find, but hanged ghosts are not too rare. If I'm lucky, I also want a warrior. He Runsheng scratched his head, lacking confidence. Well, other ones are also fine. Try to get one with a higher level. Listen to Chen Qing, Guxing said. Chen Qing nodded. He has advanced to the spirit realm and can contract another one. But he does not lack ghost pets, and he has the mentality of preferring to have nothing rather than something bad. The four entered the ghost realm. With just one step, the green earth turned into a dark brown. In the thick fog, two toilet ghosts were eating something. When they saw someone coming, they immediately escaped into the fog. The people walked slowly forward. Compared with a few days ago, the concentration of ghost energy has increased again. I wonder what the result of the battle between the master and the princess is. Chen Qing thought in his heart. Be careful. A long tongue suddenly pierced out from the dry bushes on the side. Chen Qing dodged to the side and the long tongue chopped down vertically. Looking for death, the monkey thought, and the warrior appeared in front of him. With a light flick of the long stick, the long tongue tilted to the side. The warrior succeeded in his move, and his body spun around. The long stick made a sound of breaking wind and hit the long-tongued ghost heavily. The long-tongued ghost fell heavily to the ground, and the long stick had already stabbed its neck. No matter how the long-tongued ghost struggled, it remained as steady as a mountain. Guxing and He Runsheng were both very envious. Among the newcomers, Monkey's strength was only average, but with this warrior, he was now firmly ranked in the top 5. Does anyone want the long-tongued ghost? After testing it, the ghost energy was 50, and it was a sea-level wandering soul, which was quite suitable. But Guxing and He Runsheng shook their heads. As the ghost energy increased, the density of ghosts increased a lot. From time to time, strange sounds came from the thick fog, like wolfhound-like crying. Just a moment later, everyone saw the next ghost. These were 2 starving ghosts. A large, rotting bird that was brought from nowhere was being eaten and snatched. This bird was free in the sky when it was alive, but it became a meal for this starving ghost. He Runsheng sighed and his eyes slowly turned red. There are more and more ghosts. Will they break through the ghost domain and go to the city one day? Will we be the same as this bird by then? He Runsheng wiped his tears. What surprised Chen Qing was that the monkey also had a sad face inside. Perhaps the mission of our ghost-controlling army is to die in the hands of ghosts, alas. As he said that, his eyes turned red. If I had known this would happen, I might as well let them go. Anyway, I can't protect anyone. Guxing gritted his teeth and his clenched fists trembled slightly. Not good. It's night crying. Chen Qing suddenly understood. Night crying is the evil ghost level of child ghosts. It can amplify people's negative emotions dozens or hundreds of times. When they can't help crying, there is basically no way to save them. They will cry to death. Adults are better, but babies are almost unavoidable. The most difficult thing is, no one has ever found where Yetir is. Let's go. With a thought, Wu Fu appeared in front of him. He pulled two of them with both hands. Wu Fu grabbed one and ran away quickly. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally let them go. What? What's wrong, master? Runsheng's eyes were full of tears, and he was a little confused. Just now there may be a ghost that can affect people's emotions near us. If we don't leave, we may be in trouble. The three people's eyes were still red. At this time, they were all shocked and doubtful. They were all sure that they were not controlled by the mind, and they could even remember their thoughts completely. But this sadness came inexplicably, and they were indeed affected. What a weird ghost! Runsheng cursed. Damn, it's just a dead bird, and it has to make so many dramas. Guxing and Monkey were also a little embarrassed. Chen Qing was not surprised, but he was alert in his heart. He actually encountered an evil ghost. According to Han Yuan, the evil ghost level in the princess's tomb should have been dealt with long ago. But last time, the princess who was suspected to be an evil spirit appeared openly, and this time she encountered an evil ghost level. I think something has happened. After thinking about it, he told the truth. 3, if I'm not mistaken, the ghost we just encountered is an evil ghost level. If we continue, we may be in danger. The 3 were stunned. Monkey narrowed his eyes. No matter what, let's do it. Guxing did not hesitate. Continue. Runsheng struggled for a while and said, do it. The core area of the princess's tomb is too dangerous, so he can only look for opportunities around the periphery. As long as he doesn't meet the princess with 3 evil ghost-level ghost pets, Chen Qing is confident that he has the ability to protect himself. But he has no confidence in protecting the 3 people without exposing his strength. Monkey can definitely be trusted, but the other 2 are just ordinary roommates. Bang! A soft knocking sound came from the depths of the fog. Night Watchman! Chen Qing's face changed. Go! Perhaps because they were far away, the voice of the Night Watchman did not affect the 4 people. After a while, when they were far enough away, Runsheng was a little surprised. Great God! What was this just now? Night Watchman, evil ghost level. The last time we cleaned up the ghostless temple, it was this kind of ghost. The faces of the 3 people changed drastically when they heard this. Although they did not participate, there were too many brothers injured that night, so they naturally heard about how terrifying this evil ghost was. After encountering 2 evil ghost levels in succession, Chen Qing realized that something was wrong. We can't go forward anymore. Chen Qing made a decision immediately. The 3 of them were a little disappointed, but of course they couldn't move forward without thinking. At that moment, they walked back in silence. But, as they walked, Chen Qing frowned. Why did we walk so long? Monkey looked around and pointed to a low wall. We seem to have passed here just now. Looking at the ghost watch, the direction function had long been abnormal. Guxing picked up a stone and placed it on the top of the wall, and the 4 of them set off again. A moment later, the low wall appeared in front of them again. On the low wall, the stone that Guxing placed did not change at all. Ghost wall? The evil ghost level of the house ghost, Luan Ting? Chen Qing frowned even more. Another evil ghost level. House ghost? Isn't Ji Luo's ghost a house ghost? Monkey frowned. Chen Qing shook his head. He naturally knew what Monkey meant. But with Ji Luo's current soul power, he couldn't have an evil ghost level ghost pet. He had only heard of Luan Ting. How could he encounter so many tricky things in one night? Where is Runsheng? Guxing suddenly asked. The 3 of them were startled. They were immediately horrified. Yes, where is Runsheng? How could he disappear silently? Whoosh! Suddenly, a knife chopped down on his head. Chen Qing had been on guard and subconsciously blocked it with a knife. Be careful, knives kept slashing from other places. It turned out to be a team of soldier ghosts. Chen Qing quickly summoned a warrior. Monkey also summoned his warrior. 3 people and 2 ghosts, 3 knives and 2 sticks, immediately blocked the knife's momentum. Only then did he see clearly that there were 5 soldier ghosts. The soldier ghosts were no match for the warriors, but the 5 of them attacked and defended together, and they coordinated with each other perfectly. For a while, they forced the 3 men and 2 ghosts to retreat continuously. Chen Qing's mind raced. Although there was thick fog here, it couldn't be so dense. 5 soldier ghosts, but he didn't notice them until the moment they attacked. I'm afraid they were using some means of concealment or invisibility. Ding! Ding ding! Ding! Chen Qing could still deal with it after being trained as a warrior, but Guxing and the monkey were already in danger. Chi! The knife flashed, and Guxing's left arm was already hit by a knife. Guxing! The monkey hurriedly blocked the soldier ghost in front of him and swung his knife to block the attack on Guxing. But at the same time, another knife slashed up. Suddenly, the soldier ghost disappeared from the spot. In its original position, there was a hanged ghost in white clothes. And the 2 white silks in front of Chen Qing, which were lightly placed on the low wall, were tightly strangling a crazy, struggling soldier ghost. Wu Fu naturally would not miss this opportunity. A stick hit the soldier ghost's head hard. Clang! The helmet shook violently. the soldier ghost's body stiffened, and Chen Qing's Kunwu sword slashed horizontally. The soldier ghost's head flew high. When one died, the cooperation between the soldier ghosts weakened by half. Chen Qing and De Wufu separated the three soldier ghosts. Under the attack of Guxing, Monkey, and Xiao Wufu, the head of the second soldier ghost was also cut off. Then it was the third one. Chen Qing asked, "Guxing, soldier ghost, do you want it?" "Yes." Guxing did not hesitate. Wufu is not something that everyone can meet, and soldier ghost is already an excellent choice. "Do you want both?" 1. Monkey was struggling. Soldier ghost was not as good as Wufu, but it was indeed a good choice. But after a while he gave up. With Wufu here, there is no shortage of offense, only assistance. After measuring the ghost energy, one ghost energy was left at 61. De Wufu and Xiao Wufu pressed his hands and feet firmly to the ground. Guxing took 2 steps forward and began to perform the ghost contracting technique. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 8th time, the contract was finally successful, and Chen Qing quietly replaced the toilet ghost, gambling ghost, and gas-eating ghost with 3 soldier ghosts, 1 B-level wandering soul and 2 C-level wandering souls. The ghost energy values of these 3 soldier ghosts were only 46, 55, and 61, which were very weak, but they could also increase Zhong Kui's ghost energy value by about 80. Guxing let out a long breath. He looked at Chen Qing with gratitude. "I'm not good at talking, can't say anything, but thank you." Chen Qing nodded. "Follow me." Monkey and Guxing followed immediately. The 3 came to the waterside. This area used to have vertical agriculture and there were many ponds. After they were not taken care of, either the pond embankments between the ponds were damaged and connected together, or they became a pool of stagnant water and dried up day by day. There were splashes of water on the edge of the pond. In the dark night, it was difficult to find even if you looked closely. Chen Qing followed the watermarks and turned left and right. In just 1 minute, the scene was clear. He Runsheng looked at Chen Qing and the other 2 in shock. You? With 1 knife. He Runsheng's left leg was cut off from the knee. Pupils of Lone Star and Monkey shrank suddenly. He Runsheng screamed. He looked at the broken leg in disbelief. You? Why? He Runsheng's face turned pale. You dare, you. The blood from the tip of Kunwu's knife was dripping into the pond. It created ripples one after another. Chen Qing, don't, I'll tell you. He Runsheng panicked. He never expected Chen Qing to be so cruel without saying a word. Even after nearly 10 days of brutal training, his knowledge was still at the student stage. Breaking off a limb with 1 blow was a cruelty he had never imagined. In his mind, a fight between 2 people was already a great hatred, and now he suddenly found that Chen Qing might dare to kill people. Ji Luo, it's Ji Luo. He asked me to report everything about you. As long as I listen, he will give me a house ghost. When my soul power is enough, he will help me promote the house ghost to Luanting. Chen Qing held the knife and stepped forward. On the 1-foot-wide embankment, He Runsheng was terrified. Regardless of the pain, he crawled backwards frantically. Uncle Ji, help! The hair hasn't grown out yet, but he's quite cruel. Suddenly a voice said sinisterly. A middle-aged man walked out of the space in front as if he was hiding behind a lifelike painting. This man was strong and dark-skinned. He looked at Chen Qing coldly. How did you see through the chaotic courtyard? How did you see through it? Sorry, I have many ghost pets. It's not too much to throw one in the pool, right? The water monkey had been following the 4 people from a distance in the pond, and then followed He Runsheng, who quietly left the team and marked the path He Runsheng had walked. Chen Qing followed the mark and walked out of the chaotic courtyard. Chaotic courtyard is actually controlled by someone. It's as if a certain area is divided into several puzzle pieces and constantly reassembled. Of course, the piece he is in will not move. It is the so-called eye of the formation. Chen Qing is not used to being open-hearted with the enemy, and smiled lightly on his face, because you left the biggest flaw. Chen Qing pointed to the sky above the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man subconsciously looked up. Wow, a black shadow in the water emerged like an arrow. With a thud, it rushed into the pool on the other side, and the middle-aged man had disappeared. Guxing and the monkey were both shocked. Be careful! In the pond, the middle-aged man was entangled by the long tail of the water monkey and pressed to the bottom of the pool. The water monkey's hands and feet were not idle either. It opened its arms and legs left and right and stabbed the middle-aged man's neck and chest with sharp claws. Large streams of blood came out, and even under this gloomy sky, it was vaguely visible. Bubbles kept coming out, and the middle-aged man's body twitched violently under the water. Gradually, the movement became smaller and smaller. Finally, he died completely at the bottom of the pool. He Runsheng was cold all over. In his eyes, Uncle Ji was a master of the same level as Han Yuan, but he was trapped in this pond by Chen Qing. You, Chen Qing, we are classmates. I was just confused for a moment. You. Monkey and Lone Star looked at this scene and felt cold all over. Yes, that Luan Ting is right here. Here. Monkey, Lone Star, keep an eye on him. Chen Qing took a few steps forward, and the scene in front of him changed again. In front of him, a white weasel was fleeing at a fast speed. The death of its master brought terrible weakness. It didn't run very fast. Is this Luan Ting? With a thought, the hairy zombie and the hanged ghost appeared in front of him. The hairy zombie's big hand had already raised high towards the hanged ghost. The next second, the hanged ghost, whose neck was strangled by the white silk, suddenly disappeared. Inside the white silk was a white weasel struggling wildly. The hairy zombie's big hand fell heavily. Bang! It was like smashing a watermelon. The brain of the white weasel was splattered everywhere, controlling the sea-level wandering ghost to explode, making room for the chaotic court. Chen Qing walked back to the three people slowly. He Runsheng's face turned pale, and he was on the verge of blood loss and shock. Chen Qing, how are you going to deal with him? Gu Xing asked, but he already had the answer in his mind. Chen Qing smiled, hugged the two of them, and walked out of the pool. Don't talk about these spoiling topics. At the same time, with a thought, the embroidered girl appeared by the pond, chuckling and walking towards Runsheng. Chen Qing gave her an order. Sew a human skin wedding dress. Monkey and Gu Xing were silent. Thinking of Chen Qing's various experiences tonight, they were terrified. A strong man who could control the chaotic court. He died like this. Child's play. He just followed the direction pointed by Chen Qing, looked up at the sky, and then died. Chen Qing, can you not kill him? Gu Xing's face turned pale. Chen Qing smiled, his expression unchanged, still the silent, gentle boy he usually was. Gu Xing, have you ever thought about what would happen if I didn't kill this G guy tonight? How? Gu Xing was silent. He wanted to defend the terrible guess in his heart, but he could only remain silent. Chen Qing, I have obeyed you since I was a child. From today on, I will obey you even more. Monkey cursed. Damn it, from now on we will do whatever you say. We have nothing to say. Chen Qing smiled and looked at Gu Xing. Gu Xing's body shook slightly. I won't tell anyone. Ha ha! Chen Qing laughed. Don't make it seem like I want to kill people to silence them. Just do what you need to do. Gu Xing looked at Chen Qing, still the gentle boy. It was totally unimaginable that he had killed two people just now. The ghost pet that just emerged from the water, is it also yours? Chen Qing knew what he wanted to ask and nodded. I have been in the spirit realm for a while. For a while? A while? Gu Xing stammered. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangqiao, and Ji Luo were recognized geniuses among the newcomers. But he suddenly realized that the one in front of him seemed to be the peerless beast hidden among the crowd. You guys chat, I'll be back soon. Looking at Chen Qing's departing back, Gu Xing smiled stiffly. What ghost did you say would work better with the soldier ghost? I also want a hanged ghost, but it seems that you need luck to encounter this ghost. Gu Xing, who has always been silent, kept looking for words. Perhaps he himself did not realize that he did not want to stop his brain. He did not want to, nor dared to think about the ending of Runsheng by the pond. The embroidered girl smiled and showed Chen Qing a bloody skin, which could be vaguely seen as a vest. Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, he summoned the chaotic court. A white weasel. Ghost table test 401. Sea-level evil ghost. Now there are 5 evil ghosts under his command. 2 sea-level evil ghosts. Painted skin 527. Chaos court 401. 1 D-level evil ghost. Hairy zombie 336. 2 E-level evil ghosts. White bone spirit 147. Water monkey 123. 4 A-level wandering souls. Embroidered girl 100. Child ghost 97. Warrior 92. Hanged ghost 81. 2 B-level wandering souls. Soldier ghost 71. Soldier ghost 61. 1 C-level wandering soul. Soldier ghost 55. 1 F-level wandering soul. Crazy ghost 9. The white bone spirit was originally similar to the painted skin, but was crippled by Zhong and still has no fighting power. In the battle with Yubei, the hanged ghost and warrior were seriously injured, but now they have almost recovered. After the warm human skin wedding dress just now, the embroidered girl has reached the edge of promotion, but it should take some time to promote. Generally speaking, except for the white bone demon and the hanged ghost, all of them have increased. Only the crazy ghost is uniquely weak, and Zhong ghost energy value is half of the total of the 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower. That is, it has reached about 780. A very outrageous SS-level wandering soul. Knowing that Zhong is concentrating on waiting for his summoning, Chen Qing will naturally not waste this summoning because of curiosity about his ghost energy value. Retracting his mind, he looked at Luan-Ting. Can you understand what I say? Luan-Ting nodded. Can you speak? Luan-Ting shook his head. Chen Qing frowned. He didn't have the patience to guess questions. This kind of work should be left to Painted Skin when he returns. At this moment, he put away all the ghost pets and returned to Monkey and Lone Star. Let's go. Most of the ghosts that can be encountered today are caused by Luan-Ting, and the danger should not be great now. Chen Qing was thinking about the ghost species suitable for Monkey. In fact, he hoped to meet accomplices. The best is a tiger's lackey, a lackey who works for the tiger. Like the idiot ghost, lackeys are a large category. Idiot ghosts include drunkards, gamblers, misers, etc. There are also many forms of lackeys. The most common ones are tiger lackeys and wolves that work together for evil. Usually after possession, the strength of the possessed person and the lackey will increase greatly. In this way, the monkey will also have the ability to protect himself in the end times. For others, the embroidered girl is also a perfect match, but it is too rare to be demanding. Calculating, the best choice is still the hanged ghost. The 3 of them held knives and moved forward slowly. Not long after, they heard bursts of chanting. After careful identification, it was Buddhist scriptures. Monk ghost? They approached slowly with caution and saw a highly decayed monk. He put his hands together, but one hand was only left with bones. The cheeks were rotten and the tongue could be seen inside. As it chanted, everyone felt dizzy. But that was all. It's just an E-level wandering ghost. Let's go. The 3 continued to move forward. Time passed slowly. Although they encountered many ghosts, they never saw the right one. They did encounter a hanged ghost of B-level wandering ghost, But the two were of low level and Chen Qing also had one, so they let it go. The three sat down by the tree and ate compressed biscuits. I encountered the hanged ghost once, which proves that it is not too difficult to find. I will definitely find it again. Don't know if the monkey was cheering himself up or comforting himself. As he was talking, Chen Qing suddenly felt cold all over. He subconsciously rushed forward, and a knife light slid along Chen Qing's back and slid to his buttocks. With the painted skin protecting his body, he was naturally unscathed, but he was also frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The hanged ghost and the warrior appeared immediately. The hanged ghost was about to use his skills, but suddenly stopped. Disappeared. No, we can't let this thing escape. Chen Qing's eyes turned cold. Chaos! The next moment, the white weasel appeared. Little ghost, a chubby child wearing a belly band and bare bottom, also appeared. In a baby voice, Mom, love? Monkey and Lone Star's eyes immediately became a little blurry, thinking of their mother's arms and the warm sunshine. The chaotic court was controlling the nearby space and was rapidly reorganizing and circulating. Within a radius of 100 meters, people could only enter but not leave. What an outrageous ability! Chen Qing was stunned. The position where the few people were located was naturally the center of the formation. From here, the surrounding space seemed to be chopped into cubes the size of a house. Chen Qing, see it! A pure black figure emerged from the shadow of the tree and was about to jump into the shadow of another tree, but suddenly hit the wall. Hanged ghost! The white silk of the hanged ghost was gently draped on the tree, and its figure disappeared, and in the white silk there was a black figure struggling frantically. Chen Qing frowned. This thing! Where are the eyes? Where is the nose? It was like it was covered with zero reflective material, so dark that nothing could be seen. Luan Ting and the child ghost were put away. Monkey and Guxing both woke up. They immediately saw the hung black ghost. What is this? It might be an assassin. I've only heard of it but never seen it. Guxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Great! Great God! Give it to me! Give it to me! It may not match your soldier ghost. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. I only want this one. He measured the ghost energy value. 57 sea-level wandering soul, which was just right. At this moment, the hanged ghost controlled it to prevent it from moving around, and Guxing made contracts again and again. When the soul power was about to be exhausted, the contract was finally successful. It's an assassin! Assassins seemed to be more suitable for Guxing's personality. Neither of them asked why they fell into the illusion just now. Maybe it's related to Chen Qing? But then it doesn't make sense. Chen Qing's hanged ghosts and martial artists are well known, but tonight we know that he also has a drowned ghost. That's already 3. There can't be a 4th one, right? That doesn't make sense. As for the ghost in the water, it's not a wandering soul-level drowned ghost, but a water monkey at the evil ghost level. This is something that neither of them would even think about. They both thought Chen Qing was very high, but in fact they didn't know that Chen Qing was even higher and higher than high. Do you think you can beat Chen Kun? The monkey asked. Guxing thought about it and nodded seriously. I am 80% sure to win. If it is a life-and-death battle, I will definitely kill him. Envy. Monkey thought about it and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, can you beat Zhou Yang, Chao Jiaji Luo? I can definitely win. Chen Qing smiled. All the newcomers combined are not as good as me. Monkey was stunned. Damn, you are exaggerating. Guxing's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't think Chen Qing was bragging, but this was too unbelievable. Chen Qing ignored it and made a gesture to silence the two. The two immediately stopped and clenched the Kunwu sword. Not far away, a monster appeared. There is no word to describe this thing. It can only be called a monster. It is huge. It is 4 meters high. It is almost spherical. This thing is made up of countless broken bodies and legs. Most of them are human organs, hands and feet. There are also deer heads, horse hooves, etc. It was moving slowly forward with 5 legs supporting itself on the ground, and dozens of hands kept grabbing and releasing its body. Fuck you. The monkey felt cold all over. While the 3 were dumbfounded, a big dog was running around the thing. The big dog had 2 heads, one of which was biting a large piece of rotten meat, while the other was madly biting and snatching, dragging black and sticky saliva all the way. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Retreat. Chen Qing said softly. The 3 of them were very careful and slowly retreated to the shadow of the tree. The 3 of them did not act rashly, and they hid behind the tree tacitly. The bushes here were dense, so they would not be discovered. Huh! He! Tang! 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 The low barking of the dogs, the biting of each other, and the footsteps of the huge monster. The ground shook slightly with every step. The monkey suddenly patted Chen Qing lightly. Chen Qing stuck half of his head out, looking through the bushes. His eyes suddenly straightened. Among the dogs, there was a 2-meter-tall man. Not only was he tall, but he was also fat, with a huge belly that almost fell to his knees. He had 3 hands. A small hand on his neck held a bundle of iron chains, and in his left hand, 4 huge chains were tied to 4 huge 2-headed dogs. In his right hand he held a butcher knife with a blade that was a foot long. This ghost had a monstrous bloody smell, which could be smelled from dozens of meters away. This is the Butcher. Chen Qing was shocked. The Butcher, a super powerful ghost species. The strength is so strong that there is almost no opponent at the Wandering Soul level. The ghost meter measured 55, sea-level Wandering Soul. The monkey just happened to be able to contract it. That's it, Qing was overjoyed. A powerful ghost species, he already had a demon-level hairy zombie, so he didn't need this. But for the monkey, this was a first-class good choice. He had made up his mind, but he didn't act rashly. because in his impression, the butcher didn't have dogs. Where did these dogs and that huge monster come from? The huge monster stopped. The dogs and butchers also stopped. They seemed to be waiting for someone. After a while, a three-headed dog as big as a horse appeared. The left and right heads bit each other and barked. The middle head seemed to be dead, with its eyes closed. What was surprising was that a person rode on the three-headed dog, or was it a ghost? This person was extremely thin, with sharp eyes and white hair. "Master, that's the coroner!" Painted Skin immediately became excited. "Coroner, master!" "Coroner?" Coroner is the ancient, forensic doctor who examines injuries and marks and dissects corpses. Did he make all these ghost things? The coroner's ability is weird, probably not inferior to mine. I hope the master can accept him. Painted Skin spoke very seriously. Chen Qing had no objection to accepting the coroner, but there was only one problem. The other party seemed to be very powerful. Master, the coroner is at the evil ghost level, and he is at the wandering soul level, called a doctor. Hearing this, Chen Qing couldn't sit still. "Doctor, now the team is missing a doctor. This one must be taken down." Chen Qing muttered in his heart, and suddenly something dripped on his shoulder. He looked up subconsciously and saw a human face. This is a monster with a human head and a lizard body. It was clinging to the tree, looking at the three people and drooling. Bang! The warrior's long stick attacked. It pierced through its body and nailed it to the tree. The monster screamed like a human. "Do it!" Chen Qing shouted. The two were shocked. Turning around and seeing the monster on the tree, they knew that their whereabouts were exposed, and they also rushed out. Monkey's warrior, Lone Star's assassin and soldier ghost. Embroidery girl appeared first. Then came the hairy zombie, Luan Ting, and 3 soldier ghosts. Monkey and Lone Star were stunned. Hanged ghost, warrior, drowned ghost, hairy zombie, white weasel, 3 soldier ghosts. Chen Qing has 8 ghost pets. However, there was no time to think about it. The melee had already broken out. "Be careful of the butcher." The embroidery girl pinched the needle in the air, and her white hand pierced it slightly. A 2-headed dog jumped up with its tail between its legs, but its body was pierced by something, as if it was nailed in the void. The hairy zombie took a few steps forward and slapped it hard. Bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded. It fell down, limply. The coroner looked at this side, and a thin and long knife like a chopstick appeared in his hands. He also slashed in the air. The soldier's feet that were rushing over were cut into several pieces. With an unstable center of gravity, he fell heavily to the ground and flew out with several legs with smooth cuts. The 3 of them were frightened by this scene. At this moment, the butcher suddenly threw out an iron chain. The iron chain disappeared strangely after it was thrown out. Almost at the same time, a chain appeared on one of Chen Qing's soldier ghosts, and it shrank the moment it appeared, making the soldier ghost's body creak. The butcher laughed wildly, and his 2 giant hands made a dragging gesture. The struggling soldier ghost was immediately dragged over, plowing a messy mark on the ground. Ha! Dogs barked everywhere, and the 2 soldier ghosts and 2 warriors barely blocked it. The coroner raised the small knife again. But a black shadow suddenly jumped up and stabbed the coroner in the face. The coroner was caught off guard and was stabbed in the mouth, pulling one side of his cheek apart, revealing the sharp yellow teeth inside. The coroner was shocked. He took a few steps back with the 3-headed dog. The black shadow jumped into the shadows and disappeared. Chen Qing was overjoyed. As long as the most difficult coroner is held back, the other ghosts can be dealt with completely. At this time, the hairy zombie strode forward and grabbed the soldier ghost that was being dragged on the ground. The butcher's wild laughter stopped abruptly. The butcher is an invincible existence at the same level. The hairy zombie is also one of the strongest existences at the same level. But the hairy zombie is an evil ghost. The butcher's body was dragged and took a heavy step forward. With a bang, dust flew up. The hairy zombie wanted to grab the invisible chain, but he failed. This chain in the void seemed to have no entity. The hairy zombie could only grab the soldier ghost bound by the iron chain and pull it back. The butcher's body was pulled forward again and staggered, almost falling. On the other side, the big warrior's long stick was flying, and each stick could hit the 2-headed dog's vital points just right. For example, the waist, the neck, and the penis. If it were an ordinary dog, it would be seriously injured if it didn't die. But the perception of these 2-headed dogs seemed to have degraded by half. After being knocked over, they would whimper and join the battle again. The martial arts of the warriors were extremely terrifying. Especially when the 2 warriors, one big and one small, cooperated. The double sticks made a whimpering sound, and almost no water could get in. The small warrior picked up a 2-headed dog, and the 2-headed dog flew in front of the big warrior, and it was greeted by a fierce stick. Woo-bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded. Only the skin was left together. Chen Qing had been alert to the huge stitched monster, but this thing moved slowly and seemed to have no lethality. The coroner had been entangled by the assassin, and the assassin had no intention of killing him. But as long as the coroner raised the small, thin knife, the assassin would suddenly appear again. At this time, the hairy zombie had come to the butcher. The butcher laughed wildly. Wow! Ha-ha! Several thick hairs were cut off and fell to the ground like iron wire. The butcher knife was bounced away. The hairy zombie's body shook slightly, and then stood firm. He raised his hand high. "Don't kill it," Chen Qing said hurriedly. Maybe the butcher can barely compete with the hairy zombie in terms of strength, but with the butcher's defense, he can definitely not withstand the hairy zombie's palm. The butcher is going to be left to the monkey. The embroidery girl threaded the needle in the void, and a series of empty needles pierced into the butcher's body. And the hairy zombie has hung on the butcher like a sloth, locking it tightly. But the butcher still has a hand on his neck. That hand was heavily inserted into the hairy zombie's face, and it seemed to poke into the eyeball. How terrible is the hairy zombie's defense? Even the eyeball is extremely hard. But it must be painful. At that moment, the hairy zombie was furious, opened his mouth and bit the hand, turned his head and tore it off, and threw it aside. The coroner finally felt something was wrong. With his legs clamped together, the three-headed dog under his buttocks howled and was about to escape. At this time, the hanged ghost appeared. The next moment, the hanged ghost suddenly disappeared. Only the white silk was left, and the one strangled by the white silk was the coroner with an incredible look on his face. Before he could struggle, the long stick of the warrior, the two knives of the two soldiers, and Chen Qing's kunwu knife, all pierced into the body of the coroner. The coroner was slightly stunned, and then he struggled violently. The cut wound healed rapidly, as if a zipper was closed. The coroner's hands were stiff and hung at his side, but the small knife in his hand flipped lightly, and the white silk on one side suddenly broke. If even a bound coroner could not be left, Chen Qing would have no chance to survive. With a sneer, the cold light of the kunwu knife flashed. The coroner's head flew out. The coroner's head hit the ground heavily, his mouth was still opening and closing, and his eyes flashed wildly. Still unwilling to die? Chen Qing smiled. The kunwu knife chopped wildly, and broken bones and flesh flew everywhere. The coroner finally died. Help, life. At this moment, the hanged ghost sat on the three-headed dog and quickly went away. If there was no scream, the white clothes would flutter when it was running, and it would look very good. Chen Qing was stunned. This guy can actually talk? The assassin who had been hiding in the shadow of the three-headed dog suddenly jumped up and rushed down with the hanged ghost in his arms. The two rolled many times before stopping. The other two-headed dogs all fled in panic. Even the one with a broken head was the same. It was just that the 2 feet were very uncoordinated, as if they had polio. Wow! Ha! Let go! Let go! The whole place was silent, leaving only the shouts of the butcher who was locked by the hair zombie and the huge stitched monster that was still stepping on it. At this moment, the stitched monster was stepping on the spot and slowly turning in circles. Monkey, your butcher, come and sign for it. Monkey realized that Chen Qing caught the butcher for him. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. The butcher is too powerful. The power is unparalleled. What's rare is that it's also extremely terrifying to control it with one hand. Have you ever heard of the void chain? On the other side, the assassin, holding his long hair to cover his face, came back to the crowd with a sickly hanged ghost. The hanged ghost seemed to be unable to walk. As soon as he came back, a white silk was hung back, and the other one was broken. The hanged ghost held the broken white silk, and the scene was a little awkward. Maybe he was used to seeing the hanged ghost hanging by 2 white silks, and now it was a little awkward to see it hanging on one side. Although he couldn't see his face, Chen Qing felt that he was shaking his face. Without any nonsense, he put him away with a thought. The monkey had already started the ghost contract technique. Once, twice, 3 times. Wow! Ha ha ha! No! The butcher laughed wildly. Soon, the number of contracts had reached 23 times, and the monkey's face was pale, and he almost fell down. His soul power had dried up, and the butcher kept rolling his eyes, obviously unable to bear it. Chen Qing took out a spiritual stone, and the monkey became full of energy after absorbing it. After more than a dozen times, the butcher finally surrendered. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was very successful. With a thought, the coroner appeared. Chen Qing pointed at the butcher. Heal his hand. The coroner was still a little confused. After a while, he finally understood the current situation. Without saying much, he walked over and picked up the butcher's third hand, aimed it at the butcher's neck, stretched out his hands, and the skin and flesh were immediately sutured together and healed rapidly at the same time. The butcher moved a little and moved freely. The butcher laughed. Wow, aha! Guxing looked at all this and was shocked. Everything was beyond his cognition. Tonight, Chen Qing summoned 7 or 8 ghosts. They were actually the ones who stood at the top of the human race. There was no way they could do it. At this moment, he realized that Chen Qing's words, "All the newcomers tied together can't beat me," were not a joke. Indeed, all of them put together would not be Chen Qing's opponent. They were no longer on the same level. Coroner, what does that big monster do? Master, those are the corpses that I collected to make a 2-headed dog. This is amazing. Transporting materials and letting the materials travel by themselves. What is the middle head of your 3-headed dog used for? My master, I have always wanted to give the middle head some small magical powers, but I have never been able to do so. Chen Qing was a little stunned. It felt like if he continued to do this, he might be able to gather a large wave of ghosts. Can you summon back those 2-headed dogs? 2-headed dogs? It should be possible. The coroner raised 2 small knives like chopsticks, and the backs of the 2 knives rubbed against each other a few times. Soon, 4 2-headed dogs and a 3-headed dog returned to him. Chen Qing nodded and put away all the 2-headed dogs and 3-headed dogs. All this was done in the field of Luanting. For a coroner, it is better to keep a low profile. Chen Qing appeared in one step. Guxing, I don't want others to know about me. Chen Qing smiled, still with that gentle look. But Guxing's heart trembled. He said solemnly, Chen Qing, I will follow you. Sure, then make you my golden sword prince consort. No, sword-bearing guard. Chen Qing said with a smile. As for the monkey, Chen Qing said nothing. There was no need to say anything. There were only 5 people in Chen Qing's life that he would never let down. Chen Man, Uncle Xia, Monkey, Chen Shan, and Chen Quan. Monkey was a little excited. Chen Qing, let's just find a few ghosts to practice with. Chen Qing nodded. He also reminded, don't come out without me. The strength of the warrior and the butcher is considerable, but some ghosts are very tricky. It's like now I'm not too afraid of the physical level, but I can't deal with the magic level. That's what I mean. Chen Qing said, hurry up and cultivate your soul power. As long as your soul power is enough, the warrior can be promoted to the evil ghost level at any time. Fuck, Brother Qing! No, Uncle Qing! Master Qing! Monkey was overjoyed. With the strength of the warrior, it must be extremely difficult to advance to the next level, and if the advancement is successful, I can't even imagine it. At that time, no, with the warrior and the butcher, even Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo are now confident that I can face them. There are all kinds of strange spiritual guides for the promotion of various ghosts. The evil ghost level of a warrior is called Wu Zhuangyuan, and Lingjin is the emperor's canonization. It can be canonized by the emperor himself, by handwritten instructions, or by imperial edicts. And Chen Qing holds 3 imperial edicts that can canonize Wu Zhuangyuan. The 3rd floor of the demon suppression tower can make ghost pets grow quickly, but if the monkey's soul power is low, the ghost pet will backfire. We can only take it slowly. The 3 of them walked forward and soon encountered several skeletons. Unlike the white appearance imagined, their bones were very yellow, and there was a lot of rotten meat hanging. The monkey summoned the butcher first, and the little hand on the butcher's neck threw out the chain, and the next moment, the chain appeared on the skeleton. The skeleton was tied up and made a crackling sound, and pieces of small bones kept popping out. Ha ha! Fuck, fuck, fuck! A man like Mad Dog Denger! Monkey was overjoyed. Wu Fu was already perverted enough, but this butcher was even stronger than Wu Fu, and Guxing also tried the assassin's attack method. As long as there was a shadow, assassin could become invisible. Although the attack power was still a little low, as long as it was used properly, it could have unexpected effects. In a moment, the 5 skeletons became stick bones. Guxing was a little dazed. Before tonight, he would definitely be in danger against 5 skeletons, but in just a few hours he could easily kill these skeletons. All this was because of Chen Qing. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan! A familiar and strange voice suddenly came out. Chen Qing was surprised and happy. With a thought, the chaotic court appeared, and the space in front of him was quickly reorganized. It blocked the sight of Guxing and Monkey. Jin Buhuan still carried a huge bag full of gold ingots. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan jumped towards a bone stick. Chen Qing no longer hesitated. Zhong Kui, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, appeared immediately. Both eyes, no, the left eye, immediately looked at Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, ha! No wonder you kid don't believe in me, it's really tricky. But who am I? How can you stump me? Hey! Zhong Kui pointed his index and middle fingers at Jin Buhuan in a sword shape. But Jin Buhuan's body just condensed slightly, and continued to jump and rush towards the bone stick. Zhong Kui frowned. This guy always looked like I can handle it with ease, no matter what he faced. Only this time did he show such an expression. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan was still moving forward. Got it! Zhong Kui clapped his hands together heavily. Jin Buhuan was still moving forward, but the ground under his feet was rolling like a treadmill. It looked like Jin Buhuan was not moving. Ha! Let me show you my skills. Hurry up, contract it. Chen Qing hesitated. The price of the Black Prison Ghost contract technique was terrible. If it failed, he would die. What if it doesn't agree? Don't be afraid of it. I will go in with you. Yes, how could I forget about this? He didn't hesitate anymore, and performed the Black Prison Ghost contract technique. A dark space instantly enveloped him and Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan was still jumping up and down. His goal was to get the bone stick. A dark ring emerged from Chen Qing's head and slowly covered Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan didn't dodge, and the ring sank into its head smoothly. It worked! Chen Qing was overjoyed. With a thought, Jin Buhuan quickly sank into Chen Qing's head. It really worked. If you're willing to accept the loss, pay up, pay up, pay up, Zhong Kui said happily. Chen Qing was quite satisfied and handed over 10 ghost beads to Zhong Kui, but his face showed reluctance. Hey! I give up! I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhong Kui was extremely satisfied, turned his back, and laughed so hard that his body twitched. The ghost watch pointed at Jin Buhuan, 788. B-level evil ghost. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Thinking of something, the ghost watch pointed at Zhong Kui, 1,000, 999,999. The value kept shaking, but it was basically stable at 1,000. There were 3 eye-catching letters under the ghost watch. SSS level wandering soul. From S to SS, and then to SSS. The descriptions are all very consistent, extremely dangerous. Obviously, Zhong Kui fully deserves this evaluation. 1,000. According to reason, he has already reached the evil spirit level, but this guy is still a wandering soul. Chen Qing thinks that is outrageous. While secretly poking in his heart, he also has a headache. Chen Qing doesn't know the spirit guide for the advancement of the coroner, and he doesn't even know what his evil spirit is called, but he thinks that if he works hard, he may be able to get it. But what about Zhong Kui? This guy, can he be promoted? It's impossible for him to stay at the Wandering Soul level all his life, right? Now he has 7 evil ghosts under his command. B-level evil ghosts, Jin Buhuan 788 and Coroner 6 and 65. C-level evil ghosts, Painted Skin 527, Chaotic Court 401. D-level evil ghosts, Hairy Zombie 336. E-level evil ghosts, White Bones Spirit 147, Water Monkey 123. There are 7 Wandering Souls, SSS level Wandering Soul, Zhong Kui. A-level Wandering Souls, Embroidered Girl 100, Child Ghost 97, Warrior 92, Hanged Ghost 81. B-level Wandering Souls, Soldier Ghost 71, Soldier Ghost 61. E-level Wandering Souls, Crazy Ghost 11. Crazy Ghost, Chen Qing thought about it and didn't dare to change it. Because this is the first ghost pet in the Demon Suppression Tower. After Zhong Kui came out, he was also crazy, and his appearance was even more like copy and paste. So Chen Qing had a guess. Would Zhong Kui be based on the first ghost pet in the Demon Suppression Tower? If so, what if the crazy ghost is replaced and Zhong Kui falls? Therefore, Chen Qing would rather waste a position than dare to remove the crazy ghost. Anyway, 1 more or 1 less is not much. Besides, he's also making progress, right? The ghost energy value went from 9 to 11. The increase was proportional to the height of the entire tower. Painted Skin, I'm here. Jin Buhuan's skill, what did you call it? One of the 36 heavenly powers, turning stone into gold. Well, can it be pointed at a living being to form a golden body again? Painted Skin was stunned. I don't know about this. But, maybe. Then, what if the object of turning stone into gold is the big meatball today? Painted Skin opened his mouth. That big meatball is simply a house. If that can become a golden body, it's unimaginable. Just sitting next to it, the cultivation level will increase rapidly. Go back and try. He had an idea in his mind. Looking outside, Gu Xing and Monkey were anxiously turning around. They naturally heard the strange Jin Buhuan. They were afraid that Chen Qing was in danger and wanted to rescue him. However, the domain of the Chaos Court was complicated, and the Chaos Court was constantly changing, so they couldn't get out. I'm fine. I'll be out later, Chen Qing said loudly. The two were startled and finally put their minds at ease. Chen Qing took out 2 flying horses and 3 tomb guardians. 2 blood-red flying horses with wings. 3 tomb guardians. One looks like a lion and a dog, one has a human head and a lion body, and one is a black panther with goat horns. The concentration of ghost energy here should be enough for these to awaken, but it will take a little longer. Chen Qing, are you okay? Monkey shouted again. It's okay, I'm lucky. I came across something good. I have to stay for an hour or 2. Let the coroner take care of this. Chen Qing came to the side of the 2. He sat down cross-legged casually. Monkey immediately asked, what kind of good luck? After thinking about it, it should not be a secret that the cultural relics awaken now. I found that it seems that cultural relics can awaken when they are soaked in ghost energy. If you have cultural relics at home, or can get them, you can give it a try. Monkey thought thoughtfully. By the way, Monkey, how is your safe house? He has been locked up in the base for training. He should be ready soon. Chen Qing nodded. He had already prepared to take Monkey's family downstairs. After all, Manager Yang bought the house on the 5th floor, and with the rooftop floor, it became a 3-story safe house. The total area is close to 900 square meters. Gu Xing, what about you? What was your original name? I don't want to mention that name. Gu Xing shook his head. Most normal people would probably think of the term Lonely Star of Misfortune. Seeing that he didn't want to mention it, the two didn't force him. They turned to talk about many things from their childhood. Do you remember the time when we were fishing and your dad beat you? Chen Qing said cheerfully. I said I saw a big thing in the water, but you didn't believe me. Now it seems that it might be a drowned ghost. When you smile like that, I feel a little cold on my back. By the way, Liu Yanhong, remember? This bitch is really a piece of shit. A few days ago I heard that she stole materials from my safe house and was caught by my mom on the spot. She even scratched my mom. And Hong Ya, her punches were so loud. Someone in our high school had kidney failure. He had a ball in his head. He came to me and asked me to donate a kidney. I asked you why you didn't donate it yourself. She said she was a girl and weak. It doesn't matter if it's a boy. If it wasn't said on WeChat, I would have slapped her in the face in real life. My nerves have been too tense during this period. I have experienced the highest intensity training in my life, the most terrifying incident in my life, and even death. It seems that only today can I really let go of everything, just like before, chatting, talking about family matters, and making up stories. By the way, Chen Qing, you are in the spirit realm. Have you chosen a blood contract partner? Chen Qing shook his head, still hesitating. A blood contract partner is a life and death contract with a ghost pet. Everything about the ghost pet will affect the owner, and the blood contract can share the same skills of the ghost pet. Zhong Kui is extremely strong, but the bad thing is that he has too many skills, and Chen Qing is not sure which skill he can draw. And Jin Buhuan is a very good choice. Now it seems that Jin Buhuan has only 2 skills, one of the 36 great magical powers of Tiangong, which is to turn stone into gold, and some kind of space shuttle skill. This skill is very similar to the divine movement in the 72 magical powers, and also like the moving stars and changing constellations in the great magical powers. Both are excellent choices. If it is the latter, it would be even better. This is something that even Zhong Kui's fixing body magical power cannot fix. With so many ghost pets, Chen Qing has no shortage of combat power, and he prefers to protect himself. Gu Xing, you want to make a blood contract with this assassin, right? Gu Xing nodded. The assassin's skills are very suitable for me. The three talked for a long time, and Chen Qing stood up. Walking back to the center of the formation, the two flying horses shook their heads and snorted. They are clearly in the shape of porcelain, but they can move and run, which is very strange. Looking at the three tomb guardians again, they have all stood up at this moment. The thing that looks like a lion or a dog stretched out its right front leg and licked slowly. The human-faced lion-like thing looked straight at Chen Qing, which was a bit creepy. The black panther with sheep horns stretched out, its front paws and stretched. I was amazed in my heart. All the thoughts were put away. Let's go, okay? Yeah. After leaving the ghost area, the three saw Hirunsheng's car and were slightly stunned. Let's say we got lost in the chaotic court. Hirunsheng disappeared, and after staying for a while, the chaotic court suddenly disappeared. Chen Qing said calmly. I'd better take the initiative to say hello to the captain, Monkey said. That's fine. Walking back to Ximing City, Guqing said goodbye to the two. He took a taxi and came to Jiangpan community. Monkey now has a bit of blind trust in Chen Qing, and without asking, he followed him to the downstairs of Monkey's house. With a thought, Chen Qing got the tomb guardian beast in the shape of a lion and dog. It was obviously a stone lion, but it was moving. Monkey was shocked. What is this? What is this? Tomb guardian beast. Take it back and put it at home to ward off evil. Fuck. Monkey observed for a moment and was surprised. Libby's mother opened the door for Libby. Libby is home. What about you? I still have. Then I'll take it, Godfather. Chen Qing thought about it and said, August 14th, it's best to take a leave to go home. Monkey's face changed slightly. This is 10 million. Buy whatever you can now. Chen Qing handed over a card. Hey, it's a bit outrageous. Monkey frowned, feeling a little unbelievable that Chen Qing casually gave him 10 million. Although Chen Qing is now outrageous, this is 10 million. This is not Jihu. If you can carry 200,000 cash in your pocket, you have already defeated 90% of the people. Money is just waste paper if you don't use it anymore. Monkey took it solemnly and asked, Any other instructions, Godfather? Treat it as the end of the world, such as no water, no electricity, no rice, and no oil. Spend it as soon as possible. If you're out of money, come to me. I have plenty of this kind of waste paper. Okay? Monkey led the tomb beast upstairs. Chen Qing came to the corner of the community. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I just wanted to take a look from a distance and leave, but I saw Uncle Xia sitting there. His empty eyes stared at the sky in a trance. Who? Uncle Xia frowned. Chen Qing? You can hear this. Chen Qing smiled and said, How have you been these days, Uncle Xia? Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia patted the pile of instant noodles, biscuits and sausages that Chen Qing gave him. Life is rarely so comfortable. Uncle Xia laughed and said, Why did you come to see me, a blind man, so late at night? I have a mission, and I passed by the community and just took a look. Chen Qing thought for a while and said, Uncle Xia, my family will eat mooncakes and watch TV shows at home on August 14th. You can come then. Uncle Xia said readily, That's fine. By the way, people in the community have been very dissatisfied with you recently, so you should be careful. This was something Chen Qing didn't expect. What? They said you did a shady business, and that your family illegally occupied the building and your construction affected their rest. Especially your building. They said it affected the building. Either pay money or buy out their family. The price is the same as the one downstairs from yours. Chen Qing sneered. In the end, it was just jealousy. Manager Yang should have bought the one downstairs from him at a much higher market price. Otherwise, these jumping clowns wouldn't be so happy. Complain if you want to. The government is busy now, and I lose if I look at you. The two chatted about some family matters. Chen Qing then stood up and left. They made an appointment in advance because they were afraid that Uncle Xia would go out on the 14th. Just then, Monkey came downstairs and the two returned to the base together. Hirunsheng went with the three of them. In the middle of the night, he asked the three of them many questions. And then, there should be nothing else. Chen Qing returned to the demon suppression tower. Looking at the big meatball circling around, he touched his chin and made a decision. Jin Buhuan. The next moment, Jin Buhuan appeared in front of him. He was still thin and only half a meter tall, carrying a bag with a diameter of 1 meter, which was full of gold ingots. Every time he saw Jin Buhuan, he would hear the sound of Jin Buhuan, but this time he didn't make a sound. Chen Qing pointed at the huge meatball. Go, turn it into a golden body. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan shouted, jumping towards the big meatball. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Like diving, Jin Buhuan jumped into big meatball. From the place where he jumped in, he began to stiffen and turn into gold, slowly spreading to other places. But the speed slowed down. When it spread about 60%, the gold transformation stopped. The already weird body of the big meatball became even weirder. The whole body was stitched together by various limbs, and now half of it has turned into gold. The lower half of the big meatball has not turned into gold yet. If it were an ordinary creature, it would definitely be dead, but it can still support itself. It's just that the gold is too heavy. It can't support the upper half of the body. The 5 legs are shaking and may fall down at any time. Chen Qing ignored it. Jin Buhuan. He summoned twice, but Jin Buhuan didn't appear. It can be felt that Jin Buhuan still exists, but it is very weak now. At this moment, Chen Qing practiced Duobao Dao Tong again. The mind is divided into 8 parts and slowly expands forward. In a flash, it's a day. Summoning Jin Buhuan again, it finally appeared in front of him. very listless, especially the big pocket behind him, which was empty, without a single gold ingot. Chen Qing understood that every time he turned stones into gold, he had to fill his pocket with gold ingots. Time passed slowly, and after 5 days of practice, Jin Buhuan's pocket was full again. The second enlightenment began. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan jumped into the body of the big meatball. The huge body finally turned into gold, fell down with a bang, and dust flew. Even though the body was still stitched with the remains of dozens of creatures, the big golden fat man looked pleasing to the eye. This big golden fat man has awakened into a golden body. I wonder how crazy the ghost pet's strength has increased. Chen Qing did it as he thought, and returned to the dormitory. Almost 14 hours had passed. It was the second day of the 3 people entering the ghost domain, 17 o'clock. He said hello to Guxing and Monkey, and came to the princess ghost domain. After waiting for a while, night fell and the ghost spirit surged. When he came to a secluded place, Chen Qing took out the big golden fat man. With a height of 4 meters, the ground was shaking violently. With the density of gold, this guy should weigh 300 tons now. The ghostly aura was permeating and time was slow. Finally, the broken limbs on the big golden fat body moved slightly. Then, the second arm also moved. Then the horse hoof on the head also moved. The big golden fat came to life. It wanted to stand up, but its 5 legs were inserted straight into the soil. Chen Qing was overjoyed and took the big golden fat to the 3rd floor of the demon suppression tower. Wonderful, wonderful. The next chapter, The Blood Moon is Coming. Please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you Yingjinan, Duguan, Lu Jin who loves shepherd's purse spring noodles, Chidama, and Wang Zi who loves vegetarian celery for their gifts. Special thanks to Wang Zi who loves vegetarian celery for his inspiration capsules. As soon as the big golden fat man appeared on the 3rd floor of the demon suppression tower, all the ghosts went crazy. There are many kinds of golden bodies, such as the 10-foot golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. Those who have these clones are all existences that can make people jump when they hear their names, such as the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Chen Qing's 2 golden bodies are called Yuan embryo golden bodies. Compared with those powerful golden bodies, it is like a piece of iron embryo. It sounds nice to say that it has infinite possibilities, but in fact it is just a rough house. If you are strong, you can refine it into your body. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this. Wow, what a big Yuan embryo golden body! Zhong came uninvited and lay on the Yuan embryo golden body and kept stroking it. The ecstatic expression plus the pair of cool eyes, guess what? It's so authentic. All the ghost pets of the wandering soul level were scared to the ground and trembled when Zhong appeared. The evil ghost level was better. The coroner, the painted skin, and the chaotic court bowed and saluted with a respectful attitude. But as an evil ghost, the newly promoted water monkey wrapped his head with a long tail and curled up into a ball. The hairy zombie was beaten by Zhong, and half of its indestructible hair was plucked bald. At this moment, it was also squatting on the ground, holding its head and trembling. Not to mention the white bone spirit. Originally, its ghost energy should have been 500 or 600, but it was beaten to the point where it almost fell apart. Now it is only recovered to 187, with only the upper body of the skeleton piled there, motionless. Painted skin, with these 2 golden bodies here, how much faster can you practice? Master, it can be about 3 times faster. The big golden fat man can be more than twice as fast, and the armless golden body can be 60 to 70% faster. This is quite impressive. The efficiency of practice has increased by 3 times, plus the time flow rate has increased tenfold, a full 30 times. 1 day here is equivalent to a month outside. The ghost energy of all the ghosts has increased a lot, but Zhong is still stuck at 1,000. The total ghost energy value of the 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower is close to 2,300. Logically, Zhong should be around 150. But it is already stuck at 1,000 and cannot move forward. Above SSS level, there should be no more, right? Thinking of this, Chen Qing withdrew. In just 1 night, the ghost energy of the princess ghost domain has increased a lot. Chen Qing summoned Pegasus with a thought. A blood-colored porcelain horse taller than Chen Qing. The night eyes on the horse's knees were made into auspicious clouds, and there were plum blossoms outlined with gold threads on its body. The horse's brisket, saddle, and reins were all golden. Chen Qing had never ridden a horse before, so he stepped on it, carefully. Suddenly, the Pegasus snorted. Chen Qing grabbed the reins and silently said in his heart, "Get up!" The Pegasus took a few steps and soared into the air. "Oh!" Chen Qing shouted involuntarily. The fog here was too thick, and Chen Qing only felt that circles of fog were shattering on his face at a rapid speed. At this time, a light flashed in the thick fog. What a huge body it was! It felt like the size of a football field. The body was shrouded in dazzling golden light, and through the thick fog, the mist illuminated the entire Princess Ghost domain. Chen Qing was shocked. He quickly drove the horse down. This thing made him feel suffocated. But he was wondering in his heart. Although there was thick fog, he could vaguely see that the edges and corners were clear, and it didn't look like a living creature. The vague outline reminded him whether it was a spaceship, a UFO, or something like that. "Master, I heard about a fierce creature in my early years, called the Big Sun Paper Bird. Maybe it's this. Paper Bird? Is this also a ghost? Master, do you know about paper figures?" Chen Qing suddenly realized. Suddenly he thought of something. Isn't this Big Sun Paper Bird an evil spirit? With such a fierce power, it must be an evil spirit. Go, 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 I'm scared. Chen Qing took off on his horse, but this time he didn't dare to fly high and left quickly close to the ground. The same speed in the sky and on the ground are two different feelings. Everything around him was quickly retreating, and all the scenery was pulled into a series of blurred afterimages. Chen Qing's face was deforming, and waves were rippling. In just a moment, Chen Qing arrived outside Shiming City. He didn't dare to be too ostentatious. There must be a big boss in the city now. He immediately took a taxi at a high price and returned to the base a moment later. He hid in the third floor of the demon suppression tower to practice, and received a call from Boss Zhu in the morning. The pig feed was all ready and could be delivered. Chen Qing paid the freight and asked them to rent a warehouse to store it. Chen Qing, you don't know how outrageous the prices are now. Monkey got the money the day before yesterday and asked his parents to start shopping, but now the prices have more than doubled, and the increase in medicines is even more amazing. The government is working hard to maintain prices, but many things, even if they are priced at the usual price, the actual transaction price is often several times higher. No matter what it is, the price will increase as long as the gap reaches 10. There are many people buying bulk goods, which will naturally affect all the prices downstream. Buy even if it increases tenfold. Money will soon be waste paper. Remember, with the 10 million you are given, you can even buy a loaf of bread now. Monkey was stung, nodded, I understand. Chen Qing still had a pile of 10 million cards in his hand, but after trying a few times, he couldn't do any large-scale transactions. And there is not much point in going to supermarkets and other places to buy things. Not to mention that you will definitely not be able to buy much, and if you finally buy a little, you may be targeted. Even when the situation is calm, there are conspiracy theorists who plan to doomsday all day long. Although the cover-up was successful, things like community defense and material reserves have long aroused too many people's speculation. Panic is spreading. Chen Qing, today is the last exam. After the exam, the scores will be determined and we will be arranged to go to small battle zones in various communities. What do you think? Me? Hide at home. Chen Qing smiled and said, otherwise, why spend so much money to build a safe house? I see. Monkey nodded. Then I will give up too. Oh, I wanted to meet Jilo, damn it. Coincidentally, Manager Yang called and said, Mr. Chen, the safe house is completed. When will you come to sign for it? Later. I guess you won't like the signing ceremony, so I didn't prepare it. Chen Qing smiled and said, Manager Yang still understands me. Everything is ready. It's time to pick up Chen Man. Passing by the martial arts field, many newcomers fought for a few GPA points. Chen Qing ignored him and found Han Yuan. Chen Man was there too, which made Chen Qing feel relieved. Chen Man's blood and energy were extremely talented. According to Han Yuan, many masters are now very rare. Captain, it's Mid-Autumn Festival, and I have invited several relatives. I have to take a few days off. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing calmly and remained silent. He knew that Chen Qing knew. Chen Qing knew that Han Yuan knew that he knew. Chen Qing, you are very capable. This is the time for you to show your talents. Chen Qing laughed and said, Captain, it may not be appropriate to say that you are content with a small fortune, but I am just that kind of person. I don't have any big pursuits. Han Yuan sighed. Chen Man is even more wasted. Let's talk about it when he grows up. Now I am his only guardian and he has to listen to me. Right, Xiao Man. Yes, Chen Man was born with such a serious expression. Han Yuan was even more melancholy. Forget it, it's up to you. Han Yuan shook his head. I'll teach him the last 5 punches this afternoon. Okay, thank you, Captain. As he was talking, Gong Huag came in. Somehow Chen Qing felt that Gong Huagu and Han Yuan might have a story. The main reason was that the two were deeply bound together because of the demon suppression tower. The demon suppression tower belonged to Han Yuan, but as a berserker, Han Yuan could not contract the Ghost King in the tower. So the Ghost King became Gong Huagu's ghost pet. Captain Gong, good morning. Nodded and passed. In the evening. Chen Qing waved to Gu Xing. Take care, brother. Gu Xing hesitated and nodded heavily. Take care. Arrived at Han Yuan's office. He was not there. Arrived at the martial arts arena. Han Yuan and Chen Man went. Both of them were covered in blood. This was the sweat that oozed out when they practiced. If Chen Qing hadn't seen it in advance, he would have been scared to death. Then take care, Captain. Yes. Han Yuan nodded. Take care. Xiao Man, tell your master that we are going home. Chen Man knelt down. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He was stubborn, and each of these 3 kowtows was like a hammer hitting the ground. Chen Qing smiled and didn't stop him. Han Yuan nodded and helped Chen Man up. You have to practice well at home, understand? Yes. At that moment, they said goodbye to Han Yuan and returned to the Jiangpan community. Why do you want to build so many houses? Chen Man asked. Community defense and several families are also building safe houses. Of course, the level is naturally incomparable to Chen Qing's. Many safe house renovations are even just a door. When he got downstairs, Chen Man scratched his head. Is this our building? Yes. Because of the load-bearing relationship, the building was reinforced once in the name of renovation. Not to mention that it can't be seen that it is an old community. It is now a bit luxuriously decorated. Going upstairs, Manager Yang was waiting at the door. Canned food, medicines, etc. were signed for one by one. Chen Qing admired him in his heart, because with the current prices on the verge of crazy, the medicines in the pharmacy alone might be as much as the entire safe house, if it were to be even higher tomorrow. But this guy still delivered it as agreed, which was great. In front of Chen Qing, the decoration keys were destroyed. and the fingerprints, retinas, etc. were recorded. Then I wish Mr. Chen peace. Home, Chenman started to wow again. Of course, he still had no expression when he wowed. Xiaoman, we will stay here for a long time. Yeah. After a while, Chenman wowed again. So many guns? The kind that can kill people? Yeah. Originally, this was to defend against people, but I never expected that the strength of the two brothers would increase so quickly. These things may have been wasted. Now, even if 10 big men come, they are not enough for Chenman to fight. After thinking about it, Chen Qing said, Xiaoman, let's go out and play with you. Chenman nodded immediately. As long as he was with Chen Qing, he was willing to do anything. The afterglow of the setting sun made everything extremely warm. Some aunties in the community were walking their dogs, and some children were playing wildly. Men were more inclined to talk about the current situation, wondering if there would be a war. It happened that Ho Gang and his wife parked their car downstairs, and the SUV was filled with food. Wang Jian sneered, You have to have a lump in your brain to buy things now. Let me tell you, I went to the supermarket today, and a sausage cost 6 yuan. A pack of instant noodles cost 12 yuan. Chen Qing looked at him calmly, with murderous intent in his heart. He was Liu Yanhong's husband, and he killed Chen Qing in his previous life. They both had a share. Hey, Chen Qing, your family has set up a safe house. Who are you trying to protect against? Not ghosts, right? Ha 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 ha! Everyone present laughed. Chen Qing smiled and walked in front of him. Oh, don't be angry, kid. Bang! Chen Qing punched him on the bridge of the nose. There was a crisp sound of bone breaking. Wang Jian had already fallen to the ground, his hands covering his nose and screaming, blood gushing out from his hands. Chen Qing wanted to beat him up in the blood moon, but he suddenly thought that it might not be his turn. Anyway, it was a mess now, and no one would pay attention to him if he called the police, so he would punch him twice to calm down. Everyone was stunned, pointing at Chen Qing and cursing. Huang Can suddenly appeared from nowhere, and Chen Qing smiled and said, Xiaoman, beat him up! Huang Can always bullied Chen Man because he was older than Chen Man. How could Chen Man be polite? A solid punch hit Huang Can's nose. Bang! The nose was sunken, and Huang Can's body flew out backwards, without any movement. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that this was done by a child, and it was a dead hand. Liu Yanhong appeared screaming, and instead of going to see her son first, she grabbed Chen Man. Chen Man punched again. It hit the root of the thigh. Guka! The sound of broken bones. Liu Yanhong screamed and fell to the ground. His hands were shaking violently, his mouth was open like a fish, and he couldn't make any sound. You beat him well, little bastard. Chen Qing was happy. He rubbed Chen Man's head and slowly walked out of the community. It still looked very peaceful, but from time to time, there were always police cars passing by with sirens blaring. At the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly saw the 3 familiar homeless children. Chen Qing waved his hand. The 3 of them immediately came over. The older child looked excited. Who are you going to beat this time? Chen Qing shook his head. Come on, open your pockets. The 3 children were stunned, but they all opened their pockets. The next moment, they were all stunned. Chen Qing threw money into their pockets one by one. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The 3 children's faces were flushed red, and they looked at them in disbelief. This kind of child's desire for money is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Be careful. Don't get robbed. Have fun. Chen Qing said to himself, because you can only live until tomorrow. Those who have no shelter will die first, and these 3 children will not be able to survive. Unless there is a miracle. However, Chen Qing sighed quickly. He had wanted to experience the last fireworks of the world, but it was already a bit chaotic. He couldn't buy anything good, so he took Chen Man back to the community. Wang Jian's family was not there. They said they couldn't get through to the ambulance, so they were carried to the hospital by several people. He didn't bother to pay attention. When he came to the corner of the community, Uncle Xia was eating biscuits. He put one hand under his mouth, caught the crumbs, and put them into his mouth. Uncle Xia, let's go to my house to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Qing? Uncle Xia smiled when he heard the voice, but he was puzzled. Isn't it tomorrow? You remembered it wrong. Really? Uncle Xia was a little confused, but he still followed Chen Qing. Indeed, the time had not come, but Chen Qing was afraid of accidents, so he simply kidnapped Uncle Xia and left him at home today. Arriving at home, Uncle Xia smiled and said, I wanted to take a good shower tomorrow morning. This newly renovated house will lose half of its value if I sit down. Uncle Xia, why don't you take a shower first? Okay. Uncle Xia was straightforward. He helped him to the bathroom, held his hand and familiarized himself with everything, and then Chen Qing came out. He called Hao Gang. Uncle Hao, is Monkey back? Just arrived. This kid insisted that he didn't want to work in the Yugi army anymore, and he wouldn't listen to any persuasion. Chen Qing, please help me persuade him. No problem, but Uncle Hao, it's Xiaoman's birthday today. Come and celebrate together. Ah? Okay. Soon Ho Gang, Li Qi, and Monkey all arrived. Fuck, this is so grand. Monkey's eyes widened. There's also a video game room? Let me try it. This safe house, I'm afraid it must be worth tens of millions, right? Looked around, shocked. Chen Qing, where are my clothes? Uncle Xia shouted in the bathroom. Chen Qing came to the bathroom door. That set is smelly. Let's change to this one. Uncle Xia frowned, but still nodded and said, Okay, you kid think I will dirty your new sofa, right? Yes. On the table, there was a feast from the hotel. Chen Qing didn't say anything and came to the door silently, locked the doors layer by layer, locked them tightly. Uncle, aunt, sleep at my house for the next 3 days. There is another layer below, enough to live in. Hao Gang's face became solemn. Is? Coming? It should be tomorrow, but I'm afraid of accidents. Hao Gang nodded with a solemn expression. Uncle Xia gradually heard something wrong. Chen Qing, is there something wrong? The end of the world is coming. We are all staying at home. Uncle Xia slapped his thigh. No wonder, even the bag of instant noodles and biscuits you gave me was stolen. Damn it! Finally, he asked, what's the meaning of bringing me to your house? What do you mean? Live together in the future. Uncle Xia frowned again. I need to cultivate some principles of life. You are the only one who can help with homework. Tears welled up in Uncle Xia's eyes. I have cultivated for several lifetimes you two children, Uncle Xia. Eat and eat. Monkey, stop playing. Eat first. Chen Qing, I don't like fish. Then don't eat? Is there any in KFC? It must be there. Chen Qing, I heard today that Xiao Man is very good at beating people. How many people can he beat now? The 6 people were happy and happy. After a while, they were full of food and wine. Chen Qing gave Uncle Xia a mobile phone for the blind. The screen was black, and there was a voice prompt when touching it. It was 3 times the speed. Normal people heard it was all babble, but the blind had sharp hearing and the speed was just right. Then they chatted for a while, and then Li Qi went downstairs to rest. Hao Gang and Uncle Xia chatted while watching TV. Chen Man, Chen Qing, and Monkey came to the entertainment room and kept trying various games. Time passed quickly. After the 3 adults fell asleep, Chen Man also drooled and fell asleep on the soft and large sofa in the entertainment room. Chen Qing stood up. I'm going out for a while. I'll accompany you? No need. It was already 1 o'clock. The whole Ximing city was quiet. Chen Qing came to the roof, opened the door, rode on the flying horse, and disappeared quickly. A moment later, he came to the warehouse area. Everything was in place, except for pig feed. It is very likely that he regretted seeing that everything was rising in price. I don't know where the ghost energy came from, but this area has a high concentration of ghost energy. Soon he found the warehouse, but Chen Qing was stunned. At the half-closed warehouse door, there were 2 people lying down. Half of their bodies were eaten away. Looking over, one of them could still be recognized as Boss Zhu. And the warehouse was filled with smacking sounds. With one thought, the coroner, the warrior, the hairy zombie, the hanged ghost, and the embroidered girl all appeared. The warrior used a long stick to pick open the 5-meter-high warehouse door and saw that the warehouse was full of starving ghosts. These things pounced on the pig feed. Some of them were eating until their stomachs were about to burst, but they were still eating frantically. A quick look showed that there were at least 30 of them. Kill them! The coroner gently waved his hands, and the bodies of the 2 starving ghosts that were rushing over suddenly broke into pieces, and their bodies fell all over the ground. One head rolled to the side of Chen Qing with the momentum of the charge. There were a lot of them, but their levels were not high enough, and they were far from being worth looking. In a moment, all the starving ghosts were killed. Chen Qing put all the pig feed in this warehouse into the demon suppression tower. As Chen Qing's soul power increased, the range of the demon suppression tower became larger. If it was before, it would probably take several hours. Unexpectedly, I came across a warehouse filled with hundreds of thousands of umbrellas. Although I couldn't think of any use for them, I took them all. As if I had found a treasure, Chen Qing collected everything from one warehouse to another. There was a warehouse of firefighting equipment with a considerable amount of diesel and gasoline, as well as hair dryers, electric saws, lime bombs for fire extinguishing, etc., but I didn't even look at them. There was another warehouse full of unassembled bicycles, which were covered with a thick layer of dust, but they were still accepted. There were also clothes packed for foreign trade, piles of toys, hardware. During this period, they would encounter a few corpses from time to time. It took 3 hours to sweep the entire warehouse area on Pegasus. Even though most of the warehouses were empty, there were already a lot of strange things in Chen Qing's demon tower. However, at this time, Chen Qing didn't know why, but he always felt a palpitation in his heart. This feeling became deeper and deeper. There was also a warehouse area in the west of the city. I originally wanted to sweep it, but now I no longer hesitated and flew back home. I opened the ventilation holes of the family farm on the roof and stacked a small half of the cultural relics in the warehouse here. The space is limited and can't hold so many. Monkey didn't sleep and was waiting for Chen Qing. Chen Qing simply didn't sleep and played games with Monkey. The 2 cooperated to pass 4 or 5 levels. Gradually, the 2 found something wrong. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, but there was no sign of dawn. The wind gradually rose, and from time to time 1 or 2 whispers came into my ears. There was an indescribable chill in the August sky. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still dark, and the moon had a few bloodshot threads on it. It was like a bloodshot eyeball hanging in the sky. Chen Qing raised his head and murmured, "The blood moon is finally here." It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, but the sky was still dark. What's wrong with this damn weather? Is it a solar eclipse? I haven't heard of it either. Many people walked into the community, and many of them were even wearing pajamas. Gradually, more and more people gathered. Isn't this a ghost? At this time, a woman who went out suddenly screamed and ran wildly like a lost soul. Ah! Ah! Ghost! Everyone was shocked. Someone came forward and comforted them. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We have so many people here. What ghost? A starving ghost appeared at the gate of the Pa community. Everyone took a step back. Oh my god, it's really a ghost! At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over and cut the starving ghost in half with a knife. Everyone looked over and saw 3 teenagers, all wearing the uniforms of the anti-ghost army. At the same time, a military vehicle behind them unloaded a large bag of supplies. It was about 1 cubic meter, and it was written, Jiangpan Community. The military vehicle then drove to the next location. Someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't that Chen Qing? That is Hongjian's daughter, named Hong Ya." Jiluo came out and said loudly, "My name is Jiluo. From today on, I am the defense officer of Jiangpan Community. I will handle the defense tasks of Jiangpan Community. I believe you all know the 2 people next to you. They are both from Jiangpan Community. Her name is Hong Ya, and his name is Chen Qing." Chen Qing was also in the crowd. She looked at Jiluo and smiled sweetly. Felt relieved. As the second among the newcomers, he had a better place to go, but he came here. One reason was Chen Qing, and the other was for Chen Qing. "This is our order. We will select 20 people from the community to form a defense team to defend against ghosts." "Ghosts? Don't we usually say there are ghosts? Why is there such a big commotion this time?" "This is different. So far, 447 people have been killed." "What? 400? You are talking nonsense." While the crowd was clamoring, someone in the crowd suddenly raised his mobile phone with trembling hands. "Really? Really there? Nongquan Nor 1, people died. A lot of people died. I don't care. I'm going back." All of a sudden, the crowd dispersed a little. "This, Commander Ji, let's set up a group. It will be more convenient." Jiluo nodded. He has learned a lot about how to lead a team, but today he found that the team is so difficult to lead. This is different from what he expected. Phone vibrated slightly, and Chen Qing found that he was pulled into a group. Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group owner is Jiluo. The group announcement reads, "Ghosts broke out, and the death toll in Shiming City has reached 600. Everyone should unite as one to overcome the difficulties." Announcement. The establishment of a community defense team is an order from the government and the anti-ghost army, and it is also in line with the current reality. A total of 20 people need to be recruited, and each person will receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per day. Seeing such a high subsidy, the group was immediately excited. "Me, I used to practice martial arts and my foundation is very good. Now I can even do a backflip. I'm signing up too. I exercise plus 5 kilometers every day. My physical fitness is absolutely amazing." There are a lot of people signing up after the Muscular Man IG. Someone immediately asked, "Sir, there should be work that women can do, right?" "That's right. Why can only men join the defense team? Humans have been using guns for nearly 200 years, right? Women can also go to the battlefield." Then there was a lot of chattering. There were all kinds of things. Jiluo spoke several times and was immediately drowned in the rapidly increasing news. Jiluo was angry and opened the mute. "Work and production have been suspended throughout the city. If you want to make some money during this period, come to the community center to gather. Official members of the defense team receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per day, and reserve members receive a subsidy of 200 yuan per day. Now, a few people come first. The entrance to the community needs to be sealed off." The group was banned, but soon someone came out to curse. "You say to seal it? Why? Because of a few photos of dead people taken at some unknown time? I have to make money to support my family. It can't be sealed. It will be inconvenient to go out if it is sealed. Although it looks a little weird now, it should be normal soon. What a trouble. Are you crazy? Look at the files in the group. He is a serious defense officer. Now he has the final say. That's right, someone really died in the community next door." Just the simplest sealing of the community has caused a lot of quarrels. Jiluo gritted his teeth, and a burnt ghost appeared in front of him. The whole body was charred, and a flame would burst out from time to time. "Fuck! Ghost! Ghost!" Both parties in the dispute were horrified and retreated together. Jiluo sneered, "I am performing my official duties. If anyone dares to interfere, don't blame me for being rude." This ghost really intimidated everyone, but someone suddenly sneered, "Ghostmaster, don't think I don't understand. Come on, kill me if you dare." This person seemed to be sure that Jiluo didn't dare to hurt him. He came to the gate and swung the ground fiercely. "Come on! Throw bricks on me." Jiluo's face was livid. The imagined scene of 100 responses did not appear. "I was here to help these idiots, but they actually came to obstruct. Lock him up in the warehouse, 5,000 yuan. But no one moved. This, Chief Ji, you keep saying that there is money, but we haven't really seen it." Jiluo was furious. Chen Qing appeared at the right time and took out a bundle of money from a thick box. One person was overjoyed, grabbed it and said, "Who? Come and help? Let's catch this traitor together." Someone immediately responded, and 2 people walked over together. The man on the ground was furious. "Someone is beating people. The government is beating people. Ah, murder!" This man was a little thin, far from being a match for the other 2, but his voice was quite loud, and half of the community could hear it. So accompanied by a pig-killing scream, this man was finally locked in the garage. This garage was built during the community defense, and building materials and other things were stored here. The wartime supplies that had just been distributed were all stored here, and now it was temporarily serving as a prison. The man was only imprisoned, not tied up. Illegal detention by the mafia. Help! Wow! How loud is the sound of a rolling door being smashed? Anyone who has heard it must know. Jiluo's face was almost dripping with water. He wanted to kill him, but for a moment he didn't know what to do and froze in place. Chen Qing just wanted to laugh. Jiluo's authority was established in the end. It would be strange if his future work went smoothly. I went to the rooftop to take a look at the ancient artifacts. Most of them had awakened and were put away. Back to the second floor, I put the paper armor on Xiao Man and handed the other one to Monkey. What is this? It can defend against ghosts, and it is invulnerable to swords and guns. Invulnerable to swords and guns? The monkey was stunned and picked up a fork and scraped it twice, but it was fine. Then he picked up the kunwu knife and chopped it a few times, but it was still fine. This paper armor that looks like it will break if torn is actually invulnerable to swords and guns. Wear it close to your body and don't take it off at any time. Don't take it off when you take a bath. There are 2 tomb guardian beasts and Zhong Kui's picture at home, but the lesson of the previous life is too bloody, so you can't be careless at all. Both of them nodded and agreed. The Zhong Kui picture was not shown in front of everyone, but hung in the medical room and slowly injected spiritual power. Zhong Kui in the painting suddenly came to life. The painting seemed to have turned into a TV, and Zhong Kui in it waved his long sword and slowly walked out of the painting. Then it got bigger and bigger, and in a moment it was taller than the room. Stop! Stop! When his body covered the 3 layers, Chen Qing immediately ordered it to stop growing. After doing all this, I finally felt relieved. Li Qi prepared some simple food. After everyone ate, some chatted and some watched TV. Li Qi looked at his phone and said happily, "Look, they are arguing again." Chen Qing looked and saw that everyone had created another group, and they were already arguing. In a not-so-big community, the speed at which new messages popped up was almost as fast as the barrage of millions of online live broadcasts. It was too much to keep up. This Jiluo feels a little strange. Does anyone have a channel to check his background? Don't worry, my son is his adjutant. He is a real ghost-controlling soldier and the most outstanding genius in the past 10 years. There were also voice messages. Well, we have to solve the problem. This problem should be viewed from 2 aspects. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages. We need this look at it dialectically. Chen Qing closed it halfway through. He was nagging and arguing, and it was annoying to listen to him. At this moment, they still have the mood to check their phones, but it will not be like this soon. Chen Qing shook his head and looked at the monkey. Let's play Civilization 8? Come on, this thing is the most time-consuming, but what we have the most now is time. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still dark. The blood moon was already very red, covered with blood-like things, which looked creepy. And everyone's suspicion was disappearing little by little. Negative things spread the fastest. Friends and colleagues passed on bloody photos to each other. Panic was spreading. The whole city seemed to be whispering in every corner. The streets were empty for a long time, and from time to time there was a shadow that quickly passed by. At some point, someone in the community suddenly screamed miserably, "Ah! Ah!" Jiluo, who was busy and exhausted, quickly drew the kunwu knife on his back and rushed over following the sound. The door of 202 on the 4th floor was open, and a family of 4 was lying on the ground in a mess. There was no wound on their bodies, and they stared with their eyes wide open and died with their eyes open. The screaming woman huddled on the other side, her skirt soaked, and she was already incontinent. What happened? Ah! The woman pointed at the corpse. Ah! She was so frightened that she couldn't finish a sentence. Jiluo asked several more times, getting impatient and about to do something. The woman finally trembled and said, "Light, light, child, child, light, child." Patiently trying to comfort her again, the woman swallowed her non-existent saliva. A child walked in and then, that's it. People had already gathered here. The news spread to the group immediately. Everyone panicked. Whether it was the dead in the north or south of the city, they felt that they were far away from them. But this was in the community. Even that person was still discussing countermeasures with everyone in the group half an hour ago. How could he die? How could he die? Help! Namo Amitabha, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the group, is this done by a ghost? Will you die if you hide at home? Chief G. Where is Chief G? Isn't he here to protect us? How could someone die? The group was still sending messages, and suddenly someone screamed again. Ah! Jiluo frowned and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but the sound soon stopped. A moment later, the second family who died together appeared. What on earth is it? What is it? I'm dying. I'm a little out of breath. Is there any medicine? Help! Jiluo gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Qing and Hongya. Let's stay in 3 places and find out what this thing is. The 3 summoned their own ghost, pets, and many people spontaneously came to the center of the community. Obviously, safety cannot be guaranteed at home, so it is better to stay together. Not to mention whether it is useful, at least it is peaceful. Suddenly, someone in the crowd looked terrified and his voice was distorted. What? What is that? Everyone was frightened at this moment, and they all looked in the direction he pointed. He was pointing at his own house, but there was nothing there. Nothing! Old Ao, please stop joking at this time. However, Old Ao's face was pale, and his voice was crying. There is a child knocking on my door. Didn't you see it? My wife is still at home. He cried and wanted to run home, but he didn't dare. Chief G, there are dirty things in my house. Ah! A scream came from Old Ao's house. Chen Qing rushed there first, and the door was closed, and it was locked. He kicked it open with all his strength, and saw a woman, staring and dead inside. Chen Qing looked ugly. Jiluo and Hongya arrived soon. Jiluo's face was gloomy. Did you see what it was? I came up before the woman called me, but I didn't see anything. Jiluo's face was ugly and he came to Lao. Tell me what you just saw. My wife? He saw the result from Jiluo's expression. He fell to the ground suddenly, beating his chest and crying heartbreakingly. Wife! How can I live without you? Ah! Jiluo, who had been exhausted for a long time, was on the verge of exploding. He pulled him up by the collar. Tell me, what did you see? Puff. In the crowd, a person's shoulder suddenly appeared a line of blood, splashing the faces of the people around him. Ah! What? Blood! The people who had been terrified jumped away immediately, and the man in the crowd had a stiff smile on his face, his eyes widened, looking at everyone. The arm that was broken at the root fell to the ground, and the shoulder was also spraying blood, but he seemed to have no consciousness at all. The next moment his other hand was also broken out of thin air. A circle of blood fell to the ground. The man was still laughing. At this moment his neck suddenly turned a circle and a half with a snap. Everything inside should be broken. Only a layer of skin was connected, hanging softly behind his back. Ah! Several people screamed at the same time. But the weirdness did not stop. In fact, all this was just the beginning. August 14th, it was the height of summer, but everyone suddenly felt a piercing cold wind blowing. Snow actually fell in the sky, one piece, then another. What is that? Everyone tensed up as if they were electrocuted. A woman suddenly covered her ears and closed her eyes, screaming, "Ah! Ah!" The braver ones looked in the direction pointed. Building 5, a corner of the roof. A little boy dressed in white sat there, swinging his feet slowly. It was too far away to see clearly, but the little boy seemed to be looking here. But his body broke into pieces of snowflakes and disappeared. Jiluo felt powerless. What the hell is this? Jiluo, Building 2, you'd better come and take a look. Jiluo had already run out of ideas and came to Building 2, room 102. A woman was still in a state of ecstasy, moaning. A lecherous ghost? I'm afraid so. Hongya's face flushed a little. No matter how I called her, she didn't wake up. I slapped her twice, but she's still like this. Ah! Suddenly another scream came. Damn it! Jiluo was furious. He rushed out and saw a woman covered in blood, stumbling out of the building. Behind her, there was a paper man. The paper man's movements were stiff, but very fast. He held a paper knife in his hand, which was soft and swung left and right as he ran. House ghost! Jiluo shouted. And the house ghost appeared beside him. The house ghost stretched out his hand to the paper man, and a flower pot suddenly moved. The paper man tripped over the flower pot and stumbled. The next moment, the burning ghost appeared and was about to burn the paper man. The paper man had already run away quickly. A gust of wind came from nowhere, and it floated lightly across the 6th floor and was submerged in the increasingly heavy snow. Chief G, north corner. There is a group of ghosts in the north corner. Ghosts? What ghosts? Jiluo asked subconsciously, but suddenly realized that how could ordinary people distinguish the types of ghosts? Sure enough, the man said anxiously, I don't know, but they flipped in from that side and are eating garbage. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Eating garbage, either starving ghosts or toilet ghosts, easy to deal with. Jiluo had been holding back his anger for a long time, and he drew out the kunwu knife, looking at Chen Qing and Hongya fiercely. You go, guard other places, I'll go kill these things. When he arrived at the place he pointed to, it was indeed toilet ghosts. It was also a coincidence that these toilet ghosts were eating the bag of food that Chen Qing gave to Uncle Xia. The surging spiritual power burst out. The blood pattern of the kunwu knife suddenly appeared. Jiluo rushed into the toilet ghost group and killed them indiscriminately. Limbs flew up into the sky and heads fell at the feet. Before they could count them, 5 toilet ghosts had died under the knife. The rest of the toilet ghosts fled in all directions. Jiluo was furious and strung 3 heads together like a string of candied haws, and then held up another one and walked back. He wanted to kill them to show those people that he could deal with ghosts. But the man who brought him here widened his eyes and pointed behind Jiluo in fear. Jiluo's hair stood on end. The kunwu knife slashed backwards horizontally. The 3 toilet ghost heads strung on the knife were thrown out, but the kunwu knife cut into nothing. You hug your head. Jiluo was shocked. He slashed with his backhand knife, brushing against his hair. But there was still nothing. He suddenly understood. This is a tail chaser. No matter who this thing is attached to, no one will see it. Look east, it will be in the west. Look down, it will appear above your head. In short, it will definitely appear in the blind spot of vision. Thinking of something, he immediately took out his phone, pressed the selfie button, and used the knife as a mirror, one in front and one behind his head. Sure enough, he immediately saw a strange thing in the reflection of the kunwu knife. It looked a bit like a koala, but the moment he saw it, it immediately disappeared. Is it still there? Not anymore. The man shook his head and looked at Jiluo with some respect. Chief G is so powerful, he killed so many ghosts at once. G, Luo nodded, and finally felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It's on fire! It's on fire! The screams rang out again. Jiluo already had a burnt ghost, and he immediately determined that the fire was caused by the burnt ghost. Go, put out the fire! Bang! Bang! At this time, a dull sound came from a distance. It was like a muffled thunder in the distance. Thunder? However, Jiluo's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not thunder, but there are masters fighting. There was no need to guess the 2 sides of the battle at this time. It was a battle between a human master and a powerful ghost. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger. Jiluo was suddenly stunned. In the sky, a suffocating figure flew slowly. Even though the snow was already very dense, this huge figure could still be seen. Its body was shining with golden light, and its edges were flat and angular. It didn't look like a living thing. This thing was speeding past, causing large flakes of snow to fly everywhere. Dingla, dingla, a sound came from the street. 2 rows of faceless palace maids scattered petals to form a bridge, and a magnificent carriage slowly drove towards the center of the city. A faceless palace maid was holding an avoidance sign, and a voice was screaming, Luanyu Fengja, living beings avoid. Luanyu Fengja, living beings avoid. The blood in the sky had become very dirty at some point, some black and some bloody. But the wind and snow still couldn't cover the scarlet full moon in the sky. He. A shadow as big as a mountain suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. That thing had a deer head and a snake body. It was the candle snake that Chen Qing had seen at the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The candle snake's laughter rumbled between heaven and earth. Lovely 2-legged sheep. Welcome to Luoshahai City. Hearing the word 2-legged sheep, Chen Qing felt a chill in his heart. This made him more determined to stay at home. In just a few hours, the community went from being noisy to dead silent. The crying sounds coming from a room from time to time added a bit of shrillness. Jilua was still busy and exhausted. He really wanted to do something and learned a lot about leadership and management. But he suddenly found that the military tactics he learned were useless. People were dying non-stop. All kinds of ghosts that he had never heard of appeared in the community. The screams and cries that came one after another made him upset and wanted to pull his hair. At Chen Qing's house, Li Qi was flipping through WeChat. His face was a little pale and his eyelids were twitching. Uncle Xiao was silent. He was blind, but he could hear. Old friends, familiar faces were disappearing at a terrifying speed. Dead, so many people died. Li Qi looked at Hao Gang, his face revealing horror. Hao Gang was just an ordinary person, and his face was not very good. But he still comforted him. Don't worry, Chen Qing and Tianji are no longer ordinary people, and Chen Qing has been preparing for a long time in advance, so it must be foolproof. Nothing else. This must be the safest place in the community. Chen Man was alone in the gym, sitting cross-legged to practice. Berserker, there is no shortcut. Chen Man has now reached the bone tempering stage, and he has to strengthen all the bones in his body one by one. Chen Qing and Monkey are playing games. Civilization 8 may not be the first in terms of time consumption, but it is definitely in the top 3. After a few rounds, a day will pass. While playing the game, Chen Qing would look back from time to time at the huge monitor hanging on the wall behind him. This building is equipped with surveillance cameras from top to bottom, and there are basically no blind spots. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed quickly. On the 2nd floor, a lantern appeared in the darkness. The lantern flickered, reflecting light and darkness. The lantern came to the door of 204. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. The people inside naturally did not dare to open the door. They screamed shrilly and were extremely scared. This scream could be heard even without surveillance. Bang! The 4th knock on the door sounded. The scream stopped abruptly. Everything returned to calm. Chen Qing frowned. Painted Skin, do you know this thing? Maybe it's the Lantern Boy. Painted Skin's tone was uncertain. The Lantern Boy is often with the Night Watchman. It's a bit mysterious. But it's just a lantern. I don't remember it. In the picture, the lantern disappeared. Chen Qing looked around the entire screen and suddenly saw it appear on the 6th floor. Chen Qing stood up immediately. This thing is weird. It seems that it can't be knocked on the door. Either kill him quickly or drive him away. He hurried to the door and looked through the special cat's eye. He saw a child holding a lantern. The lantern was the one seen in the surveillance. Chen Qing was startled and hurried back to check the surveillance. That's right, there was only a floating lantern in the surveillance. It turns out that some things can only be seen by human eyes. Chen Qing understood. It's easy if it's the Lantern Boy. Painted Skin smiled and said, The Lantern Boy is just a wandering soul, but a little weird. In the old days, the Lantern Boy worked with the Night Watchman. One told the time and the other greeted people. Because there were often thieves, they would knock on the door and greet people when they saw suspicious people. They are all neighbors, and they have agreed on a secret code. If there is a response after 1 knock, there is a thief. If there is a response after 2 knocks, there are bandits. It is normal to respond after 3 knocks, and it is also called human knocking. If there is still no response after the 4th knock, it means that everyone inside is dead. So the 4th knock is also called the death knock, the door of death knock. That's why you can't knock on the door 4 times in a row. If it comes to knock on our door later, wait until it knocks on the 3rd knock and report all is safe. Painted Skin smiled and said, And there is a benefit, that is, if the Lantern Boy confirms that it is a safe room, other ghosts can't get in. Knowledge, Chen Qing nodded. In other words, in a sense, can the Lantern Boy be regarded as a guardian angel? The Lantern Boy walked towards Chen Qing's house, but its figure paused. The next moment it disappeared. It's just a wandering soul. I'm afraid it's afraid of the phantom of the great god Zhong. It's normal. After all, in the previous life, the Zhong map and the demon's Suppression Tower were known as the 2 great artifacts of Ximing City. Not to mention a small wandering soul, I'm afraid the evil spirits would not dare to provoke it. The Zhong map can be enlarged to cover the entire community. Chen Qing is unwilling to do so. On the one hand, he is still brooding over the hatred of the previous life. On the other hand, he dare not be so high profile. If he attracts the attention of the candle snake, the power of this candle snake is definitely beyond his cognition, and it is very likely to have touched the edge of no appearance. It's hard to say whether the Zhong map can defend him, so just protect your own home. The life and death of other people in the community has nothing to do with you. You don't have the ability. And those hideous faces, Chen Qing will never spare them. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly the door was knocked. Chen Qing was startled and just came to the door. The knocking sound got louder. Bang, 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 bang. Having just been introduced to the death knock by Painted P, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel disgusted when he heard such a knock on the door. He looked at the surveillance and saw a woman in her 60s, her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Bang, 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 knocking on the door frantically again. The woman's name was Liv Hui, and she looked quite educated. She and Chen Qing were not close friends on weekdays, nor did they have any grudges. However, her daughter-in-law Gao Fei was a fierce character. She could put her hands on her hips and curse her ancestors for hours just for a bottle. If she hadn't died early in her previous life, Chen Qing could be sure that she was the one who rushed into his house. Gao Fei's son also inherited her virtues and often bullied Chen Man. At this moment, it was Gao Fei who was knocking on the door frantically. Chen Qing frowned and asked the surveillance camera, "What's the matter?" "Chen Qing, open the door. I know you're at home. Your home is the safest in the whole community. You can't just stand by and watch someone die." Bang, 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 bang. Gao Fei knocked on the door hard. "Chen Qing, hurry up. There are ghosts everywhere now." Xiao Fei, don't be anxious," Lu Hui advised. "We are asking for help. We have to be polite. What time is it and you are still arguing with me? How many people have died? If you continue like this, we will die too." Bang, 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 bang. "Chen Qing, you are just standing by and watching someone die. No, it's indirect murder. Chen Qing, open the door quickly. The ghosts are coming." Chen Qing felt very confused. Why did she act like she owed her anything? Why? The two sides had no hatred or friendship. Chen Qing was too lazy to pay attention to her and said lightly, "It seems that something is coming again. If you want to die, just stay here." "Do you believe that I will tear down your door?" Zhang Xiaohai was angry and kicked the door. It was just that this door was made of chrome molybdenum steel. Let alone a child like him, it would be rare for an electric drill to leave a scratch. Gao Fei looked back with a guilty conscience. "Chen Qing, you can't just stand by and watch someone die, or you will be sentenced." Zhang Xiaohai, who was standing aside, had already taken off his pants and pointed his penis at the door. It was already very cold at this moment. He shivered but still shouted stubbornly, "If you don't open the door, I will pee." Chen Qing smiled and turned on a button. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4, I really peed. A stream of urine spurted out. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohai suddenly froze. He fell backwards straight, and Gao Fei behind him was startled and subconsciously caught him, not knowing what happened. Xiaohai! Unfortunately, the urine was automatically closed when it was electrocuted. Otherwise, Gao Fei could have been taught a lesson. Chen Qing had no knowledge of electricity and didn't know if it could cause any harm in such a short time, but the place where the electricity was applied was the most vulnerable part of the human body, so it was inevitable to suffer. Xiao Fei, it seems that something is coming." Zhang Yuan pushed the furious Gao Fei. Okay, Chen Qing, wait." The four of them went downstairs in a row. Li Qi had been standing behind, wanting to say something but stopping. Chen Qing nodded to the others and returned to the entertainment room. The chrome molybdenum steel door was very thick, fireproof, waterproof, and electricity-proof. The knocking sound was transmitted from the surveillance camera. Chen Qing thought of other possibilities, but he never thought that there would be an operation like urinating. The physical damage is 0, but there is some psychological damage. He came to the door, flushed it with a steaming water pipe, and then returned home. "Chen Qing, you, take a look." Li Qi handed over the phone. Chen Qing took it and sneered. In the group, a person with Gao Fei's selfie said, "Chen Qing's safe house is ghost-proof. If he lets us all in, there will be nothing wrong. A drowning person will hold on to a straw. These people have been scared out of their wits." Someone immediately called Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, we are all neighbors. I hope you can open the door for everyone. We will all remember this favor." Chen Qing wanted to laugh. "Remember favors? In the last life, I risked my life to save the community. But what did I get in return? A sharp blade pierced my chest. I and Chen Man's mother were pierced by the same knife. As someone who has an obligation to watch someone die without rescuing him, the perpetrator has violated the criminal law and will generally be classified as intentional homicide." A person named Love Shengnan suddenly spoke up, with an avatar of a professional woman in a suit. "Oh, is it her?" This woman has no grudge against Chen Qing, but Chen Qing dislikes her very much. In the previous life, due to the lack of food, the price of instant noodles finally rose to 50,000 yuan per bag. Lu Shengnan spent 100,000 yuan to buy 2 bags of instant noodles. After the first blood moon, she sued the man who sold her instant noodles in the mobile court, got back the 100,000 yuan, and almost sent the man to jail for extortion. Later, she died in the second blood moon. Not a ghost, but a human. But no one cares about her anymore. "Yes, Chen Qing, you are watching someone die without rescuing him. You will be convicted." Chen Qing sneered. "You are obliged to watch someone die without rescuing him? Why? I am your father? Why should I save you? Is it because you have a tumor on your head, Wu Yiming? Or is it because you, Lu Shengnan, are good at boxing? You will be punished for doing this. Suddenly, a familiar person appeared. It was Ji Luo. Chen Qing, as the defense officer of this community, you have the right to dispatch everything in the community. I believe you know this. Please open the door. Let everyone in. Thank you for your cooperation. Who are you playing with your official power, Ji Luo? Who the hell are you, defense officer? What did you defend? Don't you know how many people died? This defense is your turn because I don't want it. Please keep this in mind. Ji Luo and Chen Qing don't get along, but there has never been a conflict. It's mainly because he is proud of his noble status. In Chen Qing's eyes, he has never regarded him as an opponent. Because 10 Ji Luos, no, even 100 of them tied together would not be a match for Chen Qing. Ji Luo has always been pretentious. With a noble family background and a young genius, everyone looks up to him. He has never been insulted like this before. Ji Luo's hands began to tremble slightly. Chen Qing, don't be ungrateful. My Ji Luo is just inviting you now. It's an invite. It may not be certain what it will be like later. A familiar avatar said. It was Chen Qi. Are these two things together? Chen Qing was slightly stunned, and then he suddenly realized. Surprising? Not at all. His mouth suddenly rose slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Monkey immediately stopped him. No, 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 give me this chance. Chen Qi, you are getting together with Ji Luo so quickly? This is a bit too much. Last time you and Chen Qing stayed in the presidential suite of the Arya Hotel for so many days. Didn't you say that you would be with Chen Qing for the rest of your life? Chen Qing was slightly stunned. You are talking nonsense. You are spreading rumors. You will die a horrible death. Chen Qi was so angry. If she wasn't afraid of ruining her image in Ji Luo's eyes, a bunch of foul language would have come out of her stomach. Monkey immediately posted a picture in the group. Chen Qi was wearing a short sweater jacket that was just enough to reveal her, carrying fruits in front of the presidential suite. And who else could be sitting opposite her but Chen Qing? Chen Qi was slightly stunned. The next moment, Monkey's cell phone rang. It was Chen Qi calling. Monkey smiled and said, Look, you're anxious, anxious. Chen Qing also smiled and said in the group, Although it was only 3 days, it was the most wonderful 3 days of my life. Thank you. I like your butterfly tattoo very much. At this moment, Chen Qi herself was stunned. There was a period of time when she played very wild, and it was true that she had a butterfly tattooed in some indescribable place. But how did Chen Qing know? Although I have always wanted to play against Chen Qing, I haven't even touched Chen Qing's hand until now. Ji Luo's face changed. Just the night before, Chen Qi finally let him take the first blood reluctantly. He naturally knew where the butterfly was. At this moment, Ji Luo was shaking all over. His Kunwu sword burst into blood and the blood was green. Fuck your mother! Ji Luo's shaking hands typed a line of words in the group. Go, Chen Qing is obstructing public duties, provoking trouble. Hand over the house to the defense officer for arrangement immediately. Anyone who resists will be severely punished. Ji Luo had never been successful in the community, but this time, he got 100 responses. In a moment, dozens of people had gathered downstairs. Each of them held a weapon and came towards Chen Qing's house aggressively. In a moment, the crowd swarmed over. Chen Qing was not panicked at all. He had too many cards in his hand and every card was a king. But Monkey had stood up. Damn it, Xiao Qingzi, get them! He drew out a knife. Li Qi had already panicked. Chen Qing, let's talk it over, let's talk it over. Monkey, what time is it and you are still making trouble? It's okay, auntie, just sit still. The first thing Chen Qing did was to go to the gym and wake up Chen Man who was exercising. Pointing at the surveillance camera, Xiao Man, see carefully and remember clearly, these people want to steal our things and occupy our home. What should we do? I can kill them. Chen Man's expression was serious. I'm very powerful now. Chen Qing was relieved. Fortunately, after following Han Yuan for so long, he didn't learn Han Yuan's way of innocence. He admired Han Yuan, a selfless and pure person, but in this end of the world, he would never allow Chen Man to become such a person. The tuition for 2 lives is already expensive enough. Bang! The sledgehammer hit the door heavily, but it didn't work at all. Chen Qing looked and saw that the door was already full of people. A sturdy man was swinging a sledgehammer and hitting the door hard. Bang! Bang! Chen Qing has many cards. Among the 15 ghost pets, which one is easy to deal with except the crazy ghost? In addition to the guns in the room, the crowd is dense now, and a volley of bullets should be able to take away half of them. But cleaning up the bloodstains is a bit troublesome. Came to the medical room and put away the Zhong picture. Immediately, the room seemed to be colder. Chen Qing came to the door and opened the gun hole. With a thought, a golden pot appeared at the door. This is the pot that Jin Buan turned into when he lived in the hotel before. Chen Qing asked about the painted skin. This thing can also speed up the cultivation of the ghosts. Of course, the effect is much worse than the golden body. Chen Qing, there are guns and explosives in the warehouse. You should be more sensible. Ji Luo's face was gloomy. Don't blame me for not thinking about the friendship of comrades when the time comes. Brother Luo, why bother talking to a bastard like him? Just tear it down. After catching, tie him up in the warehouse and feed those ghosts. Chen Kun cursed. Hong Ya was not in the crowd. He should be running around. Chief Ji, don't talk nonsense with him. There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't tear down this house. The man named Wang Da sneered, but the next moment he was suddenly stunned. His eyes stared at the roof. There was a dry ghost face looking down from the roof and looking at everyone. Ghost! Ghost! Suddenly someone screamed. Rooftop. There is a ghost on the roof. The crowd was in chaos. Someone else screamed, female ghost! Female ghost! There is also a female ghost behind. A paper man ran up. Ah! Mom! Mom, love, you ah! Everyone screamed, and the next moment, the voice of a baby with a baby's voice reached everyone's ears. The scream stopped abruptly. Everyone's face was replaced with a relaxed and comfortable expression. At this moment, although everyone's environment is different, most of them are warm and extremely gentle pictures in their memories. The paper man has rushed up, and the paper knife that was swaying left and right by the wind easily cut off a person's head. The paper man seemed to be holding a watermelon and chewing it. While chewing it, he chopped at the next person. Hi! Jiluo suddenly shouted and was the first to recover from the illusion. 2 ghost pets suddenly appeared. When the paper man saw the burnt ghost, he was horrified and fled for his life. With a gust of wind, he floated into the wind and snow. Ghost! Female ghost! Ghost! Everyone screamed and crowded together, blocking Chen Qing's door. Ha ha! A very light but very distant voice came out. The voice echoed, like a child talking in a tunnel. Ha! Giggle! The second and third laughter came. It seemed to be above the head and seemed to be around. Everyone panicked and squeezed towards the door desperately. Get out of the way! Let me out! Jiluo shouted. Although his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, he is a ghost master after all. How can he resist these dozens of people? Ah! Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Among us! The screaming man was squeezed in the crowd, with a chubby pink baby in his arms. The baby had big eyes and a small mouth, and was extremely cute, but his skin was extremely white, like a dead person who had been soaked in water for several days. Giggle, giggle, giggle! The baby smiled innocently, as if looking for someone to play with, and a chubby little hand stretched out to the man's face. There was no force, but the little chubby hand scooped off a piece of flesh on the man's face like cream. Ah, help! The man's cheeks were leaking air and blood was oozing out. He could no longer speak clearly. However, at this moment, everyone was screaming and everyone was squeezing. He couldn't even raise his hand. The chubby hand came again. This time, it was the nose. The man's face seemed to be made of cream, and the chubby hand easily reached into his face. An eyeball, a nose, all gone. The man twitched violently and stopped moving, but people were still squeezing and holding each other in the crowd. Ah! The laughter became more and more, and these chubby children appeared in every corner. Some were held on the thighs, and some were riding on the head. They seemed to be eating moving human-shaped cream. And a woman dressed in luxurious and dignified clothes slowly appeared. With every step, the complicated headdress on her head trembled slightly. In her hands was a cute child who looked like an ordinary baby, with fat hands and feet, pink and porcelain. Chen Qing watched on the monitor, and his heart was a little hairy. The next moment, a giggle of laughter suddenly came from the room. Ah! Li Qi screamed immediately. The Kunwu sword was pulled out subconsciously. Looking back, bang! Chen Man's punch had pierced the baby. The powerful blood energy was like a fire burning paper, and in a moment the baby was burned without a trace of debris. It's a big deal. Chen Qing didn't dare to continue. He immediately went to the medical room, hung up the Zhong picture, and input spiritual energy to control it to cover the 3 floors of the safe house. Part of the phantom was exposed in the room and touched several babies. The baby screamed and immediately turned into ashes. The extremely dignified woman showed horror on her face and quickly fled. Ah! Ah! My eyes! My eyes! The crowd was still screaming. The people on the periphery saw the dignified woman disappear, and they desperately fled downstairs. The desire to flee was contagious, and in just a moment, most of them had fled in terror. Some were covered in blood, trembling, and could hardly walk. Some even had only half of their heads left, lying in a pool of blood. Help! Jiluo shook his teeth. Hurry up and carry them to the warehouse to treat the wounded. Chen Qing sneered and sent a message in the group. Jiluo, you gathered so many people here to be killed by ghosts. These 12 lives will be remembered on your head. The temperature continued to drop, and Jiluo was in a panic and overwhelmed. A sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Thinking of the group of weird little ghosts just now, he had no idea how to deal with them. The human body seemed to have turned into cream in front of them. The neck of the person at his feet was dug into a spoon, and blood was oozing out. I'm afraid the person will not survive. Doctors in the community, come to the warehouse to help. Instead, Hongya sent a notice in the group. The defense team will give priority to taking care of residents who perform actively. The latter sentence played a big role. With such a terrifying situation, who can guarantee that it won't appear in their own home next time? Today, although these young men seem useless, at least having a few helpers will make people feel more at ease. So, 3 people soon came to the warehouse area. Looking at the 6 wounded lying on the ground, the 3 doctors all looked a little ugly. If they were stabbed, just sew up the 2 sides. If the ears were lost, just put them back. But, the injured parts of these people are disappeared. Where are the missing parts of the patients? A doctor was wearing pajamas and a few clothes which looked out of place, but his hands were still red from the cold. Gone. Gone? Such a big wound. Are there any first aid supplies? Some were issued from above, are these? Chen Kun brought over a large bag of supplies. Yes, this is it. The 3 doctors immediately cooperated with each other to treat them. But soon 2 people died, and the situation of the remaining 4 was not good either. God damn it! God damn it! A woman appeared out of nowhere and threw herself on a man, crying and tearing her heart out. She was about to faint from crying and she pointed at Jiluo angrily. It's you! It's you who took care of my husband! It's you! Give me back my husband! Give me back my husband! You killed him! Jiluo's face was pale, and he was unable to defend himself. The woman's bloody hand slapped Jiluo's face hard. Bang! Jiluo covered his face in a daze, and suddenly he was furious. He kicked the woman hard. It's a ghost! Ghost! If it weren't for me, the whole community would be gone. If you keep making trouble, I will kill you. The blood pattern on the kunwu knife lit up, and Jiluo stared at the woman fiercely. I won't live anymore. I won't live anymore. The woman stared at Jiluo and approached step by step. Kill me! Jiluo raised his hand high, and the tip of the knife was aimed at the woman's heart. The woman seemed to have become a walking corpse at this moment. Without a trace of hesitation, she stared at Jiluo and approached step by step. At the moment when the tip of the knife was pressed against her chest, Jiluo's knife trembled and retreated. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and gritted his teeth and said, You're crazy! Come on! Kill me! Sister Luo, calm down! The big man who had hit Chen Qing with a sledgehammer stopped her. No one wants this to happen. Sister Luo suddenly sat down on the ground and cried again. But how can I live without him? Similar plots were staged in the entire community. At this time, the 3rd wounded also died. In the room, Li Qi and Hogang's faces were a little pale. The child who just appeared is a ghost. Painted skin. Do you know where the female ghost just now came from? Ghost mother. The evil ghost who gave birth to ghosts is her. So that's it. It was difficult to give birth to one child, but after upgrading, she gave birth to a litter of ghosts. Just thinking about it, Chen Qing suddenly felt something and immediately went upstairs to take a look. 9 relics were slowly floating in the air. This was bought from Boss Qin before. The things that Chen Qing cared about the most that day were 3 things. 9 relics, bronze sword, and a human femur. With a thought, he put away the 9 relics and released them again, which was the simplest recognition of the master. If the recognition of the master is more thorough, blood must be dripped and the sacrifice has just been made. The 9 relics gently rotated around Chen Qing. There was a door on the top floor. He opened it, and with a thought, a relic shot out. Whoosh bang! A flower pot was smashed to pieces. He operated it again and shot it from top to bottom. Whoosh bang! The thick floor was pierced. Good! Chen Qing was delighted and pointed to the distance. 9 relics shot out and cement chips flew everywhere. With just one collision, a basketball-sized hole was hit on the roof. The most important thing is that this thing contains spiritual energy. It is also effective against ghosts. It's a magic weapon. Just when he wanted to find a ghost to practice with, he saw a little boy in white suddenly appear in the wind and snow. He was sitting on the edge of the roof, his legs hanging in the air, and his feet gently dangling back and forth. Master, this is the snow boy, an immortal creature. Don't get entangled with him. Painted skin immediately reminded him. Chen Qing naturally listened to the advice, put away the thought of practicing, and returned to the safe house. Immortal? Yes. Ghosts related to the weather are all immortal, such as the snow girl, the rain girl, the wind girl, etc. Even if there is a snowflake, it will not die, which is very troublesome. Chen Qing nodded and kept it in mind. Indeed, many ghosts are extremely troublesome. For example, the evil ghost level of the child ghost, night crying, no one has ever seen what it looks like. You said that just now was the snow boy, the evil ghost level of the snow girl? Yes, the lethality is not too strong, but it is immortal and indestructible, which is extremely difficult. Fortunately, we have the Zhong map at home, so these things dare not come in. Painted Skin suddenly thought of something. Maybe the great god Zhong can kill them. Zhong? Chen Qing nodded. It is really possible for this guy to take action. As he was talking, the monkey suddenly laughed. Chen Qing, look at the group. Damn, I am dying of laughter. Chen Qing looked at the group and saw Jiluo sent a message. At this critical moment, you still dare to steal collective supplies. This is a serious crime. To put it mildly, it is theft. To put it seriously, it is indirect murder. Don't let me find out who it is. Someone immediately asked in the group. Chief G, what was stolen? 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. At this time, he still has the mind to steal things. Why doesn't this person die? Chen Qing shook his head. The person who stole the compressed biscuits is very clear-minded. Maybe many people can't see it clearly now, but in a few days this will be the most valuable thing. However, if it was stolen in a few days, it would be understandable that Jiluo was so angry. But now Jiluo must not have realized the preciousness of food, so he was so angry. It must be more than just 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. There must be something more important. But Chen Qing didn't care. As Chen Qing expected, Jiluo was ready to kill at this time. It was only half a day, but he was already exhausted. At this time, he didn't know which bastard had stolen the whole box of money. Without this box of money, how could he form a defense team? Who would listen to him? This is the end of the world. The end of the world. So many people died in the morning, and there are still people thinking this way. Jiluo's teeth were almost broken. The worst thing was that he didn't dare to say anything now. If he told others that the box of money was stolen, I'm afraid no one would work with him. I swear, if I catch you, I will kill you. Jiluo's mentality has always remained at the level of a student. In his opinion, beating someone up is already a serious matter, but now he really wants to kill. One of the 6 wounded died, leaving only the last one. This person only had a piece of missing shoulder, and the bleeding had stopped at least. He needs to keep warm. Do you have an emergency thermal blanket? the doctor asked, his body covered in blood. Keep warm? The supplies given by the military included food, emergency medicines, etc., but he had never paid attention to the thermal blanket. The doctor frowned and searched for it himself and soon found a plastic bag slightly larger than his palm. Found it! The thermal blanket was not a cotton wool fabric, but a large, thin aluminum foil, which was no bigger than an ice cream when rolled up. He used this blanket to wrap the wounded up layer by layer, and he opened his eyes weakly. Thank you. Ji Luo, who had been worried all the time, sat down on the iron barrel of military rations, looking tired. He had never thought that there would be so many kinds of ghosts, so scary and so strange. He didn't know what else he would encounter. Nor did he know if he could deal with it. Ah! Another scream came. Ji Luo stood up stiffly, and soon someone ran over with a pale face. Li Chen's family hanged themselves. Ji Luo was slightly startled. Did they hang themselves because of too much mental pressure? The man looked terrified. Li Chen's wife hanged herself on a piece of wool. Such a thin wool it will break if you pull it. And their son hanged himself on the headphone wire. Ji Luo's scalp numbed when he heard it. He hurried over. Hongya was sitting in the warehouse. Her face was also pale. In imagination, she would be a savior like heroine, but she suddenly found that in the face of these weirdness, she was not much better than ordinary people. At this time, the patient wrapped in a thermal blanket had his eyes wide open, his body twisted violently, and shouted in a weak voice, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" Hongya's body tensed up and hurried over. The patient's body was wrapped in a thermal blanket, squirming like a caterpillar. His finger suddenly pierced the blanket and pointed to a corner of the warehouse. Several doctors and Hongya were frightened and looked over. A half-burned baby was slowly crawling on the ground. The baby seemed to have just been born, and there was even an umbilical cord dragging on the ground. Looking for death, Chen Qing gritted his teeth and chopped down with a knife. The baby was cut in half. "There's another one over there!" A doctor jumped to the side as if he had been electrocuted and pointed to another corner of the warehouse. This warehouse was converted from a garage, and some sundries were piled up in the corner. There happened to be a bag of dusty things blocking that corner. It was dark and the light was too dim, so no one could see clearly. Only a small figure could be vaguely seen hiding in that corner. Chen Qing summoned a ghost to possess him, as if to cheer himself up, and shouted loudly, "No matter what kind of ghost you are, I will chop you with a knife." When the flashlight was shown over, his scalp suddenly went numb. It was a little girl about 3 years old. Her body was crawling with rats and cockroaches which had bitten her to pieces. Half of the girl's face was bitten off, and she cried softly, "Mom, Mom, don't abandon me, Dad." Chen Qing gritted his teeth, jumped up suddenly, and cut the girl in half with one knife. "Damn, why are there children everywhere?" Kun's face was a little flushed, and he was panting. "Here they come again! Here they come again!" A doctor shouted again, and following his sight, everyone saw another little girl, who was also full of holes, with rats and cockroaches all over her body. Those things drilled her small body like a sponge, going in and out. Chen Qing made another move, and the Kunwu knife cut the thing in half. Then he encountered several more little ghosts, all ghost babies, all girls. After killing another one, Chen Qing's eyes suddenly focused. "Hongya, I found the source of this thing!" Hongya hurried over to take a look. In the green belt of the community, a strange building can be vaguely seen. It was about 1 person tall, hexagonal, with a lid and a protrusion in the center. It looked a bit like an enlarged teapot. There was a hole slightly larger than a basketball in the wall of the building, and a baby girl was crawling out at the moment. Hongya's scalp tingled and she suddenly sneered. "This is what you men did." Chen Qing was slightly stunned. "What? This is a baby abandonment tower. The men of the Tang dynasty have been oppressing women since ancient times. This tower was built specifically for throwing baby girls. As soon as the baby girls are born, they will be thrown in here to fend for themselves. Did you know that this place is full of snakes, insects, rats, and ants? These little girls will be eaten alive. And every few days, someone will come to set fire. Regardless of whether there are any children alive inside, they will be burned to death together." Hongya's history is extremely shameful, but as a New Age woman who can think independently, she knows many historical incidents of injustice to women, some of which are true and some are false. Hongya stared at Chen Qing, almost spitting fire. "This is what you did! You are fucking sick!" Chen Qing laughed angrily. At this time, a girl in her teens, dressed in extremely ragged clothes, still full of holes, appeared at some point and squatted in the corner. She cried softly. There were dozens and hundreds of holes on her body, which was really a home for snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and these things were moving in and out. Her face was full of fear. Mom, Chuner is obedient. Chuner works. Don't throw Chuner away." Dad, Chuner won't go. Those thrown into the abandoned baby tower were supposed to be girls. The appearance of a girl in her teens proved what she had experienced before her death. Even Chen Qing stayed where he was. Hongya cried the moment she appeared. With tears streaming down her face, she ran over in a few steps and touched the girl's head. "Sister, be good, sister." Poof! A pair of hands suddenly pierced her heart. The girl's hands kept tearing and pinching. Her face was ferocious. "Mom, you come to accompany Chuner too. You accompany Chuner." Suddenly pulled her hands away. "Dad, you..." Before she finished her sentence, her head had already flown away. A touch of relief appeared on the girl's scarred face and she murmured, "Chuner, I'm afraid." Chen Qing hugged Hongya, who had two big bloody holes in her chest and felt cold all over. I'm so cold, I'm so cold. Hongya held Chen Qing tightly. There was no possibility of survival with a wound that penetrated the heart. Hongya's hands suddenly clenched and then drooped to the ground. Chen Qing's surveillance covered the entire 8 buildings. One of the surveillance cameras happened to be able to see the abandoned baby tower. He saw the whole process. Chen Qing was speechless. Although he didn't know what happened, Hongya approached him on her own initiative, which was undoubtedly a way to get herself killed. Master, I recommend you to collect the abandoned baby tower. Abandoned baby tower? Chen Qing paused slightly. He seemed to have some impression of it, and he must have heard of it somewhere. Men are superior to women, so naturally many people abandon baby girls. It reached its peak in the late Qing dynasty, and an abandoned baby tower was born specifically for throwing baby girls. To put it bluntly, it's a trash can for baby girls. Painted skin was born in the old times, and the concept of men are superior to women was engraved into his bones. He didn't react much, and seemed to be just talking about a very ordinary thing. After throwing away the baby girl, the parents will burn incense and pray to Buddha for peace of mind. Well, I've gone off topic. The abandoned baby tower is a wandering soul-level ghost species, but it is indestructible and immortal. Not to mention the evil ghost level, it is not afraid of the evil spirit level. The most powerful thing about it is that it can continuously produce ghost babies. With it, it is equivalent to having a barracks. Chen Qing's eyes lit up. The abandoned baby tower is strange, but by chance I know that it has reached the level of evil ghost spirits. The abandoned baby tower, like the mad ghost, has many forms. I know 3. The 10,000 infants tower, the stupa, and the tomb tower. The 10,000 infants tower requires finding many human babies and throwing them in to let them fend for themselves. After the babies die, their souls will be trapped in it. When the number is sufficient, it can be promoted to the evil ghost level of the 10,000 infants tower. Chen Qing immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Your master is a real villain who repays revenge and repays kindness, but he is not a great demon who is unforgivable. There is a ready-made thing. Put a relic in it, and it can become a stupa, that is, a pagoda." "Is that so?" Chen Qing pondered for a moment. He knew about the stupa that saving a life is better than building a 7-story stupa. What abilities does the Buddha have? This servant doesn't know. What about the tomb tower? Tomb towers are specially cultivated by ghost kings in the underworld. They will capture many ghosts and put them in. When the number is sufficient, they will be promoted to tomb towers, which can continuously produce ghost slaves. Okay, go get one. Chen Qing made a decision immediately. He suddenly had a new dream with a command: hundreds of ghosts will parade at night. Then the master must be quick. If the abandoned baby tower disappears, no one will be able to find it. Got it. Chen Qing went downstairs immediately. He came to the abandoned baby tower. Hongya's body was gone. I think Chen Qing took it away. In this moment, several ghost babies crawled out. They were either burned to charcoal or covered with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It was very miserable. Thinking about the state of these baby girls when they died, Chen Qing could only sigh. It was really an era of cannibalism. With a thought, the hairy zombie appeared. In terms of pure attack power, the strongest under Chen Qing's command was the hairy zombie. Of course, this had to exclude Zhong, who could not be judged by common sense. The biggest disadvantage of the hairy zombie is that it is not very fast, but Chen Qing has a bunch of ghost pets to assist it, which can maximize its destructive power. And against the immobile, abandoned baby tower, the hairy zombie's great strength was perfectly demonstrated. When it came to the abandoned baby tower, it raised its hands high and smashed it down. Bang! The whole earth shook. However, the abandoned baby tower did not move. Not even a trace was left. The hairy zombie raised its hands again. Bang! The earth shook again. The abandoned baby tower was smashed into the ground 2 or 3 inches, but it was still intact. Come back! Chen Qing frowned. He naturally knew the destructive power of the hairy zombie. Just these 2 hits, the excavator arm can be broken. But the abandoned baby tower didn't have a scratch. I think it must be some kind of indestructible diamond. At this time, I can only ask Zhong, but this guy didn't respond again. Chen Qing was very annoyed. Zhong is strong, but he always explores deep in the demon suppression tower. Maybe he explored to an extremely far place. He called 8 out of 10 times but got no response. "Master, hurry up, it's going to disappear." With the voice of the painted skin, the soil at the bottom of the abandoned baby tower was like boiling water, tumbling, and the abandoned baby tower was slowly sinking into it. If it disappears, even the Ghost King can't find it. The painted skin reminded again. The hairy zombie was angry and hugged the edge of the abandoned baby tower with both hands. If there is a suitable force point, the hairy zombie can even lift a small building. But it can't drag the abandoned baby tower and it slowly sinks. "Come back." Chen Qing frowned, helpless. Suddenly thought of something. Jin Buhan. The next moment, Jin Buhan appeared. Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan. Jin Buhan's big bag was full of gold ingots again. Chen Qing pointed to the abandoned baby tower that had sunk halfway. "Go! Jin Buhan, Jin Buhan." Jin Buhan jumped towards the abandoned baby tower, jumped high, and jumped into it. The gold transformation of the abandoned baby tower began. It was like an enlarged teapot, and the gold transformation began to spread from the top of the tower to the surroundings, slowly downwards. Soon, the gold transformation spread to the position where it connected to the boiling soil. Chen Qing could not see what was happening under the soil. However, the boiling of the soil slowly stopped. The abandoned baby tower, which had been sinking, also gradually stopped sinking. Half sunk in the soil, motionless. It's done? Chen Qing didn't quite understand. A strange feeling came, and Chen Qing realized that he could control this thing. After crushing a soldier ghost to make room, Chen Qing put it into the demon suppression tower. After returning home, Chen Qing came to the third floor of the demon suppression tower. He released the abandoned baby tower and began to give orders. Go out! The golden abandoned baby tower did not move. Spray! Come! Give birth! Shoot! No matter what Chen Qing said, it did not respond. Chen Qing was about to say something else, when suddenly, a golden chubby hand grabbed it from the opening of the abandoned baby tower. The next moment, a baby girl who was bitten by snakes, insects, rats, and ants appeared. But there was no feeling of disgust at all, because this baby girl and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling all over her body were all golden. Sure enough, local tyrant gold can cure all intensive phobias. Then many ghost babies crawled out one after another. After these babies who died miserably turned golden, they all had a strange sense of sacredness. To put it more elegantly, they were solemn and majestic. Ghost babies kept crawling out, and time passed slowly. There were already 13 ghost babies on the open space. Is there an upper limit to the number of this thing? I'm not sure about this. Chen Qing did not stop him. He wanted to see how many ghost babies it could produce. Ah, the abandoned baby tower. Suddenly a figure appeared abruptly, and Zhong's eyes stared at different places. Zhong looked at the abandoned baby tower, a little confused. Hey, no, it's a golden tower? No, it's a ghost domain. No. Zhong squatted down, frowning and thinking hard. Master, it is very difficult for others to upgrade the abandoned baby tower to a tomb tower because it is difficult to stuff ghosts in. But your tower is born with a golden body which has a great attraction to ghosts. Just release it, and ghosts will keep coming in and be trapped here. Master Zhong is here. It is a good time to attract ghosts. Yes. Chen Qing nodded immediately and said, Zhong, I will throw this tower outside, and it will definitely attract many powerful ghosts. There must be some you can't beat. Bullshit. Zhong was furious. He could say anything about him, but he couldn't say he couldn't beat the ghosts. No matter how evil you are nothing in front of this immortal. It's settled. Chen Qing immediately took Zhong and came to the north corner of the community. Zhong patted his chest and promised, Go ahead. You are here, with your invincible heroic spirit, which little ghost dares to come? That makes sense. Zhong dived into the demon suppression tower on Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing summoned the Chaos Court. At the same time, he released the golden abandoned infant tower. Woo woo woo. Long, hual. Several zombies of different colors followed behind, as well as hanged ghosts, starving ghosts, thunderstruck ghosts, childbirth ghosts, toilet ghosts, and so on. The paperman rushed to the abandoned baby tower first and floated in immediately without hesitation. Then came the starving ghosts. There were so many starving ghosts scrambling to get in. The first one quickly got in, but the second and third got stuck in the opening. Fortunately, the ghosts behind pushed like crazy, breaking the hip bone of one of the starving ghosts, and then he fell in. The fetus in the birth ghost's belly pounced and rushed in the moment it approached. Various ghost howls mixed together, piercing the ears and buzzing. The whole ground was shaking violently. The opening of the abandoned baby tower was still too small, and dozens of ghosts immediately piled up at the door, and in a moment the pile was higher than the abandoned baby tower. Chen Qing was amazed. Is Jin Buan so amazing? Master, maybe it's too easy for you to get an illusion. Jin Buan is a rare ghost. Although he is famous, who has ever seen him? I have lived a long life. I have seen countless natural disasters and man-made disasters, and I have encountered several changes of dynasties, but I have never seen Jin Buan, let alone heard of it. Every time Jin Buan appears, countless heroes and supreme ghosts will fight for it. It is a great blessing for the master to get it. I just don't know who owes the master such a great favor. Chen Qing silently looked at the pile of ghosts rushing to die, and was also puzzled. If we talk about the last life, Chen Qing asked himself that he was definitely a savior-like role in this community. There are many people who owe him a favor, but in this life, I really can't think of who I owe a favor to. After the painful lesson, Chen Qing's style of doing things in this life is not heroic, but even a little cold. After thinking for a long time, the people who had done him a favor were actually the monkey family, Uncle Xia and Lone Star. But the problem is that they are not dead. Before they died, they remembered Chen Qing's kindness and made solemn vows such as working like a cow or a horse to repay him. Only then would they become dead or ghosts after death. And dead ghosts can become gold and silver after extremely accidental conditions. Puzzling, Chen Qing shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Originally he counted dozens of ghosts that entered the abandoned baby tower, but now the abandoned baby tower has been completely submerged and there is no way to count. He only estimated in his mind. About 3 or 4 can enter in 1 minute. About 200 in an hour. And once a ghost of extremely large size gets stuck at the entrance of the cave, Luan Ting will use his ability to move it away. Time passed slowly. Chen Kun got a rare tranquility. Has the ghost tide receded? It should have receded. The two silently looked at Hongya's body. Ding dong, a message popped up on Hongya's phone. My dear daughter, it seems to be quiet outside. Are you okay? Send me a message when you are free. Daughter, are you okay? Ji Luo clenched his fists. Chen Kun's eyes were dull, and they stayed where they moved. Daughter, don't scare Mom. Are you okay? Perhaps seeing that there were no more ghosts coming, Hongjian and Huang Shui, who loved their daughter dearly, appeared in the community wearing thick down jackets. A moment later, a heart-wrenching cry broke out in the warehouse. Ah! Hongya! Hongya! Get up! Get up! How could this happen? How could this happen? Hongjian's eyes went dark and he fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, kneeled down and rushed over a few steps, hugging Hongya. You killed my daughter. Huang Shui was on the verge of collapse and threw herself directly on Jiluo. Jiluo pushed her away, shaking his head. I am this ghost. It's a ghost, not me. Not me. Huang Shui rushed over again, but was pushed away by Chen Kun. Chen Kun's eyes lit up and suddenly said, It's Chen Qing. Hongya was fighting with the ghost just now, and Chen Qing took the opportunity to stab her from behind. Hongjian's body was shaking violently, his face twisted like an evil ghost. Chen Qing! Chen Qing! I will fight you. Even if he still had a trace of reason at this moment, he could see that Hongya didn't have a single knife wound on her body. It's just, he has no reason at all. While chatting with Painted Skin, Chen Qing watched countless ghosts rushing into the abandoned baby tower. The abandoned baby tower is only 1 person high and about 2 meters in diameter. At this time, at least 200 ghosts were stuffed into the abandoned baby tower, but these ghosts didn't seem to notice anything wrong and continued to enter frantically. But there was only one evil ghost level. Plague Ghost. The evil ghost level form of the sick ghost. There are definitely a lot of evil ghosts in this community, but I think their wisdom and self-control are several levels stronger, so they didn't fall for it. As time went by, fewer and fewer ghosts stayed outside. At this moment, there were only a dozen ghosts left, all of which were relatively large. Chen Qing didn't waste any more time. The ghost meter tested, 637, SS level Wandering Soul. Chen Qing was slightly stunned. It took off directly. Awesome! After returning home happily, a kitchen knife chopped down heavily. With Chen Qing's current soul power and reaction speed, this is just like slow motion. Chen Qing gently pinched his index finger and middle finger. Without even looking at who the person was, he backhanded his elbow and smashed it down. Bang! Snap! The man's arm broke in two. Ah! The man screamed miserably. A woman took a boning knife and stabbed it straight at Chen Qing's face. With a light flick of the index finger, the boning knife flew out of his hand. A heavy slap! Snap! Snap! The woman's body flew out and several teeth and blood flew out. Hongjian, Huang Shui. In name, these two people are the closest people to him besides Chen Man. In fact, there is no enmity between the two sides. The only thing that bothers him is that his family refused to lend him 200 yuan. But the other party has no obligation to lend him money. What's more, he has humiliated them last time, and Chen Qing is too lazy to bother them. It's just, if they come to the door, he can't blame himself for being ruthless. Chen Qing showed a playful smile, with murderous intent in his eyes. You beast! You don't even let your cousin go! I will fight you! Oh, wait, what do you mean? Hongjian rushed over again, holding the kitchen knife awkwardly with his left hand. Snap! A heavy slap. Hongjian's left face suddenly cracked. Snap! Chen Qing slapped him again. After several consecutive slaps, Hongjian's mind was already blurred and he lay heavily on the ground. Huang Shui wanted to attack again, but Chen Qing looked at her coldly. If you move again, I will kill you. Huang Shui trembled all over and sat down. Who said I killed Hongya? Huang Shui's face was swollen and saliva dripped with blood. Perhaps she was scared, or perhaps she was sober. She was slightly stunned. She said vaguely, Chong Kun. Chong Kun said, Chen Kun? Chen Qing nodded, not too surprised. You still want to die? I can fulfill your wish. But every grievance has its perpetrator. Don't find the wrong person. Huang Shui was slightly stunned. Who? Hongjian's eyes turned black and his face turned pale. He tried to struggle up but fell to the ground again. Chen Qing turned on his mobile phone and clicked on the monitoring software. He found the camera aimed at Building 5, slowly backed away, and soon found the scene when Hongya died. Xiaoya! Xiaoya! Huang Shui cried out. She wanted to touch her mobile phone but was pushed away by Chen Qing. Don't move. Watch carefully. In the picture, there were only Hongya and Chen Kun. The little girl was not recorded. Some ghosts cannot be recorded. So the two saw Hongya ran to the corner and squatted down strangely, and the next moment Chen Kun rushed over with a knife. The knife did not cut Hongya, but Hongya had already gushed blood and slowly died in Chen Kun's arms. It's him! It's him! Hongjian's body trembled, and blood and saliva flowed out from the wound on his left face. Huang Shui covered his chest. He fell to the ground suddenly, gasping for breath. Hongjian suddenly knelt down. Chen Qing! Chen Qing! Help my Xiaoya revenge! He gritted his teeth. I will give you the house. I will give you all the valuables. Bang! 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 He knocked his head heavily on the ground, and it was broken after only 10 or so knocks. Every time he kowtowed, a flower of blood would splash. I can't possibly help you, Chen Qing said calmly, but I can give you a ghost knife. Do you want it? Hongjian was slightly stunned and kowtowed again. Get up! Chen Qing had a thought, and the coroner appeared. Hongjian and Huang Shui were both shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. The coroner didn't even look up at them, but picked up the boning knife on the ground. He took a deep breath and spit a mouthful of black jade-colored phlegm heavily on it. The phlegm was like concentrated acid, boiling violently on the blade, and it took a while to calm down. Looking at the blade again, there were already several black and green lines on it. It's extremely poisonous. As long as the skin is broken, you will die. Chen Qing handed the knife to Hongjian. How to take revenge. Think about it slowly. Then he walked into the house and ignored the two of them. Hongjian stared at the knife in a daze, and his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. The red eyes looked at Huang Shui. Xiaoshui, do you dare to kill someone? Jiangpan community had a rare peaceful night, because almost all the ghosts in the community were killed by Chen Qing. Now there is no distinction between day and night, but the habits formed over decades will not change overnight. At 7 or 8 o'clock, everyone woke up one after another. Uncle Xia started to listen to the audio novel very skillfully, and the speed was 3 times faster, so normal people could not hear it clearly. There was no signal on the TV, and Haogang's eyes were dark. Obviously, he did not sleep well. Even though it was very quiet last night, I woke up 7 or 8 times. Li Qi prepared breakfast, and after everyone ate together, Haogang spoke up. Chen Qing, our family really owes you a great favor. Now the ghosts seem to be a little quieter, so we shouldn't disturb them anymore. Uncle, Monkey and I are close friends, and you are being polite, but it's always inconvenient. Okay, then be careful. No matter who it is, don't open the door. Monkey was reluctant to leave. It's still more comfortable here. Why didn't I think of setting up an entertainment room? Take one away. Are you serious? Godfather. Monkey was overjoyed. Soon, Monkey really took away a computer. Chen Qing's storage space is 150 B, 150,000. Unfortunately, he built a NAS and couldn't split a part for him. But he also copied more than 30 games, which is enough to play for a few months. Monkey's safe house has anti-ghost function, and ordinary ghosts can't get in. In addition, Monkey's own strength and Tomb Guardian Beast. There is no need to worry about safety. In the same community, Hongjian and Huang Shui had red and swollen faces. After being beaten by Chen Qing, the two men realized something, gritted their teeth, and took care of Hongya's funeral. In fact, it was just burning. The two felt that they were strong enough, but the moment the fire spread to the corpse, Hongjian rolled on the ground crying heartbreakingly. Huang Shui even wanted to dig out the fire, but was stopped by Jiluo. Whether it was the funeral home or the ethnic minorities who practiced cremation, relatives were never allowed to be present. When the corpse was there, it would feel that the person was still there. And once the fire was over, they would never see each other again in this life. The pain of tearing the heart in half was not something a person could bear, and piles of fire rose up. Some families were wiped out and were randomly pulled together and burned. The whole community was filled with a strange smell of burning. There were cries everywhere. According to rough statistics, 30% of the people died in the past day. According to Chen Qing's estimate, the number of deaths on the first day was at least half. However, the abandoned baby tower pit killed almost all the wandering souls and indirectly saved hundreds of people. The official phone has been unreachable, and there are a terrifying number of ghosts roaming the streets. Jiluo directed everyone to start building the wall. The materials had been prepared long ago, and they were prefabricated boards with mortise and tenon joints. Everyone worked very quickly, and in one afternoon they built a wall that was 2 meters high. Jiluo directed everyone to the riverside again to raise the low wall. Huang Shui and Hongjian were at home. In front of them were the hamsters raised by Hongya. The 2 hamsters inside were struggling. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely shrill. Hongjian's eyes were grim. It is indeed poisonous. Chen Qing did not lie to us. Huang Shui was in despair, and her eyes were fixed wherever they moved. Xiaoshui, cheer up! We want to avenge our daughter. Huang Shui looked up blankly, but her eyes, which had been swollen from crying, could no longer shed tears. Cheer up! Cheer up! Hongjian shook her and sighed. He went to the kitchen to get busy. Halfway through the busy work, Huang Shui also joined in. At 7 p.m., Chen Kun, who was busy and exhausted, received a call from Hongjian. Xiao Kun, thank you for helping Xiaoya so much. We have made a meal. Please come over. Uncle, no, I'm too busy here, and I really can't spare the time. People are made of iron and steel, and we have to eat a full stomach to defend our homeland. And your aunt spent 3 hours cooking to thank you, so you should come over and have a hot meal. Chen Kun hesitated for a moment and agreed. What Hongjian and his wife didn't expect was that Chen Kun came with Jiluo. It was hard to say anything, so they welcomed them both in. Uncle, what happened to your face? I ran into a ghost in the community and got hurt. It's so tall and so big, a bit like a toad. Oh, that's a toilet ghost. Be careful of the wound, it will get inflamed. Chen Kun no longer doubted. Drink some, the community will still rely on you two in the future. Hongjian took out his collection of fine wine and filled their glasses. Seeing that the two were about to refuse, Hongjian said solemnly, You have always taken care of Xiaoya. This glass is for you on behalf of Xiaoya. The two looked at each other, and it was hard to refuse, so they drank it with gritted teeth. They had drunk beer before, but the white wine was too strong, and they both grimaced after drinking it. Then, Hongjian filled 2 more cups. In ancient times, this cup was a consolation wine. It represents the recognition of the parents' officials. We have seen the contributions you two have made to our community. Chen Kun wanted to refuse, but Jiluo immediately raised his cup. These 2 sentences touched his heart. He now felt that he even deserved the words, devoted all his efforts. Uncle, I'll drink this cup. Jiluo drank it, so Chen Kun had to follow suit. In terms of strength, Jiluo can beat a whole platoon of Hongjian. But in terms of human relationships, how can the 2 of them be Hongjian's opponents? Hongjian has such a big belly, and not a pound of meat is grown in vain. Soon Hongjian touched Jiluo's vital point. Some people are still talking nonsense, but they don't know what you have paid. I really feel sorry for you. Jiluo sighed, raised his cup again, and drank it all. At this moment, he was already a little tongue-tied. Shushu, I won't say anything. It's all in the wine. Chen Qing had consciously refused, but Hong Jian frowned. Do you think Hongya is gone and looked down on me, an old man with no descendants? What are you talking about? This was a bit serious. Chen Qing immediately raised his glass. I said the wrong thing, please. Don't blame me, uncle. Then you should drink 3 cups. Jiluo pointed out 3 fingers. Chen Qing frowned and really drank 3 cups. After drinking 1 cup after another, the 2 of them sat a little crooked. Hong Jian felt that it was enough, but for safety, he still persuaded them to drink. The 2 refused, and with the sentence, "You look down on me," the 2 of them could drink again. Huang She, who had been hiding, slowly opened the bedroom door. She couldn't control her emotions, and was afraid of ruining things, so she kept hiding, and now she finally appeared. The boning knife emitted a cold and sharp light, and walked towards Chen Qing step by step. Chen Qing had been drunk for a long time. He mumbled something in his mouth. Huang Shui's face flushed. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. The boning knife trembled violently, and she could hardly hold the knife. Hong Jian stepped forward and grabbed the knife. He also drank some, but he kept control and was still able to move. The knife was raised high. Puff! The knife was stabbed hard in the heart. But Hong Jian obviously underestimated the hardness of the sternum. The knife only penetrated about an inch. He wanted to pull it out and stab it again, but it was stuck on the sternum. Ah! Chen Qing screamed and kicked hard subconsciously. Bang! Hong Jian's body flew backwards and hit the table full of wine and food. There was a lot of clattering and banging, and more than half of the plates and bottles were broken. Jiluo woke up suddenly, shook his head, and looked at everything in front of him with hazy eyes. Large streams of blood came out of Chen Qing's chest, and he was half awake. I'll kill you! Huang Shui shouted, took out the kitchen knife, and chopped it down hard. Chen Qing dodged and punched Huang Shui in the chest. Huang Shui's body flew backwards, hit the wall, and slowly fell down. Chen Qing looked at the knife stuck in his chest in disbelief. His mind was in a mess. Why? You! Are you crazy? Are you crazy? With a thought, the ghost appeared on him. Chen Qing walked over, grabbed Huang Shui's neck, and slowly lifted her up. You bitch, you are fucking tired of living. His hands gradually exerted force, and Huang Shui's face immediately turned red. Her kitchen knife was not even out of her hand, and it hit Chen Qing's shoulder heavily. However, the ghost possessed her, as if it had hit some hard wood, and it couldn't break the skin at all. Huang Shui was desperate. Without Hongya, she didn't want to live for a long time. Fortunately, the great revenge was avenged. Maybe it was to vent her anger, or maybe it was to die faster. She used her last strength and chopped Chen Qing's face weakly. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the knife and brought it down hard. Puff! Most of the knife was buried in Huang Shui's chest. Ah! Huang Shui opened her mouth wide. Her strength was rapidly draining away. Clang! A frying pan hit Chen Qing's head hard. Chen Qing threw Huang Shui aside and slowly turned around. Clang! Another clang! 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 Chen Qing didn't want to ask why anymore. The frying pan fell again, but it was fixed in midair. Hong Jian's fist was crushed bit by bit. Then Chen Qing gently took the frying pan and slapped it hard on Hong Jian's face. Bang! Blood splattered. A large dent was left on the frying pan. Hong Jian's face was broken. The huge figure fell down with a bang. Huang Shui struggled and tried to crawl over to hold her husband's hand, but every move was so difficult. The 2-meter distance seemed as far away as the horizon. Her eyes slowly darkened. She tried to move forward and finally touched a rough, thick hand. Huang Shui's strength was gone. She held the hand tightly, and the hand also held her tightly. Never moved again. Jiluo opened his eyes wide in a daze. He looked at the scene in shock, and the alcohol slowly dissipated. What happened? How the hell do I know what these 2 beasts are crazy about? Chen Qing cursed angrily, looked down, and was immediately shocked. The blood on his chest was black and red, and it was not right. It can't be poisonous. With this thought, Chen Qing could not sit still. He hurried to the warehouse and called 3 doctors. Hurry up and check me out. I seem to be poisoned. Chen Qing's life was stable and comfortable. He took out a plate of steaming sweet and sour pork ribs, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and a bucket of KFC from the demon-suppressing tower. Uncle Xia, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Other people's whatever includes countless things like not eating this or that. But Uncle Xia's whatever is really whatever. In the past, he ate whatever he picked up, but now Chen Qing eats whatever he has. Halfway through the meal, Uncle Xia said, Chen Qing, tell me honestly, how much food do you have left? Chen Qing was stunned. The old blind man has been a beggar all his life, and he can only survive with 1 meal a day. But I can't let you 2 little kids go hungry. From what the phone said, I'm afraid you won't have to stay at home for more than a day or 2. Chen Qing knew that if he wanted Uncle Xia to live here with peace of mind, he had to tell him the truth. 1/10,000th of the supplies he had now was enough to reassure him. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Uncle Xia, you eat first. I'll show you around after you finish eating. Uncle Xia nodded and ate. After eating, Chen Man continued to temper his bones. Chen Qing took Uncle Xia to the rooftop warehouse. Uncle Xia, this is the warehouse area. A total of more than 100 square meters, divided into 4 rooms. Come, this is the first one. As he said, he helped Uncle Xia into the room and began to explore slowly. Uncle Xia reached out and touched the cans and then, touching up, left, right and down all cans. You are a very experienced kid. Uncle Xia's eyes widened. This is just the beginning. Chen Qing smiled and said, You have touched less than 1% of this room. Then Uncle Xiao was more and more surprised as he touched. This must be several thousand. More than that. Chen Qing took him to the other 3 rooms to check them one by one. Uncle Xiao was relieved. Don't worry, old blind man, these are enough for the 3 of us to eat for a lifetime. Uncle Xiao murmured for a long time inside. In this life, I have received a great favor from you. I can't repay you even if I work like a cow or a horse? No way, Chen Qing laughed. Teacher said that the favor of a drop of water should be repaid with 2 Yangtze rivers. Ha ha! Ha ha ha, laughed. Ding dong! The mobile phone group rang. 33001. Dear neighbors, I have been traveling for work, and I don't have any food at home. Now I have run out of food. Which neighbor can lend me some? Thank you very much. Chen Qing was slightly startled. Good guy, it's only the first day, and there are already people who have run out of food? Chen Qing looked at the group with interest. Maybe everyone has come back to the taste now. The ancestors were right. There is no panic if there is food in hand. For a long time, there was no response. Can I buy it? It's 10 times the price. Finally, someone responded. We are all neighbors, so there is no need to buy. I will give you a few bags of instant noodles. You can come to 2502 to get them. Thank you, thank you. Good people will have a peaceful life. At Monkey's house, Lychee looked at the group and smiled with relief. Fortunately, I listened to Chen Qing and stocked up 2 large rooms of things. Looking at the room specially vacated for food, he felt safe. Tianyi, your mother and I probably can't do anything. You have to repay them well, okay? I know. Monkey answered while playing games. Be serious, I'm not kidding. Chen Qing asked us to stock up, which is a great favor, not to mention that he gave us so much money. I know, Monkey said. Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will follow Brother Dingqing for the rest of my life. The ghosts in the community seemed to have disappeared overnight. The community returned to peace, but everyone stayed indoors and went out, and the silence was terrifying. Except Chen's family. Chen Kun's chest was already festering, and dark blood kept oozing out, outlining all the blood vessels in his body. It was like drawing black lines on his body. Chen Kun continued to have a high fever, and from time to time he vomited a ball of dirt with black blood. Chen Shi stayed by the bed, crying. Jiluo, I beg you, can you find a way to save my brother? You take him to the hospital. It's not far, only 2 stops. Jiluo was silent. He wanted to take a risk, but the streets were full of ghosts. Not to mention carrying a person on his back. Even if he was the only one, he might not be able to reach the hospital alive. What's more, he still minded Chen Qing knowing that she had a butterfly tattoo on her lower body. You are his brother-in-law. Jiluo, you are his brother-in-law. He only has you as his brother-in-law. You have to help him. The word brother-in-law made Jiluo feel a little more comfortable, but he was still shaking his head. There's nothing we can do, Xiaoxi. The ghosts are too dense. How do you know if you don't try? I only have this brother. Without him, how can my mother and I live? Jiluo frowned. Yu Jinshu cried so hard that her eyes were red and swollen. She held Chen Kun's hand tightly with one hand and gently beat her chest with the other hand. You are the defense officer of Zhengpan community. You have the obligation to take him to the hospital. Chen Shi grabbed Jiluo tightly. I beg you, please save him, okay? Jiluo frowned even deeper. Chen Shi, I'm sorry. I can't do anything. He pulled Chen Shi's hand away and left without looking back. Jiluo, are you still a human being, you beast? Jiluo was a little confused, looked back with disgust, and held back hard and left with a sneer. Chen Shi burst into tears and suddenly the crying stopped abruptly. She thought of it. If there is anyone in the whole community who has the most medicine, it must be Chen Qing's family. As if she had found a life-saving straw, Chen Shi immediately flipped through the phone address book. It's just... No, she suddenly remembered that she had deleted Chen Qing's contact information after following Jiluo. Mom, look for the list that the police station mediated last time. There should be Chen Qing's number. Yu Jinshu looked up blankly. Chen Qing's family has medicine. It can save Xiao Kun. Soon, the two really found Chen Qing's mobile phone number. Dial it. Chen Qing answered the phone and was a little surprised. What's the matter? Chen Qing, save my brother. He's poisoned. Oh? Chen Qing wanted to laugh. Do you know where the poison came from? You're begging me. He's in pain now, Chen Qing. Please, as long as you can save him, I will be your girlfriend. Chen Qing sneered. He hung up the phone casually. In the last life, it was your brother who stabbed the knife into my chest. It's a good thing for him to die like this. Good? A cruel smile gradually appeared on Chen Qing's face. Summoned the embroidery girl. How many people do you need for your human skin wedding dress? 3. Let's go and get to work. Chen Qing called and said in a heavy tone, I have a helper here. I just asked him and he said that in this situation the chances are less than 10%. 1%? Chen Shi was stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shook her head repeatedly. No. Okay, then think of other ways. Chen Qing hung up the phone. Then he waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Chen Shi called with a crying voice. Chen Qing, please, come quickly. My brother is dying. Chen Qing was anxious when he heard it. Go, don't let him die. When Chen Qing arrived with the doctor, Chen Kun was already dying. The painted skin possessed the embroidered girl and turned into a person with the upper body of an ancient doctor and the lower body of a puff of smoke. As soon as they entered Chen Shi's house, Chen Shi and Yu Jinshu were so frightened that they took a few steps back. This is my ghost pet, called Hua Tuo Ghost, Chen Qing said without hesitation. Mom, Chen Qing, thank you for your help. Chen Qing said sincerely. I'm sorry for what I said in the group before. Don't worry, I'm here to collect debts today. Chen Qing sneered in his heart. Shaking his head, he went straight to the bedroom. Seeing this bedroom, Chen Qing felt sick. In the previous life, after Chen Qing rose to power, Chen Qi seduced Chen Qing and reluctantly gave up first blood in this room. Looking at Chen Kun on the bed, he should have lost consciousness at this moment. Hua Tuo Ghost cut Chen Kun's hand with a knife. Chen Qi and Yu Jinxu were both shocked. But Chen Kun didn't respond. Tears welled up in their eyes. Chen Qing said in a deep voice, "The situation is very serious. I'm going to cast a spell. You go out first." He closed the door and summoned the coroner. The coroner supported Chen Kun with both hands, and the dying Chen Kun slowly woke up. "Master, do you want to save him? Let him wake up a little." The coroner understood. In the old prison, prisoners had no human rights. How to magnify the pain dozens of times is very clear. "Sister Mom, Chen Qing." Chen Kun was shocked and looked at Chen Qing in disbelief. Chen Qing smiled. "Chen Kun, I said I would skin you alive." "Skin alive? I mean skin alive." Trembled all over. "You. What do you mean?" "Chen Qing, what do you mean? Miss Embroidery, do it." A silver needle suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, a silver needle was gathered under the skin on the back of Chen Kun's hand. Slowly, it moved between the skin and flesh, forcibly separating the skin and flesh. "Ah! Ah!" Chen Kun screamed miserably. Yu Jinshu outside the door screamed and rushed to the door, but was dragged back by Chen Qi. Mom, you, don't do this. This is a good thing." Yu Jinshu was stunned. Xiao Kun had already lost consciousness just now. It's a good thing that he feels pain now. Chen Qi said this, but tears fell. Chen Kun inside the door screamed more and more. "Ah! Fuck your mother! Ah! Ah!" The shrill screams were louder and louder. Chen Kun fainted several times and was woken up by the coroner. At this moment, one of his hands had become swollen, and the skin and flesh were no longer connected. The swelling in the middle was actually blood. Chen Qing, kill me, please kill me." Chen Qing watched calmly. The embroidery girl moved again. "Ah! Ah!" Blood foam spurted out of Chen Kun's throat. The veins on his neck bulged, his body was stretched straight, and suddenly there was no movement. The coroner woke him up again. "Master, I'm afraid there will be no hope if you go there again." "That's a good thing for him." Chen Qing didn't care. The screams rang out again, and this time, Chen Kun screamed for 5 minutes. Then he fainted again. He woke up again, but he had become a vegetable. No matter how he stimulated her, she didn't react at all. Our grudge is over. Chen Qing stood up, then sat down again after thinking of something. He watched the embroidery girl quickly sew the human skin wedding dress. She didn't control the speed deliberately, and it was completed in a moment. With a thought, he put away the bloody person. He put away the embroidery girl again, and let the painted skin change into the appearance of Chen Kun, lying on the bed dying. Chen Qing looked tired, holding the wall, and slowly opened the door. Chen Qi and Yu Jinshu rushed over immediately. "Why? Why?" Chen Qing shook his head slowly. "I'm sorry, I tried my best." "No!" The two cried at the same time. They threw themselves on the bed. Chen Kun was pale, but still conscious. Hoarsely, "Sister, close the door. I have something to say." Chen Qi quickly closed the door and cried, Say, sister is here." Chen Qing lost a lot of his life to save me. You don't blame him." "Yes." Chen Qi's tears fell one after another. "My poison is Jiluo." "What?" Chen Qi's eyes widened, staring at Chen Kun. What did you say?" "Sister, I'm dying. Once I die, the poison in my body will dissipate immediately. You are not cultivators. Don't get close to me. Give revenge for me." With that, Chen Kun tilted his head and died. Chen Qi and Yu Jinshu burst into tears. Yu Jinshu grabbed Chen Qi and walked out while crying, Your brother said that he is poisoned now." Chen Qi had already lost his mind. Glancing at Chen Qing sitting there to rest, he ran over and hugged him. "Chen Qing, you can send my brother off for the last time, okay?" Chen Qing pretended to be struggling violently in his heart. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." After that, he covered his mouth and nose, hugged the painted skin, and walked away directly. The two people in the room sobbed and cried, and Chen Qi gritted his teeth. Why? Why did he want to harm Xiao Kun? Chen Qi suddenly understood something. Could it be because he knew that I was not a virgin? Did he kill me just for this? Jiluo, you have such a vicious heart. No wonder he didn't want to take Chen Kun to the hospital. He poisoned Xiao Kun? How could he be willing to save Xiao Kun? Chen Qi was shaking all over, and her anger almost made her lose her mind. She picked up her phone, but Yu Jinshu suddenly stopped her. What do you want to do? Are you going to scold that beast? Or are you going to fight him? Chen Qi was stunned and said blankly, Then, what should I do? I don't know. How should I know? The two hugged each other and cried together. If flirting with men is knowledgeable, Chen Qi is at least at the postdoctoral level. But if she is asked to plan something, especially how to kill people, her brain is a little insufficient. Chen Qing didn't hold much hope either, so Chen Qing ate and drank as he pleased, feeling very comfortable. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Shi Zhilang. Brother Shi, are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks to you for listening to me and stockpiling a lot of things. But many people died in the community, and we are really panicking now. My neighbor died yesterday. I only heard a few knocks on the door. No matter how many times I called, no one answered. Today I plucked up the courage to go and see, and the whole family was dead. Lantern child? Chen Qing immediately had a guess, and hurriedly said, Brother Shi, is it a child holding a lantern? I didn't dare to go and see. I don't know what it is. If it is, when it knocks on your door for the first and second times, don't answer. When it knocks for the third time, just shout all is well, and don't let it knock for the fourth time. Then Chen Qing told him about the Lantern Child. Shijilang was stunned. I remember it. Take care. Take care of yourself too. After Chen Qing killed most of the ghosts with the abandoned baby tower pit, Jiangpeng community should be one of the few communities in the city with the least casualties. But even so, people are still dying. The atmosphere in the community is still dead and dull. Chen Qing came to the top of the building, and almost everything has awakened. Only less than 10%, still no movement. He was checking and stopped. There were so many things that he forgot about this thing. 3 Imperial Edicts. The Imperial Edict is no longer in its original tattered appearance, but as new as new. A thought summoned a warrior. Ghost Table Test 100. You can be promoted. Wandering Soul Level Warrior. Evil Ghost Level Martial Arts Champion. The spiritual guide for promotion is the Emperor's Edict. Painted Skin. How to use it. Just read it. Chen Qing picked out an Imperial Edict, a little embarrassed, and pointed to the word. How do you pronounce this word? John Khan? And pointed to. What about this one? Okay, Chen Qing coughed twice and said slowly. Wu Fu, listen to my order. Wu Fu trembled all over, with ecstasy in his eyes. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly. I rule the country with culture and suppress rebellions with force. Military, commanders are the mainstay of the court and the pillar of the country. He is able to be both civil and military, and has made great efforts to serve the country. How can his achievements be ignored and he should be favored? Confer Wu Fu the title of Wu Champion. I decree this. As Painted Skin said, the real martial arts champion's name was not read out but changed to Wu Fu. Wu Fu took the Imperial Edict tremblingly. The moment the Imperial Edict was taken, it was like shattered into quicksand, and the quicksand slowly merged into Wu Fu's body. Ah! Wu Fu's body trembled and twitched continuously. A set of armor slowly condensed on his body. The armor plates were shiny, and there was a constant rustling sound when they moved, as if they were made of fine steel. The long stick in his hand slowly turned into a spear. The martial arts champion half knelt on the ground. This humble general greets the Lord. The IQ has also increased. Chen Qing nodded, wanting to test his depth. He summoned another hairy zombie. Can you beat it? It's just a clay chicken and a clay dog. The hairy zombie is too stupid, but it can still understand Wu Zhuangguan's contempt. It was immediately furious. It was about to rush over for a duel. Stop, 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 stop. The hairy zombie is a giant monster, and judging from Wu Zhuangguan's appearance, he is probably no less powerful. Don't demolish your own building. Both were sent to the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Needless to say, the hairy zombie has already rushed over. Wu Zhuangguan raised his long spear horizontally and swung it in a circle. Bang! It hit the hairy zombie's calf heavily. The hairy zombie took off and landed on the ground in a rotation, but it has thick skin and flesh, so it stood up and hit again. Wu Zhuangguan swung another spear. Bang! 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 Chen Qing originally thought he would see a peak duel, but he only saw the hairy zombie being beaten unilaterally. Fortunately, this thing has a little bit of Vajra indestructibility, so it can't kill it. All the other ghosts and monsters gathered together, curiously watching the two fight. No, watching the hairy zombie being beaten. The hairy zombie became angrier and angrier as he fought. He had terrifying brute force, but he couldn't touch the body of Wu Zhuangguan. After being hit for dozens of times, Mao Zhang suddenly realized something. Bang! A spear hit his head hard, but Mao Zhang had already grabbed the spearhead. The two began to wrestle fiercely. Then Wu Zhuangguan was lifted up and thrown to the side. Wu Zhuangguan twisted his body slightly in the air, and the spearhead turned, breaking free from Mao Zhang's control. The spear tip pierced Mao Zhang's face. Mao Zhang screamed in pain and chased after him. Wu Zhuangguan's fighting skills can only be described as fuck. Borrowing force, unloading force, and hitting force all at his fingertips. After fighting for a long time, except for grabbing the spearhead once, Mao Zhang couldn't even touch a hair of Wu Zhuangguan. All right. Chen Qing waved his hand to stop the two. The martial arts champion bowed and stopped. The hairy zombie was so angry that he was about to explode, but he didn't dare to go against Chen Qing's wishes. He squatted on the ground and turned away. He didn't know whether he was wronged or angry. How is your endurance? I can fight for 100 days in a row. Chen Qing wrote down. Unlimited physical strength. How is your strength compared to the hairy zombie? Slightly inferior. Chen Qing wrote down. Infinite power. What about defense? With this armor, it is difficult to be injured in 100 battles. Chen Qing wrote down. Vajra indestructible. After asking all the questions, Chen Qing was very satisfied. It is worthy of being a top-ranked ghost species in the record of 100 ghosts. So powerful. If you really fight with the hairy zombie, what are the chances of winning? The martial arts champion threw out the lance lightly. While the lance was still in the air, he rubbed the lance with the back of his hand and handed it out, and the lance suddenly spun at high speed. The martial arts champion kicked the tail of the lance with a whip kick. Woo bang! With a loud bang, a big hole was blown out in the ground, and dust flew everywhere. The lance had drilled deeply into the ground, leaving only a hole the size of a fist. The martial arts champion opened his hand, and the lance pierced through the ground and returned heavily to the martial arts champion's hand with a buzzing sound. The martial arts champion said loudly, I am a match for 10,000 men. So crazy. I like it. Anyway, the meaning is that he didn't use his full strength just now, and didn't use any killing moves. I measured his ghost energy value, but it was only 105. But that mighty momentum overwhelmed all the ghosts present. If his ghost energy value is improved, I'm afraid he can defeat the hairy zombie with brute force alone. Very comfortable. One by one, I measured the ghost pets. B-level evil ghost, Jinbuhan 790, Coroner 691, C-level evil ghost, painted skin 5 and 31, chaotic court 4 and 31, hairy zombie 378, E-level evil ghost, whitebone spirit 187, water monkey 143, martial champion 105, SSS level wandering soul, Zhong 1492, SS level wandering soul, abandoned baby tower 640, A-level wandering soul, embroidered girl 100, child ghost 100, hang ghost 100, soldier ghost 96, E-level wandering soul, crazy ghost 16. With the big golden fat man and the armless golden body, the ghost pets improved quickly. The crazy ghost was still weak, but it was improved by 3, which was the highest proportion. Zhong Qing was still running wildly on the road of wandering souls. Painted skin improved the least, because he was always protecting Chen Qing. Chen Qing was also a little troubled. The hanged ghost and the soldier ghost were both on the verge of promotion, but they still knew nothing about their spirit guides. SSS level wandering soul, Zhong Qi. I added a picture of Zhong Qi, was very arrogant and showed off to Monkey about the strength of the martial arts champion. Monkey was immediately anxious. Uncle Qing! No, Master Qing! Godfather! I will dismantle the computer today. Work hard. Struggle. Chen Qing didn't care. Anyway, I didn't make any promises. Whether you can improve depends on yourself. As long as you have enough soul power, the martial arts champion is waiting for you. The literary giant said that human joys and sorrows are not the same. He is absolutely right. The atmosphere in the community is dead and terrifying, and people die every day. But Chen Qing has ushered in the most relaxing time in this life. He even learned to drink red wine. On the contrary, Chen Man is stubborn and insists on practicing. Except for eating and sleeping, he spends the whole day in the gym to temper his bones. He filled a glass with Uncle Xia. The two clinked glasses and started chatting. This ghost tide is similar to the Sing, was slightly stunned. Uncle Xia, have you been to the south? Not that I have been there. I originally escaped from the south. Uncle Xia murmured. That disaster, it really is. If everyone doesn't panic, most of them can actually escape, overtaking and cutting in. As a result, a few small car accidents have blocked most people's lives on the highway. Me too. The car was left there, the wife and kids were left there, and my life was left there. I've wanted to end it all countless times, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I find it boring to make a living by digging through the garbage dump, but I just have to survive. Ha ha ha! Uncle Xia laughed. Chen Qing was silent and clinked glasses with him. Your family is not ordinary. Chen Quan's way of dealing with people is really amazing. I've known him since he was not much older than Chen Man. That's a real man. His life is so fucking satisfying. It's a pity that with my indecisive personality, I'll never become a person like him in this lifetime. Chen Qing became curious. Oh, what did my brother do? A lot. Uncle Xia thought of something and laughed. In those days, the world was in chaos, as chaotic as during a war. Your brother was probably 10 years old. Bullying you and collecting protection money. Normally he doesn't say much, but that day he gouged out a gangster's eyeball. He stuck chopsticks into his stomach. Tsk. He had several more fights afterwards, and finally defeated all the guys. The gangsters in their 20s would call your brother Brother Quan when they saw him. Chen Qing was a little absent-minded. Anyway, your dad, your brother and you, Xiaoman, will never be unknown people in this life. Uncle Xia pointed to the gym. With his temper, do you believe he is a 6 or 7-year-old kid? I don't believe it. Chen Qing laughed. Later, I heard that your brother became the strongest genius of that generation, the kind who made a huge breakthrough the next day and alarmed many real big shots. But I don't know what happened, and suddenly there was no news about him, and he suddenly disappeared with your dad. Chen Shan and Chen Quan are definitely not ordinary people. Chen Qing is very clear about this. Han Yuan said that Chen Man's blood talent is once in 100 years, but his intuition tells him that he may not be as good as Chen Quan. Maybe it was because he was too young at that time, and the Chen Quan in his memory was always upright. When he saw him, he felt that he could hold up the sky even if it fell. What about my mother? Do you know her? Maybe she is a noble lady marrying a poor boy. I've heard a lot of rumors, but they are just rumors. Uncle Xia broke off a crab leg, scraped off the crab meat flexibly, and tasted it bit by bit. Chen Qing was slightly absent-minded. Mom is in Huangquan. Suddenly Chen Man's voice sounded. Chen Qing was stunned. What? Chen Man said seriously. Mom is in Huangquan. Chen Qing didn't think Chen Man would say such a weird sentence. He remembered very clearly that the last time Chen Quan was at the 12 Earthly Branches Summit, he said that the place they were in was called Huangquan Ghost House. It was probably somewhere in the underworld. How did you know? My mother told me in my dream. Chen Qing asked softly. What else did my mother say? The king of hell is dead. At this moment, Chen Qing's hair suddenly stood up. A chill filled his heart. He didn't know what this meant, but there was an indescribable terror in his heart. Uncle Xia also froze there. Like Chen Qing, he didn't think that this was just a child's careless talk. The king of hell is dead. The king of hell is dead. Xiaoman, did mommy say anything else? She said no need to look for her. No, or don't want? No. The chill in Chen Qing's heart became even worse. Did she say anything else? No more. Just as he was thinking, a suction force suddenly came from the demon-suppressing tower on his chest. Are we going to have a party? Chen Qing frowned. The day and night disturbed his perception of time, but it should not be 15 days yet. He hurriedly said hello to Uncle Xia and went upstairs. He put on the painted skin and entered the top of the peak. A mountain like chopsticks. Thick fog filled the air. Chen Qing subconsciously looked at Chen Quan's position. Fortunately, he was there. His clothes were torn and he seemed to have been injured. "Hello, Senior," Han Yuan said respectfully. Chen Qing nodded casually. The old man in the lead hadn't spoken yet. Zhu had already sneered. "Tao Guanji, how do you feel?" The woman with a black veil on her face was shaking. "If it weren't for the mouse who suddenly convened this meeting, all of you so-called human masters would have died at my hands today." It sounded like the woman and Zhu were fighting just now. Chen Qing was thoughtful. The old man in the lead looked at the two of them and said calmly, "The meeting was suddenly held 2 days in advance because something seemed to have happened in the Zhongzhou underworld. Not only is the boundary between humans and ghosts damaged in many places, but many places in the ghost world have also collapsed. And it seems that some powerful person wants to block the news." The old man looked at Zhu intentionally or unintentionally. "Don't look at me, I don't know," Zhu sneered. "This matter is related to the stability of the 6 paths. If anyone wants to tell me, I will reward them handsomely." With that, the old man walked out of the round table area and waited quietly outside. Chen Qing stood up and looked at Chen Quan. "Daoyo, I have something to ask you." Chen Quan stood up in silence. He walked to the other side with Chen Qing. After leaving the round table area, Chen Qing gently opened his chest, revealing the paper armor inside. Boom, the whole peak was shaken. A terrible murderous intent permeated, blood rushed into the sky, and black air seeped out of his face. At this moment, he looked like a demon god. Everyone in the round table area was stunned and looked in the direction of the two. The faces of Han Yuan and the child had changed. What a suffocating blood strength. If I appear in front of him, I am afraid he can easily crush me. Chen Quan stared at Chen Qing. "If you don't tell me how you got this thing within 3 breaths, I will kill you." "1. Chen Quan." Chen Qing's eyes were blackened by this blood. "It's me, Chen Qing." Chen Quan was stunned. Without continuing to count, he murmured, "What?" "It's me, brother. I'm Chen Qing." "Chen Qing." Quan was stunned and stared at Chen Qing. The painted skin on Chen Qing's face faded, revealing his original appearance. Chen Quan was surprised and asked, "Painted skin?" "Yes." Chen Quan's big hands like bear paws suddenly hugged Chen Qing. With Chen Quan's extremely sturdy body, it was like an adult hugging a child. Chen Qing's eyes were a little sore. It's the eldest brother. It's his eldest brother, who is indomitable. After a while, Chen Quan let go of Chen Qing. Asked, "Xiaoman, are you okay? It wasn't very good at first, but now I've made it through it." Chen Qing smiled and said, "Dad, you and Mom, are you all okay?" Chen Quan's face was solemn, and he didn't just say yes. "Under the current situation, the 6 realms are not at peace. Dad and I are fine, but Mom may not be so well." By the way, Xiaoman said he dreamed of Mom. Chen Quan's face was solemn. "What did he say?" "The king of hell is dead." Chen Quan's eyes condensed slightly. As if he had figured something out, he murmured, "So that's it. So that's it." Chen Qing said again, "Mom also told Xiaoman in the dream, no need to look for her." Chen Quan nodded slightly, then shook his head gently. "Which tower is yours? Which tower?" "I don't know. It can suppress 12 ghosts plus a ghost king, and the tower may be a time tower." "Really?" Chen Quan said happily. "Damn it, it turns out that the Tower King is in your hands." "Tower King?" "Yeah, the 12 Earthly Branches towers were created to suppress the Earthly Branches soldiers. The Earthly Branches soldiers were decomposed into 12 pieces, each suppressed in 12 towers, and then the 12 towers were dispersed into the 6 paths. The strongest are your Time Tower and the Space Tower in the hands of Rat Boss." "So that's it?" Chen Qing nodded secretly. No wonder Rat Boss could call everyone to a meeting across countless distances. It turned out that his was the Space Tower. Maybe your tower is even stronger, because according to my guess, the 12 towers should be able to suppress 1 to 12 ghosts respectively. Mine can suppress 8 ghosts. I know that Candlesnake can suppress 9 ghosts, and Rat Boss is very likely to have 11 or 10 ghosts. Don't reveal the details of your tower. Except for me, as long as you ask the tower, don't say anything. Understood. You can get the Tower King. It's a great opportunity. It seems I don't have to worry about you two. Xiaoman is fine. He doesn't need my protection, Chen Qing said with a smile. Maybe in a few months, he can still protect me. Oh, Xiaoman is in the Qi and Blood realm. Maybe he will be in the Bone Tempering realm when we meet next time. Chen Quan didn't seem surprised, asked, "What kind of skills does Xiaoman use?" "The Vajra subduing demon skill. Brother, do you need it?" "I don't need it." Chen Quan shook his head, then I'm relieved. "Brother, what is the cause of this chaos? For more than 2,000 years, my human race." Chen Quan paused, frowned, and said, "I don't know if you can bear this news." Chen Qing was silent. It was probably news involving the phaseless level again. Chen Qing has always remembered this sentence, "Over-exploring the darkness is a very dangerous thing." Smiled and said, "Just tell me if you think I can bear it." Chen Quan thought for a moment and said, "It's been 2,000 years. There is a great chance that a new emperor will appear in our human race. So the ghost race is anxious." "Emperor?" He promoted Wu Fu to the top of the martial arts with an imperial decree, so he had naturally heard of the emperor. The emperor can confer titles at the level of evil ghosts, and the emperor can confer titles at the level of evil spirits. Just this one sentence has shown the power of the emperor. Assuming that the emperor's combat power is 0, This item alone can completely suppress the ghost race. How terrible is it that one sentence can confer titles on evil spirits? The big sun paper bird that made Chen Qing feel terrified when he thought of it was only at the level of evil spirits. In addition to the big sun paper bird, the only evil spirit that Chen Qing had seen was the one in the princess's tomb. He had only seen 2 in his life. I'm afraid we don't have much time left for the party. Tell me what spiritual guides you need. I'll find them for you. Evil ghost level, I have gold that is worth more than gold. What? Chen Quan was stunned after only saying 1. Gold that is worth more than gold? Do you have gold that is worth more than gold? Yes. You are so lucky, kid. Chen Quan patted Chen Qing's shoulder heavily. If the human emperor hadn't appeared in the ghost house, I would have thought you were the human emperor. Chen Qing nodded and continued. The evil ghosts include Jinbu Huan, Painted Skin, Coroner, Chao's Court, Hairy Zombie White Bone, Demon, Water Monkey, and Martial Champion. The wandering souls include Zhong Kui? Yes, the Ghost King in my Demon Suppression Tower is Zhong Kui. Chen Quan was a little confused. Zhong Kui? Yes, but not quite normal, it seems. There's something wrong with his brain. Chen Quan frowned for a long time before he said, go on. Tower of Abandoned Babies, Hanged Ghost, Child Ghost, Embroidered Girl, Soldier Ghost, Crazy Ghost. That's all. Very good. Chen Quan nodded. However, the Embroidered Girl and the White Bone Demon, the Martial Champion, the Painted Skin, the Golden Body, the Coroner, these are not people you can get in touch with. Chen Qing did not hide it. Brother, I died once, and then I went back to a month ago. Chen Quan looked at Chen Qing steadily, as if he thought of something. His eyes were uncertain. In the end, he just nodded heavily. Give me some face. Isn't this news explosive enough? You look like you know something. Tell me about. You must never listen to these things. I will ask them myself. Chen Quan changed the subject. Remember to find those people. No one is left out. Skin them and take out their bones. The embroidered girl just skinned one. Chen Qing smiled and said, there is a coroner. He was kept awake. It took half an hour to skin him. Chen Quan immediately reacted. Well done. Sighing, Chen Quan said, it turns out that it's not you who has the opportunity, but you took advantage of the opportunity and snatched the opportunity from others. Then he shook his head. No, this is also a kind of opportunity. There's something strange about you. I have to find someone to ask. The evil ghost level of the soldier ghost is called the 18 Riders of Yanyan. It's powerful only when it forms a scale. At least 7 are needed to form the Big Dipper formation. You already have a martial arts champion, so you can consider giving it up. The hanged ghost must be kept. The evil ghost level is called the soul binding. The spirit guide is, use the white silk used to hang it to restrain the soul, or absorb the essence in blood, and wait until the white silk is stained with blood or filled with souls. The evil spirit level of the coroner is called Beyond K, and it must be kept too. I'll pay attention to the spirit guide. It's probably going to be hard to find. The Painted Skin and Jinbu Huan are both legendary, and there may even be only one in the world. I'm afraid it's hard to find. I know the spirit guide for Jinbu Huan. Its evil spirit level is called Duobao Boy. Legend has it that it is related to Duobao Taoist. Chen Quan was stunned. Where did you know this? Chen Qing immediately told him about Yu Bei. Chen Quan sneered. Very good, I have to go meet those old guys from Taiping Dao. The white bone spirit is also a good thing. I know there are 6 kinds of evil spirits: Dragon Bone Skeleton, Buddha Bone Skeleton, Relic Skeleton, God Skeleton, Sky Demon Skeleton, and Karma Fire Skeleton. The Karma Fire Skeleton has been encountered once. It is very tricky. It is a combination of the white bone spirit and the evil ghost level Karma Fire, but this thing cannot be forced. Use what you have. Next time I will bring you a Sky Demon Bone. As he was talking, the voice of the woman in black veil came over. Senior, I am Tao Guanji. Is it convenient for me to come over? Senior? Chen Quan was stunned and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing was very open-minded about his pretending to be a master. Said, come in. As soon as he came in, Tao Guanji looked at Chen Quan and hesitated. Chen Qing said, just tell me. Tao Guanji took out a bag and said, Senior, I have brought the dragon bone you mentioned. What a coincidence. The dragon bone was delivered just as he mentioned it. After that, Tao Guanji bowed and said, Senior, the candle snake is powerful, and we juniors are no match for. I hope you can help us for the sake of being human beings. In order to measure the secrets of the sky, I have injured my origin. Chen Qing was about to refuse, but saw Chen Quan nodded slightly. Chen Qing was stunned, not quite understanding what Chen Quan meant. Chen Quan nodded again. So Chen Qing sighed vaguely. Forget it, you go back first. Tao Guanji was overjoyed. From the tone of his voice, this senior was going to take action. He bowed deeply and left here. As soon as she left, Chen Qing was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? Damn candle snake. I've been annoyed with it for a long time. It's just right to settle new and old grudges together. Chen Qing was shocked. You? Can you beat candle snake? Chen Quan smiled and said, we'll know only after we fight. Information that can be published so far. Skeleton, white bone, spirit, dragon bone, skeleton, Buddha bone, skeleton, God skeleton, relic, skeleton, heavenly demon, skeleton, karma, fire, skeleton. White bone, bodhisattva, doctor, coroner, beyond, Quay, soldier, ghost. 18 riders of Yanyan, hanged ghost, soul, judge. Chen Qing was a little dumbfounded. Judging from Candlesnake's usual words and deeds, he is undoubtedly a big boss of the ghost clan. His cultivation must be ridiculously high, but now his eldest brother wants to mess with him. These are for you. Give them to your ghost pet quickly, and you should also hurry up to practice. Chen Qing took the Qiankun bag, which was full of ghost beads, more than those given by Tao Guanji. Chen Quan handed over a jade that looked like a quail egg. It was very light, and when I got it, I realized that it looked like an eggshell, just a thin layer. The thickness was the same as the gold inlaid jade in the mall that was deliberately blackmailed and broke at the touch. This, keep it to save your life, and crush it if you are in danger. I or my father will come to save you. Chen Qing smiled and smiled happily. If I had known you were also at the Dishi summit, I wouldn't have spent so much money to give you paper knives and paper armor. Chen Quan laughed and scolded. Damn it, what a huge loss. But I love this loss. Ha ha! After thinking for a while, he asked again, do Xiaomon and you have any weapons that suit you? Xiaomon has a wooden armor and wooden boxing gloves. They are spiritual weapons, but I'm not sure how powerful they are. I have the Kunwu sword and a bronze sword that's about to awaken. Well, you used Jinbuhuan to turn Xiaomon's boxing gloves into golden boxing gloves. Can it be like this? Chen Qing was slightly stunned and nodded. Then why do you usually use gold? I used it to turn stone into gold twice. Golden body? Yes, the Yuan embryo golden body. The ghost pet will practice faster next to the golden body. Chen Quan was stunned for a while. Damn it, can it be used like this? Then don't order the boxing gloves, just order the golden body. I'll find the boxing gloves for you. He frowned again and said, I'll think of a way to let Xiaomon practice in the tower. Chen Quan also has a demon tower, so he naturally knows that only the owner and the ghost pet can enter. Everyone, the time is almost up. Just as he was talking, the rat boss announced that the time for the party was almost up. Damn, Chen Quan rubbed his hair. Why is the time for this party so fast? Chen Qing felt the same way. He and Chen Quan had too many things to say. Xiao Man and you must take care of yourselves. Hurry up and upgrade the white bone spirit to a dragon bone skeleton. With the evil spirit level, you will be much safer. If there is danger, you must crush the space stone. Don't save the spirit stones and ghost beads. Use them vigorously. By the way, the road is too far. It may take us 10 days to deal with the candle snake. The Chen Quan in the memory was taciturn, but now he kept chattering. Chen Qing listened silently, with warmth in his heart. Mom and Dad, you must take care of yourselves too. While speaking, the world in front of him changed, and Chen Qing had returned to the rooftop warehouse. He was a little absent-minded. After a while, he collected his mind. When he came to the gym, he was about to tell Chen Man about Chen Quan, but he saw Chen Man playing with a silicone doll. Chen Qing's face was full of black lines. What are you doing? Chen Qing, is this a training dummy? Yes. What is it for training? Chen Qing was speechless for a long time, but he didn't have the habit of lying to Chen Man, so he said euphemistically, It's for training the little dick. Chen Man had no expression on his face, but Chen Qing, who knew him well, knew that Chen Man was shocked at this moment. Sure enough, Chen Man unzipped his pants and tried to look at his little thing. The little dick can also be trained? Yes. After Chen Man was shocked, he said loudly, I want to train too. Chen Qing felt itchy on his head, as if he was going to grow a brain again. He quickly changed the subject. I saw my eldest brother. Chen Quan? Chen Man's thoughts were immediately diverted. Has he grown a little taller? If he is taller, he will break through the ceiling. He said that we all have to work hard to practice, and when we are very powerful, our parents and eldest brother will come back to see us. Okay, I will work hard to practice. Chen Man clenched his fists. Chen Qing, teach me how to train my little dick. Shiba! After going around in a circle, I came back again. Chen Qing's head was itching. Ding dong. Just then the phone rang. You practice well, I'll call you back. He hurried outside and breathed a sigh of relief. The message came from the community group. Now there are many groups set up in a mess, and Chen Qing has been pulled into more than a dozen of them. 732 to single pregnant mother. Does anyone have extra food at home? I don't have any food at home. I don't care, but I have a baby in my belly. Please help me. The pregnant mother cried and her eyes were red. It's not easy for everyone. I don't have much at home. I'll share 2 bags. I have a box of biscuits here. I have a few potatoes here. I can give you 2 packs of vegetarian noodles. Soon 4 people spoke in the group one after another. Thank you everyone. Good people will have a safe life. Ganyu asked again. I'm in 2-2, building 7, number 3. Can you help me deliver it? Everyone was shocked. Someone kindly gave you something and was responsible for delivering it to your door? Who dares to go out now? You are a bit ungrateful, aren't you? We are so kind to give it to you, but you want us to deliver it to your door? Ganyu said again. I'm sorry, it's my fault, but I have a baby in my belly and I can't walk. From the photos I saw, you are only about 7 months old. Not that bad, right? Everyone was talking at once, and suddenly someone said, Let me help you. Where are the things you want to give? I'll take them. The 4 families reported their locations. Ganyu thanked them again and again. After waiting for half an hour, Ganyu asked again, Where is the kind-hearted young man? Why hasn't he come yet? The community is not big, and it should have been delivered in half an hour. He came a long time ago. I gave it to him. I gave him mine too. Soon, several people mentioned that person. That person left the group without hesitation. Fuck your mother, you bastard even cheated me for food? Everyone cursed. Do you know where he is? Get him! It was too dark, I didn't see him. Everyone was talking at once. Ganyu immediately started crying again. How can we live like this? Just as she was complaining, someone suddenly posted a video. In the video, a man and a woman were eating a meal. It was not sumptuous, but it was pretty good. This video should have been shot from the 4th or 5th floor next door, and it was quite clear. The person who posted the video cursed. "Ganyu, do you have any shame? You still say that your family has no food? What is this food? Also, people kindly promised to give you something, but you actually asked someone to send it to you. Your man is not dead yet. Aren't you afraid that the child you give birth to will have no asshole?" This time, the group exploded. Tons of dirty words such as bitch, ancestor, and genitals were thrown out. Ganyu cursed and pulled the curtains and left the group directly. Chen Qing looked at the surveillance and then looked at the group, very calm. It's only been 3 days. What's the big deal about this little bit of scheming? But it was precisely because of this scheming bitch that the kindness came to an end. At the same time, it also sounded a warning to many people. Some people, even if they still have food at home, are already trying to get more food. Maybe it was because of Ganyu. Someone in the group immediately posted a message, 2,000 yuan, looking for a box of instant noodles. The one who posted the message was 22601 Ma Jingyu. Everyone is familiar with him. Half of the row of stores at the entrance of the community are his. He has assets worth tens of millions. Seeing the message of a box of instant noodles for 2,000, everyone's hearts were a little nervous for some reason. No one sold. Gao Fei suddenly said, "Chen Qing's family buys by the truckload. You ask him, he should be able to sell." 2,000 yuan, looking for a box of instant noodles. Gao Fei suddenly said, "Chen Qing's family buys by the truckload. You ask him, he should be able to sell." Chen Qing looked at this line of news, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Normally, this would be considered a sarcastic remark at most. But in the end times, this remark could even sentence him to death. In addition to the last time she wanted the whole family to move into Chen Qing's house, this was the second time she had offended Chen Qing. Ma Jingyu immediately asked Chen Qing, "Chen Qing, are you selling?" Ma Jingyu is not a good person. If you really want to buy it, you should add Chen Qing to chat privately. Saying this in the group is either stupid or bad. Everyone is waiting for Chen Qing to reply. If he says sell, it means that Chen Qing's family has surplus food. It's okay now, but in a few days he will become the target of someone with ulterior motives. But Chen Qing is afraid of these things now? The whole community combined is not enough for Wu Zhongyuan to fight. "I don't have instant noodles at home." Gao Fei immediately retorted, "You are lying, you do. When your family built a safe house, I saw a truckload of things, including canned food and instant noodles." "I don't have instant noodles at home. Who the hell eats that stuff?" Chen Qing directly sent a photo. In the photo, Chen Qing and Uncle Xia are having a big meal. There's red wine, a lobster bigger than the plate, a big pork elbow steaming, and a whole roast chicken. At this moment, everyone was silent. Gao Fei typed several boxes full of words, deleted them, and gritted her teeth. It seems that Chen Qing is eating her family's food. After a while, she said, "Do you feel guilty eating these things at this time? Aren't you afraid of choking to death?" Chen Qing smiled and replied, "But the juice is rich and smooth, and it goes down easily. There's no way I'll choke." Gao Fei, who was at home, suddenly screamed and banged her hands hysterically. Lu Hui and Zhang Yuan watched silently, not daring to say much. Chen Qing's life is quite comfortable, unlike the rest of us who are suffering. Ma Jingyu spoke. His tone was not normal. "So you still have a lot of food at home?" Chen Qing smiled. "Ma Jingyu, you are really asking for death. How can it compare to Boss Ma's money? After all, Boss Ma just took away a box of money from the warehouse." Then there was a video. In the video, Jilo and others were busy and exhausted, and a man sneaked into the warehouse and quickly took away the box of money. That's right. Jiluo's box of defense preparation funds was stolen by him. Ma Jingyu was shivering all over, from his feet to his head. He immediately sent a friend request. "Chen Qing, Chen Qing! Delete the video." The second friend request. "Chen Qing, remove the video, I'll give you 500,000. The third friend request. "Chen Qing, I'm sorry. Remove the video quickly. Hurry up." Chen Qing did not respond. Ma Jingyu was shivering all over and immediately made amends in the group. "Haha, videos are so easy these days." Chen Qing sent a screenshot of Ma Jingyu frantically adding friends. "Look, I added another one." Ma Jingyu wanted to make amends, but his hands were shaking violently. Jiluo suddenly sent a message. "Very good." Ma Jingyu's phone fell to the ground with a clang. Just 5 minutes. Bang! There was a heavy sound on his door. He jumped up suddenly. Panic. He panicked immediately. At this moment, he was at a loss, and beads of sweat dripped from his head. He suddenly remembered something, quickly took out the box of money, ran to the bathroom, threw handfuls of money into the toilet, and was about to flush it when he remembered that the toilet was frozen. What should I do? What should I do? Bang! The whole wall shook violently. Ma Jingyu couldn't help but scream, came to the window and threw bundles of banknotes out of the security fence. His hand hit the security fence and cut it, but he didn't care. One of the bundles of money was not tied properly, and it scattered as soon as he touched it, dancing like petals in the wind and snow, floating everywhere. Bang! Wow! The whole door rushed into the room with a pile of broken bricks. Dust was flying. Ma Jingyu froze by the window, and the ground was full of scattered banknotes. You, listen to my explanation. Ma Jingyu was shaking violently. "It's not me. It's really not me. Chen Qing's. The video is Chen Qing's." Ma Jingyu's brain was already a mess, pointing at the money scattered on the ground. "These are all Chen Qing's." Bang! Jiluo punched him hard in the stomach. Pooh! Ma Jingyu spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body slowly hunched down. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. He was spitting blood foam and shaking his head. Snap! A heavy slap cracked Ma Jingyu's left face, and his left face immediately swelled up. Jiluo sneered and said to the people behind him, "Collect all the funds. Tie him to the warehouse." On the opposite building, several people were watching everything here, and some were recording. Maybe it was because of these people, or maybe Jiluo still couldn't be cruel enough. He still didn't kill him. Of course, no one knows what will happen after tying Ma Jingyu to the warehouse. Someone in the group immediately sent out the video. "I can't believe that Ma Jingyu would steal the money. No, his family is so rich, at least ranked in the top 3 in the community, right? Is he sick? But this is too violent, right? How can you enforce the law like this? It's good that he wasn't beaten to death." I agree with Chief Ji's approach. Looking at the lively group, Gao Fei suddenly felt a little chill. Ma Jingyu offended Chen Qing, and he was in such a mess with just a few words? What about himself? Zhang Yuan whispered, "Xiao Fei, you'd better not offend Chen Qing." "Why?" Gao Fei suddenly exploded, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "What am I afraid of? Why should I be afraid if I'm right? I didn't steal or rob. The hateful one is Chen Qing. He built such a big safe house and didn't let people go in. Just like that, how many people have been killed? Huh? He is the biggest murderer in our community. Those who died should be blamed on him." Gao Fei was hysterical, and he hoarded so many things. What's wrong with sharing some with others? What's wrong? Can he finish it? Xiao Fei? Zhang Yuan still wanted to persuade. Gao Fei was even more angry. Will he have a clear conscience if he watches his neighbor die? "Xiao Fei, there used to be a fight against the local tyrants. If he does this again, we will gather dozens of people, tear down his house, and divide his things." "Xiao Fei!" Zhang Yuan shouted loudly. Gao Fei seemed to be frightened. She slowly turned her head and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "You yelled at me? You yelled at me for a stranger?" Jiluo looked at Ma Jingyu, who was tied up tightly in the warehouse, and sneered. "Chief Gigi, please give me a chance. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Give me a piece of clothing. I will freeze to death." Jiluo ignored him. "Lock the door. You are lucky to survive." Wang Da and others looked at each other and slowly closed the shutter door. Ma Jingyu screamed in horror. "You are deliberately killing people. You will go to jail. Help! Help! There are too many empty rooms in the community now, so they just found one to be the headquarters." Jiluo and his 6 younger brothers were discussing. Looking around, he felt a chill in his heart. Hong Ya and Chen Kun are gone. I was originally planning to have a big fight with them. After the fight with Gan Yu, that bitch, I am afraid it will be difficult to even out the food supply. Since yesterday, they have been planning one thing, to divide the food equally. It is unknown how long the ghost tide will last. Some people have more food at home, some have less, and some have even run out of food. As the defense officer of the community, he can't just watch someone starve to death. But he also knew that everyone has selfish desires, and this matter is bound to be difficult, especially after the Gan Yu incident. "Stinky bitch!" Jiluo cursed in a low voice and asked, "How is your public opinion survey?" "It's just like that. Those who are running out of food at home agree, and those who have food at home refuse to agree." Jiluo was still hesitating. At this time the phone rang. There was a friend request. At first glance it was Gao Fei. Jiluo was very impressed with this woman who had always targeted Chen Qing, and he also had a good impression of her. "Hello, sir. I report in my real name that Chen Qing's family has hidden a lot of food and medicine." "Oh?" Jiluo's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that Chen Qing's family had abundant supplies, but if he really wanted to fight against the local tyrants, he had to have a reason. This is called having a legitimate reason. He was not afraid of Chen Qing. In Jiluo's opinion, and he were about the same, and there were still many people on his side. If it didn't work, he would catch the fat boy in Chen Qing's family at that time, and he was not afraid that Chen Qing would not compromise. 11 people died at the door of Chen Qing's house last time. It was his bad luck that he encountered that weird female ghost. It could be a female ghost of the evil level. After a long time, Jiluo finally made a decision. "Okay, let's start with Chen Qing. As long as Chen Qing is dealt with, who else dares to say no?" At that moment, Jiluo began to give orders. "You guys, go ask if there is anyone who can shoot, preferably a retired veteran or something like that." When everyone heard that Jiluo had a gun, they immediately became excited. "He has a gun. If he can't deal with ghosts, can't he deal with you, kid?" Jiluo called Gao Fei again. "Do you understand? We must occupy the moral high ground and have a legitimate reason to do so. We must follow the will of the people." "Understand, sir. Chen Qing was wrong in this matter. Too greedy. He indirectly killed so many people." Gao Fei immediately agreed. "I understand what you mean." An hour later, in the largest group, someone suddenly sent a message. "Some people have run out of food, but some people have a serious surplus at home. I think in special times everyone should share it with each other. The ghost tide has weakened so much by today, and it will be over in 3 or 4 days at most. Are you still afraid of starving to death by then?" "I agree. Distribute everyone's food uniformly, so that the nutrition will be more balanced." "Yes, for the neighbors who have made contributions, the community will not forget his merits and contributions." Most people were watching coldly, and only these 4 or 5 people sang the same tune. But soon someone with less food reserve spoke up. 83103, Old Joe. "That's exactly how it should be. With equal distribution, everyone will be able to get through this difficult time together. This is a special period. We must be aware, resilient, and humane. With a selfless spirit, unite all neighbors, share all supplies, and jointly build an indestructible great wall against ghosts. Chen Qing sneered. Director Zhou, my family was extremely poor before, and my brother and I almost starved to death, but I didn't see you guys distribute the money equally. What's the matter? Now the extra food reserves in my family are going to be distributed equally in your pocket? Young man, when we live not only for a body, but also for a reputation. When you reach my age, you will understand that what you leave in this world after you die is the real you. Fuck you. Chen Qing cursed. Old beast, 6 years ago, I was groveling and borrowing money everywhere, and I also went to your house, right? 3 times in a row, you kept asking your son to open the door, saying that you were not there. Old beast, you want to distribute it equally now, you fucking bastard. You still have the shameless reputation? You even fucked a whore like Liu Yanhong. You forgot that they had been fighting for days? Do you know what your nickname is in the community? It's called Licking Ditch. The whole community knows that you love to lick asses. This is your reputation in this world. Chen Qing cursed in one breath, feeling very happy. He found that he could be so happy when he was immoral. Just on the first floor of Chen Qing, a retired middle-aged man was looking at his mobile phone, and a surge of blood rushed up. The whole person trembled. This beast! Lao Zhou stood up suddenly. I will kill him. The middle-aged woman on the side watched coldly. Lao Zhou suddenly said angrily, why didn't you stop me? Stop? Why should I stop? Weren't you very good at hitting me? The middle-aged woman sneered. I said I was going to stock up a week ago. How did you scold me? Long hair but short knowledge. All women are idiots. They believe everything they hear, right? I am an idiot and the idiot is the one who listened to you. Now look, haha, I will starve to death with you. Old Zhao was so angry that his whole body was shaking, pointing at the phone. You know the nickname of licking the groove. You must know it. Why didn't you tell me? The woman laughed. Zhou Jincheng, is this nickname wrong? Is Liu Yanhong's groove salty, or is mine sweet? Liu Yanhong, who was at home, gnashed her teeth. Who did she provoke? The old shit is brought up again. This Chen Qing and that monster brother beat her family to the point where they were almost disabled, and now they are provoking her. She looked at Huang Jian guiltily, fearing that Huang Jian would see the content. She limped over and was about to pick up the phone to delete the message, but Huang Jian suddenly grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Huang Jian sneered and looked at the phone. His expression changed quickly. It's all over. Liu Yang looked ugly. Huang Jian sneered. Come, let me see your cleavage. Liu Yanhong took off her pants fearfully and Huang Jian punched somewhere hard. Ah! The movement described that 1/9 of the books would be banned, and the group became lively again. Because Chen Qing sent several photos, there was a big meal in each photo, and in order to prove that it was now, Chen Qing even put a mobile phone next to these big meals, and the screen of the mobile phone showed the current time. Most people actually disagree with this average. At this moment, they are all making a fuss. Wow, this food is good. Why not send it to Director Zhou downstairs at an hour's notice? That makes sense. Chen Qing nodded and soon posted another video in the group. Many people gritted their teeth when they saw this video. In the video, Chen Qing cut the lobster into 2 halves, came to the window, and threw the other half out. Then all the dishes were thrown away in half. Chen Qing said something at the end of the video. It's my stuff. I have the final say. If you don't like it or want to steal it, come find me at 81601. But if you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now everyone talks about principles all the time, and they talk about moral standards at every turn. But in 3 or 4 days, morality will not make sense. In 6 or 7 days, there may still be some humanity. After 10 days, humanity? In the previous life, Chen Qing had a sentence deeply in his heart. Anti-human? Wasting protein is the real anti-humanity. The protein that man was referring to is human flesh. In this world, a bodhisattva's heart cannot survive. If there is an exception, it can only be the compassionate Gatling bodhisattva, or the cyber Buddha. Chen Qing will definitely establish his authority. As for who to use to establish his authority, whoever is stubborn will do it. The group became more lively. Gao Fei scolded. Chen Qing, don't be lawless. Don't think that no one can stop you. Monkey suddenly spoke slowly. When I saw these charges, I thought Chen Qing had committed murder and arson. After watching for a long time, I found out that it was because he had a big meal at home. He deserves to be killed. Yes. No, what do you mean? At this special time, can't you have a little dedication? Watching everyone die? Will you feel good like this? I remember when my parents were stocking up instant noodles a few days ago. It was you and Huang Jian who were laughing happily? Now looking back, you are the stupid and stupid woman. You are shameless. Come on. If you have the ability, go and rob Chen Qing. If you don't have the ability, shut up like an idiot. Jilua looked at Monkey's message, and his eyelids twitched. Although Monkey is very weak, if he is on Chen Qing's side, there will be a lot of trouble. He ordered again, be sure to pay attention to Monkey's whereabouts. People in the group kept denouncing Chen Qing. On Jiluo's side, people gradually gathered. Have you found the girl? Not only did we find one, we found 2. Wang Da's eyes were full of pride. As he spoke, 2 girls came out. They were tall, good-looking, and looked almost exactly the same. Captain Ji, my name is Wang Yulu, and she is my sister Wang Yuja. We used to practice dancing, and later we practiced Sanda. I am a black belt in Taekwondo. I am good at free fighting with no rules. 99% of humans can't beat me, not to mention the 2 of us together. Wang Yujia said. That Chen Qing is domineering. He is selfish and has no education at all. It would be a shame for the 11 years of martial arts we have practiced if we don't teach him a lesson. Jiluo was overjoyed. His biggest headache now was that Chen Qing had been hiding in the safe house. That safe house must have cost a lot of money and was extremely sturdy. With these two baits, the success rate would double. After counting, there was a rifle and 2 pistols. Wang Da and Zhang Bucheng hid the pistols close to their bodies, hoping to catch them by surprise. A rifle was placed on the roof of the opposite building, waiting for Jiluo's order. Chen Qing looked at everyone on the monitor and sneered in his heart. If Manager Yang was still alive, he could have a drink with him for this. Chen Qing originally wanted to install surveillance only in his own building, but because there was enough money to spend, Manager Yang took the initiative to install surveillance in the entire community. These surveillance cameras are all installed in voice-controlled lights, with normal and infrared modes. A relay station is set up in each building, and the 1080 images are transmitted to Chen Qing with almost no delay. Jiluo thought everything was quiet, but Chen Qing saw everything. Painted skin, can you block the bullet? I am half indestructible. There should be no problem, but I have never been hit by a bullet, so I am not sure. With a thought, Chen Qing picked up a rifle and went to the 3rd floor of the demon suppression tower. Painted skin withdrew from the possession and stood in front of Chen Qing. Chen Qing tried to shoot her foot. Bang! Painted skin smiled. Master, it's a piece of cake. Chen Qing immediately shot at her. He used up a whole magazine and was fine. Chen Qing was finally relieved and returned to the room. On the other side, Jiluo led everyone and slowly approached Building 8. Ding dong, suddenly the phone rang. Chen Qing, Jiluo has brought people to kill you. This is Chen Qing's good friend, with a name consisting of 3 letters, CXK. After checking, he found that they had been friends for more than a year, but they had not communicated with each other, and there was not a single word in his circle of friends. Chen Qing did not care and looked at the surveillance again. The man with a rifle came to the roof of Building 7, wearing a large windbreaker and crawling in the wind and snow. Everyone walked lightly and slowly came to the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors. Wang Yujia and Wang Yulu were in a row, both wearing military coats and only a suspender pajamas inside, with their chests clearly visible. Jiluo made a gesture to silence everyone and nodded to the 2 girls. The 2 took a deep breath and knocked on Chen Qing's door. Chen Qing sneered and asked, "Who is it?" "Chen, Brother Chen, can you let us in? As long as you can let us in, we can do anything. We don't have any weapons. If you don't believe me, just look. It's so cold outside. Brother Chen, please open the door. As long as you let us in, we can do anything." Chen Qing opened the door directly. Both girls were stunned. They didn't expect Chen Qing to be so stupid and open the door so easily. Brother Chen, Wang Yuya rushed over. At the same time, Wang Yulu also rushed over. The 2 of them hugged Chen Qing's hands on the left and right, and were about to hold Chen Qing down with a backhand twist, but they couldn't move. Chen Qing's arms were like cast iron. The 2 of them used all their strength but couldn't bend them at all. Both of them opened their mouths in disbelief. Chen Qing sneered, and 2 relics shot out from behind him. Puff! Puff! 2 bloodlines soared, and the 2 subconsciously covered their necks, but felt a warm hand. Large streams of blood immediately stained the entire chest. The man on the roof of Building 7 shuddered. The gun was equipped with night vision goggles, so he could see clearly what happened. His hand was on the trigger. The skinny and slender fingers of the coroner behind Chen Qing pinched a thin blade and drew a line in the air. The gunman on the rooftop was still slowly exerting force with his fingers, but his head loosened, and the next moment the head rolled down and landed beside him. The kunwu knife appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qing exerted force on his feet and rushed directly to Jiluo in the stairwell. Jiluo was horrified. Chen Qing's kunwu knife directly pierced his throat. However, at the moment of piercing his throat, Jiluo's body moved to the side imperceptibly. It moved half an inch, but he was able to avoid fatal injuries. The kunwu knife cut Jiluo's left neck, and blood immediately flowed. Jiluo's figure blurred and disappeared. Chen Qing frowned. "Kill! Kill!" Everyone was shocked and immediately swung their knives at Chen Qing. However, the knife was about to reach Chen Qing's face, and the knife and his arm were thrown out violently. The man looked at his broken arm and screamed miserably. "Coroner, leave the muscular man and the dwarf to sew the wedding dress, and the rest are all yours. Let's make another big fat golden man, as the master ordered." The coroner nodded slightly and gently drew his hands in the air. Puff! 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 Arms suddenly fell off. Everyone panicked. "Help! Ghost! Ghost! Ah! Ah!" The shouts intertwined and echoed back and forth in the narrow stairwell. These people were like a bunch of unassembled parts, and silently, all the parts of their bodies were scattered everywhere. In just a few breaths, everyone became a pile of broken limbs. Several people who had been turned into human pigs were now twitching and wailing. Only 2 people were left intact, Wang Da and Zhang Bucheng. The last time they came to break down the door, these 2 were the most active. As a reward, they will become the wedding dress of the embroidered girl. Wang Da has been working out for many years and is a muscular man. But at this moment, his legs were shaking and his pants were soaked. Chen Qing, you won't? Don't worry. Can you 2 be like them? No way. Wang Da's whole body was trembling, his face was twitching, and he tried hard to force a smile after hearing this. Chen Qing didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and the embroidered girl appeared. Leaving this place to the embroidered girl, Chen Qing rushed straight to Jiluo's room. In Jiluo's room, Jiluo was very panicked at this moment. Very panicked. He suddenly realized that Chen Qing, whom he had always regarded as an opponent, was no longer on the same level as himself. Chen Qing, my house ghost is about to be promoted to the Chao's court, and I will not spare you when that happens. No, I can't stay here. I have to go. Jiluo covered his wound randomly, but his body suddenly stiffened. In the living room, it seems, there is one more person. He turned around in horror and saw Chen Qing's calm face. Chen Qing, we. A flash of knife light passed, and Jiluo's head fell to the ground. Sorry, I don't have the habit of leaving hidden dangers. Chen Qing waved his hand and took Jiluo into the first floor of the demon suppression tower, and immediately rushed back. The body is still warm. It should be enough to make wedding clothes, right? Just after going out, he was stunned. The monkey was holding a knife, walking towards here with murderous intent. The monkey was also stunned when he saw Chen Qing. Fuck, have you finished your side? So fast? Chen Qing did not answer but asked, why are you looking for Jiluo? To kill him. The monkey said, there must be no problem on your side. I'm afraid this guy will run away, so I'm here to stop him. Chen Qing laughed, put his arm around the monkey's shoulders and said as he walked, Monkey, let me tell you this, you are now like an adult and a 3-year-old child compared to me. It's useless for you to join in on things I can't handle, and I'm immortal, and you, if I stab you, you'll really be dead, understand? This is not a game, there's no second chance. The monkey was somewhat hit. Damn, this is not the case. After all, I still have a warrior and a butcher. I'm not kidding. Chen Qing handed over a bag of spirit stones. You, quickly upgrade to spirit essence. You are useless now. Damn it. The monkey cursed, but still took the bag and left. When he returned, the Wangda brand wedding dress had been completed. Zhang Bucheng is working hard to make it. The current level of tragedy is all sensitive words. The coroner, the embroidery girl, and all the parts were put into the 3rd floor of the demon suppression tower, and the hairy zombie and the water monkey were summoned to clean up the blood. Chen Qing returned home, thinking. Painted skin. Jiluo's ability to teleport just now is a blood contract, right? Yes, his blood contract object is, obviously, the house ghost. If it is Luan Ting, it may be difficult for us to find Jiluo. Chen Qing entered Jiluo's room, and it was Chen Qing's Luan Ting who brought him in. I have to consider the blood contract too. Chen Qing has been hesitating about the object of the blood contract. The blood contract can highly integrate oneself with a ghost pet and can share the blood, magic, etc. of both parties. For example, Jiluo, he can use the house ghost's teleportation. Chen Qing has been hesitating about his blood contract object. If he wants a strong body, Zhong is the best choice. After all, although this guy's brain is not very smart, his ghost energy value has now reached 2,000, and it will definitely become stronger in the future. But on the other hand, Chen Qing is not very willing to fight in person. The ghost pets can almost form 2 football teams, so why take the risk? So life-saving skills are the most important, such as the space shuttle that is not worth changing. But I am also afraid that I will draw the skill of turning stone into gold. Headache. Headache. Difficulty in making choices. When I got home, the group was already noisy. Chen Qing, what did you do to my husband? Where is Chief Ji? Why can't I get through on the phone? Chen Qing, come out and answer. What did you do to them? Chen Qing took a look. Replied, all dead, not one was left. I said, once you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, you should all be grateful that I don't leave this room. The group was quiet. Gao Fei typed a bunch of words, but her fingers trembled and she deleted them all. She didn't believe it, but none of these people came back. The family members of the expedition team quickly formed a small group, all anxiously asking, our Changzi hasn't come back yet. Is there really anything wrong with him? My husband hasn't come back either. I can't get through on the phone. Chen Qing can't be that powerful. I saw more than a dozen of them and there were guns. What should I do? What should I do? If Li Jun is gone, how can I live? How can we live? Suddenly a message came from Chen Qing's mobile phone. It was the one with the ID CK. He just said to himself, Jiluo is coming to kill you. Click on the message. Chen Qing, this is Chen Qi. I knew you were okay. How are you? I'll give you the news in time. Is it Chen Qi? Chen Qing was suddenly stunned. She added herself with a small account and lurked for more than a year. What was her intention? After a moment, Chen Qing understood. He cursed inwardly. Scheming bitch. Chen Qi's small account is probably spying on many people. She is probably afraid that someone will block her main account, so she did this. She used a small account to tip herself off, and her plan was very simple. Even if Chen Qing lost and the phone fell into Jiluo's hands, he would not be able to find out who tipped off. Prepare for both situations. Chen Qing sneered and ignored her. Chen Qi immediately sent another message. Chen Qing, my family is out of food. Can you support me a little? I'll borrow it. You are out of food too? It's only been 3 days. It's impossible. But soon, Chen Qing understood. If we say who was the most confident at the beginning, Chen Qi was definitely one of them. The defense officer is her boyfriend, and the deputy defense officer is her brother. Is it necessary for her to stockpile food? But now, these 2 people who rely on have been killed by Chen Qing, and she wants to find the next one to rely on. Chen Qing just sneered. Chen Qi, it's only the 3rd day. There is still a long way to go. Today's 4th update is for young Master Yu who loves to eat heavenly dishes. Chen Qing, I know I was wrong. I was blind before. Can you forgive me? No response. Chen Qi was unwilling to accept it. What does Chen Qing lack now? Women! Being locked in the room for 24 hours, there are so few things he can do. Just browse the phone and do sensitive words. What's more and more applications have been closed. All he can do is use sensitive words. Chen Qing has resources and strength. There will definitely be more and more women who want to pay for him. He has to hurry up. As long as he gets on his bed once, he will be confident that he will never leave him. After thinking for a while, he sent another message. You avenged my brother. I will work like a slave in this life to repay you, but I have nothing now. I can only repay you with my body. Chen Qing sneered. Throwing the phone aside, Huapi suddenly said, Master, come and have a look. The second mummy was found on the 3rd floor. The second one? Chen Qing puzzled. What second mummy? Huapi pondered. We found a mummy on the 3rd floor before. It should have reached the formless level. So that the master can't remember it. Is this true? Chen Qing tried hard to recall, and finally he had a very faint impression in his mind. It seemed that in chapter 56 there was something. I had clearly seen it, but in a blink of an eye I had no impression of it. If Painted Skin hadn't mentioned it, I would probably never remember it in this life. Came to the 3rd floor. The abandoned baby tower has been busy spitting out ghosts. It is extremely lively at the moment, with hundreds of ghosts of all kinds wandering around aimlessly. The most are baby girls in addition to paper people, toilet ghosts, starving ghosts, air-eating ghosts, and idiot ghosts. Unexpectedly, the abandoned baby tower also spit out an evil ghost-level epidemic ghost. These ghosts were driven out of the range of Big Golden Fatty and dared not come forward. Ghosts also have levels. Big Golden Fatty is surrounded by Chen Qing's 12 ghost pets. The coroner is studying the second Big Golden Fatty, but this Big Golden Fatty doesn't look like Big Golden Fatty at all. Coroner, what are you doing? The coroner immediately stood up and saluted. My master, Big Golden Fatty was just put together temporarily in order to hurry on the road. It has neither combat power nor speed. Now that we are making another one, we naturally consider many aspects. It can run and gallop, and can go into battle to kill people. It's a pity that it has no wings, otherwise we can try to fly. Chen Qing was stunned and waved his hand. I understand, good luck. The human skin wedding dress of the embroidered girl came to the last minute. I was afraid that it would not be enough, so I prepared all the Jilo cards. Now it seems that they are not needed. Since Chen Quan gave a bunch of ghost beads, Chen Qing gave 5 to each ghost pet. Everyone improved very quickly. The white bone demon was almost beaten to death by Zhong. At this moment he has recovered his body, and is trying to restore the cloak made of bones on his back. Everything went smoothly. Chen Qing followed the painted skin for more than 10 minutes and finally saw the second mummy that the painted skin mentioned. It was very huge. Even when sitting, it was 10 meters high. 4 huge iron chains were worn through his body, and the other end was buried deep in the ground. Judging from the appearance, the mummy has been sitting quietly for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although it is just a mummy, it has an indescribable horror aura. This is the second mummy found on the 3rd floor, but I have no impression of the previous one. After thinking about it, Chen Qing took out a small notebook and wrote down, There are 2 mummies on the 3rd floor. Painted Skin smiled. Master, it's useless. What do you mean it's useless? Don't look at the notebook. Think about what you just wrote. Chen Qing was stunned. His mind was in chaos. Right. What did I write in? The notebook? Notebook? What notebook? The notebook in his hand turned over on the ground. Chen Qing picked it up in a daze. The words were still there, but I just couldn't remember it. It's really weird. Chen Qing had no choice but to try a few more times. He could see all the details of the mummy with his eyes open, but he couldn't remember anything when he closed his eyes. He could only vaguely remember what was in front of him. This is no appearance. Don't force it. He had to go back to the ghost pets. The embroidered girl's human skin wedding dress had been sewn, and she gestured with her chest and giggled. A closer look showed that the flesh-colored background was covered with clusters of blood-colored peonies, which was elegant and luxurious. However, the bright red painted with human blood was a bit creepy, no matter how you looked at it. Looking at the embroidered girl again, she had delicate eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth, especially her big eyes, which seemed to contain stars. She looked like a sunny and cheerful girl, not like a female devil sewing human skin. What surprised Chen Qing was that she had to take off her clothes in public. Chen Qing stopped her immediately and asked Luanting to mark out a small space for changing clothes. The embroidered girl was obviously very happy and kept giggling. Then, the laughter stopped. Wu Zhuangyuan, the coroner, and others all looked over. After a while, small white or red flowers appeared on the ground. Each one was only as big as a fingertip. A bare, white, and tender foot stretched out. Slowly, a woman covered with a red veil appeared in front of him. Is this the flower waist bride? The flower waist bride carried a small red leather bag and a small drum on her right waist. There was a chain on her left wrist with many small bells on it. The fair and slender hand shook lightly, and immediately a series of crisp clanging sounds were heard. Then, small lumps grew on Chen Qing's body. The flower waist bride gently hit the drum bow. The small lumps on Chen Qing's body burst, blood splattered, and a small red blood grew inside. Bold! The painted skin shouted, and without her moving, it had already wrapped around the flower waist bride and wrapped her tightly. The flower waist bride's whole body was clattering, as if it would explode in the next second. How dare you attack the master? You are courting death! Ka. I was wrong. I was wrong. The flower waste bride cried. I don't know how to control my magical powers yet. Ah, master, spare me! Master, spare me! Chen Qing naturally didn't think that the flower-wasted bride would hurt herself. Of course, there must be punishment. The clicking sound continued and the flower-wasted bride could no longer speak. Chen Qing then said, "Okay, forgive her this time." Painted Skin let go of the flower-wasted bride and instantly recovered into an adult. My slave, thanks the master for not killing me." The flower-wasted bride was covered with a red veil and gasped for breath. "It's okay." Chen Qing took out a bag of ghost beads. "I'll give you 5 as a reward. What do you want?" The flower-wasted bride thought for a while. "Do you have the ones from Flower Girl?" "Huh?" Chen Qing was curious. "Why? You all like the ghost beads from Flower Girl?" "Women love beauty, and the ghost beads from Flower Girl are very useful to female ghosts." Painted Skin explained vaguely. Chen Qing didn't care. Said, "Painted Skin, you go out to guard the house. I'm going to practice on the 3rd floor." "Okay, master." Huapi happily accepted the order and left. Chen Qing only has 3 real ghost pets, Zhong, Huapi, and Jinbuhuan. Let's not talk about Zhong, he is unreliable. Jinbuhuan's intelligence is too low. The one he trusts the most is naturally Huapi. As soon as Huapi left, Chen Qing took out the Changkan bag given by Tao Guanji. It contained dragon bones. He had to quickly upgrade Bai Gujing to the evil spirit level. Only when there is an evil spirit at home, he will feel at ease. Bai Gujing's ghost energy value has reached 259. With enough ghost beads and 2 golden bodies, the improvement speed is very fast. Chen Qing is still hesitating about the object of the blood contract. If you choose Zhong Kui with his terrifying blood and ghost energy, you can definitely make your body leap several steps higher. However, the most important thing about the blood tract is the magical power. Generally speaking, the ghost pets of the blood contract basically have only one magical power, no doubt about it. But Zhong Kui has too many magical powers, and it is hard to say what you get by drawing the prize. And what Chen Qing wants most is Jinbuhuan's magical power of traveling through space. The bad thing is that Jinbuhuan has 2 magical powers, and the probability is 50%, neither higher nor lower. After thinking for a long time, he simply called out Zhong Kui. "Zhong Kui, I want a blood contract, but I don't know whether to choose you or Jinbuhuan." Me? Zhong Kui's wisdom seems to have increased a lot during this period, and he speaks more fluently. "I am worth 10. No, I am worth 100 Jinbuhuan. But I want the magical power of traveling through space. This great god also has it." To prove it, Zhong Kui suddenly disappeared. At the same time, his body had appeared about 100 meters away, waving with a silly smile. Here, do you see it?" The ghosts summoned by the abandoned tower were all frightened by Zhong Kui and collapsed to the ground. The better ones fled desperately. Zhong Kui appeared in front of Chen Qing again. Zhong Kui was very proud. "How about this magic movement of this immortal?" "Good, very good, too good, too good." Zhong Kui became happier and happier as he listened. He figured out something and asked, "What do you mean by too good?" "You have too many magical powers. What if I make a blood contract with you and get strange magical powers?" Zhong Kui was stunned. The 2 free and easy eyes also stopped moving. No. Zhong Kui shook his head violently. "You can't bear either of Jinbuhuan's magical powers." "What do you mean?" Zhong Kui just shook his head. I can't bear it. His thinking seemed to have entered a dead end, and he muttered to himself. "Then how can you bear it for me?" Yes, I can't bear it. As he spoke, his figure floated like smoke and mist, and he was watched disappear before his eyes. Chen Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Painted Skin, Zhong Kui said that I can't bear the magical power of Jinbuhuan?" "Master, do you know what is the first of the 36 Tiangong magical powers?" "What?" "Mediate the creation. Nuwa used this method to create the entire human race. Can you withstand such magical powers?" "You must not be able to withstand it. For example, the second method of Tiangong, which reverses yin and yang, can cause the world to be out of order, the sun and the moon to be out of order, the yang to be hidden and not to come out, and the yin to be forced and not to be released. Now the blood moon is hanging high and not returning. I think it is this magical power. Can you withstand it?" "You must not be able to. This is what the great god Zhong Kui is referring to. There are some powerful magical powers that the master can't withstand now. Maybe the great god Zhong Kui sees that the 2 magical powers of Jinbuhuan are a little special." Chen Qing was afraid. "That is to say, if I have a blood contract with Jinbuhuan, I may get the magical power the moment I—" "Master, don't worry about the blood contract. Let's think of a way. It can only be like this." Chen Qing is worried. Others think that the skills of ghost pets are too low level. But what about you? Damn it, I dare not make a contract because the ghost pet's magical power is too strong. I was determined in my heart. Then I will learn Duobao Daotong first. I swallowed 1,000 or 800 spiritual tools. I don't believe I can't bear the magical power. At that moment, I sat cross-legged and began to build the soul power channel. The 8 soul powers were dispersed, and at the same time, the meridian channels were expanded. These small meridians were blocked, and it was even more difficult to expand them for the first time. Fortunately, Chen Qing was very resilient and gritted his teeth to persist. Time passed little by little, and when the soul power was exhausted, he absorbed spiritual stones to replenish it. 2 days passed like this. "Master, the meat cart is ready. Please give it a name." The voice of the coroner interrupted Chen Qing. Chen Qing took a look and saw that the coroner had already made one. To be precise, 1. A centipede. The body of the centipede is composed of the human torso, and the legs are naturally human legs. The strange thing is that there are many hands on it, which are slowly opening and closing. The most creepy thing is the head of the centipede. 13 human faces are sewn on a person who only has the upper body and is standing upright. Looking around, Chen Qing felt his scalp tingling. He quickly summoned Jinbuan and began to turn the meat into gold. Jinbuan, 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 Jinbuan. Jinbuan jumped into the meat centipede. The meat centipede began to turn into gold, and the moving hands slowly solidified and covered with a layer of golden color. After spreading for about 30%, the gold transformation stopped. It seems that Jinbuan needs to come twice. There is no way to rush this. Chen Qing continued to practice, and on the 7th day, Jinbuan's pocket was full of gold ingots again. So the second gold transformation. On the 13th day, the third gold transformation. The whole blood centipede finally turned into gold. The original creepy appearance now has a holy aura. Sure enough, local tyrant gold can cure all intensive phobia. Next, throw the golden centipede into the ghost energy. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly saw a flash in front of his eyes. Zhong appeared. You're injured. Who hurt you? Chen Qing was shocked. At this moment, Zhong had 20 or 30 golden coffin nails nailed to his body, and his whole body was stained with blood. Zhong has always been unreliable, but his fighting power has always been reliable. Chen Qing couldn't imagine who hurt him like this. God? Hey! Zhong grinned weakly. No one can hurt this great immortal. I stabbed this myself. Ha! Ha ha! Zhong smiled weakly, full of pride. Chen Qing was a little confused. With my power, it's difficult to stab these. Do you know the 7 arrows with nailed heads? It's the Tiangong magical power that Luya used to secretly attack Xiao Gongming. Ha ha! I'm really a smart man. How many people in this world can think of such a method? Chen Qing was still confused. No, what's wrong with you? Heh. Zhong smiled proudly. I have sealed all the big and small magical powers, and now I only have half of the golden light of the earth on my body. Chen Qing, boy, you can rest assured to make a blood contract with this immortal. Chen Qing was stunned. Seeing Zhong with 3-inch-long coffin nails all over his body, he was still bleeding at this moment. You inserted these for me? Zhong rolled his eyes. What else? Quick, it hurts so much. Oh. There was no time to be moved. It looked like he was definitely crying out in pain. Chen Qing quickly performed the blood pact spell. However, this blood pact spell was very troublesome. He had to build at least 30 spiritual meridians first, and then make them thicker and denser bit by bit. Oh my, that's troublesome, Zhong said impatiently, with his arms on Chen Qing's shoulders. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy rushed into Chen Qing's head. With a buzzing sound, Chen Qing's eyes went dark, and he almost couldn't stand. Zhong spiritual energy was extremely powerful and flexible. It was like a shuttle in a factory loom that was too fast to see clearly, shuttling back and forth at a rapid speed. In just a moment, the blood contract was formed. Unimaginable blood and energy poured into Chen Qing's body. In Chen Qing's perception, his whole body was swollen like a balloon at this moment. It would burst with a slight poke. Flesh, blood, bones, soul power, everything was improving at an incredible speed. Most importantly, Chen Qing felt a mysterious power. A golden light kept flashing from his body. Zhong was very proud. What do you think? This is the golden light of the earth used by Yang Jian. He can travel 9,000 miles with one thought, and you, one thought, 1.5 miles. Yes, 1.5 miles is possible with one thought. Zhong was very excited, but also very weak. If it were someone else, with more than 30 coffin nails all over the body, nailed into the bones, how could he still be alive? Zhong don't talk anymore. You should recover first. The surging power was still pouring into the body, and Chen Qing could hardly move at the moment. Ha! I need to recover? Zhong looked pale, but still very proud. Chen Qing had no choice but to change his words. Zhong you have great magical powers, known to all the 3 realms. All of the 9 heavens and 10 earths respect you as the best ghost catcher. Zhong was overjoyed to hear these compliments. Although he tried his best to hide it, his shoulders twitched with laughter. But, I don't believe you have a way to quickly recover your body. Huh? How difficult is that? Zhong laughed and pulled out a golden coffin nail on his left hip. As the nail was pulled out, the blood hole seemed to have turned on a faucet and blood gushed out. Zhong didn't say anything, but Chen Qing grinned. This guy is really ruthless. He nailed it to the bone. Zhong pointed at the blood hole that was bleeding like a faucet and said proudly, Do you know the 9 breaths to subdue Qi Tiangong method? I know it, sir. Can you quickly plug your blood hole? Watch it. In just 2 breaths, the skin and flesh quickly grew together. Chen Qing opened his mouth wide and said sincerely, Awesome. Zhong was happy and pulled out the bloody hole on his right shoulder. With Chen Qing's limited knowledge of biology, he felt that there should be no large blood vessels on the right shoulder. But Zhong right shoulder was like turning on a faucet. Blood kept pouring on the ground. Zhong was not in a hurry. In addition to 9 breaths to subdue the qi, I can also guard the yuan without leaking. Stop showing off. I beg you to plug the hole first, okay? Chen Qing closed his eyes in despair. I've added a picture. Those who haven't seen it can see it when Tomato updates. Look! Hey, why don't you look? Zhong was unhappy. Chen Qing had to open his eyes wide and looked over. Hey! With Zhong shout, the blood hole stopped bleeding. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong shouted again, Open! The blood hole opened again with a sound of swish, swish, swish. Zhong Kui said proudly, "Do whatever you want, down to the millimeter." In the next half an hour, Zhong Kui performed a display of his supernatural powers on the spot. He stood in a pool of blood that was almost up to his ankles, and he was very excited. Chen Qing felt a toothache when he saw it. Finally, the last nail was pulled out, and Zhong Kui's face was not much different from that of a zombie. He yawned. "Ah, let's go to sleep. I'm so sleepy." After saying this, he disappeared in one step, and his whereabouts were unknown. The power that was poured into Chen Qing's body finally stopped. Chen Qing slowly stood up, and spiritual energy overflowed. It was like a big water ball with hundreds of holes. He had no choice but to sit down again, and tried to restrain the spiritual energy in his body. After more than an hour, he finally restrained all the spiritual energy. From the outside, Chen Qing was just flushed all over, but in his perception, his whole body was now swollen into a ball and could explode at any time. Carefully, he properly collected the 36 coffin nails on the ground along with the blood. "Are you kidding? This is Zhong Kui's blood. Master, master, come and take a look." Suddenly, the voice of Painted Skin came. Chen Qing immediately returned to the real world and saw Chen Qing standing by the window, looking in the mirror. When Chen Qing was not around, Painted Skin turned into Chen Qing's appearance, guarding the surveillance, taking care of Chen Man and Uncle Xia. At this moment, Painted Skin was holding a mirror with his back to the window, looking carefully. In the community, there were constant rumbling sounds, and from time to time there was a huge sound of breaking. Chen Qing was a little confused and came to the window and saw a big hole on the first and second floors of Building 5 opposite, like a missile exploding. Boom bang, without any warning, the first floor diagonally opposite Chen Qing exploded. Soil and gravel flew everywhere, and a white shadow, no, to be precise, it was a corpse in white. The body passed through the wall, and at the same time plowed a half-meter deep ditch on the ground. Chen Qing felt something was wrong. He felt that the body should be pushed by something. Painted Skin reminded, "Master, look in the mirror." Chen Qing looked at the mirror and was stunned. The corpse was indeed crushed by a strange thing. This was a wooden wheel that was 2 people tall, and there were 2 faces on both sides of the inside of the wheel. They had green faces and fangs, and were very ferocious. What surprised Chen Qing was that there were purple flames around the wheel, jumping and flashing, suddenly disappearing, and suddenly appearing again. What? This big wheel? Is that a ghost fire next to it? This is an evil ghost-level ghost car, and the one next to it is the evil ghost-level karma fire of the ghost fire. Karma fire! Chen Qing suddenly became excited. Chen Quan said that among the evil spirits of the white bone spirit, there is a kind of karma fire skeleton that is the most difficult to deal with. Even Chen Quan found it difficult, so it must be very powerful. I've only heard of the karma fire, but I don't know how it is, but this ghost car is very powerful, indestructible, and can also be invisible. The great god Zhong Kui has just been seriously injured, and I'm afraid he can't participate in the battle. I'm afraid all the members will have to go out this time. Then go out. Even if it wasn't for the ghost fire, Chen Qing couldn't just sit back and watch. This guy was rushing around like a tank. What if he knocked down the first and second floors of his house? In order to build a safe house, the entire building has been reinforced, but it is estimated that it can't stop this thing. Putting on the Painted Skin, with a thought, he used the golden light that he had just obtained. With a flash of golden light, Chen Qing had already reached the bottom of the building. Only now could he see clearly that the corpse on the ground was a young man in a white robe. His clothes were already tattered and his body was injured in many places. But he might also have some magical powers like Vajra Indestructible. He was repeatedly crushed by the ghost car and had buildings knocked open by it, but he was not hurt at all. At least that's what it looked like on the surface. The Painted Skin was surprised and said, "Master, this young man has a lot of luck." Luck? Chen Qing didn't care. His target was the Hellfire. With one thought, the hairy zombie, the martial champion, the hanged ghost, the coroner, the chaotic court, and the flower-wasted bride appeared before his eyes. But a problem arose. The ghost car and the Hellfire were both invisible, and could only be seen with a mirror, which would put them at a disadvantage in a fight. "Master, smear the blood of the great god Zhong Kui on your eyelids." Chen Qing did as he was told immediately. He smeared Zhong Kui's blood on his eyelids, and immediately saw the ghost car and the ghost fire. The ghost car was huge, as tall as 2 people. For some unknown grudge, it was trying its best to crush the young master. Sometimes it was grinding, and the inside was slamming down heavily. Bang! 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 The movement was like a huge rock falling to the ground, extremely terrifying. "You guys also smear some." Chen Qing swallowed the second half of the sentence. Zhong Kui's blood is probably no different from magma to ghosts. The ghost car finally noticed everyone. It looks like a wheel, with 2 faces on both sides. It is impossible to say which side is the front, but at this moment a face slowly turned around and stared at Chen Qing fiercely. "Chaotic coroner, pay attention to its tire tracks. Mao Zhang, go and try." The hairy zombie stepped out. Among all the ghost pets, the one with the best defense against the Painted Skin was the hairy zombie, and the second was the hairy zombie. The ghost chariot rushed over suddenly. If it were other ghost pets, they would know how to read the chariot seal. But the hairy zombie just stood there stupidly. Bang! The ghost chariot hit the hairy zombie hard. The hairy zombie's body was knocked flying, like a cannonball, and hit the wall of a building next to it, and immediately rubble and bricks flew everywhere. The ghost chariot did not stop and turned around the moment it knocked the hairy zombie away and rushed straight towards everyone. Except for Chen Qing, the ghost pets could not see it and could only judge where it was based on its chariot seal. But the tricky thing is that the ghost chariot is not always on the ground. It will also jump up and attack. The chariot seal suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Wu Zhuangyuan seemed to sense something and held the long spear horizontally in front of him. Ding! The long spear sank suddenly and the ghost chariot had hit it. The wheels spun rapidly, clang 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 clang. Sparks flew from the long spear and Wu Zhuangyuan suddenly stepped aside. The ghost car rolled out suddenly, brushing past Wu Zhuangyuan, who stabbed back with his spear. Puff! The long spear had already pierced the ghost face in the middle of the wheel. The ghost car screamed miserably. All the ghost pets were overjoyed. Originally, the ghost car was invisible, but now it was much easier to deal with the long spear floating in the air. The coroner's fine blade kept slicing in the air, and dozens of wounds suddenly appeared on the face of the ghost car, and ghost blood splashed everywhere. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz! Everyone was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but purple-black flames appeared around them. This fire was silent and had no temperature. Wu Zhuangyuan and Luan Ting were the fastest, and they retreated immediately. But the coroner and the hanged ghost were a little slower, and their bodies were already stained with the fire of karma. Silently, the burned places disappeared, strangely. A bright bloodlight like a lamp burst out from Chen Qing's Kunwu sword, and the bloodlight overflowed like a flame. He slashed with the sword fiercely. The sword light split the karma fire into two petals. The karma fire turned into two flames and disappeared on the spot in a flash. Chen Qing saw purple light flashing in front of his eyes, and he stepped back subconsciously and used the golden light that stretched to the ground. The moment he disappeared, a karma fire ignited where his head was. Chen Qing was sweating. Painted skin, can you defend against the karma fire? I have never fought against the karma fire. Master, we will fight, don't take risks. Hua 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 dang dang. The flower waist bride shook her bracelet, and with the crisp metal sound, small bumps appeared on the face of the ghost car one after another. Soon it was densely packed. The flower waist bride shook and walked, and many small flowers grew under her white feet for her to step on. Luan Ting, protect the flower waist. The white weasel immediately followed the flower waist bride. A purple light flashed in front of the two. Luan Ting clapped his hands fiercely. The next moment, the space moved, and the two disappeared from the spot. The flame of karma hit nothing. On the other side, the ghost car had already struggled to get up. At this time, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the pile of broken bricks, screaming and jumping on the ghost car and beating it. It was the hairy zombie. How powerful is the hairy zombie? After just a few punches, the ghost car was beaten with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. This scene looked a bit weird, with a long spear suspended in the air, and a hairy zombie standing in the void, beating the void. At this time, the ghost car's face was almost covered with small lumps. The flower waist bride finally struck her drum. Bang, puff, 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 puff. Countless small lumps on the ghost car's face shattered at the same time, as if a large blood bag had exploded, and the ghost blood was splattered all over the ground. The ghost car's wheels started to spin wildly. It suddenly stood up and rushed madly to the north. The hairy zombie was shaken off, but its toes still tightly grasped the long spear inserted in the ghost cart. Boom! The ghost cart crashed into the wall, and the speed was almost not affected. Boom! The second wall collapsed with a sound, and a family of three was hiding in a corner and shivering. It was also bad luck. The ghost cart rushed into the wall, crushed the man, and rushed into the next wall. Bang blood splattered everywhere. The man's blood, internal organs and brains splattered all over the woman and the child. The woman froze, and her hand was still tightly clasped with her husband's severed hand. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard. Ah! The hairy zombie has thick skin and flesh, and even if it happens to crash into the steel bars buried in the wall, the result is that the steel bars will be bent or broken. The two ran all the way, and the hairy zombie took a break and punched the void fiercely. Bang! The punch hit the ghost car's eyeball. The ghost car screamed and jumped up, broke through the ceiling of the first floor, and rushed into the second floor. There were two corpses in the house on the second floor, and they must have been dead for some time. The hairy zombie was swung around on the long spear, and he grabbed one of the corpses and swung it hard on the ghost car's face. Bang! The stiff corpse broke and exploded on the ghost car's face, and the ghost car screamed again and rushed out of the second floor at a high speed. Time seemed to be in slow motion. The two ghosts were still in the air, and the long spear that had been loosened for a long time loosened, slipped out of the wound, and the hairy zombie was thrown out. The next moment, the ghost car fell to the ground and escaped for his life in great joy. With a flash of golden light, Chen Qing appeared in the air and caught the long spear. The golden light flashed again, and Chen Qing had already come to 2 meters in front of the ghost car. The ghost car was too fast, and it was next to Chen Qing in an instant, brushing past Chen Qing. The long spear, which had been prepared long ago, pierced heavily into the big nose of the ghost car. Puff! Ghost blood splattered everywhere. And the ghost car tilted with a scream, knocked down 2 trees and fell to the ground with thick smoke and sparks. The wheels of the ghost car should be immortal. Although its face can be injured, it is not a vital point. I am afraid that it can run away even if half of it is cut off. At this moment, its face is already a bloody mess. but it still struggled to get up and wanted to escape. White Bone Demon. The next moment, the White Bone Demon appeared. It stretched out its left and right hands, and its joints suddenly swelled. In a moment, it became a bone whip of more than 10 meters, grabbing the two ends of the long spear. The ghost car swayed and stood up again, and fled north again. At this time, the long spear pierced through its two ends, and the two ends were connected with bone chains, carrying the White Bone Demon away. The White Bone Demon supported the ground with its legs, plowing out two deep grooves, looking like it was surfing on land. The hairy zombie seized the opportunity, pounced on it, and hugged the White Bone Demon. Bang! The ghost car crashed into the north wall of the community, carrying the White Bone Demon and the hairy zombie, and blasted into the Shiming River. The huge waves splashed dozens of meters high, and the three disappeared in the waves. The wheels of the ghost car spun wildly in the river, unable to exert any power, and turned in vain. But in just a moment, it had found a pattern, slightly tilted towards the river, like a propeller, and moved at high speed in the water. The White Bone Demon and the hairy zombie were not good at water battles, but just held on tightly. A golden light flashed on the surface of the river, and Chen Qing appeared above the river. With a thought, he threw his hand, and the water monkey fell from mid-air into the water. Like a poor special effect, there was no splash of water. Chen Qing's body began to fall, but he only fell 1 meter. With a golden light, he was back on the shore. The water was the world of the water monkey. The water monkey swept its long tail, and its body rushed out like an arrow, and instantly caught up with the ghost car. The long tail rolled up and entangled the ghost car. It pressed it to the bottom of the river. The White Bone Demon and the hairy zombie grabbed the bone chain like they were playing tug-of-war, and also came to the ghost car. The hairy zombie raised his fist and hit, and each punch created a stream of water. The remaining 8 fingers of the White Bone Demon also grew longer, inserted them into the ghost car, and shuttled back and forth, tying it up tightly. After a while, the water monkey brought the 3 back to the shore. The hairy zombie held up the ghost car, which was tied up and could not move, with dozens of holes pierced by the bone chain. He also swung his hand hard with the other hand. Snap! Snap! Looking at the tightly tied ghost car, Chen Qing was excited. In the battle against the ghost car, he would definitely be the first to make the contribution. With the golden light, his combat power seemed to have increased dozens of times. After returning to the community, the coroner said in a guilty voice, "We deserve to die. We failed to leave the fire behind." Chen Qing sighed, not too surprised. It's not a matter of how many people there are. The fire is weird, and his team really doesn't have the means to leave it behind. Of course, except for Zhong. Fire is rare. If we fail to leave it behind this time, the chance of encountering it next time is too slim. Just thinking about it, Chen Qing seemed to have a feeling, and waved his hand to accept Hua Yao, the coroner, Luan Ting, and Wu Zhuangyuan. On the roof of the 4th building, there were 5 people wearing dark red cloaks, looking coldly at Mao Jiang, or looking at the ghost car. "Where is the body?" One of them spoke coldly. Chen Qing frowned and secretly alerted. "These 5 people are very strong. They may be in the Yuquan realm." "Hey, where is he?" Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the corpse in white was not simple. He understood it in his heart, but his face was calm. He patted the transparent ghost car held by the hairy zombie. He put on a sneer on his face. "I spent a lot of effort to catch this thing. You'd better not mess with me." "Who the hell wants this ghost thing?" "Corpse!" "A corpse in white? What corpse?" Chen Qing frowned. "I didn't see the corpse, but I saw a lot of ghost fire." One of the 5 people whispered, "This kid is not simple. He may be in the Yuquan realm, and he can catch the ghost car alive. His strength is not bad. The hairy zombie and the water monkey are average, but the white bone spirit is hard to meet. Don't worry about it. If it doesn't work, kill it first." The leader frowned and looked at Chen Qing. "Friends, we don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask where the corpse stolen by the ghost car is." Chen Qing sneered. "First, I haven't seen any corpse. Second, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you with your attitude. If you want to fight, I'm always here to accompany you." "Looking for death." The strong man was furious, and his blood surged, and he was about to draw his sword. "Yuan-kun, don't be impulsive." The leader held Yuan-kun down and said, "Don't make things complicated. It's not worth it to kill him, even if it only takes 1 minute." As he said that, he threw down a ghost bead. "Brother, this ghost bead is a toll. Tell me where you saw the ghost car?" "That's right." Chen Qing grinned. He is not a brainless person, but he knows that if he is weaker in momentum, his opponent will be stronger. At this moment, he stopped while he was ahead and said, "The ghost car came from the river and killed many people in our community. I killed it. There was a ghost fire around it at that time, but I didn't catch it." "Okay, thank you." The 5 people immediately jumped from the roof and quickly went to the river. "Boss, do you believe what he said? Go to the river first. If there is no breath of that thing, come back and kill it." After the few people left, Chen Qing's eyes flashed. "Painted skin, you said there is luck on this corpse. What does that mean?" "Some people are born to win prizes and pick up money easily. This is small luck." "Big luck, not to mention him, even the little brothers beside him. They can do anything. Those who fight in wars are made marquises and prime ministers, and those who do business are rich. Although it is not appropriate, in a word, as long as you are around him, you can rise to heaven." Chen Qing pondered. These things are mysterious, but Chen Qing believes them now. Nodded. "Okay, then this corpse is mine." At that moment, a golden light flashed, and he appeared on the street. The street was full of ghosts, and they rushed over when they saw Chen Qing. Chen Qing's figure continued to flash. He made a big turn and came to the lower reaches of the Shiming River. Let the painted skin attach to himself and turned into a petite woman. With one thought, he took out the corpse in the first floor of the demon suppression tower, run downstream along the riverbank, walked for half an hour. Finally, the target was reached. Several people appeared on the shore and cheered. Found it! Here! As they said, they followed Chen Qing from a distance. Soon the second group of people appeared, and the third group of people appeared. What made Chen Qing's thoughts turn quickly was the third group of people. There were the largest number of people, and they were the ghost guards. The situation gradually went beyond Chen Qing's control. Painted skin. Can you see anything else? This thing is probably not as simple as we thought. I'm sorry, Master. I can only see that there is great fortune on this corpse, and I really don't know the rest. So many people are fighting for it. It must be a good thing. There is no reason to spit it out. Chen Qing quickly came up with an idea. When passing by a bridge hole, Chen Qing ran away suddenly and threw the corpse into the water at the same time. The crowd on the shore could not see clearly, and someone immediately said anxiously, "Stop her!" However, the corpse was still there. The corpse slowly drifted downstream along the river. The only thing missing was the petite woman. But who would care about that woman? What they didn't know was that the corpse had been put into the demon suppression tower by Chen Qing. Now floating in the water is Chen Qing wearing the painted skin. The painted skin was puzzled. "Master, what does this mean? The last place the body appeared was in our community. If it disappears, someone will find our community no matter what, and then find us. We can only randomly blame a poor guy." The painted skin seemed to understand. The two of them were floating slowly in the river, and a dispute had already started on the shore. The embarrassing thing was that the two of them acted too realistically, and they didn't know when they were facing down. I couldn't see what happened on the shore, so I could only guess. The fight on the shore was very fierce, and it seemed that there were ghosts joining in. "Quick! Stop fighting! Stop that ghost first!" Chen Qing always felt that something would bite him in the next moment, but fortunately, the painted skin had a strong defense and only a few could hurt him. The two continued to drift. The body was hit against a bridge pier and finally turned over. The sound of fighting was getting closer and closer, and finally, someone touched the two. Chen Qing was about to leave when he suddenly saw another person behind him, who was the strong man named Yuan Kun in the community just now. The first person touched Chen Qing and was about to carry him away, but was knocked to the ground by Yuan Kun. "Boss, I got it!" Yuan Kun was ecstatic. The next moment, a golden light flashed and the body on his shoulders suddenly disappeared. Yuan Kun was stunned, opened his hands, his eyes full of confusion. "Hey, where is my body? Hey, where did my body go? What are you pretending for? Yuan Kun, if you Taiping Dao don't hand over the body today, you can't go anywhere." Yuan Kun opened his mouth wide. "No, I didn't take it." He felt extremely wronged. "I didn't take it. It disappeared by itself. Boss, the body disappeared by itself." Yuan Kun's boss was overjoyed and whispered, "Yes, we didn't take it. No matter who comes, you insist on saying so." He winked. "Xiaonan, you cover Yuan Kun and leave quickly. The three of us stay behind." Yuan Kun was anxious. "Boss, no, I really didn't take it." "What time is it? Stop acting." Xiaonan said anxiously. "Go." Yuan Kun collapsed. "Xiaonan, believe me, I didn't take it." The crowd had already gathered around and everyone was shouting, "Don't let them get away." Chen Qing didn't know that he had made the people of Taiping Dao suffer. At this moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar community, his thoughts floating. Ordinary people have already lived through the end of the world, but the order has not collapsed. It seems contradictory, but it is the truth. An extreme example, during a war, as long as the army still exists, even if it falls into a situation of cannibalism, there is still a possibility of a comeback. For example, the cannibalistic general Zhong. Without the army, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they are just fish on the chopping board. Every city that was massacred in history is a proof, just like Yangzhou. Just like the 154 cities massacred by the devils. The anti-ghost army is still there, and it seems to be fully organized, which is a blessing for mankind. At the same time, many forces have emerged during the end of the world. Chen Qing cares about these, but he won't do anything, as long as the few people he cares about are fine. With one thought, the hairy zombies and the white bone spirit were released. The hairy zombie still had his hand raised, but it was empty. Chen Qing was startled, and then he realized that he had been soaking in the water for too long, and all the blood from Zhong on his eyelids had been washed away. He could no longer see the ghost car. He applied another drop, and then he saw the already weak ghost car again. He failed to catch the fire he wanted. Fortunately, the ghost car was quite powerful, and it was invisible, so it would definitely be useful in the future. At that moment, he tied the ghost car to the ground and let the hairy zombie beat it. Bang, bang, bang! The hairy zombie's fist was so hard like a pile driver. With every punch, the whole land shook slightly. The ghost car was hammered into the ground by punch after punch, and sank deeply. Not long after, it was beaten to death by the hairy zombie's random punches and turned into a black mist and was collected in the demon suppression tower. He crushed the last soldier ghost to make room and summoned it. The ghost meter tested, 822. A level evil ghost. Chen Qing nodded, and it was worth the trouble today. Mao Jiang was overjoyed. It seemed that he had finally gotten rid of the anger he had been holding back today. He did not take back the white-bone demon and Mao Jiang, but summoned several other ghost pets. He released the golden centipede with one thought. With the golden light that stretched across the ground, it was convenient to enter and exit. In the future, things that might be coveted by others would not be done in the Jiangpan community. The golden centipede was immersed in the ghost energy, and as time passed, it slowly changed. It had 13 pairs of human legs, 13 pairs of human hands, and its head was composed of 13 human heads. At this moment, one of the fingers moved slightly. About a minute later, the second finger also moved. But trouble also came with it. The golden body was too attractive to ghosts. Before it was fully awakened, it was just a remnant, and a ghost had already rushed out regardless of everything. Chen Qing didn't stop at anything, so he released the abandoned baby tower. Soon, all the ghosts in this community went crazy. Let the chaotic court surround the ghost pets and the golden centipede, and Chen Qing looked at the many ghosts with interest. Just like last time, they all wanted to get into the abandoned baby tower like crazy. Chen Qing thought of something. Painted skin, do ghosts have souls? Most have souls, but no spirits. Okay. Chen Qing summoned the hanged ghost. Hanged ghost, you can advance. The spiritual guide of the hanged ghost is, use white silk to restrain the soul, or absorb the essence and blood. And when the white silk is stained with blood, or filled with souls, you can advance. The hanged ghost's long hair covered his face, and his expression could not be seen clearly. I think he should be very happy. The white-bone spirit picked up a wronged ghost from the ghost pile at random, and the hanged ghost's white silk wrapped around it. The white silk was as flexible as a snake, and soon wrapped around the wronged ghost's whole body, wrapping it like a mummy. The wronged ghost struggled a few times and stopped moving. The white silk wrapped tighter and tighter. The wronged ghost in the white silk did not explode, but as the white silk tightened, its size became smaller and smaller. After 10 minutes, it was wrapped into the size of a fist, and then disappeared. Chen Qing stared blankly. Digested? The bone chain of the white bone spirit stabbed out again, dragging back a big-headed ghost, and the hanged ghost was wrapped with white silk again. The golden centipede was slowly awakening. The abandoned baby tower was waiting for its prey, and the hanged ghost was busy with promotion. Chen Qing came to the top of the building with a golden light. Alert. The attraction of the golden body is too great, and it is hard to say what it will attract. Just like the Jiangpan community, the ghosts around the abandoned baby tower are piled together again. The chaotic court separated them. Immediately, another bunch of crazy pounced on it. At this moment, a faint clang sound came softly. Chen Qing's eyes condensed slightly. Soon he found the source of the sound. Across the street, a corpse driver was shaking a bell. Behind it followed a group of stiff people. There were so many people, black and dense, covering the entire street, and there were at least 1,000 people. This thing should not be attracted by the golden body. What is it doing? Are the people behind him alive or dead? Chen Qing looked far away and saw several figures outside the crowd. Unlike the group of people being driven, they looked around and were very agile. Master, it's Rakshasa! Painted Skin said immediately. Chen Qing immediately recalled. Yes, it was Rakshasa. Rakshasa is a noble among the ghosts. Chen Qing remembered very clearly that Yusha said, "Welcome to Rakshasa Sea City" on the first day of his advent. Rakshasa is most likely the leader of the ghosts in Ximing City. I can't stay any longer, I have to go. Chen Qing put away the abandoned baby tower, the golden centipede, and many ghost pets. A golden light flashed, and he had already left this place. After several golden lights, Chen Qing appeared in the Ximing City Stadium. Putting down the golden centipede, he came to the top of the stadium. 90% of the high-rise buildings with bright lights were dark. There was a dead silence in the city, and occasionally a shrill scream could be heard. From time to time, strange shapes flew by in the air. The golden centipede continued to awaken, and its attraction became stronger and stronger. The ghosts in the stadium had already pounced on it. Dingla. The sound of the corpse-driving official's ringing bell spread again from afar. Chen Qing looked eastward and saw that this corpse driver was also driving 1,000 people. What was slightly different from the previous one was that this time, the corpse driver was followed by students. Chen Qing's eyes gradually narrowed. The two corpse drivers were both heading towards the city center. Something must have happened. This kind of scene is likely to be all over Ximing City now. Looking over, there were also figures guarding the students who were driving. Chen Qing subconsciously thought it was a Rakshasa, but after a moment, his brows gradually frowned. The people in charge of guarding were actually humans. Moreover, they were the ghost-killing team. Maybe not, but they were wearing the uniforms of the ghost-killing team. Chen Qing's mind was in a mess. The Ghost Control Army has the largest number and is also the main force. The ghost-killing team is considered a special force. It has a small number of people, but they are all cutting-edge combat forces. His brows gradually frowned and he guessed two possibilities. First, the ghost-killing team betrayed humans. But Chen Qing thought this guess was too absurd. Second, the corpse driver is someone's ghost pet. It may be in this way to send people to a certain place. After all, it is the end of the world, and people's hearts are too chaotic. The possibility of forcibly transporting people in the second way is much greater. Thinking of this, I feel that I can't stay here anymore. I put away the golden centipede, and the golden light flashed several times, and came to a shopping mall. The mall was full of blood, and bloody handprints were all over the wall. At the exit of the parking lot of the mall, more than 10 cars were blocked, and each car was in pieces, with many corpses inside. It is easy to imagine that there are cars blocking the way, blocking everyone's way. I didn't care and released the golden centipede and waited quietly. This time, only some small karami were attracted, and no accidents occurred. The golden centipede finally awakened. Buzz, a wave of air shook out. The golden centipede shook its head and moved. Chen Qing had an idea, and the golden centipede rushed around in the mall. Not to mention the seats, they flew away when touched, and even the pillars were as fragile as cakes in front of it. Bang, bang, bang. The golden centipede was like a train, rushing around, and the walls and glass were like paper, and the speed was extremely fast. This thing is a bit similar to the ghost car. Chen Qing sighed in his heart, but found that the ghosts outside the mall were crazy and rushed here desperately. He put away the golden centipede with satisfaction. Call it a day and go home. Jiangpan community is busy. Crying sounded everywhere. The ghost car is too destructive, and the number of people killed by it has been counted, and 15 people have been killed. Chen Qing! Chen Qing is back! Suddenly someone exclaimed. Chen Qing nodded and walked straight to Building 8. Chen Qing, stop! A familiar voice sounded. Chen Qing was stunned and looked back. It was Gao Fei. You destroyed the community like this. Don't you think you should pay compensation? Another man also echoed. Chen Qing, don't think we don't understand. It was you and that invisible ghost who destroyed the community like this. Now many of them have become dangerous buildings and can no longer be lived in. Chen Qing was stunned. Although he didn't care, he thought he would be greeted with applause. Feng Yu's husband is dead. Zhou Ping's family is left with only his mother. Shi Dong's wife was cut in two. Gao Fei read them out one by one, becoming more and more excited. Justice is in the hearts of the people. You caused it, so you have to take responsibility. Chen Qing sneered. If I hadn't tried my best to drive that thing away, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? You are talking nonsense. Liang saw it clearly. You are responsible for the destruction of the community. Liang nodded immediately. Chen Qing, I saw it. Your long-haired ghost fought with that thing and knocked Building 4 into what it is now. It could collapse at any time. You are wrong to say that. Wrong. An old man waved his hand and said, many people saw what happened today. That thing came first, and Chen Qing came down to fight it. If it weren't for Chen Qing, our entire community might be gone. The old man's name is Yao Shi. In Chen Qing's heart, this is a real, pure, and kind person like Han Yuan. His kindness could not even be erased by this terrifying end of the world. To put it more politely, he was always shrouded in the glory of humanity until the moment he died. Of course, this kind of person will definitely not live long. I vaguely remember that he died at the beginning of the second blood moon. But, Yao Qi said again, Chen Qing, I know it's not your fault, but even if they are sentenced to full responsibility, you should always pay some humanitarian compensation. You are the richest person in the community now, and they are helpless, so just consider it as a reward to them. Chen Qing looked at Yao Qi silently. He admired this kind of person, but he also disliked this kind of person. No, compensation is compensation, not a reward. Gao Fei shouted, where will these orphans and widows live in the future? What will they eat? Li Yang also said, Chen Qing, we are all civilized people, we should be reasonable. No matter what, you must be wrong this time, right? Chen Qing smiled. They wanted to rob before. Seeing that his fists were hard, he changed to reason now. Okay, let's be reasonable. Chen Qing smiled. Okay, I will compensate. The market value of houses in our community is about 800,000. Let's count as 20 houses destroyed today, and it is all my responsibility. With a thought, a hairy zombie appeared, holding an astonishing amount of cash in his hand. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but step back a few steps. With a bang, it was thrown directly to the ground. Several bundles of cash exploded and scattered all over the ground. 30 million, the extra is your reward. Chen Qing sneered. Of course, you must remember it well. That thing, it's not dead yet. Next time, I can't help you anymore. Not dead? Everyone was panicked. What if it really happens again? A woman stopped Chen Qing. Chen Qing, that's not what I meant. No, that's what I meant. I have no money, and I dare not show off anymore. Gao Fei looked at the pile of money, his eyelids twitching. No, what's the use of money at this time? You have to compensate for the supplies, compensate for the food. Li Yang shouted, you can't use money. In response to him, there was a loud noise. Boom, something rushed over from the riverside. Chen Qing laughed and said, that thing, it's coming again. Everyone panicked and wanted to escape, but they always felt safer staying next to Chen Qing. Mao Jiang, put your hands up. Chen Qing shouted, don't interfere this time. Mao Jiang immediately surrendered and raised his hands high above his head. Chen Qing also waved his hands, indicating that he would not interfere again. Chen Qing, don't do this. Those idiots don't understand. Only you can stop it. Chen Qing, please, for the sake of being neighbors, give us a hand. The most terrifying things are always the unknown. The terror brought by these unknown things is stronger than that of bloody ghosts. Everyone didn't even know where to look. They were sweating profusely and looked nervously wherever there was a little movement. Boom! A load-bearing wall of Building 4 was smashed. Someone inside screamed. I don't know if he was scared or injured. Liang was pale and sweaty. Chen Qing, ability and responsibility go hand in hand. You have an obligation and a responsibility. Puff! Before he could finish his sentence, he was pressed to the ground by an invisible thing and burst. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. People nearby were all splashed. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out. The people who had been in a state of high tension fled in all directions. Gao Fei was among them. She fled in panic, but was pushed to the ground silently by something. The thing did not crush her, but just passed by her, but it carried an indescribable force. Bang! Her head hit the ground heavily. She panicked. Help! Help! Chen Qing sneered. With a thought, the ghost car ran directly through the middle of her thighs. Crack! Both legs were crushed and rolled away. Gao Fei screamed. The ghost car turned around again and crushed her in half from the hips to the head. Then it rushed to Building 4. There were constant bangs, and the load-bearing walls were knocked down one after another. Finally, heavy cracking sounds kept coming. The shattered walls could no longer bear the weight of the floors and collapsed with a loud bang. Boom! The 2nd to 6th floors fell down completely. Then the 2nd floor, which had become the 1st floor, had cracks in the wall that expanded rapidly with a popping sound. Boom! The bottom floor was crushed again. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up. The 6th floor became the 4th floor, standing obliquely on the ruins of the 2 floors below. With a thought, the ghost car made a huge noise, rushing all the way north, and in an instant there was a splash sound of rushing into the river. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone just came to his senses and rushed into the pile of money. Money is not completely waste paper now. At least if you use 10,000 to buy a pack of instant noodles, there will definitely be someone willing to pay. But after decades of inertial thinking, many people still think that this red paper symbolizes wealth. Don't grab it, this is not for you. What are you doing? The crowd was in chaos, and there was a sound of grabbing. Yaoxi was already quite old, but he was also grabbing. He put a large bag of money in his clothes pocket and ran to Feng Yu. Come, for you. Chen Qing was stunned. He remembered that Feng Yu's husband was crushed to death by the ghost car today. Yaoxi rushed into the crowd again. He didn't know where he got the strength from, and he grabbed another large bundle of money from the crowd. He quickly ran to the 2nd floor and threw it to a child who was staring at his parents' bodies in a daze. Keep it. Then he rushed to the crowd again, panting. Chen Qing watched silently, and somehow he thought of himself in the previous life. Shaking his head. A fool. As soon as he got home, Chen Man asked, Chen Qing, who was that person yesterday? Chen Qing was stunned. Which one? The one who stayed at home. Chen Qing suddenly reacted. Chen Man was referring to the painted skin that turned into himself. This guy could actually recognize it? How did you recognize it? No need to recognize, I know it's not you. Chen Man shook his head and began to temper his bones again. There is something. Chen Qing was amazed, and the painted skin also felt strange. Master, how did the young master recognize the slave? My hen. Chen Qing shook his head. Could it be that people who are born with a missing soul have a higher intuition about this kind of things? Just as he was thinking about it, Uncle Xia groaned. Chen Qing, there is something you may need to look at. What is it, Uncle Xia? It's the broken Buddha that I worship every day. Uncle Xia said. Originally, I didn't think it was a good thing, but after hearing you say that some things can be awakened, I always feel that this thing may also be awakened. Okay. With a golden light, Chen Qing had arrived at the north corner of the community. Uncle Xia's shed was set up here. However, after searching everywhere, he found nothing. Chen Qing had an impression of this broken Buddha. It was quite large and obvious, but it was not there. After searching again and again, he was sure that it was no longer here, so he returned home. Without telling Uncle Xia, he came to the surveillance camera, turned to this side, and started to play it back. 99% of the time, the picture was almost still, and occasionally a ghost would sniff around and pass by. Finally, Chen Qing saw a person. He enlarged the picture and his eyes condensed slightly. Yue Yangfeng. He was the one who took action in the previous life. Among all the people who attacked him, Chen Qing was most surprised by this person. Usually, he did not show his talents and always hid behind others. No matter what time it was, he would almost subconsciously ignore the existence of such a person. Moreover, Chen Qing felt that this person should have some defensive treasure on him like himself. Continue to play the video. Yue Yangfeng came to Uncle Xia's shed in a panic and took away the broken Buddha. Chen Qing's surveillance covered the entire community, and by constantly switching cameras, he soon found his residence. But when he saw where he lived, Chen Qing frowned even more tightly. He lived on the 2nd floor of Unit 2, Building 4. But now the 1st and 2nd floors of Building 4 are gone. The clues have been interrupted since then, so he had to give up. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Chen Qing. What surprised Chen Qing was that a girl appeared in the corridor, trying to call Chen Qing. She didn't step into the 6th floor, and there was still one last step away from the 6th floor. She should have remembered Chen Qing's warning. As long as you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Qing had some impression of her, and it seemed that her surname was He. Monkey once joked with him that she was the most beautiful girl in the community. Turn on the microphone. What's the matter? Chen Qing, can you come out for a moment? Same, just say it directly. I think some things are better said in person. The fact that she did not step into the 6th floor was in stark contrast to her previous bad neighbors. Chen Qing had a good impression of her and came to the door. The girl was very beautiful, with big eyes that seemed to contain stars. Chen Qing, first of all, I want to apologize to you on behalf of certain people in the community. I'm sorry, the girl said, bowing solemnly to apologize. Chen Qing did not respond, waiting for her to continue. The girl was a little embarrassed and took out a piece of paper, which was covered with dense red handprints. Chen Qing, please be the defense officer of our community. This is everyone's petition. She bowed and handed over the petition. It was a bit unexpected, but it was reasonable. After all, the ghost car was too threatening. Why? The girl saw that Chen Qing did not put away the petition. I know some people in the community hurt your feelings, but... As she was talking, the monkey appeared whistling. Seeing the girl, he was slightly stunned. Seeing the petition, he understood what was going on, and stood aside to watch the excitement with interest. Chen Qing sneered. Defense officer? It sounds nice, but isn't it just your free security guard? The girl stroked her hair and looked directly into Chen Qing's eyes. Just think of it as us hiring you as a defense officer, but what we can offer now is really too little. But we make the following promises. First, the entire community will obey your arrangements unconditionally. Second, you have the right to mobilize any materials in the entire community, including anyone's privately owned materials. Chen Qing shook his head. Not interested. The girl wanted to say something else, but Monkey smiled and asked, unconditionally obey? For example, if I ask you to sleep with me, will you do it? The girl was slightly startled, as if she had made up her mind. Okay. Chen Qing was a little surprised. In another 10 days, or so, a piece of bread can make people do anything, but now most families still have food in stock. Ignoring her, he opened the door and welcomed Monkey in. As soon as he entered, Monkey immediately looked strange. Hey, the district flower, warm the bed. Without answering this, Chen Qing looked at him. Spirit? 6. I worked day and night and finally reached the spirit yesterday. He did not come to Chen Qing as soon as he reached the spirit, but absorbed several spirit stones in succession. Monkey's ghost contracting technique is an ordinary ghost contracting technique, which means that his soul power must be at least 30 higher than that of the ghost pet, so he held back until now. My soul power has reached 141 now. Monkey summoned his warrior and rubbed his hands. Martial champion, Wu champion, hurry up. Chen Qing took out the imperial edict. Wu Fu, receive the edict. Wu Fu was overjoyed. He knelt down tremblingly, shaking with excitement. I only rule the world with culture, and suppress rebellions with force. The military commanders and generals are the pillars of the court and the pillars of the country. He is able to be both civil and military, and his efforts to repay the country should not be ignored. His achievements should be rewarded with favors and orders. Confer the title of Wu Fu as the martial champion. I decree this. The next moment, the surface of the imperial edict emanated a hazy light. When the warrior took it, his whole body changed. Like Chen Qing's Wu Zhuangyuan, he also condensed a set of fine steel armor on his body. The only difference is that Chen Qing's Wu Zhuangyuan weapon is a long spear, while this one is a big black stick. The monkey was overjoyed. Godfather, how strong is Wu Zhuangyuan? There is no one in the community that he can't deal with. The monkey was even happier. At this moment, he really looked like a monkey. Can you beat Tenji Luo's? Be more promising. He is nothing. Chen Qing thought about it. When he reached the spirit realm, the monkey could contract one more ghost pet. His own hanged ghost was still short of the last few souls for promotion, so he could take the monkey out for a trip and try his luck. But it certainly wouldn't be tonight. Because of the mysterious corpse, many people probably fought each other, and tonight was destined to be a mess. First, you should get familiar with Wu Zhuangyuan. With him around, the evil ghosts can rarely hurt you. Okay, Godfather. The monkey immediately said goodbye to Chen Qing and went outside to find an unlucky ghost to practice with. Chen Qing came to the 3rd floor with a thought. He wanted to study the corpse, but when he came to the 3rd floor, Chen Qing was stunned. The corpse actually sat up and was looking around blankly. Chen Qing couldn't sit still anymore. Living things cannot be brought into the 2nd and 3rd floors of the demon. Suppression tower. This corpse, no, how did this person get in? Excuse me, brother, where is this? The young man in white bowed his hands politely. His clothes were completely destroyed by the ghost car, and now he was covered with tassels all over his body. He was very sexy. This is the demon's suppression world. Chen Qing made up a name at random and asked, Who are you? Where are you from? My family is quite well off. If you can send it back to me, this jade pendant will be... He touched his waist and his face changed immediately. Hey, where's my jade pendant? Where's my jade pendant? Then, he noticed his miserable appearance and immediately covered his chest with his hands, feeling very embarrassed. Chen Qing casually threw him a set of clothes. Brother and these ghosts! Oh, ghosts! Ghosts! He suddenly screamed and dodged back subconsciously. He bumped into the big golden fat man with a bang, and then looked at the monsters around him and screamed again. His eyes rolled up and he fainted on the ground. The coroner happened to be sitting next to him and tapped his armpit casually, and the man woke up slowly. Looking at the many ghosts, his face turned pale with horror. Don't faint yet. These are all my ghost pets. They won't hurt you. Hearing what Chen Qing said, the young man in white calmed down a little, but his face was still pale. He moved step by step in the pile of ghost pets, and found a gap to move to the side of Chen Qing, and his voice trembled. This immortal, I am sorry. Brother, where are you from? He was about to introduce, but suddenly stopped. His eyes were blank. For a long time he frowned. Where am I from? Chen Qing frowned. He couldn't see through it and didn't know whether this guy was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. The young man became anxious. Brother, I will stay with you for a few days. Although I don't remember, my family is well off. When my family finds this place, I will definitely reward you generously. Chen Qing thought to himself. Painted skin, what do you think? Master, what he said may be true, and he was ravaged by the ghost car for so long without any injuries. I think it's not simple, otherwise just leave him here. Chen Qing nodded immediately. Okay, then you go home and watch over it. I'm going to practice. The painted skin separated from Chen Qing's body, turned into Chen Qing's appearance and disappeared before his eyes. Brother, is there a place to cover yourself? I'm going to change clothes. Chen Qing was startled and suddenly realized that this place has been bare all the time, and now there are more and more ghost pets, so he has to build a house for them. He asked Luanting to set aside a small space for him to change clothes. When he came out again, he had become a pretty boy. What's your name, brother? Chen Qing. What about you? The pretty boy frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't remember it, but I vaguely remember that I had a reputation and seemed to be a scholar. Okay, then I'll call you a scholar from now on. After testing with the ghost meter, the ghost energy value of a scholar was 0. Chen Qing thought it was weird. Deep, 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 deep. Suddenly a strange sound came quickly from a distance. Chen Qing immediately saw a weird scene. The ghost car tilted 30 degrees, almost sticking to the ground. And the flower-waisted bride stood on it, and the two were surfing on land. The flower-waisted bride laughed so hard that her waist was bent. And the ghost car was speeding for its life, while staring at the bottom of the flower-waisted bride's skirt with wide eyes. You know, the flower-waisted bride is almost stepping on its eyeballs, and with its bowl-sized eyeballs, it can definitely see everything clearly. He's actually an old pervert. Chen Qing cursed. The two quickly stopped in front of Chen Qing, and the flower-waisted bride bowed. I have seen the master. The ghost car buzzed. Hello, master. Can this guy talk? Chen Qing was stunned and immediately asked, why did you chase the scholar before? The ghost car buzzed again. Scholar? Chen Qing pointed to his side. That's him. Ah, I was ordered by Lord Zhu to look for him and a jade ruby, but when I found him, he was already unconscious and the jade ruby had disappeared. So I was very angry and beat him. I beat him all the way here. Lord Zhu? Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. It was Zhu She again. The things that Zhu She cares about are definitely not simple. The origin of the scholar may be even more terrifying. He asked, is the jade ruby? Jade ruby? It's the jade ruby. Chen Qing looked at his bowl-sized eyes, and the clear stupidity revealed in them, and gave up asking further questions. Painted skin? What is the jade ruby? It is an evil spirit-level ghost pet, somewhat similar to possession, but extremely rare, and its rarity may be about the same as that of Jinbuwan. Legend has it that it has great luck. I have only heard of it. After explaining, Huapi asked, Master, is it related to the young master? Yes. He is now called Shukai, and repeated what Giche said. Huapi knew all the secrets of Chen Qing, and the two went to the summit together. At that moment, he also said, then I am afraid that this young master, Shukai's identity is not ordinary. Could it be the human emperor, my brother said? Impossible, master. Huapi smiled and said, our small temple can't bear the luck of the human emperor. If it is the human emperor, I will only take a look at it, and I am afraid that I will be seriously injured if I don't die. Well, Chen Qing looked at Giche. By the way, has the karma fire been with you all the time? Can you find it? Hummed. Yes. Chen Qing was delighted. There was still hope for the hellfire skeleton. But now he had no means to keep this thing, and he had to wait for Zhong. With an idea in mind, he asked Painted Skin, now that there are more and more people, I plan to build some houses for you. Is there anyone among the ghost pets who is good at this? Luanting. He can get twice the result with half the effort. Chen Qing thought about it, and it was true. He could reorganize the space and do whatever he wanted. He called the ghost car and the flower waste bride to his side. You go find a feng shui treasure land. We are going to build a house. The ghost car and the flower-wasted bride left with cheers. Of course, the old pervert of the ghost car kept staring at the bottom of the girl's skirt with his two big eyes. Chen Qing didn't want to care. It was a willing fight and a willing fight. All the ghost pets sat around the big golden fat man and the armless golden body. The golden centipedes formed a circle and surrounded the 12 heavenly kings in the middle. The ghost pets born in the abandoned baby tower were obviously at the bottom and could only be kept far away. With the addition of the golden centipede, the cultivation speed of the ghost pets increased by more than 4 times, plus the 10-fold time flow rate difference on the 3rd floor, a full 40 times. This is an extremely terrifying concept. Other people's ghost pets have been practicing for 9 days, and this group of guys have been practicing for a year. Chen Qing sat cross-legged. After contracting Zhong, Chen Qing's physique and soul power improved greatly. From the beginning of entering the spirit, he directly touched the threshold of the nether spring. The huge improvement in soul power has many benefits. The speed of expanding the spirit vein is 5 or 6 times faster than before. Chen quietly practiced the Taoism of Duobao Taoist, from barely being able to activate 8 veins at the same time, to now being able to control 32 veins. The first level of the spiritual pond realm requires the construction of a vortex composed of dozens to hundreds of spiritual veins. Time passed quickly, and on the 3rd day, Chen Qing's spiritual pond was completed. Thinking of building a solid foundation, he did not stop, but kept expanding new spiritual veins. 60, 70, 80. Soon a week had passed. The number of spiritual veins was already more than 300, densely packed. After another week, the number of spiritual veins reached 727. At this time, the spiritual veins were so dense that no other spiritual veins could be inserted. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the only thing missing was the spiritual object in the center. What should I choose? Demon Suppressing Tower? Zhong picture? In this life, the Zhong map has little presence in Chen Qing's hands. This is because Chen Qing is strong enough and has been attacking all the time, rarely defending. Secondly, it is because Chen Qing has narrowed the coverage of the Zhong map to just cover his house. The shadow of Zhong soaring into the sky was a symbol of invincibility. If anyone can survive the waves of blood moons, it will only be the Wu family holding the Zhong map. Even as powerful as the candle snake, it may not be able to do anything to the Zhong map. Chen Qing pondered. He sorted out all the treasures in his hand, including Pegasus, relics, big golden fatty, etc. But in the end, his thoughts returned to the Demon Suppression Tower and the Zhong map. In the previous life, these two treasures were on par. But in this life, I know that the Demon Suppression Tower has 7 floors, that the Demon Suppression Tower suppresses a peerless evil creature called the Earthly Branches Soldier, and that the summit, I will no longer think that the two are of the same level. The power of the Demon Suppression Tower is far beyond imagination. And now no one will use the Demon Suppression Tower to fight anymore. That would be like using a jade tool to hoe the ground. What's more, the Demon Suppression Tower is placed in the head and can be called at any time. It may play a different role in some occasions. After thinking about it, I finally decided to choose the Demon Suppression Tower. Back to the real world. Chen Qing took out the Demon Suppression Tower and carefully held it in front of his forehead according to the instructions of the technique. Silently operate the Duobao Spirit Pool. The Duobao Spirit Pool soon sent a strong suction force which tied the Demon Suppression Tower firmly to the forehead. Then, the Demon Suppression Tower was still dragged into the head, slowly embedded in the forehead. Hiss! Chen Qing gritted his teeth, feeling a pain of bone tearing. The Demon Suppression Tower was pulled little by little, sinking into the forehead little by little, as if a lump of iron slowly sank into magma. Finally, Chen Qing, who had been holding back, screamed, "Ah!" Chen Man ran over quickly and was not surprised to see 2 Chen Qings here. Seeing Chen Qing in pain as if he was about to die, he squatted down and said seriously, "Good thing." Painted Skin looked at Chen Man in surprise. This guy is very stupid, but he can see the essence of many things at a glance. Chen Man said that he was fine, but he stayed by Chen Qing's side. Uncle Xia stumbled over and said, "Chen Qing, what's wrong?" Chen Man said, "Chen Qing is fine. He is going to become more powerful." Uncle Xia felt relieved a little, but when he heard the sound of childbirth, he stamped his feet anxiously. Chen Qing's consciousness was a little fuzzy, but he still endured and continued to practice the skills. The tower was half the size of a cigarette, but he felt like a mountain was stuffed into his body. It was too big. A few minutes later, Chen Qing even fainted for a short time. Fortunately, he was awakened by the Painted Skin who had been guarding him. Chen Qing hated it. This behavior translated into, get up, feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. The whole process lasted for 2 hours. The Demon Suppressing Tower finally appeared in the center of the spirit pool. Okay. Chen Qing, who was already covered in cold sweat, said this and fainted. When Painted Skin was about to help, Chen Man had already picked up Chen Qing, came to the bedroom, gently put him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Then he sat down by the bed, looked at Chen Qing carefully, and guarded Chen Qing. There are many things and many people in Chen Qing's world, but Chen Man's world has always been Chen Qing. He slept for a long time. When Chen Qing woke up, he saw Chen Man beside the bed. He opened his eyes and looked straight at him, as if... But why was it so slow? In an instant, Chen Qing had reacted. He opened his mouth in surprise and pulled back the quilt, only to see it falling back onto the bed at an extremely slow speed. This is... Chen Qing couldn't believe it and threw his phone away, only to see it falling slowly. Just like the weightless scenes of the space station that were broadcast on TV before. It's not that they've slowed down, it's that I've gotten faster. After Chen Qing did all this, Chen Man slowly said the first word. Chen, dizzy, fell on the bang, Qing. I'm invincible. Combined with the golden light, it is simply invincible. Thinking of this, a feeling of fatigue filled the whole body. Chen Qing felt dizzy and fell on the bed. In the eyes of Painted Skin, Chen Qing almost became a residual image. He didn't see clearly what he did, and fell on the bed again. When he woke up again, Chen Qing was much more cautious. First, use your fingers to do the experiment. Move your fingers one by one. But in front of Painted Skin, Chen Qing's fingers have almost become vibrators. If they are inserted into cement, they may be used as vibration pumps. My own Demon Suppression Tower is a time tower. It is probably because of this reason that I have the ability to control the flow of time, but now I can't control it at all, and this thing consumes a lot of spiritual power, and it will drain myself in just a while. While summarizing, I quickly absorbed a piece of spiritual stone and finally got rid of the feeling of powerlessness. The person who tied the bell must untie it. The problem should be with the Demon Suppression Tower in the spirit pool. Looking inward with spiritual consciousness, Chen Qing found that the spirit pool was rapidly rotating around the Demon Suppression Tower. Hundreds of spiritual veins are connected to the Demon Suppression Tower, and spiritual power is constantly input and output. And the spiritual energy that flowed out of the Demon Suppression Tower covered his whole body. This is the reason why he can control time. Once he finds the reason, it will be much easier to deal with it. Chen Qing fumbled for a while and stopped the spirit pool. All the slow-moving objects around him instantly returned to normal. Chen Man asked, "Chen Qing, are you feeling better?" "Haha, I'm fine." Chen Qing knew that he must have stayed up all night to watch over him. He rubbed his head. "Are you sleepy? Come up and sleep." "Sleepy?" Chen Ma nodded, took off his shoes and put them in place, yawned and leaned against Chen Qing and snored in a moment. "I really envy the brotherhood between the master and the young master." Huapi sighed. Chen Qing was not gossipy and did not ask more questions. Huapi changed the subject. "Master, have you gained the ability to control time?" "Yes, but I can't control it very well, yet." Huapi was overjoyed when he heard this. "Then the master's combat power may have surpassed all ghost pets, second only to the great god Zhong. Chen Qing was stunned. "That's right. With the golden light shining on the ground and the speed of time flowing, as long as you become proficient, wouldn't it be possible to kill anyone you see? I'm afraid that during the battle, I have stabbed the opponent dozens of times, and the opponent hasn't finished introducing himself yet." When thinking of this, how could Chen Qing hold back? An idea came to the third floor of the demon suppression tower. "Martial champion, come and fight." The martial champion was not afraid of the challenge, holding the long spear horizontally, and had already opened the posture. With a flash of golden light, Chen Qing had already arrived in front of him. The martial champion was shocked. He extended his right elbow and stabbed Chen Qing's lower abdomen with the long spear at the same time. Attack and defense at the same time, wonderful skills, but it was too slow. Chen Qing had already arrived behind the martial champion, and his finger touched his neck through the gap between the helmet and the armor. The martial champion was stunned. Chen Qing was proud. "How is it?" The martial champion sighed, threw the long spear on the ground and sighed, "I am no longer a match for 10,000 people." Chen Qing was slightly stunned. "Oh, no, you can't afford to lose. Just a competition? What happened? Did it break your faith?" The martial arts champion sighed and said, "I can defeat 9,999 people. I can defeat 9,999 people." Chen Qing's eyelids twitched when he heard this. This guy is arrogant, confident, and quite rigorous. Deep, 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 deep. Just when they were rejoicing, the flower-waisted bride arrived on the ghost cart. The ghost cart still stared at the flower-waisted bride's skirt with its eyes as big as bowls. This guy has been staring at it for a few days. Wouldn't he be bored? The flower-waisted bride bowed gracefully, with the red veil on her head as steady as a rock. "Master, we have explored and found 8 places suitable for building a camp. Just go to the best one of your choice." Chen Qing and the flower-waisted bride both stood in front of the ghost cart. They immediately drove away at lightning speed. Chen Qing had a psychological shadow on the ghost cart. He lowered his head and saw, sure enough, this guy was still looking under the flower-waisted bride's skirt. He was also looking at Chen Qing's crotch. Chen Qing kicked heavily on the eyeball. "Still looking!" The ghost car roared, almost knocking the 2 people to the ground. After a lot of effort, they stabilized their bodies and finally retracted their gazes. They galloped at full speed and soon arrived at the destination. There was actually a waterfall, and this waterfall actually fell from the sky. The upper end spread too long and disappeared in the chaos, and the way it came from could not be seen clearly. Flowing down from the upper layer, Chen Qing couldn't help but wonder. He wanted to ride a flying horse, but now he realized that he could fly. With a thought, he used golden light. He had already arrived in the air hundreds of meters, but he had no idea how many meters. It was the first time to play like this, and he was a little nervous. But he soon stabilized and teleported again. He rose hundreds of meters again. Looking down, the waterfall was thin and long, like a rope. The ghost car and the flower-waisted bride were almost invisible. Going up, it was already chaos. I don't know if it was fog or something. It was gray. Chen Qing didn't dare to go deeper. He was not Zhong, and he didn't have the strength and confidence to shuttle freely in the chaos. After a few golden lights, Chen Qing had returned to the ground. The ghost car and the bride with flower waist were stunned. The bride with flower waist was a little excited. Master, can you take me up to have a look?" "Sure." The bride with flower waist immediately rushed over and hugged Chen Qing. Chen Qing held her waist and held her tightly. A golden light brought her into the air. "Ah!" The bride with flower waist screamed and wrapped her legs around Chen Qing's waist. It was so tight. She bravely looked out. Wow! Ah! 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 The 2 were falling, and the bride with flower waist went from surprise to fear. Chen Qing had no choice but to take out the flying horse, and the 2 sat on it. The bride with flower waist looked at this barren land in a daze. "By the way, you are covered with a veil. Can you see?" "Of course." The flower-waisted bride laughed crisply like a high school girl. "Of course, if someone helps me lift the veil, I can see more clearly." Chen Qing shook his head. If it was really lifted, there would probably be a wedding drama. A man as tall and strong as herself. It's better to be single. After riding on Pegasus for a long time, the man and the ghost landed again. Chen Qing was quite satisfied with this place. It was not easy to find a place with mountains and water in the barren land on the 3rd floor. After a few golden lights, Chen Qing returned to the open space on the ground, moving. He put away all the ghost pets and brought the scholar to the waterfall. Putting them all down, the ghost pets looked around here, but they didn't seem to care too much. For them, a house? It's not as good as staying next to the golden body. Where there is a golden body, even if you roast by fire, it is a first-class good place. Just like before, The golden centipedes formed a circle, and the big golden fat and the armless golden body were also placed in the circle. This is the CBD of the third floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. The core members are all here, and there may be a halo bonus of the first ghost pet, and the crazy ghost is also allowed to enter here. The ghosts produced by the abandoned baby tower can only cruise far away in the periphery. Of course, compared with the wandering souls in the outside world, the speed of improvement can be compared to taking a plane. Let the chaotic court begin to arrange and build, and Chen Qing also sank into the practice. In the real world, the painted skin is very responsible. She has been in front of the surveillance and goes to the upstairs window every 10 minutes. She is really responsible. She has a miserable life and has suffered a lot of inhuman torture. So she cherishes this great opportunity of Chen Qing. Being smart and clever, she could learn many things quickly. For example, mobile phones, kitchen appliances, and family farms. Chen Qing had a huge amount of food, but he didn't plan to grow a family farm at all. He built such a large farm just to be on the safe side. But Huapi took the tools and started growing it according to the instructions. There were 2 mobile phones on the side, one playing the surveillance footage and the other kept beeping. She also applied for WeChat and joined most of the community groups. She took a look at the messages in the group and didn't say anything. 32401. It's impossible. Chen Qing is a murderer. Why should we rely on a murderer? 71502. Sister Liu. Everyone sympathizes with you, but in fact it was wrong to go to Chen Qing that time. To put it nicely, it was to unify the materials, but everyone knows that it was robbery. They were acting in self-defense. Self-defense? Killing person number 13, you say this is self-defense? In special times, we have to be able to bend and stretch. We have no choice. Weren't you there the day before yesterday? 2 people. They were inexplicably killed by something invisible. 114. Well died. Gaofei was a vicious woman. Usually at home, her husband gives in to her, and she thinks all men in the world are easy to bully. If I were Chen Qing, I would have spared her long ago. So everyone has reached a consensus? 3-ter. Never, never. I will never let him go, even if I die. He was the one who killed my husband. You are shameless. You recognize the thief as your father. You will not die well. Shay has been kicked out of the group chat by the group owner. Then he'll try again today, but don't expect too much. Soon, Hero came to Chen Qing's door again. When there was 1 step to the 6th floor, she stopped. Chen Qing? Chen Qing, can you hear me? After a moment, the door slowly opened. Hero saw a woman. Then, she was stunned. This was a tall woman with long hair like a waterfall. Like a carefully painted painting, her beauty goes into every detail. The proud curves show a breathtaking charm. The eyes are like stars, the lips are like cherry blossoms, and the skin is extremely delicate. Even with the most discerning eyes, everything about this woman interprets what perfection is. Especially, she is still wearing pajamas. Huapi looked at Hero calmly. What's wrong? This Chen Qing. Hero stammered, and after a while, she finally said her purpose. We want to ask Chen Qing to be the defense officer of the Jiangpan community. We? Huapi shook her head gently. Chen Qing doesn't want to. After that, he chuckled and said, Girl, go back. Hiro left involuntarily and distraught. She didn't even insist once. She was very confident in her appearance, figure and knowledge, but this time, with just one glance, she was crushed in all aspects. Painted Skin smiled as she looked at the direction she left. For many, many years she had shown other people's faces. But this time, the person who saw her true face was a stranger. It was also strange. Suddenly a buzzing sound interrupted Painted Skin's thoughts. Huapi's eyes focused. Sword chi! After a few steps to the top of the building, he saw the bronze sword floating in the air with a gentle hum. The body was shining brightly, and a sword chi was accumulated, but not released, but it already had the momentum to look down on the world. Master, come quickly! Huapi immediately called Chen Qing. Chen Qing rushed over and saw the bronze sword floating in the air. What is this? This sword has a sword spirit. Master, this is a great opportunity. Sword spirit? Chen Qing was slightly startled. When a spiritual weapon awakens, there is a very small chance that it will produce a spirit. A spiritual weapon with a spirit has many magical uses, but this probability is so small that it is slim. Huapi cheered and suddenly remembered something. I'm afraid it has something to do with Shukai. Huapi said that Shukai has great luck. Chen Qing nodded. Chen Qing believed half of this and asked, What should I do now? Put away the sword. This is the same as collecting other treasures. Chen Qing put away the sword and immediately felt a sense of spiritual connection. He wanted to try the sword, but after a circle, he couldn't find a suitable target. When he was a child, he would pick up a few innocent weeds when he picked up a straight stick. But now there is no target? You can't go to the kitchen to cut vegetables. When he came to the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower and was looking for a target everywhere, Huapi said again, Master, come and have a look. Once again back home, Huapi pointed at the surveillance. Chen Qing's eyes gradually condensed and his murderous intent surged. At the gate of the community, 2 people came with a monkey. One side of the monkey's face was swollen high, almost blocking his eyes. There was a bloody hole where the lower jaw connected to the neck, and it was still bleeding. The arm was obviously deformed and should have been broken. Without hesitation, Chen Qing put on the painted skin. A flash of golden light. He had already appeared at the entrance of the community. The bronze sword he had just obtained stabbed out directly. This man reacted very quickly and barely dodged it. He was able to dodge such a sudden attack. However, Chen Qing had time to speed up. Everything in front of him became slow motion. The bronze sword had no obstruction and slowly cut his neck. A head flew into the sky. This head didn't even fly a foot, and the sword had already been delivered to the throat of the second person. The flow of time returned to normal. Tang! The head fell to the ground. The second person covered his neck in disbelief, and large streams of blood gushed out from between his hands. He widened his eyes and slowly knelt on the ground. I'm a fool. Monkey was stunned and blurted out exclamations. Chen Qing quickly supported him. His pulse was rapid and his body was shaking. He could go into shock at any time. Chen Qing, my parents will give up. You can't die. He supported the monkey and summoned a hanged ghost with one thought, pointing to a corpse and a man with his last breath. It should still be useful, right? The hanged ghost nodded vigorously. A golden light flashed. He had brought the monkey to the medical room. The monkey looked at it blankly and sighed weakly. I am! The coroner appeared in front of him and immediately began to treat the monkey's wounds. In just a moment, the wounds healed together and the fractures were intact. If it weren't for the large amount of blood on his body and the paleness and weakness caused by excessive blood loss, it would be completely invisible that he was seriously injured. Let him absorb a piece of spirit stone and the monkey finally recovered. The monkey stared blankly at his blood and intact body. Godfather, you saved my life! Where did those two people come from? From the Ji family. Chen Qing was slightly startled. The monkey took a sip of glucose. I've been training 2 ghost pets nearby these past 2 days. The martial arts champion is really awesome. Even if you encounter an evil ghost level, few can withstand a few of his sticks. I was thinking that if I met the right one, I would take it as my 3rd ghost pet. I was training by the river tonight and ran into a water monkey. I almost suffered a big loss. Then guess what I ran into? I won't guess. The monkey rolled his eyes. The ghost-killing team is chasing the ghost-controlling army. Chen Qing was stunned and suspected that he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Really? Didn't you read the text message? What text message? Chen Qing took out his mobile phone. He saw several text messages. At the beginning, it was announcing the news of the ghost tide and attached some simple ways to defend against ghosts. There was a message from 2 days ago. A ghost disaster occurred in Ximing City, and our defense force can no longer stop the ghost tide. From now on, we will form a defense alliance with the Rakshasa tribe and advance and retreat together. The Rakshasa tribe is brave and good at fighting, and has a hot temper. Please do not conflict with them. Fuck! Chen Qing cursed fiercely. No wonder the Ghost Slayers acted as guards for the Ghost Clan's corpse-driving officers when he was at the stadium. But when Chen Qing calmed down, he also realized a very serious problem. The ghost tide was too terrifying. Now it was only the first and weakest blood moon. What about the second and third blood moons? How could humans resist? After a while, Chen Qing still shook his head. No give or take. Monkey continued. Then there should be a commander in the Ghost Control Army who refused to accept surrender and led the Ghost Control Army to deal with the ghost that appeared in the sky on the first day. Candlesnake. Yes, that's the name. And then the Ghost Control Army disappeared. Now I heard that the commander is dead, and most of the Ghost Control Army has died. I sent a message to the captain, but there has been no reply. Maybe it's gone too. Monkey shook his head. Things have changed. You haven't told me how you met those 2 people. I was covering a brother of the Ghost Control Army by the river, and a group of ghost-killing teams came and found us. I couldn't beat them. They had an evil spirit-level evil Earth Marquis. The butcher was seriously injured after just one encounter. The martial arts champion could still hold on, but they have more people, and those 2 bastards just ambushed me. They have a facial recognition phone and scanned out my information. Someone said that this is the community in charge of Jiluo. Jiluo has not been heard from for several days, so they asked the 3 of them to take me to sea. They said they were coming to catch you again. I found an opportunity to kill one of them halfway, and they beat me like this. Chen Qing gave a thumbs up. Man! Monkey laughed, and after a moment asked, Chen Qing, I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. Where to go next? I'll listen to you. Chen Qing was silent. He suddenly felt powerless. What was he in this mighty trend? Just thinking about it, there was a knock at the door. Chen Qing was slightly startled, and a familiar person appeared in the surveillance. Han Yuan. Chen Qing did not open the door. Captain, is there something wrong? Han Yuan said in a deep voice. Chen Qing, do you trust me? Chen Qing can trust Han Yuan's character. This is the real person who shines in the doomsday. But too many accidents have happened in this life. Chen Qing doesn't want to take risks. I'm sorry, I don't want to take risks. Han Yuan was slightly startled. He said angrily, Damn it, throw out a rope or handcuffs. I'll handcuff myself, okay? Chen Qing smiled slightly. He suddenly remembered that with his current strength, he was not afraid of Han Yuan at all. Come to the 5th floor. I'll open the door for you. After closing the passage from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, Chen Qing opened the door for Han Yuan on the 5th floor. Han Yuan's face was heavy, and he sat on the sofa for a long time. Then he slowly said, 3 of the 8 pillars of mankind's strongest fighting force are dead. The commander is dying, and there is a task for you. Chen Qing was about to refuse, and Han Yuan pushed a piece of paper over. Child Ghost Knight, Crying Child, Fat Baby, Jade Boy, Red Boy. Drowned Ghost, Water Monkey, Kappa, Water Lord, Chiang Chuan, the Lord of the Sticks. Chen Qing's eyes suddenly condensed. When he saw the names Red Boy and Qiancheng Chuan, the Lord of the Sticks, his head buzzed and he almost fell down. The commander said that as long as you accept the task, he will give you the complete spirit guides of the child ghost and the drowned ghost. I'm sorry, I'm only at the spiritual realm. Chen Qing shook his head. I don't even dare to accept a mission that would cost me so much. The value of this spiritual guide is inestimable. The value of evil ghost and evil spirit spiritual guides is already priceless. And the Taoist corpse-level spiritual guides are treasures even for a force of the size of the Ghost Control Army. There are now 5 levels, which means there is another level after the Taoist corpse level. Chen Qing asked himself if he was capable of taking this level of spiritual guide. I'm sorry, I can neither do such a disgusting thing as surrendering to the Ghost Clan, nor can I turn the tide and be a hero who saves the people. I just want to guard this room and accompany my brother to live a peaceful life. Do you think your room can stop the candle snake? Even if it can stop ghosts, can it stop explosives? Chen Qing was silent. It can't be stopped. As long as the equivalent is enough, there will be no house that will not be breached. So Chen Qing has already begun to think about retreating. Anyway, the things in the Demon Suppression Tower are enough for several people to live for several lifetimes. It's okay to leave here and find a place in the wilderness to make do with life. This mission can allow you to keep everything you have. Han Yuan looked directly at Chen Qing. I don't know why the commander chose you, but you might as well listen to the content of the mission and then make a decision. Okay, you say? Surrender. We want you to surrender. Be an undercover. Chen Qing was silent. What exactly to do? Collect as much information as possible about Zhu Shui and Ji Wei and confirm whether the Asura god exists. With a buzzing sound. Chen Qing's head felt dizzy again. Unlike the previous times, this time Chen Qing felt that there was something extremely dark that wanted to cross the endless distance to infect himself. He quickly activated the spirit pool to dissolve this feeling. What an evil existence. Chen Qing didn't dare to think about this name again. He looked at Han Yuan. The fact that Han Yuan could name this existence meant that he was one level higher than himself. After making a blood contract with Zhong Kui, his soul power and physique grew by leaps and bounds, and now he has reached the edge of the Yuquan realm. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Chen Qing can face the information of the existence of the Dao Corpse level. But the news above the Dao Corpse level is still unbearable. After calming down, he asked again, where is Ji Wei? The former 8 pillars of the country. The first traitor of the human race. If it weren't for his betrayal this time, the battle with the candlesnake might have been won. Just because of his betrayal, 3 pillars of the country died. Let anyone go, but don't let this dog thief go. Chen Qing was silent. He killed Ji Luo, and this time he killed 2 members of the Ji family. There was no room for easing between the 2 sides. Han Yuan obviously saw that Chen Qing could not bear the name he had just said, and said vaguely, we can't confirm whether that evil existence exists. If it really exists, it will be a great disaster for mankind. The force that invaded this time is called Luoshahai City. The Luosha clan is the nobles who rule Luoshahai City. And above it, there is another clan called Shura, which is the royal family. The Shura's combat power is terrible. Almost all of them have the ability to fight across levels. Fortunately, their numbers are small. According to current information, the Wandering Soul level is called Shura. The Evil Ghost level is known too.